Li Dahai had just crossed over to the 60s when he was faced with a group of old artist-level beastly neighbors, leaving him completely stunned. Fortunately, at this critical moment, he bound the immortal system of depravity. As long as he did something depraved, he could gain depravity points and exchange them for various magical rewards. The system's prompts kept ringing. Angrily confronting Jia Zhang made her eat dirt on the spot. Reward: 1 pound of pork. Exposing Xu Damao's sordid deeds made him lose face. Reward: 1 cubic meter of personal space. Sabotaging Shazhu's blind date left him empty-handed. Reward: God-level machinist skills. Qin Huairu wanted to suck his blood? He'd turn around and make her child call him dad. Zhonghai wanted to morally blackmail him? He'd directly ensure his pension was at risk. Liu Haizhong wanted to be an official? He'd make him run naked in front of the entire courtyard. When the depravity points exceeded 10,000, the system unlocked the special ability Words Become Law. Doom Edition, and Li Dahai walked boldly in the courtyard, causing all the beasts to tremble in fear, crying for their mothers. Chapter 1 just crossed over to the courtyard and was already being taken advantage of by Jia Zhang. Li Dahai's head throbbed painfully, as if a rusty saw was being pulled back and forth in his brain, but he suddenly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a mottled, yellowed ceiling, with a few cobwebs swaying lightly in the corners. The air was filled with a musty odor. A bone-chilling hunger pang came from his stomach, and the cramps made him involuntarily curl up. Li Dahai searched the room for a shabby gray bowl, but couldn't find anything to vomit out, only managing to cough up a few thick phlegm balls. I have crossed over. Strange memories rushed into his mind like a tide, making him understand his current situation. This was the 60s, the notorious world of the courtyard full of love. And he had become the background character with the same name, Li Dahai, a guy whose parents had just died, working as an apprentice in a steel mill, earning a meager salary, and being treated like a blood bag by the neighbors, the unfortunate one. The original person was a thoroughly honest man, or rather, a coward. The little pension left by his parents had almost all been siphoned off by the Jia family under the guise of borrowing. Li Dahai touched the empty rice jar and only found half a dark, brick-like corn bun on the counter. This was all he owned. This start was truly hellish. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Strong survival desire detected in the host. The immortal system of depravity binding successful. As long as you do something depraved, you can gain depravity points, which can be exchanged for anything in the world. Li Dahai was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes burst with ecstatic light. A system, a must-have golden finger for every transmigrator. He immediately brought up the system panel. Host, Li Dahai. Depravity points. 0. Store. Unlocked. Requires 100 depravity points. Warehouse. None. Looking at that pitiful 0, Li Dahai fell into deep thought. Depraved deeds. These old artists in the courtyard were just ripe for the picking, weren't they? Just as he was thinking, footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a robust cough. Dahai. Is Dahai home? Open the door. That voice, that Li Dahai's expression instantly turned cold. Jia Zhang, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hearing this commotion, she was here to take advantage of him again. In the original memories, this old hag had relied on her status as an elder and a widow to siphon off things from Li Dahai countless times. From a needle to half a bag of cornmeal, if she saw it, she would make sure it was gone. Today, I'll use you to test the quality of my system. Li Dahai walked to the door, took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a hint of weakness and hesitation. Who? Who is it? It's me. And Jia, hurry up and open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Jia Zhang urged impatiently from outside, even knocking on the door, causing dust to rain down. Li Dahai hesitated as he pulled back the door latch. And as soon as the door opened a crack, Jia Zhang's wrinkled, plump face squeezed in, her triangular eyes rolling around the room. When she saw the empty rice jar and the half-corn bun on the table, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her eyes, but she quickly restored her air of superiority. Dahai, I'm not saying you. How can a young man live like this? She said, walking into the room as if it were her own home. Li Dahai remained silent, his head lowered, appearing submissive. Not getting any benefits, Jia Zhang, feeling displeased, got straight to the point. Dahai, you see, our Qin Huairu is weak, and the kids are growing, and we can't even afford a meal at home. Can you lend me 10 pounds of cornmeal to get by? I'll pay you back next month when I get my salary. She emphasized the word borrow, but everyone knew that once the Jia family borrowed something, it was like a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone with no return. Li Dahai sneered internally, but deliberately put on a troubled expression. And Jia, this. It's really not that I don't want to lend it. You can see my family only has this half-corn bun left. I'm starving myself. He pointed at the corn bun on the table, his expression as pitiful as possible. As soon as Jia Zhang heard this, her face immediately darkened, and her voice rose sharply. Li Dahai, what do you mean by this? Your parents just passed away, and their bodies aren't even cold yet. How did our Jia family treat your family before? Now that you've grown wings, you look down on us orphans and widows, huh? I'm just asking to borrow a little cornmeal, and you're crying poor. Are you trying to starve me to death, you brat? She plopped down on the doorstep, starting to beat her thighs and cry loudly. Oh no, there's no justice. Honest people are bullied to death. I watch him grow up, and now he won't even give me a bite to eat. My dead husband, open your eyes and look. The hearts of the people in this courtyard are blackened. Jia Zhangshu's set of dramatic antics was performed to perfection. She wanted to make a scene, letting everyone in the courtyard see how ungrateful and how much Li Dahai was bullying an old woman that in the 60s. Reputation was more important than anything. Once labeled as unfilial or ungrateful, one would truly find it hard to move forward. Sure enough, her loud cries quickly attracted the neighbors in the courtyard. The curtain of the central yard was lifted, and Uncle Zhonghai walked out with a frown. Next came Uncle Liu Haizhong, Uncle Yin Bugue, and the nosy Xu Damao, all peeking around. What's going on? Jia family, what are you causing a ruckus about in broad daylight? Uncle Zhonghai asked in a deep voice, as he valued rules and hated noise in the courtyard the most. Seeing Zhonghai, Jia Zhang cried even harder, pointing at Li Dahai, her face a mess of tears and snot as she accused him. Uncle E, you have to stand up for us orphans and widows. I was just worried the child was starving and wanted to borrow some cornmeal from Dahai. And he actually said he didn't have any. He even chased me away. How could a child's heart be so cruel? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Li Dahai with strange expressions. In their eyes, Li Dahai, a young man, should help the Jia family, who were orphans and widows. Moreover, the original honest image of him had long been ingrained in everyone's minds, making them instinctively feel that it was Li Dahai who was being unreasonable. Xu Damao even spoke sarcastically. Oh, Dahai, you become something now. Aunt Jia borrowing some food from you is a sign of respect. What's wrong? You forgotten your roots? Faced with the pointing fingers and Jia Zhangshu's cries, Li Dahai not only remained calm, but even the corner of his mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 2. The overbearing Jia Zhangshu. This is pushing someone to death. Li Dahai didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he stepped forward, sounding more wronged and sorrowful than Jia Zhangshu. With a choked voice, he said, Aunt Jia, I really didn't refuse to lend it. I truly have none. His shout directly overshadowed Jia Zhangshu's cries. Everyone was stunned. They saw Li Dahai trembling as he carefully held up the half-dry, hard-steamed bun on the table, raising it in front of Jia Zhangshu, his eyes red. Aunt Jia, look, this is all the food my family has now. My parents are gone. The pension money was all borrowed by you, and I haven't even had a full meal. If you really need it urgently, take this. Even if I, Li Dahai, starve to death, I can't let Bonging and the others go hungry. Take it. Take it now. He forcefully shoved that half-bun into Jia Zhangshu's hands, as if she not taking it would be an affront to justice. In an instant, the dynamics of the confrontation reversed. Jia Zhangshu was dumbfounded. She was throwing a tantrum to take advantage, but she didn't genuinely want that half-bun that could chip her teeth. If she really took it, what would that make her? That would be outright robbery. The neighbors around them were equally astonished. They looked at the pitiful half-bun in Li Dahai's hand, then at his thin frame and pale face, and it became clear what was happening. It wasn't that Li Dahai refused to lend. He had truly been drained dry. Well, Li Dahai really is in a tough spot. Yeah, the Jia family is really something, taking advantage of a vulnerable person. Look at how they are pushing the child. The wind had shifted instantly. Jia Zhangshu's face turned red and white. She wanted to lash out, but found herself caught in a predicament. Accepting it was awkward. Not accepting it was also awkward. Seeing the moment was right, Li Dahai's eyes flickered with cunning as he continued to raise the stakes. Uncles, since everyone is here, bear witness for me. Li Dahai. He scanned the crowd, his voice strong. I, Li Dahai, will say this today. As long as there's a grain of rice left in my house, if Aunt Jia opens her mouth, I will never hesitate. But right now, I am truly at my wit's end. How about this? He shifted tactics, his gaze intensely fixed on Jia Zhang. Aunt Jia, if you can find any food other than this half-bun, you can take everything in my house. But if you can't find anything, Li Dahai paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. You will have to admit in front of everyone that you came to scam me. Do you dare? Boom! This statement struck like thunder in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned by Li Dahai's desperate and determined stance. Jia Zhang felt as if she had been struck by lightning, stepping back 2 paces, her face pale. Li Dahai's question, "Do you dare?" resonated loudly, like a heavy hammer striking Jia Zhang's heart. Search the house? She knew better than anyone what Li Dahai's family was like. Not to mention food. Even a rat would come out crying if it went in. But would she just concede? She was unwilling. After making such a scene today, how could she continue to manipulate Li Dahai, this soft persimmon, in the future? Jia Zhang's eyes darted around, her mind racing to find a way out. Her little schemes were all written on her face. Li Dahai saw through her expression, a cold smile forming in his heart. Old shrew, still trying to play tricks? If I don't make you submit today, Li Dahai, will write my name backward. He knew that when dealing with such a slippery character, he couldn't give her any chance to breathe. What's wrong, Jia? Li Dahai moved closer, his voice filled with extreme grievance. Are you afraid or feeling guilty? You keep saying our family owes you, but now you won't dare to search my house to prove your innocence. Aren't you just bullying me because my parents are gone and I, Li Dahai, am an honest person? Uncle Li, Uncle Air, Uncle San. He suddenly turned to the 3 managing uncles in the yard, his eyes red like a rabbit, his voice choked with tears. You all see it. It's not that I, Li Dahai, am unreasonable, it's that Aunt Jia. She's trying to push me to my death. This tearful accusation thoroughly nailed Jia Zhang to the moral pillory. The neighbors' discussions grew louder. Hey, this Jia Zhang is going too far. That kid Li Dahai is so honest. Exactly. They even let you search, and you still won't dare. Isn't that blatantly trying to scam him? When the old Li family was around, they helped him out a lot. Now that the person is gone, they bully the orphan like this. It's truly heartless. Xu Damao watched with great interest, adding fuel to the fire. Hey, Aunt Jia, you should give us an answer. Are you searching or not? We neighbors are all waiting to see the result. Every word was like a needle, stabbing mercilessly into Jia Zhang's nerves. She felt her face burning, as if she had been publicly slapped countless times. No retreat left. Jia Zhang steeled her heart, gritted her teeth, and the shrewish spirit rose again. Search, let's search. Who's afraid of who? She suddenly stood up from the threshold, pointing her finger at Li Dahai and shouting, I will search today. I want to see if you, Li Dahai, are truly at your wit's end. If you dare hide even a grain of rice, I'll make sure you can't stay in this yard. She was throwing caution to the wind, betting that Li Dahai was just bluffing. In her view, a young man like him couldn't possibly have no food stored away. It must be hidden somewhere. All right. Li Dahai seemed to be intimidated by her momentum, showing a hint of panic on his face, but still held firm. You can search, but you have to search yourself. I'm afraid if I touch anything, you'll say I'm tampering with evidence. Humph. No need for you to say. Jia Zhang huffed coldly, pushed past Li Dahai, and stormed into the house. Uncle Zhonghai frowned, wanting to say something fair, but seeing the grievance in Li Dahai's eyes, he swallowed his words that he stood with a few neighbors at the doorway, serving as witnesses. Li Dahai's home was indeed bare, a broken wooden bed, a table propped up with bricks because it was missing a leg, 2 rickety stools, and a broken cabinet. That was all the furniture. The walls were blackened from years of smoke, with large patches of plaster peeling off to reveal the yellow earth underneath. As soon as Jia Zhang entered, she was taken aback. It was poorer than she had imagined. But there was no turning back now. She glared at Li Dahai at the doorway and began rummaging through the place. Bang! She pulled open the only broken cabinet, which was empty except for a few patched-up old clothes. Not believing her luck, she crawled under the bed, finding nothing but a thick layer of dust. Rice jar? Empty, with even rat droppings visible inside. Flour bag? Empty, shaking it revealed not even a speck of flour. Sweat began to bead on Jia Zhang's forehead as she frantically searched the house, making the already dilapidated place even more chaotic. Chapter 3. Greedy Jia Zhang, the little glutton bonging. The neighbors outside watched this scene, their disdain growing stronger. This is sinful. They're pushing a person to the brink. Yeah, if she really can't find anything, let's see how she ends this. Li Dahai stood quietly at the doorway, wearing a sorrowful expression while counting in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Just when Jia Zhang was about to despair, her eyes suddenly brightened. In the darkest corner of the house, under the stove, there lay a chipped, broken bowl. In the bowl was a small amount of strange-looking dough. The gray mush was sticky and gooey, with a few black specks floating on top. Found it! Jia Zhang felt a surge of excitement. She just knew that Li Dahai, that little brat, must have hidden something. This was so well concealed, it had to be something good. It might be some fine grain made from a mix of sorghum flour and white flour, or some nutritious mush made from a folk remedy. She proudly picked up the broken bowl, turned around to the door, and raised it high, as if holding up a trophy. Li Dahai, do you still dare say you didn't have it? Her voice was sharp, tinged with a sense of revenge. What is this? Caught red-handed. What else do you have to say? Everyone's gaze focused on that bowl of mush. A faint earthy smell mixed with an indescribable strange odor wafted through the air. When Li Dahai saw that bowl, his expression instantly changed from grief to panic, and he rushed forward as if trying to snatch it back. And Jia, that's not for eating. That's not for eating. The more he protested, the tighter Jia Zhang held on to it, her smile growing more triumphant. Li Dahai was getting anxious. Aunt Jia, that's really not food. I've been feeling weak these past few days, coughing badly, and the doctor prescribed a folk remedy that had me scrape some dirt from the corner and mix it with my phlegm. Before he could finish, he was pulled back by Uncle Zhonghai. Dahai, stop talking. Zhonghai frowned, clearly believing Li Dahai's words, his eyes filled with disgust as he looked at Jia Zhang. However, Jia Zhang completely ignored what Li Dahai had said. What scraping dirt, what phlegm? Nonsense. This was clearly the kid being stingy, deliberately making up something disgusting to annoy her. Did he think she was easily intimidated? Oof. If you're stingy, just say so. What kind of nonsense are you trying to fool me with? Jia Zhang sneered at Li Dahai. Let me tell you, I'm taking this bowl of mush as interest today. Who told you to deceive me? After saying that, fearing Li Dahai would try to snatch it back, she proudly marched through the crowd with the broken bowl, her back filled with the pride of a victor. The neighbors around were dumbfounded. They looked at Jia Zhang's triumphant back, then at Li Dahai's wanting to cry, but having no tears expression, shaking their heads and sighing. My goodness, this is too shameless, right? Even robbing someone's folk remedy for their illness. Is this still human? Just wait. Taking advantage like this, they'll surely face retribution sooner or later. At that moment, Shazhu happened to return from outside, saw Jia Zhang walking out of Li Dahai's house with a broken bowl, followed by a crowd of onlookers, and couldn't help but mutter, the Jia family really has no shame. Don't they worry about getting a bad stomach? Just then, Qin Huairu, who had just gotten off work, walked into the courtyard. She immediately saw the chaotic scene, her mother-in-law's proud expression, and the mess at Li Dahai's door. Her brows furrowed instantly, a flash of shame and helplessness crossing her face. Of course, she knew what kind of person her mother-in-law was and could guess about 70 to 80% of what had happened. But what could she say? What did she do? She could only step forward quickly, tug at Jia Zhang's sleeve, and whisper, Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm collecting some interest. Jia Zhang triumphantly shook the bowl in her hand. Look at this, it's a good thing. Qin Huairu looked at that unclear substance in the bowl, her stomach churning, and ultimately just sighed, not stopping her. The crowd gradually dispersed. Li Dahai watched Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu's backs, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a cold arc. He turned around, closed the door, cutting off everything outside. And Jia, I hope you have good appetite. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, like a heavenly sound. Ding! Detected host confronting Jia Zhang, causing her to suffer publicly and lose face. Depravity value 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. 1 pound of pork. To be distributed shortly. Ding! Depravity value mall has been unlocked. The cold mechanical voice continued to ring in his mind, and Li Dahai felt an unprecedented sense of comfort spread throughout his body. The Jia family. Jia Zhang held that chipped bowl like a victorious general, kicked open her own door, and the door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, shaking the certificates hanging on the wall. Mom, be gentle. Qin Huairu followed behind, her face burning, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. The gazes of those people in the courtyard felt like needles piercing her, making her restless. Gentle? I'm happy today. Jia Zhang slammed the bowl down heavily on the table, the bottom of the bowl colliding with the tabletop, making a loud thud. She sat down with a thump, proudly banging the table. Qin Huairu, let me tell you, don't always say I'm useless. Look, what is this? This is skill. She pointed at the grayish mush in the bowl, her face filled with uncontainable pride. Qin Huairu looked at that bowl of mush, feeling her stomach churn violently. That vaguely earthy smell mixed with an indescribable strange odor made her instinctively take a half step back. Her brow furrowed. Mom, this doesn't look right. How about we just forget it? What do you know? Jia Zhang glared. This is called a hidden talent. Liu Dahai hid it so well. Could it be ordinary stuff? This must be a nutritious mush made from fine grains. He's just a little brat, being stingy, deliberately making up lies to disgust me. As she spoke, she picked up a spoon from the table and was about to put it in her mouth. Grandma, what delicious food do you have? The door curtain lifted and a small figure dashed in. It was Jia Zhang's pride and joy, her precious grandson Bang Geng. Bang Geng had just come back from playing outside with friends, and upon entering the room, he smelled a special fragrance, and seeing his grandma's proud expression, he immediately concluded that what was on the table was a good thing. In this era, what could be hidden away to eat but good things? Oh my dear grandson is back. As soon as Jia Zhang saw Bang Geng, the wrinkles on her face stretched into a smile. Come here, Grandma, got a treasure today. Let you taste something fresh. She scooped a spoonful, blew on it, even though the mush was not hot at all. Bang Geng was already drooling, tilting his head back, mouth wide open like a hungry chick. Qin Huairu's heart sank, wanting to stop it, but it was already too late. Mom, don't give it to the child. Chapter 4 and Jia, my medicinal residue tastes pretty good, right? Before the words were out of her mouth, Jia Zhang had already stuffed a spoonful of the sticky substance into Bang Geng's mouth. Come, dear grandson, try this. It's a good mix of sorghum flour and white flour. Jia Zhang herself eagerly scooped a large spoonful, closed her eyes, and stuffed it in her mouth, ready to enjoy the sweetness of the grains. However, the deliciousness she imagined did not appear. An indescribable bitterness, mixed with the sour rot of phlegm and the choking taste of dust, instantly exploded in her mouth. It felt like digging up the old grime from the darkest corner of the wall, mixing it with rotten vegetable leaves and dead rats, and stuffing it all into her mouth. Ugh! Jia Zhang's eyes widened. Her expression instantly froze, then turned iron blue. Her throat convulsed violently, as if an invisible hand was choking her neck. Pa! She could no longer hold back, suddenly turned her head, and spat everything out onto the ground. The gray paste mixed with saliva spread out in a small patch, emitting a nauseating odor. Wow! Almost at the same time, Bang Geng also let out a piercing dry heave. His little face turned bright red. Tears and mucus streamed down his face as he covered his mouth, desperately trying to spit out what he had eaten. Water! Mom, quick, give me water! Bang Geng cried out, feeling as if his entire mouth was not his own. Qin Huairu was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. She quickly poured a cup of water and handed it to Bang Geng, while awkwardly patting his back. Seeing her son's pained expression, her heart ached to the point of tears. After Jia Zhang finished vomiting, she was still gagging desperately. Her old face wrinkled like a bitter melon, her tongue stretched out long as if she wanted to flip her entire stomach out to wash it. What the hell is this? Salty, bitter, and it even has a foul smell. Jia Zhang spat and cursed. Liu Dahai, you son of a bitch. How dare you use shit to fool me? The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from victorious joy to chaotic embarrassment. Meanwhile, in Liu Dahai's room, he had just closed the door when he heard the dry heaves and curses coming from the Jia family next door. The piercing sound penetrated the walls of both houses. The curve of Liu Dahai's mouth grew colder. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made Jia Zhang and Bang Geng consume the secret porridge, causing moderate nausea and gastrointestinal discomfort. Gaining 50 points of moral depravity. Current moral depravity points, 150. Another payment received. Although it wasn't much, the feeling of personally getting revenge was simply too satisfying. Liu Dahai's mind stirred, and the so-called novice gift package automatically opened. In the next second, a piece of pork belly wrapped in oil paper, weighing a full pound, appeared in his hand out of thin air. The meat was good, marbled with fat and lean, carrying the fresh smell of meat. In this era, this thing was more precious than money, a hard currency that could save lives. Looking at the pork in his hand, Li Dahai's eyes flickered. This thing couldn't just be left out. That old witch Jia Zhang had just suffered a big loss and would definitely be watching him like a mad dog. If she caught a whiff of the meat, it would be a big deal. He glanced around his bare room. The only cabinet had been rummaged through, and all that was under the bed was dust. There was no safe place to hide it. System, can this meat be stored in the system space first? Ding. The host can store and retrieve system reward items at any time from the system warehouse. With another thought, the pork in his hand instantly disappeared. Perfect. Now it was foolproof. Just as he finished storing the meat, there was a loud banging on the door, and outside came Jia Zhang's pig-like wail. Li Dahai, you little bastard. Get out here. What the hell did you give me to eat? If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I won't be surnamed Jia. Here she comes. Li Dahai instantly switched to an expression of innocent grievance, even with a hint of victimization, and he slowly walked over to open the door. At the door, Jia Zhang was standing with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at his nose, her old face twisted in anger and disgust. Qin Huairu followed behind her, looking ashamed as she tried to pull her back, but couldn't hold her. The neighbors in the yard, who were getting ready to go home to cook, all rushed over to see what was happening. Even the recently returned second uncle Liu Haizhong and third uncle Yanbugui came over with their teacups. Aunt Jia, what's wrong? Li Dahai feigned innocence, blinking as if he had no idea what was happening. Didn't you take the interest and go home to enjoy yourself? Why are you back? Is it that the porridge tasted too good and you want more? As soon as he said this, the neighbors were momentarily stunned. Then someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jia Zhang nearly choked, her whole body trembling with anger. I enjoy your mother's blessing. Li Dahai, stop pretending. What was in that bowl of yours? Was it shit? Are you deliberately messing with me? Li Dahai's innocent expression instantly turned into one of shock and grievance. As if he had been greatly insulted, his voice rising an octave. Aunt Jia, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. I told you long ago that it was my remedy for coughing. It was dirt scraped from the corner of the wall, mixed with the medicinal herbs I coughed up. I begged you not to take it, but you didn't believe me, insisting I had good stuff hidden and forcibly snatched it from me. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pounding his chest, looking both indignant and sorrowful. Everyone is watching. I'm just a young man. How could I possibly stop you, an elder? You stole it, ate it, and now you're blaming me? Is there any reason in the world like this? This speech was full of emotion, making listeners sad and tearful. The surrounding neighbors instantly erupted in chatter. Oh my, it really was wall dirt and that stuff? Deserved it. Dahai said it was medicine. She insisted on treating it like treasure and took it away. Now she knows the consequences. What is this called? This is called self-inflicted suffering. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant, hitting a metal plate. TSK, TSK, TSK. To save a little bit, she even robbed the medicinal residue meant for healing, and forced her grandson to eat it too. This old woman from the Jia family really embarrassed our courtyard. Shazhu leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, gleefully shouting, Aunt Jia, how does it feel? Is that stuff more flavorful than the dishes I make? You. Jia Zhang was so angered by everyone's remarks that her face turned red and white, her finger trembling as she pointed at Li Dahai. She wanted to retort, but the fact was she had taken it, she had eaten it, and she herself thought it was a good thing. Chapter 5 Dumpling Bash. Let's have a good meal today. Jia Zhang had no way to argue. All her anger and humiliation were stuck in her throat, unable to spit out or swallow down. Her face turned the color of pig liver. Qin Huairu's face had long turned as white as paper. She tightly clutched Jia Zhang's arm, wishing she could disappear on the spot. She looked at Li Dahai, her voice carrying a hint of pleading and shame. Dahai, I'm so sorry, really sorry. My mom was just confused for a moment. Don't take it out on her. Saying this, she paid no attention to Jia Zhang's struggles, using all her strength to almost drag her back to her own home. I'm not going. Qin Huairu, you traitor. Let go of me. I'm going to kill this little bastard today. Jia Zhang was still throwing a tantrum, but her voice lacked the strength it had before. Watching Jia Zhang being dragged away in such a sorry state, the yard erupted in unabashed laughter. Liu Dahai stood at the door, watching this scene until their figures disappeared behind the door. The expression of grievance on his face slowly faded, replaced by an unfathomable coldness. He turned around, closed the door, and cut off the outside noise. In the room, he sat back down at the table with a missing leg, his mind sinking into thought. He opened the depravity value mall. Ding! The depravity value mall has been activated for the host. A translucent shopping page, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. The goods were dazzling and well categorized. Living supplies zone, skills and techniques zone, special items zone. Liu Dahai's gaze was immediately locked onto the living supplies zone. Refined white flour, 1 pound, 10 points of depravity value rice, 1 pound, 10 points of depravity value pork, 1 pound, 20 points of depravity value eggs, 10-15 points of depravity value peanut oil, 1 pound, 25 points of depravity value. Looking at these prices, Liu Dahai's heart began to race uncontrollably. So cheap. In this era where everything requires tickets to buy, these items were practically priceless. And now, he could get them just by moving his fingers. He currently had 150 points of depravity value. That meant he could exchange for 15 pounds of rice or 5 pounds of pork. With these, what was there to fear about running out of resources? He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned his gaze to the skills and techniques zone. Welding skill, beginner, 200 points of depravity value culinary skills. Beginner, 150 points of depravity value medical skills. Entry level, 300 points of depravity value martial arts. Entry level, 100 points of depravity value. Seeing the price for martial arts, Liu Dahai's eyes lit up. In this chaotic era, filling one's stomach was the top priority, but the ability to protect oneself was equally important, especially when facing unreasonable bullies like the Jia family and the potential threats in the courtyard. Relying only on verbal skills wasn't enough. He must have the power for self-defense. Exchange for martial arts, entry level. He made his choice without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 100 points of depravity value. Successfully exchanged for martial arts, entry level. As soon as the voice fell, a massive stream of information and a warm current surged into his mind and body. Muscle memory, force techniques, combat awareness, and countless pieces of knowledge and experience about basic fighting skills seemed to be deeply imprinted in his body and soul, as if he had practiced for years. He instinctively stood up, clenched his fist, and felt his muscles crackle. An unprecedented sense of strength surged through him. Right now, he felt like he could punch a cow to death. With 50 points of depravity value remaining, Liu Dahai refrained from wasting it and began to think carefully. First, he needed to solve the food problem. He exchanged for 2 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of white flour, then opened the novice gift pack. Instantly, a package of pork and 2 bags appeared on the table. Smelling the meaty aroma in the air and hearing the faint cries and curses from the Jia family, Liu Dahai's lips curled into a playful smile. Tonight, it was time to liven up this silent courtyard. As night fell, every household in the courtyard lit up with dim yellow lights, and the air was filled with the bitter scent of steamed buns and corn porridge. However, Liu Dahai's room was a different scene. He tightly shut the doors and windows, isolating himself from the outside clamor and schemes. On the table, that piece of fatty pork glistened under the dim light, next to 2 heavy bags of white flour and rice. In 1965, this was a sight that only ordinary families would see during the new year. The rumbling in his stomach was more real than the cries from the Jia family. In the few days since he crossed over, the memories left by the original owner were filled with bland soup and hunger. Liu Dahai Grinat picked up the piece of pork, feeling its weight in his hand. The newly acquired martial arts not only gave him strength, but also sharpened his senses. He could even smell the unique energy and life-representing sweetness of the raw meat. Damn it, today he would have a good meal. He rummaged through a corner and found half a wilted frozen cabbage and a small bundle of dried green onions, which were all that remained from the original owner's winter supplies. Thankfully, the original owner had hidden them well. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to cook with just the pork. Culinary skills? The original owner could only cook things until they were done. But it was okay. Top quality ingredients often only required the simplest cooking methods. Clang, clang, clang. The knife struck the cutting board, producing a dull yet rhythmic sound. The fatty and lean pork quickly turned into a pile of fine, minced meat under his knife. He then finally chopped the cabbage and green onions, mixed them into the meat, and sprinkled a little salt. There weren't many seasonings, but the rich aroma emanating from the meat filling was already enough to make one's mouth water. Next was kneading the dough. The pure white flour was poured into a basin, water was added, and he began to knead. With the martial arts enhanced body, his control over strength reached a whole new level. The originally awkward movements now flowed smoothly. Soon, a smooth, elastic dough, fragrant with the smell of wheat, formed in his hands. Rolling the dough and wrapping the filling, one by one, the plump dumplings, resembling ingots, were neatly arranged on the cutting board. Looking at his creation, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welled up in Li Dahai's heart. This was not a product conjured up by the system, but something he had personally made. This solid sense of happiness made him feel a sense of belonging to this new world for the first time. The water in the pot boiled, bubbling cheerfully. Li Dahai dropped the dumplings into the pot one by one and covered the lid. Soon, an overpowering aroma began to struggle and roll out through the gaps in the pot lid. This aroma, mingling the richness of pork fat, the sweetness of cabbage, and the wheat fragrance of the dough, was like an invisible hand, forcefully penetrating through the already loose doors and windows of Li Dahai's home, wafting throughout the entire courtyard. Chapter 6. Next target. The bully Xu Damao in the middle courtyard, Jia family. The atmosphere in the room was as oppressive as ice. Jia Zhang was lying in bed, groaning, with a lingering earthy smell in her mouth. Just thinking about what she had eaten made her feel nauseous. Bangen, Xiaozang, and Huaihua were gathered around the table, staring longingly at their empty bowls. Dinner was just a little gruel, which was hardly filling. "Mom, I'm hungry." Bang Gung rubbed his stomach. He was at the age where he could eat his father out of house and home, and his stomach had already begun to protest. Qin Huairu was feeling overwhelmed, trying to deal with her tantrum-throwing mother-in-law while comforting her hungry children, feeling like she had a headache. "Just wait a bit. Mom will go get you some hot water to drink," she said tiredly. Just then, a rich, almost tangible meaty aroma unexpectedly wafted into the room. This smell was too fragrant, unreasonably fragrant. Bang Gung sniffed hard, his eyes instantly brightening, and drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Meat. It's the smell of meat. Mom, whose house is eating meat?" Xiao Dang and Huaihua also sniffed eagerly, their little faces full of desire. Qin Huairu's expression changed. This aroma was coming from the direction of Li Dahai's house. Her heart sank. A complex and unclear emotion surged up. Didn't Li Dahai say that the relief money had been borrowed clean by Jia Zhang? How could he still have money to buy meat? Why was it that nothing was found at Li Dahai's house just a moment ago? She truly didn't understand where that meat had come from. That smell was too enticing, almost as if it could steal a person's soul. Jia Zhang, who was lying in bed, also caught the scent. She suddenly sat up, her previous sickly appearance vanishing, pointing towards the door and starting to curse shrilly. "It's that little bastard. It must be that damned Li Dahai. He's using black-hearted money to eat good food at home. That scoundrel, he deserves a bad end." The more she scolded, the stronger the aroma of meat became. Bang Gung could no longer hold back. He jumped off the stool, ran to the door, opened it a crack, and sniffed towards Li Dahai's house. Dumplings. Pork and cabbage dumplings. Bang Gung was so tempted that tears almost came to his eyes. "Mom, I want to eat dumplings. I want to eat meat." His shout ignited the powder keg in the room. Wow Xiao Dang and Huaihua also started crying. "We want to eat meat. We want dumplings." The children's cries, Jia Zhangshu's curses, and that bone-deep aroma of meat intertwined, making Qin Huairu's head buzz. She looked at the crying children, listened to her mother-in-law's scolding, and smelled the aroma that made her swallow hard. A deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation wrapped around her tightly. Why? Why did she have to suffer here while that Li Dahai could close the door and eat pork dumplings without a care? Achoo! Li Dahai slurped up a freshly cooked dumpling, steaming hot, but couldn't help sneezing again. "Who is cursing me?" he mumbled, then laughed nonchalantly. "It must be that old witch from the Jia family. Let them curse. The louder they curse, the better my dumplings taste." He picked up a dumpling, rolled it in a dish with some soy sauce and vinegar, and took a big bite. Hiss! The hot meat juice burst in his mouth instantly. Fresh! fragrant. The pork fat was perfectly activated by the high temperature, blending with the crisp juice of the cabbage, without a hint of fishiness. Just the most primal and pure meat aroma. The dumpling skin made from fine white flour was thin and chewy, with a faint sweetness of wheat, perfectly wrapping this ultimate delicacy. 1, 2, 3. Li Dahai was sweating profusely, devouring them like a whirlwind. It wasn't just about filling his stomach. It felt more like a ritual, announcing his complete farewell to the past of hunger and weakness. With each dumpling swallowed, it felt as if a warm current surged into his limbs, dispelling all coldness and unease. Refreshing. There were only a few dumplings left, and Li Dahai couldn't eat anymore. Comfortably leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his round belly and let out a long sigh, looking at the half-empty plate in his bare-walled room. The smile on Li Dahai's face gradually faded. A meal of dumplings had cost him 40 points of moral demerit, leaving only 10 points now. Living off past gains wasn't a long-term plan. To live well and with dignity in this den of beasts, he had to continuously earn more demerit points. The first success greatly boosted his confidence and made him understand the true meaning of the system. To deal with these beasts, he couldn't use ordinary moral standards. If you reason with them, they play dirty. If you play dirty with them, they might even try to cheat you. The only way was to be even more unscrupulous and defeat magic with magic. Li Dahai's mind began to go through the neighbors in the courtyard one by one. The Jia family was the #1 target, but after having just taken advantage of them, he needed to wait for them to calm down. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to act rashly. Uncle Zhonghai was a hypocrite, full of schemes, thinking he could make him provide for him in his old age. He needed to understand what a bamboo basket fetching water meant. Uncle Liu Haizhong was obsessed with his official status and loved to lecture people in an official tone. Uncle Yin Bugue was stingy and calculating, always counting every little thing he consumed. And then there was Xu Damao. Li Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment that name appeared, an image of a slick-haired, powder-faced man popped into his mind, who, relying on being a projectionist, strutted around the courtyard, often stealing from neighbors. Especially since this guy was a sworn enemy of Shazhu and had done plenty of unscrupulous things. He was exactly the kind of weak bully who was perfect for supplying demerit points. That's it. With the target established, Li Dahai felt refreshed, and his well-fed brain came alive. He immersed himself back in his thoughts and opened the system all. He had already experienced the living supplies and skills sections. He turned his attention to the last and most mysterious area, Special Items Zone. The screen refreshed, and rows of products appeared. Truth Talisman. One time used, the user can only tell the truth in response to any question for the next 5 minutes. Price, 300 demerit points. Bad Luck Sticker. Lasts 24 hours when stuck on a target. It causes them to suffer bad luck for 24 hours. Even drinking cold water will cause problems. Price, 500 demerit points. Forgetting Water. 10 makes the drinker forget the events of the last hour. Price, 800 demerit points. Powerful colorless and odorless laxative powder. A blessing for constipated individuals, can cause them to have extreme bowel movements. Price, 10 demerit points. Chapter 7 Exchange for powerful colorless and odorless laxative powder. The good show is about to start. Li Dahai was dazzled, his heart racing. These items were simply the ultimate tools for revenge. If he had that bad luck sticker and put on Xu Damao, would he directly ruin the projector tomorrow when he goes to the countryside to show films? If he used a truth talisman on Jia Zhang, sure, asking in front of the whole courtyard where her husband's pension was hidden. The more Li Dahai thought about it, the more excited he became, as if a door to a new world was slowly opening for him. But the prices were indeed steep. It seemed that this venture into moral depravity would be a long and arduous journey. Li Dahai closed them all, his gaze peering through the window crack towards the direction of Xu Damao's house across the way. The lights were on in that house too, and he could vaguely hear him talking with his wife, Liu Shaoyi. The night was deep, and the courtyard gradually quieted down, with only the faint sounds of crying and cursing from the Jia family. Yet a smile lingered on Li Dahai's face. Don't rush, one at a time. Early the next morning, before the courtyard had fully recovered from last night's meat aroma, it was awakened by the crisp and loud sound of a bicycle bell. Dingling. Accompanied by this particularly jarring sound in the courtyard, Xu Damao rode in on his bicycle, looking exuberant. On the back seat, a net bag was tied with a rope, and inside were two hens that were still flapping their wings. "Hey, neighbors, are you all up?" Xu Damao kicked the ground, raising his voice high, afraid others wouldn't see the spoils on his bike. The two chickens seemed to sense something, stretching their necks desperately and making clucking sounds, attracting everyone's attention even more. Qin Huairu, who was washing up under the faucet in the courtyard, almost dropped her towel into the water when she saw the two plump hens. She instinctively swallowed, the aroma of meat from last night still lingering, and now there were chickens. Life was simply unbearable. Jia Zhang was also awakened by the commotion outside. Peeking through the doorframe, her triangular eyes fixated on the two chickens, mumbling dirty words. "What's there to show off? Just a projectionist. What's so great about it? He'll trip up sooner or later." Xu Damao parked his bike, untied the net bag, and proudly held it up, the two chickens struggling even more in his grasp. His eyes scanned the courtyard and just happened to see Li Dahai coming out, ready to go to the toilet. "Oh, Brother Dahai." Xu Damao's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent, deliberately raising his voice. "So, how did you sleep last night?" "I just came back from the countryside and brought two hens for Xiaoyi to nourish her body. Look, aren't they fat?" He held the chickens out towards Li Dahai, a strong smell of chicken droppings mixed with feathers wafting towards him. Li Dahai stepped back half a step without showing any emotion, forcing a simple smile. "Yes, very fat. You really are something, Damao." "Hi. What kind of ability is this?" Xu Damao pretends to be humble, but his chin is about to point to the sky. "It's just that when he goes to the countryside to show movies, he has a good relationship with the villagers, and they forcefully gave it to me. Unlike some people who earn only a meager salary in a month, let alone eat chicken, they probably wouldn't even be willing to buy an egg, right?" The sting in these words was obvious to everyone around. The neighbors looked on, some enviously, some jealously, and some just watching the fun. Li Dahai still wore that submissive look, nodded, and muttered, "Yes, Damao Ge is right. I need to go to the bathroom." After saying that, he lowered his head and hurried towards the public toilet in the corner of the yard, his back looking a bit desolate and disheveled. Xu Damao watched his figure, smugly curled his lips, hummed a little tune, and returned home with the chicken. Bah, what a thing. Shazhu happened to be carrying an enamel jar out and spat at Xu Damao's back as Li Dahai entered the toilet. The honesty and cowardice on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold smile. In his mind, the item he exchanged for in the system mall last night clearly surfaced. Strong, colorless, and tasteless laxative powder. A blessing for those who are constipated. Can make people poop until they're dizzy. Price, 10 points of wickedness value. For this little gadget, he spent all his remaining wickedness value, but he felt it was worth it. Dealing with a petty person like Xu Damao required such underhanded means to teach him a lesson. At noon, the rich aroma of chicken soup indeed wafted from Xu Damao's house. The smell was overwhelming, unlike the soul-stirring dumplings from Li Dahai's house last night, but rather a domineering and undeniable fragrance, mixed with the scent of scallions, ginger, and mushrooms, invading everyone's nostrils in the yard. Gurgle, gurgle. It seemed one could hear the sound of the chicken soup boiling. The yard was instantly filled with complaints. Xu Damao was really too much. Stewing a chicken made the whole yard smell. How could anyone live with that? Exactly, it made my child cry out of desire. The Jia family was even worse off. With 3 children, Bongan, Xiaodang, and Huaihua, surrounding the table, unable to swallow their steamed buns, clamoring for chicken. Jia Zhang's curses had not ceased. Various vicious words bursting from her mouth, as if she could lift the roof off Xu Damao's house. Li Dahai sat in his own house, as steady as a mountain. He had already had lunch, which consisted of a few leftover dumplings from yesterday. Through the window crack, Li Dahai quietly observed the movements at Xu Damao's house. Sure enough, the kitchen window of Xu Damao's house, just as he remembered, was always left ajar due to years of disrepair, leaving a gap the width of a finger. He knew that if Xu Damao was eating chicken, he would definitely be drinking alcohol. That was his habit, especially after showing off. He would have a few drinks to enjoy that feeling of being above others. The opportunity was coming soon. As expected, Shazhu couldn't hold back first. He had already smelled enough of the cooking oil in the back kitchen, and after returning home, he couldn't find peace, being engulfed by this chicken soup smell. His anger instantly flared up. "Xu Damao, You bastard! Come out! Shazhu kicked open his own house door, stood in the middle of the yard, and pointed at Xu Damao's house to curse. Xu Damao's door creaked open, holding a plate of freshly cooked chicken, still chewing on a piece. His mouth dripping with oil as he walked out. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out to be Shazhu. What's wrong? Are you smelling the aroma? Want to eat? Call me Grandpa, and I'll reward you with a piece of chicken, but... Bah! Shazhu spat a mouthful of saliva. You son of a bitch. No amount of tonics will help you. If you have the ability, don't stew it in the yard. Go eat it in your bed. Hey, I will do as I please. I bought the chicken myself. I can stew it wherever I want. Who are you to control me? You're just jealous. Jealous that I can marry a wife. Jealous that I can eat chicken. Xu Damao placed the plate on the stone table in the yard, put his hands on his hips, and started cursing back at Shazhu. Chapter 8. Oh dear, Xu Damao is getting his comeuppance. This quarrel attracted everyone in the yard. Old Uncle Zhonghai came out with his hand behind his back, frowning and saying, "What are you shouting about? We all live in the same yard. Be civil." Second, Uncle Liu Haizhong also came out, stomach held out, speaking in an official tone. "Xu Damao, Shazhu, you two need to pay attention to the impact. If the street office hears it, what kind of image is that?" Third, Uncle Yin also poked his head out, pushing up his glasses, but was secretly calculating whether Xu Damao stewed a whole chicken. Would there be any leftover soup for him to take home for noodles that evening? The yard instantly turned into a mess. Everyone's attention was focused on the red-faced Shazhu and Xu Damao. Now's the time. A glint flashed in Li Dahai's eyes. He stood up, casually pushed open the door, holding an empty thermos, as if he was going to fetch water, leisurely walking towards the faucet in the yard. His path just happened to pass by the kitchen window of Xu Damao's house. Everyone's focus was on the front yard, and no one noticed the movement in the corner of the courtyard. Li Dahai's heartbeat quickened slightly, but his steps remained steady. As he walked, he used the corner of his eye to lock onto that window gap. Closer, closer. He could see the inside of the windowsill. Sure enough, there was a bottle of Erguo 2 with the cap opened, along with a small wine cup next to it. Xu Damao was preparing to drink and eat while watching Shazhu's joke. In that instant as he passed under the window, Li Dahai's movements were as swift as lightning. The hand holding the thermos shook slightly, while his other hand had already pinched that small packet of transparent powder, his index finger and thumb skillfully pinching it. The white powder silently and precisely falling into the open bottle. The entire process was seamless, taking only a second. After finishing all this, he continued walking as if nothing had happened, reaching the faucet, leisurely turning it on and filling the thermos with water. The sound of water hitting the thermos lining became his best cover. The quarrel in the front yard continued. Shazhu and Xu Damao were going back and forth, cursing with great delight. In the end, it was still old Uncle who forcibly pulled the two apart. Enough, enough. Say less. Shazhu, go back to your house. Xu Damao, take your chicken and go back to eat. Stop tempting people in the yard. Seeing Shazhu being persuaded to go back, Xu Damao felt he had the upper hand, smugly snorted at Shazhu's back, picked up the chicken from the stone table, and turned back inside. He closed the door, isolating himself from the noise outside, rubbed his hands together, and sat back at the table, looking at the golden chicken soup and the bright yellow chicken meat in front of him. He poured himself a full cup of white liquor and sighed comfortably. Competing with Grandpa? Shazhu, you're still too young. He picked up a big chicken leg and bit into it fiercely, the meat tender and falling off the bone, bursting with flavor. He then raised the wine cup and downed it in one go. The spicy white liquor slid down his throat, and a warm feeling rose up. Today this wine seems to have no change in taste, but the afterkick seems a bit stronger than usual. Xu Damao didn't think much of it, just assumed it was because he was in a good mood and his alcohol tolerance had increased. He enjoyed the meat and wine, already starting to plan to stew the remaining chicken that evening to infuriate the poor souls in the yard. Meanwhile, Li Dahai, who had returned to his house after fetching water, was sitting by the window, a barely noticeable smile on his lips. He listened intently, quietly waiting. About 10 minutes later, just as the people in the yard thought the storm had passed and were preparing to go home for dinner. Bang! With a loud bang, Xu Damao's door was suddenly slammed open from the inside. Xu Damao was holding his stomach, bending over, his face pale with an eerie greenish hue. and beads of sweat the size of soybeans were rolling down his forehead. "Oh no, my stomach can't take it anymore." He hadn't finished his sentence when a thunderous rumble erupted from his belly. "Gulalulu!" Xu Damao's expression instantly transformed from pain to terror. He clenched his legs tightly and, in an extremely awkward posture, charged towards the public toilet at the other end of the courtyard. His speed was faster than a rabbit. He ran so hurriedly that he crashed headlong into Uncle Yin Bugue, who had just peeked half his body out of his door. Yin Bugue was pondering how to phrase his request for some chicken soup and noodles without losing face when he was suddenly knocked back 2 steps by a tremendous force, his reading glasses slipping down his nose. "Ouch! Who is it?" Not looking where they're going, Yin Bugue steadied himself against the doorframe, about to get angry, when he took a closer look and saw it was Xu Damao. Xu Damao's entire face was scrunched up, his complexion like dirt, his lips pale, and his forehead glistening with cold sweat. One hand was gripping his stomach tightly, while the other was clawing frantically in front of him. His legs were squeezed tightly together, and he looked like a boiled shrimp bending over in an extremely strange posture. "Xu Damao, did you eat something bad?" Yin Bugue was startled and instinctively took a step back, fearing he might catch something. Xu Damao didn't have time to respond. He let out a painful groan from his throat, bypassed Yin Bugue, and continued sprinting towards the toilet at breakneck speed. His legs moved quickly and small, with an odd gait, as if any larger step would lead to disastrous consequences. "What's going on here?" Yin Bugue watched Xu Damao's awkward retreating figure, clicking his tongue, realizing that the chicken soup deal was completely off. The huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of people who had just returned home and were preparing to disperse. "What is happening now?" Uncle Zhonghai had just picked up his rice bowl when he heard the noise, sighed, and put down his chopsticks to head to the door. Second, Uncle Liu Haizhong also came out with his hands behind his back, clearing his throat, ready to make an important speech about this chaotic scene. The door of Qin Huairu's house also opened, and she and Jia Zhang both poked their heads out. When Jia Zhang saw Xu Damao's ghastly appearance, she froze for a moment. Then her face broke into an unabashed smirk of schadenfreude. "Oh dear, this is retribution. It must be that chicken was off, and he got a bad stomach." Just then, the door of Shazhu's house was flung open with a bang. He had been angry that he couldn't beat Xu Damao up, but upon seeing the scene outside, he burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha ha! Xu Damao, did you stew the chicken with its crap too? Look at you. Hurry up, don't poop your pants, or you'll be famous throughout the courtyard." Shazhu's loud laughter echoed throughout the courtyard, causing many to want to laugh but suppress it, only able to stifle their chuckles. Xu Damao heard Shazhu's mockery, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in anger. But the overwhelming pain in his stomach and the relentless torrent within left him with no strength to retort. All his humiliation and fury transformed into the motivation to reach the toilet. Chapter 9. The last straw that broke the camel's back, Xu Damao's social death in the courtyard. Everyone exchanged glances, followed by a buzzing discussion. Xu Damao really doesn't care about his reputation. Liu Haizhong seized the opportunity to speak, puffing out his belly, his expression serious. Uncle Zhonghai looked at the messy courtyard and shook his head helplessly. "What's going on? Did he eat bad chicken?" Shazhu also leaned out, and upon seeing Xu Damao's state, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha! Retribution! This is retribution! Look at you showing off! Eating alone! Even heavens can't stand it anymore! Ha ha ha!" Amid Shazhu's laughter, Xu Damao had already reached the toilet door, but he charged in too fiercely, slipped, and fell flat on his face with a thud. At that moment, it seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. A long and loud sound erupted, accompanied by an indescribable stench that instantly filled the courtyard. At that moment, the entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at Xu Damao, who was sprawled at the toilet door, his body twitching uncontrollably. The dead silence lasted less than 3 seconds. The indescribable stench, as if it had grown legs, quickly spread throughout the courtyard, centering around Xu Damao. Those nearest turned pale, instinctively retreating several steps, covering their noses with one hand and fanning themselves with the other. "What the hell?" Someone cursed, completely shattering the eerie silence. Shazhu's wild laughter froze. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Xu Damao, who lay motionless on the ground, his nostrils flaring as a strong odor assaulted him. He gagged once, and then that frozen smile transformed into even more intense laughter, nearly causing him to pass out. Ha ha ha. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Xu Damao, you're truly something else. Eating chicken turned you into a projectile weapon. Now the whole courtyard will be seasoned by you. Ha ha ha. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, leaning against the door frame, gasping for breath, his voice filled with unreserved schadenfreude and sheer delight. Jia Zhang also snapped out of her shock. Instead of retreating, she leaned forward, her face a mask of disgust and satisfaction. She slapped her thigh and shouted sharply, "Retribution. This is living retribution. Letting you eat alone. Bullying us orphans. The heavens have opened their eyes. Let us see how you act tough in the courtyard from now on." Qin Huairu's face shifted between red and white, her stomach churning. She hurriedly pushed the curious Wang Jing and Xiao Dong back into the house, quickly retreating behind the door, leaving just a crack to watch the commotion outside. The scene was utterly disgusting, but for some reason, she felt a secret thrill within. Uncle Zhonghai's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he pointed at the chaotic courtyard, struggling to utter a complete sentence. What is this? This is simply nonsense. He felt his blood pressure rising, as the order he had maintained in the courtyard for half his life was completely obliterated by the stench. Cough, cough. Second, Uncle Liu Haizhong covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, stepping back 2 paces to steady himself, then cleared his throat, attempting to regain control of the situation. Comrade Xu Damao's behavior is extremely uncivilized. It severely disrupts the sanitary environment of our courtyard and affects the normal lives of our neighbors. His ideological awareness needs improvement. This matter must be addressed in a courtyard meeting for serious criticism. Third, Uncle Yanbugue, one of the closest victims, felt his nose was out of order, his mind consumed by a single thought. That fat old hen was completely ruined. He adjusted his crooked glasses, his face full of sorrow, not for Xu Damao, but for that pot of chicken soup that should have been his. Meanwhile, the instigator, Liu Dahai, was comfortably sitting by his window. The window was slightly ajar, allowing the outside sounds and smells to filter in. He poured himself a cup of water from a thermos filled with hot water, leisurely blowing on the steam. Liu Dahai took a sip. The water was hot, warmth flowing down his throat into his stomach. Watching the crowd in the courtyard, some shocked, some laughing hysterically, some angry, some disgusted, his slight smile deepened, his eyes filled with the leisure and satisfaction of a spectator. The overwhelming stench in the courtyard seemed to come alive, stubbornly lingering in everyone's nostrils, refusing to disperse. People covered their noses and hurried back into the house, closing doors and windows tightly, afraid that the smell would invade their meals. Shazhu leaned against the doorframe, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up, feeling that he had feasted his eyes today instead of actually eating. Liu Dahai closed the window, isolating himself from the noise and odors outside, and leaned back contentedly in his chair. At that moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host successfully made Xu Damao embarrass himself in public, causing him severe physical discomfort and ruining his reputation. Reward of 150 points of depravity value. Current balance of depravity value, 150 points. Got it. Liu Dahai felt a surge of joy in his heart. The harvest this time exceeded his expectations. He originally just wanted to make Xu Damao have a stomach upset, but he didn't expect such outstanding results, directly upgrading him to a biochemical weapon, attacking the entire courtyard in the process. Looking at the string of numbers on the system panel, he began to search the system mall without hesitation. What did he need the most right now? The ability to improve his life. His gaze fixed on an icon, beginner cooking skill. Redemption price, 100 points of depravity value. That's it. Redeem. As he focused his thoughts, 100 points of depravity value instantly vanished. In the next second, a vast and intricate stream of information surged into his mind like a flood breaking a dam. Chopping, stirring, flipping, timing, countless knowledge, techniques, and muscle memory about cooking were deeply imprinted in his body and soul, as if he had practiced for more than a decade. From the simplest home-style stir-fry to some uncommon hard dishes, the methods and tricks were crystal clear. Liu Dahai even instinctively reached out his hand, fingers slightly curled, and a standard flipping motion flashed through his mind, smooth and effortless. He nodded in satisfaction. With this skill, he wouldn't starve in this era. At this moment, the Xu family was in a gloomy atmosphere. Liu Shaoyi had just come home from work, and as soon as she entered the yard, she smelled a strange odor. After hearing a few words from the neighbors, her face turned pale with anger. Inside the house, Xu Damao lay weakly on the bed, his face waxy, lips cracked, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, constantly groaning. He had run to the bathroom 7 or 8 times, feeling as if his insides were about to empty. And now he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Xu Damao, you're really something. Liu Shaoyi slammed her bag on the table, looking at him with disappointment. I told you that the chicken was suspicious, and to not be so hasty, but you didn't listen. Now look, everyone in the courtyard is laughing at you. You made me lose face. Xu Damao weakly defended himself. How was I to know that chicken looked plump? I suspected that Liu Dahai's grandson was up to something. That chicken meat must be dirty. Do you have any evidence? Liu Shaoyi retorted, leaving Xu Damao speechless. Right, do you have evidence? No. Should I tell others that I took laxatives and messed in the yard? That would be even more embarrassing. The more Xu Damao thought about it, the more angry and frustrated he became, and finally he could only bury his head in the quilt, letting out a muffled groan of humiliation. This silent humiliation. He was stuck with it. Chapter 10 Uncle San's plan, empty-handed trickery in the yard. This farce became the talk of everyone after dinner. Did you hear? Xu Damao ate chicken and turned himself into a fountain. Serves him right, letting him be so cocky, wagging his tail at everyone. Now look, his tail is gone. I say, Shazhu's rough words make sense. This is retribution. Second aunt held a bowl at the door, listening to the gossip while saying to Liu Haizhong, Old Liu, look at this Xu Damao, he really can't handle things. Liu Haizhong, with his hands behind his back, nodded with an air of authority. His ideological awareness is too low. We'll have a courtyard meeting later, and I must criticize him properly. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Liu Dahai, was planning his next meal. He glanced at the remaining 50 points of depravity value in the system and exchanged it for a pound of 3-layer pork belly and some scallions, ginger, star anise, and other seasonings. The pork appeared on the table, with a perfect mix of fat and lean meat. Liu Dahai rolled up his sleeves, filled with confidence from the cooking skills that had just flooded his mind. He swiftly chopped the pork into evenly sized cubes. Heating the oil in the pan, he added rock sugar to caramelize, then added the pork cubes to stir-fry, rendering the fat, adding scallions, ginger slices, star anise, and cinnamon, drenching it with soy sauce and cooking wine, then adding water to cover the meat. A series of actions were performed seamlessly, without any clumsiness. Soon, a rich and overpowering aroma of meat wafted out from Liu Dahai's window, even stronger than the chicken soup before. This fragrance, mingling the salty sweetness of soy sauce and the caramel sweetness of rock sugar, combined with the richness of the meat fat, seemed like an invisible hand, forcefully invading everyone's noses in the courtyard. At the Jia family, Mom, it smells so good, it's meat. Bang Gung's nose was the sharpest. He sniffed vigorously, drool uncontrollably trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the direction of Liu Dahai's house. Jia Zhang's face changed colors, alternating between green and white. This damn Liu Dahai, is he doing this on purpose? Yesterday, it was stewed chicken. Today, it's braised meat. How can anyone live like this? The aroma tickled her heart, stirring up the gluttony in her stomach. But thinking of Xu Damao's miserable fate, she forcibly suppressed the greedy thoughts that had risen to her throat. What is so fragrant? Eating too much will make you end up like Xu Damao. Jia Zhang cursed irritably, but her heart was bleeding. Qin Huairu, smelling the aroma, silently swallowed her saliva, glancing complicatedly at her own bland cornmeal buns. She was also puzzled. Liu Dahai had been so quiet before. How did he suddenly start living so well? With chicken and meat, where did he get the money? Liu Dahai didn't care what others thought. He leisurely watched the bubbling braised meat in the pot, feeling the convenience and satisfaction brought by his new skills, realizing that life suddenly had flavor and hope. With this depravity system, being well-fed and warm was definitely not a problem. His ambitions, however, were far beyond that. He wanted to live more comfortably than anyone else in this courtyard, to be bolder than anyone. To achieve this goal, he needed more depravity value. With Xu Damao down, there were countless vegetables waiting for him to harvest in the courtyard. Li Dahai's gaze inadvertently swept to the front yard. Uncle San, Yin Bugue, was squatting at his door, holding a small notebook, frowning as if calculating something. He was muttering to himself as he calculated, his frugal demeanor etched deep in his bones. A brilliant idea quietly formed in Li Dahai's mind. To deal with what kind of person, one must use what kind of trick. To deal with someone like Xu Damao, who cared about face, just let him embarrass himself in public. But to deal with someone like Yin Bugue, who treated calculations as his lifeblood, Li Dahai's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. If he calculates and calculates, only to find himself outsmarted in the end, losing both his wife and soldiers. The expression on that old face must be quite wonderful, right? The next target is you, Uncle San. Li Dahai withdrew his thoughts and looked at the stew pot in front of him. The braised meat in the pot was perfectly cooked, the sauce thick and glossy, each piece of pork belly shimmering with a sauce color. Li Dahai picked up a piece, blew on it, and eagerly sent it into his mouth. The fatty part melted in his mouth, not greasy at all, while the lean meat was tender and flavorful, filling his mouth with a rich aroma of fats and sauce. Ah, so satisfying. Li Dahai happily squinted his eyes. This is the life. In the courtyard, Uncle Senyin Bugue had finished watching the commotion and was anxiously circling around his old bicycle, sweat appearing on his forehead. Oh, what is this? He crouched down, carefully picking up the fallen chain, his hands covered in black grease. Not only had the chain come off, but one of its links seemed to be stuck. No matter how he twisted it, it wouldn't budge. This Phoenix bicycle was his treasure, essential for his daily commute, meetings, and grocery shopping. And it was also a symbol of his status in the courtyard. Now that it was out of commission, it felt like he had lost half a leg. Should he take it to the repair shop? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly squashed by Yin Bugue. Those repair shop guys were shady. They would surely charge him 30 or 50 cents just to replace a chain. That would be a real burden. As Yin Bugue wiped his hands with a rag, his mind was racing with calculations. No, he absolutely couldn't spend that money. Just then, a strong, mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air and into his nostrils. Yin Bugue sniffed and followed the scent to see the light shining from Li Dahai's window. That guy again. Chicken yesterday, meat today, living better than anyone else. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Yin Bugue's heart, quickly followed by an idea. He remembered how Li Dahai always loitered around the courtyard, seemingly without a care in the world, looking like a strong young man with nowhere to direct his energy. If he could get him to help, it would take no effort on his part, and he could save on repair costs. What a win-win. Yes, that's the plan. Yin Bugue cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and walked with his characteristic square gait to Li Dahai's door. Dahai, are you eating? He peeked in, wearing a friendly smile. But his eyes couldn't help but dart toward the shiny bowl of braised pork on the table, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Third uncle, Li Dahai looked up, still chewing on meat, responding vaguely. Oh, looks like you're living well, even braising pork. Yin Bugue first complimented him to appear easygoing, then shifted the conversation. Dahai, I have a small problem, and I'd like to ask for your help. Li Dahai was well aware. No one comes to third uncle without a reason, especially someone like Yin Bugue, who was always calculating. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and revealed a somewhat honest expression. Third uncle, what is it? Look at my bike. Yin Bugue pointed to the bicycle parked in the yard. The chain came off, and I'm getting old. My eyesight isn't good, and my hands are clumsy. I've fiddled with it for a long time and couldn't fix it. I see you're young and nimble. Can you help third uncle put it back on? Here it comes, the old trick of empty-handedly taking advantage of someone. Chapter 11. I won't eat or drink, but I must fix your bike. Li Dahai's mind raced, and the system panel instantly appeared. Basic mechanic skill, redemption price, 100 points of moral deficit. Current moral deficit balance, 0 points. I need to make this old miser cough up some cash before I can have any leverage. Li Dahai put on a troubled expression, scratching his head. Third uncle, I've never repaired a bicycle before. I'm clumsy, and what if I don't fix it right and end up breaking it? I can't afford to pay for that. He deliberately emphasized the words "can't afford to pay." Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Afraid of breaking it? Isn't that just perfect? He immediately patted his chest confidently, saying, "Oh, come on. What kind of talk is that? If you're willing to help, third uncle will be grateful. Besides, the bike is already broken. Just go ahead and fix it. If you break it, it's still my responsibility. I want to make you pay." To reassure Li Dahai, he raised his voice so that the other neighbors who were still awake in the courtyard could hear, demonstrating his generosity and fairness. "All right, with your word, I'll feel at ease." Li Dahai nodded, but still didn't move, maintaining a look of hesitation. Yin Bugui grew a bit impatient. Why was this kid dragging his feet? "What is wrong, Dahai? Is there a problem?" he asked patiently. Li Dahai rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy, and lowered his head, speaking in a smaller voice. "Third uncle, to be honest, I've been a bit tight on cash lately. My pockets are cleaner than my face. I was planning to read more at night to learn something, but I can't even scrape together money for a book." As soon as those words came out, Yin Bugui's small eyes squinted. He immediately understood. This kid was hinting at wanting something in return. Yin Bugui's mind began racing with calculations again. A trip to the repair shop would cost at least 30 cents. A book? The cheapest exercise notebook costs just a few cents, and an old book with words would be a dime at most. Spending a dime to solve a 30-cent problem meant a profit of 20 cents. Plus, as a teacher, buying him a book would mean nurturing the younger generation, teaching and educating, which would make his reputation sound good. This deal was a steal. The more he thought about it, the smarter he felt, and his gaze towards Li Dahai took on an air of intellectual superiority. Silly boy, going around in circles just for a dime or two. Realizing this, a more amiable smile spread across Yin Bugui's face. "Dahai, having ambition is a good thing. Your awareness is quite high. You don't need to worry about money. How about this? You help me fix the bike, and third uncle will pay for a brand new book for you. Plus, I'll throw in a pen. How's that sound? If you ever have questions while studying, feel free to come ask me, and I'll guide you." He felt that his words were impeccable, providing Li Dahai with benefits while preserving his own dignity as an educated person and saving a significant amount of money. In the courtyard, second aunt was carrying out foot washing water and happened to overhear this conversation, unable to help but sneer. This old Yin really had it all figured out. Getting someone to work just for a book, such a miser. Li Dahai wanted exactly this effect. He wanted everyone to know that Yin Bugui offered a benefit just to get him to fix the bike. He immediately broke into a grateful smile, standing up excitedly. "Really? Third uncle? Thank you so much. You can count on me to fix it perfectly. That's the spirit." Yin Bugui nodded in satisfaction, feeling pleased with himself. Look, just a silly young man, and he was satisfied with a broken book. He led Li Dahai to the bicycle, pointing at the grimy chain, and spoke in a commanding tone. "Here it is. See what you can do." Li Dahai crouched down, pretended to fiddle with the chain a couple of times, then stood up, looking serious as he said to Yin Bugui, "Third uncle, this chain is too stiff. Just using hands won't do. We need tools." "What tools do you need?" "I have a pair of pliers." Yin Bugui immediately replied. "Just having pliers isn't enough." Li Dahai shook his head, putting on an air of seriousness. "There's a little clasp inside the chain that is deformed. We need to straighten it out first." "Do you have a hammer? And a hard nail?" "I need something to cushion it while I take that link off to fix it." Upon hearing this, Yin Bugui found it reasonable, although it was a bit more trouble. As long as it saved money, it was no issue. Yes. Just wait a moment. I'll go find them for you." Watching Yin Bugui turn and rummage through the house, Li Dahai's smile became meaningful. He wanted this penny-pinching third uncle to experience what it feels like to lose both the lady and the soldiers. Before long, Yin Bugui came out of the house, one hand holding a rusty claw hammer and the other pinching a thick and long iron nail, presenting them to Li Dahai like a treasure. "Dahai, how about these two? These are my prized possessions. I rarely lend them to anyone." Li Dahai took them, examined them. The hammer was good, though it looked old, and the nail was hard enough, so he had a plan in mind. But he didn't show it on his face, still appearing honest and simple. Yin Bugui watched him holding the tools but not getting to work, and his impatience flared up again. He always felt that this kid had a trick up his sleeve, but he couldn't figure out why. He cleared his throat and decided to add a little more pressure to settle the matter once and for all. After fumbling in his pocket for a while, His movements slow, like a slow-motion scene in a movie. He finally pulled out a crumpled one-dime bill. The edges of the bill were worn, as if it still carried Yin Bugui's body heat and calculations. Dahai. Yin Bugui handed over the money, wearing a condescending expression akin to that of a benefactor. You're a diligent child. Uncle San can't not support you. Take this dime as your startup capital for buying books. Work hard and don't disappoint Uncle San's expectations. He deliberately emphasized the word support and expectations, as if he wasn't ordering someone to work, but making a grand educational investment. Aunt Air in the yard hadn't returned to her room yet. Upon hearing this, she paused with the foot basin in her arms, her mouth curling in disbelief. Goodness, just a dime to settle this? This old yen. His abacus beads were almost popping out on his face. Li Dahai's eyes lit up instantly. He took the dime with both hands, his excited hands trembling slightly, his voice quivering. Uncle San, you truly are my guiding light. I don't even know what to say. Rest assured, even if I have to go without food and drink, I will fix your bike. This reaction and attitude made Yin Bugui feel completely at ease, and all his doubts vanished. He patted Li Dahai's shoulder with satisfaction, feeling immensely tall at that moment. A naive youth is easy to manage. A broken book and a dime had him completely under control. He even took the time to glance in Aunt Air's direction, a hint of subtle pride in his eyes. See, the methods of a cultured person are far superior to those who only know how to use brute force and waste money. Chapter 12. It is my honor to help Uncle San relieve worries. Yin Bugui cleared his throat, stood with his hands behind his back, and strolled a couple of steps beside the bicycle, taking on a leader's inspection posture. All right, stop just being excited and get to work. I brought you the tools, and I've sponsored you the money. Uncle San is just waiting to ride the new bike. He had already planned that once the bike was fixed, he would take it out for a spin, praising Li Dahai's skills and high sense of awareness to everyone he met. By the way, he would casually mention how he had an eye for talent, enlightening a wayward youth with just an old book. All the face and substance would be his. The more Yin Bugui thought about it, the better he felt, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be hidden. He even hummed a tuneless little tune. He was completely unaware of the cunning flash that passed through Li Dahai's eyes as he lowered his head. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made Yin Bugui feel intellectually superior and willingly spin a dime, gaining 50 points of malicious value. Current malicious value balance, 50 points. It's here. Li Dahai was overjoyed inside, but he still wore a face of heartfelt gratitude. He carefully folded the dime neatly and solemnly stuffed it into his breast pocket, patting it firmly, afraid it might fly away. This display made Yin Bugui feel extremely comfortable. Look at that, a naive youth bought off with just a dime. My mind really works faster than others. He stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, looking like a general inspecting troops. All right, get to work quickly. It's getting late, Yin Bugui urged. Sure thing. Li Dahai responded promptly. He laid the bicycle down, found the jammed chain, placed a nail underneath, and lifted the hammer, striking it with a loud clang. The sound was particularly loud in the quiet night, immediately attracting a few neighbors who were still awake, peeking out. Uncle San, what's wrong with your bike? Oh, isn't that Dahai? Helping Uncle San fix the bike? Hearing the neighbors' questions, Yin Bugui stood taller, a restrained smile on his face. It's nothing serious. The chain fell off. Dahai is enthusiastic and volunteered to help. As an elder, I can't let the kid go unrewarded. Just now, I sponsor him a dime to buy books and study, encouraging him. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of various meanings of "oh" erupted around them. Li Dahai sneered inwardly, but his face remained focused. While hammering, he muttered to himself, this angle is wrong. I need to change direction. Yin Bugui watched anxiously from the side, unable to resist pointing out, Dahai, you need to use finesse, not brute force. Listen to me, this is called torque. You have to find the point of force. Yes, right there, just pry it gently. What he said was all theoretical knowledge he had seen from books, sounding plausible, leaving the neighboring onlookers stunned, thinking Uncle San was indeed a cultured person, even having a systematic approach to fixing a bicycle. Li Dahai was almost laughing out loud inside, but he played along, saying, yes, you are right, Uncle San, torque, point of force. While speaking, he accidentally let the hammer slip, missing the chain and striking heavily onto the nearby wheel steel wire. With a sharp clang, a wire snapped. But that wasn't the end. Feigning surprise, he jerked his hand, causing the already twisted chain to spring back, and a little clasp flew off with a whoosh. It traced a beautiful arc in the air, accompanied by a light ding, perfectly landing in a pile of coal slag in the corner. In the deep night, that little clasp vanished without a trace. The entire yard fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the unfortunate bicycle. What had started as a simple chain problem had now turned into a major repair, with a broken wire and a crucial clasp gone. Yin Bugui's face visibly shifted from smug to ashen. His small eyes bulged, staring intently at Li Dahai, his lips trembling, unable to speak for a long time. Oh no! Li Dahai sat down on the ground, his face full of panic and guilt. He looked at his hands, then at the bicycle, looking as if he was about to cry. Uncle San, I didn't mean to. It's all my clumsy hands. He said this while looking at Yin Bugui with a wronged expression. I said I couldn't fix it. You insisted I do it. This statement hit Yin Bugui like a heavy hammer to the heart. Yes, he had said that himself. He had taken it upon himself, and even claimed in front of the neighbors that if it broke, it was also his responsibility. The neighbors' gazes turned subtly. Aunt Air couldn't help but burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth, but her shaking shoulders betrayed her. Yin Bugui felt a rush of blood to his head, so furious that he was blowing his beard and glaring, pointing at Li Dahai for a long time, unable to utter a word. Scold him? He had just praised the kid for being enthusiastic and even gave him money. Make him pay. He had just said he would make him pay. This was a loss he couldn't swallow. After painstakingly calculating, he had wanted to spend a dime to accomplish a 3-dime task. And what happened? The dime was spent. The bike went from a minor repair to a major overhaul, and he had to sacrifice his own face. Looking at Yin Bugui's face, which was almost dripping with frustration, Li Dahai felt immensely satisfied, but he still stood up and approached sincerely. Uncle San, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. He lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. It seems I really can't fix this bike. How about this? I'll help you push the bike to the repair shop. I know a place at East Street. The master there has great skills, and the key is that the charges are especially cheap. The word cheap was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly piercing through Yin Bugui's heart. He was worried about how to deal with this mess. He went to a familiar repair shop and ran into an acquaintance. Where could he put his face? Moreover, fixing such a pile of issues would surely cost a lot, right? Now that Li Dahai suggested going to a cheap shop, it gave a glimmer of hope to his heart, which had already sunk into an ice hole. He looked at Li Dahai suspiciously and squinted his eyes, asking, really cheap? Of course. Li Dahai patted his chest and said confidently, I passed by last time and asked. Patching a tire only costs 5 cents. In your situation, I estimate it would only be 2 or 3 dimes at most. 2 or 3 dimes. Yin Bugui's mind started racing again. If he went himself, it would cost at least 5 dimes. Letting this kid go might even get a better deal. Although he still felt uneasy, it seemed there was no better option at the moment. He couldn't leave this broken bike with a snapped wire and missing chain in the yard overnight. Could he? He bit his back teeth and squeezed out a few words. Then, I'll trouble you. Not a trouble at all. It's my honor to help third uncle. Li Dahai immediately showed a simple smile, quickly lifted the bicycle, and pushed it out of the yard. Yin Bugui, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind with a serious face. Chapter 13. How much to fix the bike? $2.50. The night wind blew, stirring up a few fallen leaves and chilling Yin Bugui's heart. He watched Li Dahai pushing the bike ahead, feeling that something was off. It was as if he had fallen into a pit he had dug himself. Meanwhile, Li Dahai, walking ahead, had a grin stretching from ear to ear. The night at the East Street corner was much darker than in the courtyard, without the walls to block it. The evening breeze rushed like a wild dog, sweeping across faces with a chill. Li Dahai pushed the disabled bicycle, and with every step, the broken chain dragged on the ground, scraping against the uneven dirt road, making a clattering noise. This sound was like a dull knife, cutting into Yin Bugui's heart with each jarring sound. Yin Bugui kept his face serious, hands clasped behind his back, striding with his unique square step. But his eyes were fixed on the wreck of the bike ahead. It felt like an abacus was clicking rapidly in his mind. Replacing a wire would cost 2 cents. The flying clip that was missing was called a chain link. It was small but hard to find, likely costing 3 to 5 cents just to buy. This chain was beaten into a twisted mess. It surely was useless. A whole chain would cost at least 20 cents, right? Adding it all up, wouldn't that be 30 cents? His single dime not only went down the drain, but he would have to pay an extra 20 cents. The thought of this made Yin Bugui's heart ache, and looking at Li Dahai's back made him feel disgusted. This kid looked simple-minded, yet how could he be so clumsy? Foolish, really foolish. But then he remembered boasting in front of the neighbors in the yard that whatever got broken would be on him. Those words felt like a branding iron, burning all the curses he wanted to shout back into his stomach. Dahai, Yin Bugui finally couldn't help but speak, his voice dry. Is that repair shop far? Li Dahai immediately stopped, turned around with an apologetic smile. Third uncle, it's not far, just around the corner ahead. Don't worry. I've seen that master before. His skills are absolutely reliable, and he is an honest person once he rip you off. The more sincere he was, the more uneasy Yin Bugui felt. He could only grunt through his nose and urged, then hurry up, dawdling around. What time is it? Turning the corner. A small shop with a dim yellow light bulb appeared in front of them. The shop was small, with a few patched old tires displayed at the entrance, and the air was thick with the smell of rubber and oil. A master in a blue work uniform, hands covered in grease, was focused on putting steel wires on a wheel. Hearing the noise, he didn't look up and asked, repairing a bike? Yes, master. Li Dahai replied enthusiastically as he pushed the bike over. Can you take a look? The chain fell off. I wanted to help third uncle fix it, but it got worse. Look at this. The master put down his work, came over, and lifted the bike. He glanced at it and frowned. He pinched the twisted chain with pliers, turned the pedal, and listened to the sound of the rear axle. Huh, the master snorted, a tone of teasing familiarity in his voice. Young man, this isn't repairing a bike. This is dismantling one. Yin Bugui's face flushed red, feeling as if the dim light was spotlighting him, burning hotly. The master didn't say much more, pointing at the bike. The chain is ruined. It needs replacing. You hit it too hard. You've broken a tooth on the rear sprocket too. It'll definitely slip when pedaled. That also needs replacing. And this wire is broken. Needs a new one. Every time he spoke, Yin Bugui's heart sank a little more. By the time he finished, Yin Bugui felt like his heart had sunk into a cold cellar. He trembled his lips, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, and asked, so master, how much will this cost in total? The master extended 2 grease-stained fingers, then signaled 5. $2.50. What? Yin Bugui's voice shot up an octave, sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He thought he heard wrong. How did the budget of 2 or 3 dimes jump to 10 times that? $2.50, the master repeated, his tone flat, but every word hit like a hammer. The chain is $1.20, the sprocket 80 cents, and replacing the wire with adjusting the wheel, 50 cents. Not a cent less. $2.50. Yin Bugui felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, his body swaying. $2.50. How much does an ordinary worker make in a month these days? That's enough for his family's living expenses for a week. Just for this broken bicycle? He felt like his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all bleeding. He suddenly turned his head, his small eyes shooting fire, glaring at Li Dahai. Li Dahai, look at the mess you've made. Li Dahai was startled by a shout, stepping back in panic, stammering, his third uncle, I really didn't mean to. I didn't know it would be this serious. Didn't he mean to? Yin Bugui trembled with rage, pointing at the bike and shouting, is this what you call not meaning to? Are you trying to sell my old bones for parts? I don't care you broke this bike. You have to pay for it. He finally tore off the pretense. All the talk about taking responsibility and being a senior all seemed like nonsense in front of $2.50. Li Dahai looked troubled, his eyes reddening with grievance, spreading his hands, which were cleaner than his face. Third uncle, I don't have a single cent on me. The only money I have is that 1 dime you gave me. I was just planning to buy 2 notebooks tomorrow. Saying this, he actually pulled out the neatly folded dime from his pocket and offered it. Do you want to take it for now? At that moment, the dime felt like a tremendous insult to Yin Bugui. He looked at the dime, then at Li Dahai's innocent face, and thought about the big talk he had made in the yard, feeling a surge of anger rise from the soles of his feet straight to his head. The repairman standing by watched clearly and urged with crossed arms. I say, gentlemen, are you going to repair it or not? If not, I'll be closing up. I still need to go home and sleep. Repair it. Of course, repair it. Yin Bugui almost shouted. What else could he do? Would he push this pile of scrap iron back home and let everyone in the courtyard laugh at him tomorrow? He felt like a duck being roasted over a fire. Every part of him uncomfortable. Gritting his teeth, he shakily reached into his inner pocket where he had saved up a little stash of money for half a year. He rummaged for a long time and finally pulled out a crumpled stack of bills 125. The action of counting the money was slower than embroidering, and every bill that left his hand felt like a piece of flesh being cut from him. In the end, he slapped the assembled $2.50 on the mechanic's table as if submitting a letter of surrender. Master, please hurry. He squeezed out these words from between his teeth, then turned around, unable to bear the sight of his beloved bike being disassembled. Liu Dahai stood beside him, his head lowered, his shoulders slightly shaking as he desperately held back his laughter. Chapter 14, Third Uncle. You really are a big spender. The old mechanic was quick and efficient. In less than half an hour, the bike was repaired. The brand new chain gleamed under the light, and the flywheel spun smoothly. All done. Yin Bugui came back to his senses, looking at the brand new bicycle, but there was not a trace of joy in his heart, only endless pain. He darkened his face, mounted the bike, and didn't even bother to say thank you before pedaling away. On the way back, the night wind was even cooler. Yin Bugui rode ahead, his mouth never stopping. You say this child of yours, so young, why are you so reckless when doing things? Good intentions are good, but the result is bad. $2.50. Do you know how many pounds of flour that can buy? With this one hit, our family's grocery money for a week is gone. What a wasteful child, absolutely wasteful. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to let you help me fix the bike. He rambled on, pouring out all the frustration and anger he felt onto Liu Dahai, who was jogging behind him. Liu Dahai listened silently, not saying a word, his face still wearing that guilty expression, but inside he was overjoyed. Curse me, the harsher you scold me, the better I feel. Ding! A crisp prompt sounded in Liu Dahai's mind, like heavenly music. The host has successfully made Yin Bugui lose $2.50 and has caused him to fall into extreme depression and anger. The verbal attack has caused emotional harm. Overall evaluation. This immoral behavior has had an excellent effect. Congratulations to the host for earning 150 points of immoral value. Current balance, 200 points. Yes. Liu Dahai's heart surged with joy, and even Yin Bugui's scolding became pleasant to his ears. 200 points. This time it's really a huge profit. By the time he returned to the courtyard, it was already very late at night. But the light in the courtyard was still on. Just as Yin Bugui pushed the bike into the yard, second aunt came out from the house wearing a coat, clearly awakened by the noise earlier. Oh, third uncle, is it fixed? Second aunt asked, peeking her head out. As soon as Yin Bugui saw he had an audience, he immediately stopped the bike, and the look of pain on his face instantly transformed into one of sorrow and disappointment, as if he were lamenting the state of humanity. He sighed, pointing to Liu Dahai behind him, and started pouring out his grievances to second aunt. Ah, don't mention it. This kid Dahai, he meant well, but he's young and has no sense of weight. What could have been solved with a dime? He went and ruined the chain and flywheel. It cost me a full $2.50. Ah, just consider it's spending money to teach him a lesson, and it's also a little intention from us elders. His words cleared him of all blame and conveniently adorned him with a hat of generosity, elevating the younger generation. Liu Dahai listened, internally sneering. This old man, even at this moment, didn't forget to make himself look good. He didn't refute, just kept his head down, looking humble and teachable, bowing repeatedly to second aunt and Yin Bugui. Third uncle, second aunt, it's all my fault, all my fault. I will definitely learn from this lesson and won't be so reckless again. Third uncle, you are magnanimous. Thank you so much. His demeanor made Yin Bugui's words seem a bit harsh. Second aunt made a meaningful oh, her gaze shifting between Yin Bugui and Liu Dahai, her lips curling slightly. But she said nothing more and turned back into the house. Yin Bugui looked at Liu Dahai's sincere face, a breath stuck in his chest, unable to rise or fall. He wanted to scold a few more words, but since the other party had already admitted fault and was so low in posture, if he kept pressing, it would seem too petty. He could only huff heavily and angrily push his precious bicycle worth $2.50 back to the backyard. Watching Yin Bugui's frustrated back disappear into the darkness, Li Dahai's guilt instantly vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable smile. He turned around and leisurely walked toward his small room, so happy that he even wanted to hum a little tune. Tonight's silent loss was enough for third uncle to drink a pot full. And what good things could this 200 points of immoral value be exchanged for in the system? Returning to his low and damp little room, Li Dahai locked the door behind him, and the fearful demeanor he had in the courtyard instantly disappeared without a trace. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of uncontainable excitement, and with a light blue screen that only he could see unfolded before him. Immoral system. Host. Li Dahai. Immoral value. 200 points, store, exchangeable. Skills, exchangeable. Li Dahai's gaze directly locked onto the skills section. The screen flickered, and rows of dazzling options appeared. Intermediate cooking skills. Let your cooking surpass that of Shazhu. Price, 200 points. Beginner fishing skills. Become the little prince of the reservoir. Price, 100 points. Beginner machining skills. You are a walking screwdriver. Price, 100 points. Looking at these skills, Li Dahai's heart raced. In this era, skills are the iron rice bowl, the foundation for survival. Cooking? There's already a Shazhu in the courtyard. Learning it himself would inevitably lead to conflict. Fishing? Third Uncle Yin Bugui is a master at it. Competing with a stingy old man for business is pointless. Only this machining skill is tailor-made for him. Technical positions in factories are sought after, not only high in salary, but also in status. System, exchange for beginner machining skills. Li Dahai silently thought. Ding. Consumed 100 points of immoral value. Successfully exchanged for beginner machining skills. Current balance, 100 points. As soon as the system prompt ended, a massive and pure torrent of information flooded into Li Dahai's mind. Countless mechanical schematics, principles of part engagement, various tool usage techniques, maintenance steps, and tips flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded movie, deeply imprinting themselves. Li Dahai closed his eyes, digesting this vast information. A few minutes later, when he opened his eyes again, the whole world seemed different. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he could feel the non-existent wrenches and pliers. And a kind of mysterious memory seemed to be etched into his muscles. He instinctively walked to the window, using the dim light in the courtyard to gaze at the bicycle parked in front of Yin Bugui's house in the backyard. Just one glance made the corners of Li Dahai's mouth involuntarily lift. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. The precious item that Yin Bugui and the mechanic thought was fixed appeared to Li Dahai at this moment, as if it were a naked beauty, full of flaws. The chain was too tight. Riding like this would be thrilling, but within a month, it would surely wear down the flywheel's teeth. The newly replaced flywheel was not original. Although it could work, the engagement with the chain was slightly off, and riding it for long would inevitably risk strange noises and skipping teeth. There are still brake pads. The master, in order to save trouble, used the lowest quality recycled rubber. It looks thick, but when it rains, it's like applying oil. One break, and you tumble. Ha! $2.50. Li Dahai chuckled lightly. Third uncle, you really are a big spender. Chapter 15. The well is broken? Let me give it a try. In the following days, Yin Bugui indeed did not give Li Dahai a good face. When they met in the yard, he either turned his head away or snorted heavily, looking at Li Dahai as if he owed him $800 and hadn't paid back. Li Dahai didn't mind, still wearing that honest and humble demeanor, nodding and bending over when he saw people. If you glare at me, I'll give you a silly smile, showing a guilty expression. If you're sarcastic, I'll lower my head and admit my mistakes, saying I'll definitely learn my lesson. This kind of soft and hard approach left Yin Bugui with a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, making him feel like he had punched cotton, indescribably uncomfortable. During the day, Li Dahai worked as an apprentice at the steel mill, but in his heart, he was plotting how to utilize his skills as a mechanic to create a good path for himself. The experienced craftsmen in the factory valued their skills more than their lives, and it was harder than ascending to heaven to learn something useful from them. But things were different now. The knowledge in his head was no less than theirs. That afternoon, after getting off work early, Li Dahai scavenged some unwanted scrap copper and iron from the scrapyard, returned to the yard, and sat on a small stool at his doorstep, starting to tinker with it. He didn't expect to create anything remarkable. It was purely for practice, to familiarize himself with the knowledge in his mind. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to be heard throughout the courtyard. Who is it? Hammering away in broad daylight. Summoning souls? Can anyone take a nap? The loud scolding came from inside, where Jia Zhang was complaining in full voice. Qin Huairu hurriedly came out from the house, and upon seeing Li Dahai, a hint of apology appeared on her face. Li Dahai smiled at her, and his hands stopped moving. Just then, Yin Bugue came back from outside, holding a birdcage and striding back with his characteristic swagger. He immediately spotted Li Dahai sitting at the door and the pile of scrap at his feet. The corner of third uncle's eyes twitched, and the accumulated resentment over the past few days finally found an outlet. He cleared his throat and spoke in a sarcastic tone to the air. Oh, some people just refuse to learn properly, not doing any serious work, just fiddling with scrap copper and iron. With this time, if you went out to sweep the streets, that would be a contribution to society. His voice was loud enough for several households in the yard to hear. Li Dahai looked up, still wearing that harmless smile on his face. What third uncle said is right. I'm just idly pondering. Pondering? I'm afraid you'll ponder so much that you'll ruin someone else's things again. Yin Bugue snorted coldly, glancing at Li Dahai, his disdain and contempt unhidden. At that time, it won't be solved with just $2.50. After saying that, he hummed a little tune, contentedly returning to the backyard. Finally, some of the frustration from the past few days was released. Watching his smug figure, Li Dahai's smile slowly faded, but his eyes shone with excitement. Oh, you want to slap my face? Just wait. He decided he must find an opportunity to repair something that was universally acknowledged in the courtyard as a tough problem that no one could fix. And he would do it in front of everyone. At that time, he wanted to see what color third uncle's face would turn. Opportunities come when you least expect them. The next morning, the courtyard was in an uproar. Oh no, what is wrong with the well? Not a single drop of water is coming out. Wasn't he fine yesterday? How could it just break like that? Hurry, does anyone have water stored? I need a scoop. I'm waiting to cook. The only public water well in the courtyard had completely broken down. A circle of people surrounded the well, each holding a bucket, their faces filled with worry. Qin Huairu was among them. She tried tugging at the well's handle, but all she heard was a dry, grating sound, and the outlet didn't even spit out a drop of rusty water. She glanced back at the house, where Grandma Jia Zhang was still lying in bed, waiting for her service, and the three kids were crying out in hunger. Without water, they couldn't even make breakfast. What to do now? Qin Huairu was so anxious she was stamping her feet. What else can be done? Hold a courtyard meeting. Second Uncle Liu Haizhong stood with his hands behind his back, assuming an authoritative posture. When public facilities break down, everyone needs to come together to think of a solution. Soon, the main figures in the courtyard gathered. First Uncle Zhonghai frowned, walked around the well twice, and shook the iron handle. Based on his 8-level mechanic experience, he could only determine that there was a problem with the internal components, but he had no idea which one was faulty or how to fix it. Previously, when the well had issues, he had taken people to repair it twice, but it was just a temporary fix, and it broke down again in a few days. It seemed the rubber cup inside had aged too much, or the piston rod had broken. Zhonghai said solemnly, "This time, we'll probably need to invite a professional to do a major repair." Upon hearing that a professional was needed, third Uncle Yin Bugue's eyelids twitched, and he adjusted his glasses, beginning his professional analysis. I inquired over at Dongzhai yesterday, and for a repair like ours, including labor and materials, it won't be less than $5. With over 20 households in our courtyard, that is over 20 cents per family. As he spoke, he used the corner of his eye to scan the crowd. The implication clear. Who is going to pay? How will it be paid? This needs to be calculated clearly. When Jia Zhang heard that they had to share the cost, she immediately rushed out from the house, sat down on the threshold with a thud, and began to wail while patting her thighs. Oh my heavens, life is unbearable. Even drinking water costs money. We're a family of orphans and widows. How can we afford this? First uncle, you must speak up for us. Qin Huairu quickly tugged at her clothes, her face turning red with embarrassment. The yard was instantly in chaos, with some complaining, some calculating, but no one could come up with a solution. Li Dahai was leisurely holding an enamel jar, leaning against his door frame, watching this grand performance with great interest. He heard the commotion, but his eyes, like light, penetrated the iron shell of the water well, clearly seeing the internal structure. The rubber cup has aged? That's for sure. But the real problem was that the one-way valve at the bottom was stuck with scale and rust, causing the piston to push down and water to be forced back into the well, making it impossible to draw up. Such a problem would require a professional to come in, disassemble everything, and replace all the parts to solve it. It would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and very expensive. But to Li Dahai, this was simply a question with an easy answer. As he watched first uncle and second uncle discussing going door to door to collect money, and Yin Bugui preparing to take notes, Li Dahai knew it was time for him to step forward. He cleared his throat and walked over slowly. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle. He first respectfully greeted the three elders in the yard, still wearing that honest smile. Li Dahai, what is the matter? Zhonghai turned his head, somewhat surprised. Li Dahai scratched his head, showing a slightly embarrassed expression. How about I give it a try? Chapter 16. This kid is hiding deep. As soon as Li Dahai said this, the entire courtyard fell silent, and a dozen pairs of eyes suddenly focused on him. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The first to laugh was third Uncle Yin Bugui. He seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Pointing at Li Dahai, did I hear that wrong? Li Dahai wants to fix this? You, an apprentice, haven't even warmed up your tools yet, and you dare to take on this porcelain work? His sharp and sarcastic voice echoed throughout the courtyard. The sea is not to be trifled with. Uncle Liu Haizhong also had a stern face. If you mess this well up even more, the money to hire a master 1T just be $5. It could be 10 or more. Qin Huairu looked worriedly at Li Dahai, wondering if he had been provoked by Uncle San's words a few days ago and was now stubbornly trying to show off. The neighbors around were also buzzing with discussions, mostly filled with doubt and distrust. After all, Dahai was still too young. Don't try to show off. If even Uncle De can't handle this, how can you? Yin Bugui listened to the crowd's words, and the smugness on his face grew stronger. He walked over to Li Dahai with his hands behind his back, speaking in a tone like that of an elder lecturing a younger person. Dahai, listen to Uncle San. It's good for young people to be ambitious, but you must be practical. Don't think that just banging on a pile of scrap metal will make you a master. You need to have self-awareness. His words seemed like advice, but in reality, they were a way to vent the resentment he had for being rebuffed a few days ago, while also airing his grievances in front of everyone. Seeing Yin Bugui's smug expression, Li Dahai sneered inwardly, but maintained a simple and honest demeanor on the outside. He didn't refute or argue. He just looked at Uncle Zhonghai, who had been silent, with sincere eyes that seemed to sparkle. Uncle, I just want to give it a try. You know I like to ponder over this stuff. He paused, then threw out his trump card. If I can't fix it, I won't charge the courtyard a single penny. If I accidentally break it and it gets worse than now, I'll pay for the master's fees all by myself. No need for everyone to share the cost. His words were firm and powerful, like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned, putting in effort and not getting paid for it. And if it breaks, he would pay? Is there such a good deal in this world? Yin Bugui opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that all his sarcastic remarks were blocked. What else could he say when someone had put it this way? Besides, it was clear that he didn't want the courtyard to be better off or for everyone to save money. Zhonghai looked deeply at Li Dahai. In this young man's eyes, he saw an unprecedented confidence and certainty. It didn't seem like showing off. It felt more like he had complete assurance. Let us treat this dead horse as a live one, Zhonghai decided in his heart. Rather than spending that $5, it was better to let Li Dahai give it a try. After all, there was no loss for the courtyard. All right, Zhonghai clapped his hands. Dahai, since you put it this way, Uncle E will trust you this once. All the men in the courtyard, if anyone has a handy wrench or pliers, bring them over to Dahai. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded and ran home to get tools. Yin Bugui's face turned ashen as he snorted heavily, crossing his arms and standing aside, his gaze sharp as a knife, just waiting to see Li Dahai make a fool of himself. Li Dahai scanned the crowd, noticing their looks of expectation, doubt, and anticipation for a joke. He turned around and smiled at everyone. Just wait a moment while I go get some tools for eating. After saying that, he walked back to his small room leisurely under everyone's watchful eyes. Soon, Li Dahai came back out. He wasn't carrying a proper toolbox. Instead, he held a whitewashed canvas bag, which he placed on the ground with a soft thud. The crowd craned their necks to see, and their hearts sank. Inside were just a few shabby items. A hammer missing half of its wooden handle, a pair of pliers that looked weak, and several iron bars of varying lengths, all polished shiny, but it was unclear what they were for. Hey, Uncle Sanyin Bugue couldn't hold back and nearly burst out laughing. Dahai, are you using your junk to fix the well? Don't tell me you usually use this stuff to make yourself a master? The courtyard erupted in suppressed laughter. These tools are worse than my knife for cutting cabbage. Young people are indeed young. They have thick skin and can bring out this kind of stuff. Uncle Liu Haizhong, even more so, took on an authoritative stance, hand behind his back, looking down at Li Dahai. This is ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Uncle Li, I think we should just forget it. We don't want Dahai to embarrass himself here and waste everyone's time. Zhonghai also frowned deeply. He had thought that Li Dahai, being bold enough to boast, would have some hidden treasures, but he didn't expect this. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Did he trust the wrong person? However, Li Dahai ignored the surrounding ridicule. He squatted down and methodically laid out the tools on the ground. Those seemingly ordinary iron bars came to life in his hands. He picked up the thinnest one and slid it into the gap of the water well casing, pressing his ear against the cold metal while gently tapping the end of the iron bar. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp yet muffled sounds echoed in the quiet courtyard, carrying a peculiar rhythm. The laughter on everyone's faces slowly froze. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders see the details. Zhonghai, being an 8th-level mechanic, suddenly widened his eyes. Is this listening for sound to determine position? This was a skill only a master would possess. By interpreting the sounds and vibrations returned from the tapping, he could assess the tightness of the internal structure and locate faults. Ordinary mechanic apprentices wouldn't even dare to think of this, let alone execute it so smoothly. This kid has hidden his abilities well. Yin Bugue also began to grasp the intricacies, and the mocking smile on his face faded somewhat, but his words remained unyielding. What a show. The well is filled with water. What can you hear from that? Are you trying to fool ghosts? Li Dahai still ignored him. After listening for a moment, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He switched to a pair of pliers, clamped a large nut at the base of the water well, took a deep breath, and his arm muscles slightly tensed. That nut had long since rusted, just a moment ago. Zhonghai and 2 strong laborers couldn't budge it even with a large wrench. Everyone was waiting to see Li Dahai turn red in the face and fail. But in the next second, with a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache, that stubborn nut actually moved a little. It moved. Hey, it really moved, someone exclaimed. Chapter 17. Li Dahai ISN just putting on a show, right? Zhonghai's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed on the worn pliers in Li Dahai's hand. The pliers looked inconspicuous, but the method and angle of applying force were simply exquisite, perfectly positioned at the weakest point of the nut. This was no longer brute strength. It was technique, it was experience. Yin Bugue opened his mouth, like a duck caught by the neck, unable to utter a single word. The disdain in his eyes had unknowingly transformed into shock and disbelief. The atmosphere in the courtyard had quietly changed. The chatter diminished, and the looks of those waiting for a joke turned into curiosity. Qin Huairu stood at the back of the crowd, her beautiful eyes also focused on Li Dahai, sparkling with a strange light. She realized that this young man, who usually had little presence in the courtyard and always smiled innocently, looked surprisingly charming as he squatted there, engrossed. That calmness and confidence were something she had never seen in any of the men in the courtyard. At that moment, a loud voice came from the back courtyard. What is going on? What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here and not eating? Everyone turned around to see Shazhu, who had just come back from work, holding a net bag containing 2 lunchboxes. He squeezed in the crowd, saw Li Dahai squatting by the well, and immediately laughed. Wow, Dahai, you're doing great. Switching careers to become a repairman? Don't show off. If even Uncle De can't handle this and you break it, we'll really have to fetch water ourselves. Silly Zhu is straightforward in his speech, with no bad intentions, but he can be the most hurtful. Li Dahai didn't even lift his head, simply responding dun dun dun. Brother Zhu is back. He continued his actions, disassembling and inspecting, each step appearing unhurried. To everyone, his movements seemed somewhat clumsy and awkward. Yet every part he took off was incredibly light and effortless. Only Zhonghai watched with sweaty palms. This is not clumsiness. He clearly knows the structure of this water well inside out. He avoided all the joints that could easily get stuck, using only skillful strength. Soon, the piston rod was pulled out, and the black, tattered rubber bowl looked like dried pickled vegetables. See, it's just the rubber bowl that's broken. Second Uncle Liu Haizhong immediately found an opportunity to show off, pointing like a strategist. What did I say? Just replace the rubber bowl. Li Dahai ignored him, set the piston rod aside, and took a bent iron bar to probe into the bottomless well. He closed his eyes, gently rotating his wrist as if fishing in water. What are you messing around with? Isn't there just a valve down there? It's rusted long ago. What's the point? Yin Bugui found another opportunity to speak. With a sour tone, Li Dahai suddenly opened his eyes and lifted his wrist. With a splash, he pulled out a black, water-stained, rust-covered iron lump, the bottom's one-way valve. And stuck in the valve was a small piece of rotten wood and a clump of water plants. This is the root of the problem. Li Dahai cleaned the grime off the valve, then rummaged through his pants pocket. His movements were quick. As he fished around, he took out an inconspicuous black rubber gasket. He swiftly replaced the old, cracked part on the valve with a gasket, the entire process smooth and fast, dazzling to watch. Then he reinserted the valve back into the well. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Apart from Zhonghai, who blinked, no one saw exactly what he replaced. Next came the reassembly. About half an hour later, when the last screw was tightened, Li Dahai brushed off the rust from his hands and stood up. A fine layer of sweat beaded on his forehead, sliding down his chiseled cheeks. Done. He casually uttered 2 words. The entire courtyard fell silent. Dozens of eyes converged into tangible gazes, fixed firmly on the newly refurbished water well. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Yin Bugui crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably, a mocking smile nearly reaching his ears. He was ready with a belly full of harsh words, just waiting for the moment the water wouldn't flow. To lecture this young man who didn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Qin Huairu nervously clenched her clothing, her heart in her throat. Zhonghai's expression was more serious than ever. He was even more nervous than Li Dahai himself. Li Dahai scanned the crowd, taking in everyone's expressions. He didn't rush to pump water, but calmly tidied up his tools, lifting the canvas bag again. Then he turned around, one hand firmly gripping the cold iron handle. As Li Dahai gripped the cold iron handle, the air in the courtyard seemed to be sucked dry. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Dozens of eyes fixed like nails on his hand, on the water well that had just been ravaged. Yin Bugui's mocking smile could no longer be contained. He had even thought about how to start speaking. First, he would let out a long sigh, then lament how the young man was overly ambitious, and finally he would, as third uncle, come up with a plan to seek help from the street office tomorrow. Back and forth, it would showcase his insight and highlight his status. Qin Huairu's heart was in her throat, her pale fingers tightly twisting her clothing, her palms sweaty. She couldn't even explain why she was so nervous. Perhaps she didn't want to see this young man, who had just shown a different brilliance, fall back into the mud and become the laughingstock of the courtyard. Only Zhonghai, the level 8 machinist, wore a serious expression. He wasn't focused on the well, but on Li Dahai's arms and shoulders. He wanted to see if this young man was genuinely composed or just putting on a show. With a slight creak, the sound of metal rubbing broke the silence. Li Dahai didn't use brute force. He gently pressed down, feeling the travel of the piston rod and rubber bowl in the well. Then, he suddenly exerted force and pressed the handle of the water well all the way down. Everyone expected to hear a dull thud. However, there was none. Instead, a clear bubbling sound came from deep within the well, like a sleeping giant being awakened, letting out its first roar. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a powerful stream of water gushed out from the outlet. The water column was thick and strong, carrying a chill from deep within the well, crashing down on the bluestone slab, instantly splashing a crystal-clear spray, wetting the pants of several people nearby. The force and volume of water were even stronger than before the well was broken. Chapter 18. Water is flowing. First uncle approves of Li Dahai. Water is flowing. Wow, it really is flowing. Dahai, good job, kid. You really fixed it. The silence lasted less than 2 seconds, and the entire courtyard erupted. Exclamations, praises, and incredulous discussions merged into a wave of excitement. Several young boys rushed forward, hands outstretched under the water column, feeling the refreshing exhilaration. Yin Bugui's smile, like it had been hit by a 30-degree below freezing wind, froze instantly, cracking and finally shattering into pieces. His eyes behind the lenses bulged wide, mouth half open, enough to fit an egg. The belly full of harsh words he had prepared now stuck in his throat, turning into a burning fire, making his cheeks feel hot and his insides churn. He wanted to say something, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, or that this well would eventually break again, but looking at the flowing, clear water, and the mixed looks of admiration and surprise directed at Li Dahai by those around him, he couldn't utter a single word. His face burned with embarrassment. That feeling was worse than being publicly stripped of his long underwear in the middle of winter. Hey, this kid really is something. Silly Zhu scratched the back of his head, looking incredulous. He had just said he was afraid Li Dahai would break the well, and now the guy had fixed it in no time. Although it didn't hurt, he felt a bit embarrassed. Second uncle Liu Haizhong, hand behind his back, belly out, cleared his throat, trying hard to maintain an air of authority. Well, not bad, not bad. Young people should be more hands-on and explore more. Comrade Dahai's performance this time is commendable. He spoke as if he had guided him expertly. In Zhonghai's pupils, the clear water flowed. He didn't speak but stepped forward, extending his calloused hands to catch a handful of water. The water was cool, clear, with a hint of iron taste. He slowly splashed it on his face, the cold sensation calming his turbulent heart a bit. He looked at Li Dahai again, his gaze completely transformed. It was no longer the scrutiny of an elder towards a junior, nor the disdain of an expert toward a novice, but rather an equal gaze filled with exploration and seriousness. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Huairu stared blankly at Li Dahai, who was surrounded by the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. He didn't boast about himself like others do after achieving something. He simply stood there calmly, letting the sweat trickle down from his forehead, a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. That composure and tranquility were like a huge rock, casting ripples in the heart lake of Qin Huairu, which had long been smoothed by life's experiences. Li Dahai, in response to the praises around him, just smiled modestly. We are all neighbors, it's only natural. I was also lucky a blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat, and that piece of rotten would just happen to be dug out. The more he said this, the more others felt he was profound and mysterious. Just then, a voice that only he could hear echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host, through extraordinary skills, publicly crushed the proud life experience and authority of Elder Yan Bugui, leaving him speechless, humiliated, and angry, causing a severe psychological blow. Unethical behavior determined successfully. Rating, level 1. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of unethical value. Current total unethical value, 150 points. The corner of Li Dahai's mouth subtly curled upward. So it turns out this works too? Clearly, he'd done a good deed, but because it embarrassed Yan Bugui, it was judged as unethical by the system. This system is quite interesting. He looked up and just happened to see Yan Bugui's face alternating between green and white, finally glaring at him fiercely, before storming back into his house like a defeated rooster, slamming the door with a loud bang. This made Li Dahai even happier. It seems he should help this scheming elder Yin more in the future. The well was fixed, the excitement was over, and the people in the courtyard dispersed in 2s and 3s, heading home to prepare dinner. Shazhu walked over with a lunchbox, nudging Li Dahai with his elbow. Nice job, Dahai. You really know how to keep a low profile. I respect you for what you did today. Why not come over to my place for a drink tonight? Sure, Brother Zhu. Let me tidy up and I'll come over, Li Dahai replied with a smile. After Shazhu left, Qin Huairu hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. She held out a clean towel to Li Dahai, her voice much softer than usual. Dahai, wipe your sweat. Thank you so much today, otherwise her whole family would have trouble getting water. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, especially her pair of watery eyes, which seemed to speak under the glow of the setting sun. Li Dahai took the towel, and a faint scent of soap bark wafted over. He thanked her, wiped his face, and handed the towel back. For a moment, neither spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Just then, a steady voice came from beside them. Dahai. Li Dahai and Qin Huairu turned around simultaneously to see Zhonghai standing behind them, his expression serious and his gaze deep. He did not look at Qin Huairu, but fixed his eyes directly on Li Dahai and slowly asked, "Who did you learn those extraordinary skills of yours from?" The night was as dark as ink, outlining the courtyard with an even deeper shade. A few dim lights scattered like bits of gold in an ink pool. Zhonghai's gaze was sharp, like an eagle, as if it could penetrate the heart. The aura of an 8th-level machinist, mixed with the authority of an elder, weighed heavily upon them. Who did you learn those extraordinary skills of yours from? As soon as this question was asked, the air seemed to freeze. Qin Huairu instinctively held her breath, her beautiful eyes darting between Li Dahai and Zhonghai, filled with curiosity. Li Dahai met Zhonghai's gaze, showing no signs of panic. He returned the towel to Qin Huairu, the lingering scent of soap bark brushing past his fingertips. "Elder, please don't flatter me. It's nothing extraordinary." He smiled, his expression carrying a hint of youthful sincerity. "I just like to tinker since I was young. Back in my hometown, whenever the village tractor or water pump broke down, I loved to follow the old masters to watch. After seeing a lot, I would find some scrap metal to practice on. Over time, I learned a bit." This explanation was reasonable, neither boasting about being a genius nor shrouding the origins of his skills in mystery. The image of a young man who loved to study and was willing to get his hands dirty emerged vividly. Zhonghai's scrutinizing gaze gradually softened, replaced by a hint of appreciation. He was someone who valued talent, especially skilled younger generations. Li Dahai's modest yet confident response was very pleasing to him. "It's great to be curious." Zhonghai nodded vigorously. "As workers, we need that spirit of inquiry. If you encounter any technical problems in the factory in the future, feel free to come to me." This statement carried significant weight. An 8th-level machinist proactively offering guidance to an ordinary worker was an opportunity others could hardly dream of in the steel mill. Qin Huairu's gaze toward Li Dahai brimmed with admiration. This usually quiet young man not only had strength but also real skills. And now he had caught the attention of the most authoritative elder in the courtyard. He was like a piece of dust-covered jade, finally polished to reveal its warm and radiant light. "All right, it's getting late. Let us all get some rest early." Zhonghai turned with satisfaction and returned to his room with his hands behind his back. Qin Huairu looked at Li Dahai, hesitating to say something, and finally just softly said, "You should rest early too," before turning gracefully to leave, leaving behind a swaying silhouette. Li Dahai watched her figure, glancing at the direction of the Jia family, with a meaningful smile on his face. The next morning, a big voice rang out in the courtyard. "Meeting, meeting. Each family send out a representative to discuss something." Soon, more people gathered in the yard. Zhonghai cleared his throat, standing in the center of the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally landing on Li Dahai. "Everyone saw what happened yesterday. The well in our courtyard was broken, and it was Comrade Li Dahai who worked hard to fix it. This well is crucial for the drinking water of dozens of people in our courtyard. Dahai has done a great service for us." People nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Li Dahai no longer filled with disdain and indifference, but with genuine respect. Therefore, after discussion by our management committee, Zhonghai paused, pulling out 2 crisp 1 yuan bills from his pocket and handing them to Li Dahai. "The courtyard rewards Comrade Li Dahai with 2 yuan as encouragement. I hope the young people in the courtyard can learn from Comrade Dahai." 2 yuan. In an era when an ordinary worker's monthly salary was only 20 or 30 yuan, 2 yuan was definitely not a small amount. It was enough for a family to have several good meals. No, I can't accept this." Li Dahai quickly waved his hands to decline, "Elder. It's just something I should do. We all live in the same courtyard. It's only right to help each other. How can I take money?" "Take it. This is what you deserve." Zhonghai insisted, shoving the money into Li Dahai's hands, his tone firm. This is the courtyard's recognition of your contributions. If you don't accept it, it means you are not giving us old folks face. With that said, it would seem pretentious for Li Dahai to refuse any longer. He had no choice but to reluctantly accept the money. Then thank you, Elder E, Elder Liu, Elder Yin, and thank you to all the neighbors. Yin Bugui, who was hiding behind his door, felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the 2 yuan. This 2 yuan came from the communal funds, which essentially meant it was coming out his own pocket. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling that Li Dahai's words of thanks to Elder Yin were like slapping him in the face, making him dizzy. After this incident, Li Dahai's status in the courtyard underwent a subtle change. In the past, he was an orphan, alone and helpless, a punching bag that anyone could step on. Now, he possesses exceptional skills, earning even the respect of the elders. The most obvious change comes from the Jia family. Early the next morning, when Bang Gung was playing in the yard and saw Li Dahai coming out of the house, he instinctively wanted to provoke him with a few words. But as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he remembered the soaring water column and the praises from his grandparents about Li Dahai. Facing Li Dahai's ordinary gaze, he felt inexplicably intimidated and ended up just snorting before turning to run away. As for Jia Zhang, the old woman who usually loved to flaunt her age and bully others, when she encountered Li Dahai in the yard, she merely shot him a sidelong glance and let out a heavy cold snort through her nose, not daring to scold him like before. Li Dahai enjoyed the peace. He realized that when your fists are strong enough and your muscles are solid enough, those pesky troubles will naturally diminish. This also created a great external environment for him to comfortably engage in his misdeeds in the future. At noon, Li Dahai took the 2 yuan and exchanged it for a 1-pound meat coupon and a half-pound oil coupon from the system, marching confidently to the market. He bought a piece of pork belly with a good mix of fat and lean meat, cut 2 tails of pig liver, weighed half a pound of chives, and bought a handful of fresh green beans. Back at the courtyard, he closed the door and began to show off his skills in his humble little kitchen. The system reward of basic culinary skills had already brought his control over cooking times and seasoning to a whole new level. As the pork belly hit the pan, the hot oil forced out the fat, and with a sizzling sound, the skin quickly turned golden and crispy. With a flick of his wrist, soy sauce, cooking wine, and rock sugar went into the pan in succession, and the rich aroma of the sauce mixed with the meat fragrance exploded instantly. The smell was incredibly dominating, like an invisible giant hand rudely penetrating the door cracks and window seams of every household in the courtyard, enticing everyone's appetite. Wow, whose house is this? Cooking meat? This smell is too fragrant. It tastes just like the braised pork made by the master in the factory canteen. No, it's even more delicious than the canteens. I'm starving. Next door, in the Qin Huairu family, Bang Gung, Xiao Dang, and Hua Hua were gathered around the table eating bland cornbread and pickles. Upon catching a whiff of that fragrance, the cornbread in the children's hands suddenly lost its appeal. Mom, it smells so good. Xiao Dang sniffed, saliva almost dripping. Qin Huairu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Jia Zhang slammed her chopsticks on the table and scolded sarcastically. You heartless wretch, eating meat every day. Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? While scolding, her throat couldn't help but swallow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Bugui was sipping some liquor with a plate of peanuts, but upon smelling that aroma, he couldn't even taste the drink anymore. He was calculating how much money Li Dahai spent today, feeling quite upset. Li Dahai didn't care about any of this. After putting the braised pork on to cook, he swiftly stir-fried a plate of chive and pig liver and a plate of dry-fried green beans. 3 dishes, 1 meat, and 2 vegetables were served on the table, rich in color, fragrance, and taste. He scooped a large bowl of rice and picked up a piece of quivering, shiny braised pork to put in his mouth. The fatty meat melted in the mouth, while the lean meat was soft and fragrant, and the salty, sweet sauce wrapped around his taste buds. What a divine flavor. Chapter 20. Li Dahai's goal. Making a name for himself in the factory after eating his fill, Li Dahai leaned back in his chair content and let out a satisfied burp. He began to contemplate his future. Working as an ordinary worker in the steel mill, he only earned a meager salary each month, which was too little. If he wanted to live a good life and even complete the system's wicked tasks, he had to rise through the ranks. His skills as a fitter were his greatest assets. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to showcase his talents in the factory. Liu Dahai's eyes narrowed. Just as he was pondering, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he saw a skinny young man with a rat-like face, Lu Guangfu, the sidekick of Xu Damao from the projection team. Brother Dahai, Lu Guangfu peeked into the room, lowering his voice and speaking sneakily. I came to give you a heads up. Oh, Liu Dahai raised an eyebrow. Lu Guangfu leaned in closer and whispered, Xu Damao. Last time he ate at your place, he spent all night in the restroom, almost shitting his guts out. He convinced you tampered with the food and told me he coming to get revenge tonight. After saying this, he straightened up, looking pleased with himself for giving the warning. Liu Dahai chuckled coldly inside. Revenge? Just when he was worried about finding a way to earn some wicked points. Xu Damao was delivering himself right to his door. This wasn't revenge. It was like sending a head on a platter. Light gift, heavy sentiment. He maintained a calm facade. Simply nodding slightly, got it thanks Guangfu. Seeing him so composed, Lu Guangfu thought he was taking it lightly. Brother Dahai, don't underestimate it. You know Xu Damao, right? He sly. He a projectionist in our factory, knows a lot of people, and who knows what he's scheming. Liu Dahai patted his shoulder, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I've got it under control. His eyes were deep, like an unfathomable cold spring, making Lu Guangfu's heart skip a beat. After sending Lu Guangfu away, Liu Dahai closed the door, unable to suppress his smile any longer. Xu Damao, I hope your revenge brings me a little surprise. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire courtyard in thick silence. Occasionally, a dog barked or a child muttered in their sleep, quickly swallowed by the darkness. Liu Dahai lay in bed, his eyes shining like a wolf's. He wasn't asleep. Ever since Lu Guangfu left, he had been waiting for Xu Damao, like a patient hunter waiting for prey to stumble into a trap. In his mind, the system's prompt seemed to echo. Ding, detected that the host is about to face revenge. A wicked opportunity has presented itself. Please prepare thoroughly to give the other party a lesson they won't forget in their lifetime. Task reward. Depending on the brilliance of the revenge, reward of 50. 200 wicked points. Liu Dahai couldn't help but smile. Where could one find such a considerate comrade as Xu Damao these days? Knowing he lacked achievements, he hurried over to deliver himself. This wasn't revenge. It was like a living bodhisattva striving to boost performance at year-end. He rolled out of bed, using the faint moonlight streaming in through the window to set up. The cactus on the windowsill was something he had specifically exchanged from the system store in the afternoon, costing 1 wicked point. Every spine was shiny and spirited, exuding strong combat power. He placed the cactus in the center of the windowsill and then opened the window just a hand's width. This gap was just right for an arm to reach in and perfectly obscured the view of the windowsill from outside. After finishing all this, he lit the old kerosene lamp and adjusted the wick to the lowest setting. The dim yellow light flickered gently in the room, casting distorted shadows on the walls, creating an excellent atmosphere of someone being inside, but with dim lighting and obstructed visibility. Finally, he picked up the rolling pin that had been used for many years behind the door. The rolling pin was made of pure jujube wood, substantial in weight, its surface polished to a smooth sheen by time, heavy in his hand, filled with a sense of security. Liu Dahai hid in the shadow behind the door, blending into the darkness, leaving only his eyes to quietly watch the open window. Everything was ready, just waiting for Xu Damao. Time ticked by, and the courtyard was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Just when Liu Dahai was starting to think Xu Damao might be a no-show tonight, a sneaky shadow finally appeared outside his window. The figure was as thin as a monkey, with its neck hunched and toes raised, moving stealthily like a thief. It was Xu Damao. He pressed against the wall and listened for a long time, confirming that there was no significant noise inside the house. Only the faint sound of snoring. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He took out a small paper bag from his pocket and carefully opened it, revealing grayish-white powder. It was itching powder. This was a good thing he had specially asked a relative from the countryside to bring for him. It was said that just a little would make a person itch so much they would want to peel their skin off. He imagined Liu Dahai waking up in the morning covered in red bumps, scratching his ears and cheeks in the yard, looking ridiculous, and felt a surge of pleasure. You little brat, Let us see who can outsmart whom. Today, you'll know how many eyes the King Ma has. Xu Damao cursed fiercely in his heart as he leaned closer to the window, peering inside through the gap. The room was dimly lit, and he could vaguely see someone lying on the bed, seemingly deep in sleep. He felt a surge of confidence and no longer hesitated. He pinched the bag of itching powder, held his breath, and carefully extended his arm through the window gap. His target was the bedding on the bed. As long as he sprinkled this stuff on it, he would succeed. His arms stretched little by little, reaching closer to the bed's edge. Just then, his wrist suddenly felt heavy, followed by a sharp, bone-deep pain shooting from his palm. Ouch! Xu Damao's eyes nearly popped out from the pain, and he almost let out a scream but managed to stifle it, turning it into a muffled grunt. He felt as if hundreds of red-hot steel needles were stabbing into his palm simultaneously. In the midst of the pain, he instinctively jerked his hand back. Bang! His elbow crashed hard against the window frame, making a dull sound. At that moment, he could no longer hold onto the paper bag. It slipped from his hand in a startled manner. However, something strange happened. The bag of itching powder did not fly into the room as he had imagined. Instead, due to the force of his withdrawal, it traced a bizarre, parabolic trajectory, bursting in the air and turning into a cloud of grayish-white smoke that landed squarely on his own face. Xu Damao was completely stunned. He stood there dumbfounded, with his face, neck, and even down his collar covered in the fine powder. The air was filled with the earthy smell of plant powder. 1 second, 2 seconds. Before he could recover from the intense pain in his palm, an indescribable tingling sensation began to take over, as if countless ants were frantically burrowing into every inch of skin on his face. Chapter 21. Xu Damao's failed theft leads to embarrassment, mocked by Shazhu. Xu Damao instinctively raised his hand to scratch his face. It was a mistake. The moment he scratched, it was like igniting a powder keg. The tingling exploded instantly, spreading from his face to his neck, then to his chest and back, consuming him like a raging fire, making him nearly go insane with itchiness. Itchy. I'm dying of itchiness. Xu Damao could no longer care about stealth or revenge. He scratched himself like a mad monkey, his hands frantically clawing at his body. His nails left bloody scratches on his skin, but the itch seemed rooted in his bones, becoming itchier the more he scratched, and the more he scratched, the itchier it became. Just when he was on the brink of madness, the door creaked open. Liu Dahai stood at the door, holding a shiny rolling pin, looking half asleep, frowning. Who is it? Why are you making noise in the middle of the night, scratching for lice under my window? In the moonlight, Xu Damao looked both miserable and comical. He was writhing, his hands wildly clawing at himself, his face and neck covered in red scratches. His expression one of pain and ferocity, making strange noises from his throat like a possessed shaman. On one palm, there were countless cactus thorns sticking into it, making him look like a hedgehog. Liu Dahai feigned surprise and leaned in closer, as if just recognizing him. Isn't this Xu Damao? What kind of ultimate martial art are you practicing? 7 injuries fist? Or iron sand palm? How did you get yourself into this state? Liu Dahai's voice was not loud, but in the quiet of the night, it was particularly clear. Xu Damao found it hard to speak. He wanted to curse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the itchiness burrowed down his throat, making him want to scratch his tongue out. He wanted to explain, but how could he explain this? How could he say he intended to harm someone, but ended up harming himself? How would he be able to show his face in the yard after this? Xu Damao held back for a long time, his face alternating between green and white, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I'm dying of itchiness. Itchy? Liu Dahai looked concerned, but his eyes were filled with barely concealed amusement. How could you be itchy for no reason? Did you eat something unclean at night and have an allergic reaction? TSK, 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 look at your hand. How did you get all mixed up with a cactus? Do you have a grudge against it? The commotion finally attracted the attention of others in the yard. The closest, Erday's house, turned on the light with a pop. Soon after, the lights at Sandai and Bugui's house, Shazhu's house, and even Yade, Zhonghai's house lit up one after another. Windows were pushed open and heads poked out. What's going on? Why are you making noise in the middle of the night? Who is that? It looks like Xu Damao. When everyone saw the figure in the yard, flailing around and inflicting harm upon itself. They were all stunned. Is this still the usually pompous, slick-haired projectionist Xu Damao? Why does he look like a monkey splashed with boiling water? Dahai, what is going on? Yidei Zhonghai came out wearing a coat, frowning as he asked. Li Dahai shrugged, looking innocent. I don't know, Yidei. I was sleeping soundly when I heard a noise outside the window. I thought it was a thief. So I came out the rolling pin and saw Xu Damao here, dancing. Dancing? Upon hearing this, everyone looked again at Xu Damao's frenzied state. Unable to help but want to laugh, but found the scene too bizarre to hold it back. Meanwhile, Xu Damao was on the verge of collapse. He felt that not a single part of his body was free from itchiness. It was a torment that could drive a person mad. He saw more and more people gathering around him, their curious, astonished, and gloating gazes piercing into his already shattered pride like needles. Shame, pain, and regret intertwined, making his vision blur. Today he had lost all face. Xu Damao felt like he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, overwhelmed with shame and anger. The itchiness all over his body felt like the tide receding, no longer as violent, but turning into a dense, prickling pain that drilled deep into his heart. To make matters worse, the cactus thorns in his hand throbbed painfully with every movement, making him grimace. He wanted to argue, but his throat was dry and itchy, and when he opened his mouth, his voice changed pitch, sharp like a cat stepped on its tail. I was just passing by. Right, just passing by. As soon as he said this, he didn't even believe it himself. Who would stroll past someone's window in the middle of the night instead of taking the main road? Hey, I thought it was someone. A loud mockery cut through the night. The crowd parted to make way. Shazhu, wearing slippers and a coat, strode overconfidently. He instantly spotted the frantically flailing Xu Damao in the yard and burst into laughter, showing all his teeth. Xu Damao, you're something else. Not cuddling with your wife in the middle of the night, but running under Dahai's window to practice some kind of evil skill? Dancing like a shaman? Or did you have some bad intentions that ended up backfiring? Shazhu was notorious in the yard for his sharp tongue. This series of verbal assaults felt like whips cracking against Xu Damao's already battered self-esteem. You're slandering me. Xu Damao's face turned green with anger. But the more agitated he became, the more intense the itching on his body. He couldn't help but scratch frantically, his actions comical and unconvincing. All right, stop shouting, Uncle Li Zhonghai said with a stern face, taking a few steps forward. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and he immediately spotted the small paper bag that had fallen near Xu Damao's feet. He bent down and carefully picked it up with 2 fingers, bringing it to his nose to sniff. A unique, earthy smell of plant powder entered his nostrils, accompanied by an indescribable irritation. Li Zhonghai's brow furrowed. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, he could guess with his toes that it was definitely not something good. Just as everyone's attention was focused on that small paper bag, a clear and pleasant notification sound rang in Li Dahai's mind. Ding! The host successfully countered Xu Damao's insidious revenge, causing him to embarrass himself in public, suffering both physically and mentally, and losing his reputation. Unethical behavior rating, level 1. Gained 200 points of unethical value. A warm wave surged through Li Dahai's body, making him feel so good that he almost hummed. Level 1 rating, 200 points. This harvest was incredibly bountiful. He maintained an innocent expression of having been startled, but inside, he was overjoyed. Looking at Xu Damao's miserable appearance, Li Dahai felt that this unethical system was tailor-made for him. Chapter 22, Trouble at the Steel Mill, Xu Damao. Uncle Li Zhonghai's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable authority. You better give everyone a reasonable explanation. What were you doing sneaking around outside Li Dahai's window in the middle of the night with this suspicious package? Although there was no direct evidence that the powder was meant to harm anyone, Xu Damao's actions had already revealed his intentions. Faced with Uncle Yi's questioning and the scrutinizing gazes of everyone in the courtyard, Xu Damao completely wilted. How could he explain this? Should he say he was there to spice up Li Dahai's blanket? How could he face anyone in the steel mill or in this courtyard after that? The injuries on his, but the thorns on his hands, the itching all over his body, and the overwhelming shame he felt at this moment all surged to his heart. Xu Damao felt darkness closing in and nearly fell to the ground. In the end, it was Uncle Liu Haizhong who stepped in to mediate. With Uncle Sanyan Bugue chiming in, and the matter was temporarily settled. Uncle Zhonghai concluded with a harsh reprimand, ordering Xu Damao to go home and reflect, and to compensate Li Dahai for emotional damages with $2. Xu Damao had grievances he couldn't voice, having harmed himself instead of others, and had to admit defeat. He tremblingly pulled out $2 from his pocket and handed them to Li Dahai, as if he were offering up a piece of his heart. Then, amidst the disdainful, mocking, and gloating gazes of everyone in the courtyard, he limped away, scratching and in a pitiful state. As soon as he entered the door, his wife Liu Shaoyi came up to him. Seeing his ghastly appearance, she was first taken aback, then caught a whiff of the strange smell on him, and with thoughts of the commotion in the courtyard, she immediately became furious. Xu Damao, did you go and stir up trouble again? Look at you. You've embarrassed yourself completely. The sounds of the couple's quarrel faintly drifted out, marking the end of the night's farce. On the other side, as the victim, Li Dahai not only garnered sympathy from everyone in the courtyard, but also left an impression of being someone not to be trifled with. Especially Shazhu, who before leaving, patted Li Dahai on the shoulder and winked, saying, "Good job, Dahai. You really showed your true colors today. That felt good." Back in his room, he closed the door, isolating himself from the outside world. Li Dahai let out a long sigh, feeling all the tension in his body completely relax. He weighed the $2 in his hand, and a smile he could no longer hide crept onto his face. He opened the system panel and looked at the clear numbers displayed. Unethical value, 349 points. He gained 150 points from countering Jia Zhang. Spent 1 point to exchange for a cactus flower, leaving him with 149 points. Adding the recent 200 points, he had over 300 points in total. This was a fortune. Without hesitation, Li Dahai opened the skill upgrade interface. Basic cooking upgrade requires 150 points of unethical value. Basic machining upgrade requires 150 points of unethical value. Upgrade. All upgrades. Li Dahai silently chanted in his heart. Ding. Consumed 150 points of unethical value. Basic cooking has been upgraded to intermediate cooking. Ding. Consumed 150 points of unethical value. Basic machining has been upgraded to intermediate machining. 2 beams of golden light exploded in his mind, and countless cooking techniques and machining operations flooded into his memory like a tide. The knowledge that had been vague and unfamiliar suddenly became crystal clear, as if he had been cooking at the stove for 10 years and working by the machine for the same amount of time. He could even distinctly feel his hands becoming steadier and stronger, with the dexterity of his fingers improving notch. This was a confidence rooted in his body's instincts. After upgrading his skills, he had 49 points of unethical value left. Li Dahai's gaze roamed around the system mall, and finally, an item shimmering with a faint glow caught his attention. Fortune Talisman lasts 24 hours after use. It has a small chance to trigger a lucky event. Requires 40 points of unethical value to exchange. A Fortune Talisman? This thing sounded mystical. But Li Dahai was in a good mood today and decided to indulge himself a bit and test the waters. Exchange. Ding. Consumed 40 points of unethical value. Obtained 1 Fortune Talisman. Remaining unethical value, 9 points. Having nearly spent all his savings, Li Dahai felt no regret. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for tomorrow. With his intermediate machining skills and this mysterious Fortune Talisman, perhaps it was time to truly make a breakthrough in the steel mill. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Dahai woke up feeling refreshed, as if his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. Last night's farce felt like a refreshing victory, leaving him with a sense of comfort from the inside out. He opened the door, and the courtyard was quiet. Xu Damao's windows were tightly shut, evidently too ashamed to go out. Across the way, the Jia family's door curtain was lifted, revealing the scrawny figure of Bonging. He was bleary-eyed, intending to step out to relieve himself, but caught sight of the spirited Li Dahai. Seeing Li Dahai in clean work clothes with a hint of a smile on his face, radiating satisfaction, Bonging felt a knot in his heart as he thought of his own family's breakfast of corn porridge with pickles every morning. Why? Why was Li Dahai's life getting better and better? Back when his father was still around, Li Dahai was a quiet person with no presence in the courtyard. But now, not only did he dare to stand up to Grandma, but he also had Xu Damao, who used to bully everyone, under control. The seed of jealousy took root and sprouted wildly in Bongging's heart. He looked at Li Dahai, his expression darkening, as his small mind began to plot how to take advantage of this nouveau riche. The next day, after getting up, Li Dahai carefully attached the thin fortune talisman to the inside of his undershirt, right against his chest. As soon as the talisman touched his skin, a subtle warmth seeped out, like a ray of sunlight in winter, instantly dispelling the morning chill and invigorating him. After washing up, he stepped into the steel mill's entrance with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Before he could reach his workstation, a wave of heat mixed with the pungent smell of machine oil hit him. A sudden roar of machine malfunction and anxious arguing shattered the orderly production rhythm in the workshop. Something went wrong. Li Dahai's heart sank as he hurried towards the source of the noise. In the core area of Workshop 3, people were gathered in layers, surrounding a piece of old machinery imported from our country. The machine was making a loud, clattering noise, and wisps of black smoke were coming out from its side, resembling an old man in agony. Chapter 23. The Engineer's Doubt. Was Li Dahai just pretending? The workshop director, Old Zhao, a slightly overweight man in his 40s, had a pale face and was pacing anxiously around the machine, muttering, "What to do? What to do? If this machine breaks down, our entire production line will stop. I can kiss this month's bonuses goodbye." Several experienced old workers, including the respected Grandpa Zhang, were gathered around the machine, all wearing worried expressions. Some leaned in to listen to the sound, but quickly recoiled from the terrifying noise. Others pointed at certain parts of the machine and debated for a moment, ultimately shaking their heads in despair. The equipment engineer, a young man named Xiao Wang wearing black frame glasses, stood by, sweating profusely. He held a thick technical manual full of foreign language, flipping through it repeatedly, but his expression was more complicated than the machine's malfunction, clearly indicating he didn't understand a word. "Old Zhao, this foreign thing is too tricky," Grandpa Zhang said, stroking his goatee with a troubled look. "It's not like the big, clumsy machines we usually fix. The parts inside are as delicate as embroidery needles. We old guys really don't dare to touch it." Engineer Xiao Wang pushed up his glasses with a grim face and said, "Director, this blueprint is all in German, convoluted like a heavenly book. I think we should report to the factory and ask the experts from the headquarters to come for a consultation. Just this back and forth will take at least 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Old Zhao nearly jumped up at these words. Who would bear the losses from a shutdown of 2 or 3 days? Did he still want to keep his position as workshop director? The onlooking workers began to murmur. Upon hearing that it might affect their bonuses, they all sighed and complained. Amidst the chaos, the warm current in Li Dahai's chest seemed to become clearer. He looked at the smoking machine and listened to the jarring noise, and an inexplicable strong impulse surged within him. Opportunity. Wasn't this a chance delivered right to his door? The intermediate mechanic skills he had just upgraded last night, with countless precise mechanical structures and repair techniques swirling in his mind. Perhaps he really could do it? Fortune favors the bold. To quickly establish himself in the factory, relying solely on seniority Wu-N-T work, he had to make a remarkable impression. With this thought, Li Dahai no longer hesitated. He pushed through the crowd to step forward. "Director, let me give it a try." His voice was not loud, but amidst the noise and complaints, it was like a stone thrown into a pond, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Workshop director Old Zhao was stunned, turning his head to look at this usually unremarkable young man with a face full of disbelief. "Dahai, do you understand this?" "Nonsense." Grandpa Zhang frowned, scolding him without hesitation. "Young man, don't make trouble here. This machine is older than you. It's a treasure of the factory. If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?" Engineer Xiao Wang sneered at him, adjusting his glasses. "Li Dahai, I know you got a bit of a reputation after your fight with Xu Damao yesterday, but this is a workshop, not a courtyard. Fixing machines relies on skill, not on bravado and showmanship." His words were laced with contempt, clearly looking down on Li Dahai as just an ordinary worker. The surrounding workers laughed at him. When did Dahai become an expert? If even Engineer Wang and Grandpa Zhang can't handle it, how can he? Faced with everyone's doubts and ridicule, Li Dahai's expression remained unchanged. He calmly looked at workshop director Old Zhao, neither humble nor arrogant. "Director, Master Zhang," Engineer Wang. Since the machine can't move now and consulting the experts will take time, let me just observe and listen. I promise not to take it apart recklessly. It's better than everyone just standing around worrying, right? His words were reasonable, showing his attitude while also giving old Zhao a way out. Old Zhao, who was already anxious, found some logic in what Li Dahai said. After all, the worst outcome would be the same. Letting him take a look wouldn't cost anything. All right, old Zhao gritted his teeth and decided, you come over and take a look. Remember, you can only observe, not touch anything. If you find out something, tell me immediately. Got it. Li Dahai responded and, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, walked up to the massive machine. As he approached, the piercing roar and violent vibrations became even clearer. However, in his perception, the machine seemed to come to life. In his mind, the intermediate mechanic skills were activated by a mysterious force. The complex internal structure, those dazzling gears, bearings, and drive belts, suddenly decomposed into clear three-dimensional diagrams in his mind. Every detail of the machine's operation, every link of power transmission, and even the faulty point that was making the strange noise became highlighted and crystal clear. This feeling was incredible. He first walked around the machine leisurely, sometimes bending down, sometimes listening closely, like an experienced old doctor examining a patient. The surrounding people held their breath, eager to see what he would do. Engineer Xiao Wang crossed his arms, sneering, waiting to see Li Dahai make a fool of himself. Just then, Li Dahai stopped, extended his hand, and said to old Zhao, Director, give me a flashlight and find a longer iron wire or thin rebar. Everyone was taken aback again. What did he need those for? Did he really intend to take action? Old Zhao had his doubts, but waved his hand to have someone fetch the items. Li Dahai took the flashlight, but didn't turn it on. Instead, he casually set it aside. He picked up the half-meter-long thin rebar, holding one end and gently tapping the other end on an inconspicuous spot on the machine's casing. Then, he did something that left everyone utterly astonished. He actually closed his eyes and pressed his ear to the other end of the rebar, as if using a stethoscope, carefully listening to the vibrations coming from inside the machine. The entire workshop fell silent, leaving only the machine's strange cries. Grandpa Zhang and several old workers exchanged glances, completely baffled by what he was doing. Engineer Xiao Wang nearly laughed out loud, thinking, what is this? Just showboating? Chapter 24. Everyone's expectations. The machine starts again, however. Just a dozen seconds later, Li Dahai suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his gaze, there was an unprecedented confidence and certainty, as if he understood everything. He released the rebar, turned to the astonished workshop director, old Zhao, and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Director, no need to call the experts. I found out where the problem is. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire workshop seemed to have been muted. The noise and discussions that had been chaotic just a second ago disappeared in an instant, leaving only the buzzing lament of the German machine. Dozens of eyes converged like sharp arrows, all fixed on Li Dahai. Shock, doubt, disbelief, and mockery intertwined on the workers' faces. You found it? You found it with just a piece of wire? Engineer Xiao Wang was the first to break the silence. He looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, adjusting his glasses with a smirk. Li Dahai, there should be limits to bragging. I couldn't find the root of the problem, even with a full set of testing tools. And you think you're a miracle worker just by pressing your ear to it? Workshop director Liu Zhao also regained his senses, his eyes filled with scrutiny and uncertainty. Dahai, are you sure? This isn't a joke. Young man, you can eat whatever you want. But you can't say whatever you want. Master Zhang frowned tightly. He admitted that Li Dahai's earlier act of listening seemed impressive, but his decades of experience told him that repairing such precise equipment relies on blueprints and data, not tricks. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Dahai calmly extended his finger, pointing to a highly concealed maintenance port on the lower side of the machine casing covered in grease. That spot wouldn't catch anyone's attention unless specifically searched for. The problem isn't complicated. Li Dahai's voice was clear and steady, carrying an undeniable confidence. It's the third capillary lubrication tube leading to the planetary gear set that's clogged. Long-term inadequate lubrication has caused the gears to dry grind, overheating and deforming. which is why there's this sharp noise and severe vibration. Planetary gear set, capillary lubrication tube, a series of technical terms spilled from Li Dahai's mouth, leaving most of the workers present in confusion. But engineers Xiao Wang and Master Zhang were shocked. They understood the field. These terms accurately corresponded to a core component on the blueprint. Xiao Wang's face instantly changed, and he instinctively retorted, "Impossible. I've checked the lubrication system twice. The main oil line pressure is normal, and the oil is fine. The pipeline in that position was sealed at the factory. How could it be clogged? The main oil line is an artery, while capillary tubes are the blood vessels ends. Just because the artery is clear doesn't mean every cell gets blood supply." Li Dahai didn't even bother to look at him, directly addressing Lao Zhao. "Director, give me a 14mm socket wrench and a 30cm extension bar." His tone sounded less like a request and more like an order. Lao Zhao was intimidated by his aura and almost instinctively waved his hand toward the toolbox. "Hurry, find what he asked for." Xiao Wang wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Master Zhang. The old master's gaze had completely changed. He stared intently at Li Dahai, his cloudy old eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Outsiders watch for the spectacle, while insiders see the intricacies. Li Dahai even specified the exact model of the tools, which was not a guess at all. The wrench quickly reached Li Dahai's hands. He didn't hesitate, bending down to locate the screw at the maintenance port, precisely fitting the socket onto it. Click! A light sound echoed clearly in the quiet workshop. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the screw, which others thought could hardly be turned due to grease and rust, smoothly rotated. Every movement he made flowed like an art performance. There was no unnecessary shaking, no hesitation, disassembling and twisting, removing the part in one seamless motion. The surrounding workers were all dumbfounded. Was this still the inconspicuous Li Dahai from a workshop? His skilled actions and steady demeanor were more seasoned than the best level 8 fitter in the factory. Engineer Xiao Wang watched with his eyelids twitching, his mouth slightly agape, the disdain on his face long gone, replaced by profound disbelief. Minutes later, with several clicks, a palm-sized gear component, covered in black sludge, was completely extracted by Li Dahai. He held the part in his palm, lifting it before everyone. Hiss! The moment they saw that component, Master Zhang and several other old masters collectively gasped. Among the intricate gears, one small gear's edge exhibited a bizarre blue-black color, and the tooth surface showed clear signs of wear and deformation. Getting closer, one could even smell the burnt metallic odor from overheating. So it really is the problem here. Master Zhang trembled as he took the component from Li Dahai's hand, turning it over and over, growing increasingly alarmed. Looking at the burnt color, it had indeed overheated and annealed. My God, if it had been half a day later, the entire gear set would have been scrapped. The truth was revealed. All eyes instantly focused on engineer Xiao Wang again. Xiao Wang's face flushed bright red, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He stammered a defense. This position is too concealed. The blueprint only briefly mentions it. According to the regular maintenance process, we wouldn't even disassemble here. His voice grew quieter because he knew any explanation seemed weak in the face of facts. Li Dahai completely ignored his embarrassment, putting down his tools and saying again, "Director, please find me a high-pressure air hose and a bottle of degreaser." Next came the cleaning and repair. Li Dahai carefully poked a thin wire into the lubrication pipe, thinner than a chopstick, and indeed brought out quite a bit of solidified sludge and metal shavings. Then he repeatedly rinsed with degreaser and finally blew the entire pipe clean with high-pressure air. Throughout the process, his hands were as steady as if they were welded to the machine. The power of the lucky charm enhanced every delicate operation, making it seem like he had done it 1,000 times before. Half an hour later, when Li Dahai replaced a new spare gear and reassembled all the components perfectly, he stood up and dusted off his hands. "Director, we can test the machine now." The workshop fell silent. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Director Lao Zhao took a deep breath, walked to the control panel, and pressed the green start button with trembling hands. Buzz. Chapter 25, A Great Leap. Promotion to Level 7 Fitter. The roar of the machine sounded again. But this time, it was no longer the ear-piercing shriek from before, but a smooth, powerful, and rhythmic operating sound. The workshop was first dead silent, with the sound of a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the once howling, smoking behemoth. At this moment, the sound it emitted was steady and rhythmic, carrying a reassuring power, with no noise whatsoever. The indicator lights changed one by one from desperate red to hopeful green, the green reflecting in everyone's eyes, illuminating their long-suspended hearts. Buzz. Steady, unusually steady. Listen, that sound. Right on point. A worker nearby couldn't help but shout. It really isn't shaking anymore. The black smoke is gone. It's unclear who shouted first, but soon the entire workshop's emotions ignited. A massive cheer and applause, almost lifting the roof. Dahai. Dahai is amazing. Incredible. This skill is extraordinary. Several young workers even excitedly whistled loudly, while more rushed toward Li Dahai, playfully punching and patting his arms and shoulders, as if hoping to share his good luck and extraordinary skills. Director Liu Zhao was so excited that his face turned red, and the veins on his forehead slightly bulged. He struggled to push through the crowd surrounding Li Dahai and rushed up to him, tightly grasping his hands and shaking them vigorously, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Dahai, good boy, you truly are the savior of our workshop. The production line is saved. It's saved. He kept saying saved several times, his eyes a bit red. It was excitement and also a complete relaxation after the fear. He suddenly turned around, raised his hand to signal the still noisy crowd, and raised his voice. Comrades, quiet down. I, old Zhao, am announcing now that we will immediately report to the factory about Comrade Li Dahai and award him a major merit. Additionally, I will personally call Director Yang right away. Technical talents like Master Xiao Li must not be buried in ordinary positions. Cheers and even more enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Master Zhang, who usually spoke little, squeezed in and solemnly gave Li Dahai 2 thumbs up, his eyes revealing unabashed admiration and a hint of complex emotions about being surpassed in skills. Master Xiao Li, I, old Zhang, have repaired machines all my life and seen countless problems, but I've never seen anyone handle it as cleanly and decisively as you did today. I am impressed, truly impressed. The title Master Xiao Li carried significant weight. In the world of skilled workers, calling someone master often represents genuine recognition and respect. At that moment, Li Dahai's status in the workshop had quietly changed. Engineer Xiao Wang squeezed at the edge of the crowd, went from pale to green, then to red, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. He looked at the machine running smoothly like new and then at Li Dahai, who was surrounded by people and seemed to radiate an aura, feeling a burning sensation on his face. He wished there were a crack in the ground to hide in, avoiding these gazes entirely. His previous theoretical judgments now seemed so pale and powerless in the face of ironclad facts. In the end, he still struggled to lower his proud head and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Indeed, he is impressive. The voice was faint, if not for being close. Others wouldn't have caught it at all. Just then, amidst the almost roof-raising praises, a cold mechanical notification sound echoed in Li Dahai's mind. Ding! The host, through extraordinary skills, has overshadowed the engineer in front of others, causing him to lose face and experience strong feelings of imbalance and frustration. Unethical behavior comprehensive rating. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of unethical value. Current unethical value, 109 points. Li Dahai's heart stirred, and the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. Wow, it turns out that showing off can also be considered unethical. This system is quite interesting. Although 100 points of unethical value isn't much, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. At this moment, the boost in reputation and status was the greatest gain. The power of this good luck charm is truly extraordinary. Comrades, please return to your posts and don't delay production. Director Old Zhao cleared his throat and began to maintain order. He stood beside Li Dahai, sharing in his glory. Not long after, there was a sudden stir at the workshop door, and someone shouted, Director Yang is here. Director Yang. The workshop, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly quieted down, and the workers automatically parted to create a passage. Director Yang of the steel rolling mill walked in briskly, surrounded by workshop leaders and technical staff. In his 50s, Director Yang's hair was meticulously styled, his expression serious, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He first cast a sharp glance at the smoothly operating machine, nodded slightly, and then his gaze precisely landed on Li Dazai, who was in the spotlight, standing beside Old Zhao. Director Old Zhao quickly jogged up to greet him, his face full of smiles. "Director Yang, why did you come in person?" Director Yang waved his hand, interrupting him, and walked straight to Li Dazai. He looked him up and down. The young man still had oil and dirt on him, and beads of sweat were even on his forehead. But his eyes were bright and spirited, radiating a sense of composure. Facing the director's gaze, he was neither humble nor arrogant. "You are Comrade Li Dazai?" Director Yang's voice was loud and clear. Li Dazai nodded, speaking calmly. "Hello, Director Yang." Good. A rare smile appeared on Director Yang's face as he reached out and patted Li Dazai's shoulder firmly. "Xiao Zhao just told me on the phone that it was you who single-handedly repaired this troublesome imported machine. Truly impressive, a promising young talent." He turned to the crowd, raising his voice a bit. "Comrades, our steel rolling mill needs such technical experts, diligent, capable, and able to tackle tough challenges. Comrade Li Dazai has solved a big problem for the factory this time, preventing huge losses that could have been caused by production stoppage. This is a significant achievement that deserves commendation." The surrounding workers held their breath, their eyes full of anticipation. Director Yang paused, his gaze returning to Li Dazai, his tone carrying evident appreciation. "Comrade Shaoli, keep up the good work. The factory needs talents like you right now, and we will never mistreat any meritorious person." He slightly emphasized his tone. "I just discussed this with Old Zhao and informed the HR department. Starting tomorrow, you will be our factory's 7th-level fitter." Chapter 26. The stick has gone sour. Why is Li Dazai so favored? 7th-level fitter. This announcement was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, causing the entire workshop to first fall into brief silence, then erupt into applause and discussions that were 100 times more enthusiastic than before. My goodness, 7th level, directly promoted to 7th level. Brother Dazai has really leaped through the Dragon Gate this time. How many years of effort does this save? How many 7th level workers do we even have in our factory? It should be noted that a 7th level fitter is nearly the highest rank for skilled workers. Many masters work diligently for a lifetime and may never reach this level. Even the old man from the courtyard took many years to achieve 8th level fitter status. How long has Li Dazai been in the factory? This speed of promotion is simply astonishing. Engineer Xiao Wang's face turned pale when he heard the news, his previously calmed mood plummeting again. As an engineer from a prestigious university, his current technical level was even lower than that of a budding maintenance worker. How could he hold his head high in the workshop after this? Li Dazai also didn't expect this reward to come so quickly and be so significant. A 7th level fitter, in this era, not only means a significant increase in salary, but also symbolizes status, identity, and honor. Thank you, Director. Thank you to all the leaders for your trust. I will definitely work hard, diligently study technology, and live up to the expectations of the factory leaders. Director Yang nodded in satisfaction, encouraged Li Dazai a few more times, and then left the workshop with a smile, surrounded by Old Zhao and other leaders. Once Director Yang left, the workshop erupted again. The workers surrounded Li Dazai once more, and this time, the looks in their eyes held not only admiration, but also a bit of awe and unabashed envy. Brother Dazai, no, now we should call you Master Li. 7th level fitter Master Li. You have to take good care of us little brothers from now on. A young worker joked. Yes, Master Li, with your skills, you will be the technical backbone of our workshop. No, of our entire factory. Li Dazai smiled and responded to everyone, but in his heart, he was quickly calculating. His reputation had been completely established, and the identity of a 7th level fitter was in hand. The road ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. As for that 100 points of unethical value, it was just a small bonus after this busy day. Li Dazai could clearly feel that the warm current flowing within him for nearly 24 hours was slowly dissipating. The effect of the good luck charm was about to expire. However, the gains from this day had far exceeded his expectations. His reputation in the factory had reached an unprecedented height. Walking on the road, those workers who used to ignore him and even look down on him now took the initiative to greet him politely as masterly. In the evening, when Li Dahai hummed a tune back to the courtyard, he felt an unprecedented joy. The noise and glory of the day gradually settled, and he sat in his small room, his thoughts sinking into his mind. Host, Li Dahai, skill, intermediate machinist, items, none moral depravity value. 109 points, looking at the 109 points of moral depravity. A meaningful smile appeared at the corners of Li Dahai's mouth. This thing is more precious than money and food tickets. His gaze unconsciously drifted out the window. In the courtyard, the dim yellow light of the Qin Huairu family was on, and he could vaguely hear the vigorous scolding of Jia Zhang. Li Dahai squinted slightly. With this system and the moral depravity value, shouldn't he plan how to help these lovely old neighbors in the courtyard? Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Li Dahai opened his eyes, feeling completely relaxed, having slept particularly soundly the night before. Although the magical warmth inside him had mostly faded, his spirits were better than ever. He opened the door, and a refreshing morning chill hit him. There was already some activity in the courtyard. Hey, Dahai, up so early? It was third Uncle Yin Bugawei, who was holding an enamel basin, preparing to wash up at the public tap. Upon seeing Li Dahai, his face immediately broke into a beaming smile, full of warmth. Even more enthusiastic than when he saw his own son, Yin Jieting. Good morning, third uncle. Li Dahai nodded slightly. Good. Yin Bugawei leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Dahai, I've heard that you've made a great contribution at the factory. Even factory director Yang personally praised you in the workshop. Wow, that's a huge honor. In our courtyard, aside from that chef Shazhu, you're the most successful one. As Yin Bugawei spoke, his eyes were darting around, calculating in his mind. Li Dahai was clearly about to rise to prominence, and it would be beneficial to build a good relationship now. It's all thanks to the factory leaders. Li Dahai replied nonchalantly. He understood this third uncle too well. He was someone who wouldn't get up early without a benefit, calculating to the bone. Previously, he was just a nobody. When had he ever looked at him properly? Just then, Xu Damao from the backyard came out with a toothbrush in his mouth, and upon seeing Li Dahai, his expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural, with jealousy and disdain in his eyes. What's so great about it? It's just fixing a broken machine. Look at how proud he is. Xu Damao spat quietly, loud enough for those around him to hear. Li Dahai heard it, and with a slight curl of his lip, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. It was beneath him to argue with someone like Xu Damao. On the contrary, Shazhu from the middle courtyard overheard it, just as he came out with a birdcage, and immediately widened his eyes. Xu Damao, what nonsense are you talking? If you have the ability, why don't you fix one yourself? You're just jealous of others because you have no ability. That's all you've got. What's wrong with that? Did I say something wrong? Xu Damao retorted, but he didn't dare to really argue back with Shazhu, only managing a weak comeback. Shazhu couldn't be bothered to deal with him, and turned to give Li Dahai a thumbs up. Dahai, well done. You should let those arrogant people see that we, the working class, are the true masters of the factory. Although Shazhu was talkative, he was righteous and straightforward. Li Dahai smiled and nodded. Thanks, Brother Zhu. A small commotion made everyone in the courtyard realize that Li Dahai was no longer the soft persimmon that could be squeezed at will. This news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the courtyard. In the Jia family, Bang Gung was listlessly drinking corn porridge at the table, but his ears were filled with the discussions from the courtyard. Have you heard? Li Dahai is getting promoted. Of course, he's a 7th level machinist. How much will his salary be? We'll have to call him Masterly from now on. He has a technical talent now. Each envious remark was like a needle, pricking at Bang Gung's young and sensitive heart. Why? Why can that orphan Li Dahai live so well? He is getting promoted and recognized, while his own family can only drink this bland corn porridge. Chapter 27. If you want to steal my stuff, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The more Bang Gung thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling sour as if he had drunk a barrel of vinegar. Can't you eat properly? Why are you looking around? Jia Zhang scolded, tapping Bang Gung's bowl with her chopsticks in annoyance. Grandma, they all say Li Dahai is getting rich, Bang Gung said pitifully. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's old face immediately drooped, and she sneered, "Rich my foot. A poor kid. It would be more believable if his ancestors were smoking green. What is so great about it?" Although she said that, her murky eyes sparkled with undeniable jealousy. Just then, a commotion came from the courtyard. Li Dahai returned, holding a brand new object, square-shaped with several knobs on top. "A radio. It's a radio." A sharp-eyed child in the courtyard immediately shouted. In this era, radios were rare items, more precious than bicycles. Only 1 or 2 families in the entire courtyard had one. Holding the radio, Li Dahai walked straight through the courtyard back to his room without looking sideways. Soon, a melodious tune floated out from his room. It was the most popular song of the time. This music was novel and enviable to most people in the courtyard. But for Jia Zhang and her grandson, it was like a piercing sound that grated on their ears. Bang Gung leaned against the window, staring at Li Dahai's door, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. That brand-new radio seemed to be sparkling in his eyes, tempting him. Ever since he was spoiled by Jia Zhang, he believed that anything he set his eyes on should belong to him, whether it was pickled vegetables drying in someone else's yard or apples on a windowsill. He had taken them without hesitation. In his world, there was no clear boundary between taking and stealing. An evil thought began to grow wildly in his heart. Jia Zhang also saw the radio. She licked her cracked lips, her murky eyes turning, and leaned close to Bang Gung's ear, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. "What does a single man need that thing for? Can listening to music fill your belly? It's such a waste. Our family has many people. Listening to it at night would be a better use." Her words were like a key, instantly unlocking the door of greed in Bang Gung's heart. "Grandma is supporting me." Bang Gung immediately understood Jia Zhang's meaning and nodded heavily, his eyes becoming determined. He knew Li Dahai had to go to the steel mill to work during the day and usually wouldn't be back at noon, so the house would definitely be empty. This was the best opportunity. How could the sneaky intentions of this grandfather and grandson duo escape Li Dahai's notice now? Ever since he obtained the system, his senses had become much sharper. The greedy and calculating gazes from the Jia family were like fireflies in the dark, impossible to ignore. "Want to steal my stuff?" Li Dahai sat in his room, listening to the melodious music outside, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take it." He had long anticipated that this series of actions would certainly attract the covetous eyes of the beasts in the courtyard, especially the Jia family's exceptional grandfather and grandson. This radio was something he specially scavenged from the second-hand market, costing him 2 yuan. It looked shiny and bright on the outside, but the internal parts were all aged, making it barely functional. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that it was a perfect bait. Late at night, Li Dahai closed the door and pulled out a black iron object from under his bed. It was an animal trap, specifically designed to catch weasels and wild rabbits. It wasn't large, but its serrated jaws looked enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. That wasn't all. He also took out a small ink bottle and meticulously coated every corner of the trap with a thick, ink-like substance inside. This was no ordinary ink. It was industrial marking ink he borrowed from the machine repair team at the factory. Once it stuck, it would take 3 to 5 days. Even gasoline wouldn't clean it off. After finishing all this, he carefully opened the baited trap and gently placed it right under the radio, cleverly covering it with a few books. From the outside, it was impossible to detect anything amiss. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. Li Dahai clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The next morning, Li Dahai deliberately waited until there were people coming and going in the courtyard before stepping out. He locked the door and loudly said to an aunt who was washing clothes in the yard, "Auntie, there's some urgent work at the factory today. I have to work overtime, so I won't be back for lunch." His voice was loud enough to ensure everyone in the middle and back courtyards could hear him clearly. Bonging, who was eavesdropping inside, felt his heart leap as he heard this, and excitement bubbled up on his face. The opportunity had come. He watched as Li Dahai pushed his bicycle out of the courtyard gate and disappeared into the alley, then patiently waited for more than 10 minutes. Estimating that the person had gone far enough, he slipped out of the house like a mouse ready to steal oil. He first peered around the yard to make sure no one was paying attention to him. Then with a quick move, he slipped in front of Li Dahai's door. The old wooden door had the most ordinary kind of padlock. For Bonging, This was a piece of cake. He took out a thin iron wire from his pocket and fiddled with the lock a few times. With a click, the lock opened. Bongang was overjoyed, pushed the door open, quickly slipped inside, and left the door ajar behind him. The room was a bit dim, but the radio on the table was still very eye-catching. Bongang's heart raced, both nervous and excited. He walked quickly to the table and reached out with his small, guilty hands, grabbing for the radio. Just as his fingers were about to touch the radio's casing, bang! A sharp, piercing metallic crash echoed suddenly in the quiet room. Immediately after, there was a heart-wrenching scream. "Ow!" Bongang felt a piercing pain shoot through his fingers, spreading throughout his body in an instant. He instinctively tried to pull his hand back, but that damned iron thing clamped down on his finger like a toothy monster, refusing to let go. He looked down and nearly lost his mind. Two of his fingers were firmly trapped by a black, serrated iron clamp. Blood mixed with a sticky, black substance was dripping down through his fingers. "Ouch! It hurts so much!" Bongang cried, tears and snot streaming down his face as he desperately shook his hand, trying to get rid of that cursed thing. But the more he struggled, the deeper the trap's serrated edges dug in, waves of pain crashing over him like a tide. To make matters worse, as he flailed, the thick black ink splattered everywhere, hitting his face. His once relatively clean shirt was instantly covered in black spots, looking as messy as if he had just been fished out of an ink barrel. His cries were piercing, resonating through the thin walls, instantly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. Chapter 28. Qin Huairu's Social Death. What a shame in the middle courtyard at the Jia family. Jia Zhang was humming a little tune, planning how to show off to the people in the courtyard once Bongang brought back that brand new radio. This was a great thing. They could listen to opera every day. How lovely! Suddenly, her grandson's familiar, agonizing screams hit her heart like a heavy hammer. "Bongang, my dear grandson!" Jia Zhang dropped the spatula in her hand with a clatter, not even caring about the food still cooking on the stove, and rushed outside. Following the cries, she dashed into Li Dahai's yard like a crazed old boar. When she saw the ajar door and the open window of Li Dahai's house, her heart sank, and an ominous premonition rose within her. Without thinking, she pushed the door open and rushed inside. The sight inside made her blood boil. There stood her precious grandson Bongang, one hand tightly clamped by a black iron trap. His face and body were covered in black spots, crying heartbreakingly, gasping for breath. His little face twisted in pain and fear. "My dear, my precious grandson, who the hell did this to you?" Jia Zhang's heart tightened instantly, causing her to tremble in pain. She rushed over, hugging Bongang, and seeing his mangled fingers, tears instantly streamed down her face. She frantically tried to pry open the trap, but it was made of some unknown strong material, and no matter how hard she pulled, it wouldn't budge. Instead, her tugging made Bongang scream even louder. "It hurts, Grandma. It hurts so much. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jia Zhang comforted him while frantically studying the trap. After a long time, she finally found the mechanism and managed to release the trap. Once it loosened, Bongang's two fingers were already swollen and red like two little carrots, covered in indelible black ink mixed with blood, looking horrifying. Jia Zhang held Bongang, her gaze sweeping over the mess on the floor and the intact radio on the table. Then she saw the few books that had been moved and the black animal trap underneath the radio, and she instantly understood everything. This was no accident. This was a trap. It was set up deliberately by that scoundrelly Dahai, that heartless bastard. An uncontrollable rage surged from her feet to the top of her head, burning away her rationality. "Li Dai, you heartless beast. You won't have a good end. How dare you do this to my grandson?" Jia Zhang trembled all over with anger. She scooped up the still sobbing Bongang and turned to storm out, her demeanor as if she was ready to fight. She rushed to the center of the courtyard, raised her voice and screamed, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. "Everyone come quick. Someone's been killed. That inhumane Li Dahai set a trap to harm people. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll go after him today." Her shout was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring the entire courtyard. Doors from every household creaked open, heads popping out, all faces filled with curiosity and shock. Just then, Qin Huairu returned from work, pushing her bicycle into the courtyard, only to collide head-on with this chaotic scene. When she saw her son, held by Jia Zhang, crying like a tearful mess, covered in ink spots. Her face drained of color, turning pale. The neighbors in the yard quickly gathered around, pointing and discussing. "Oh dear, what happened? Did Bonging fall into an ink vat? Look at that hand. It seems injured. How did this happen?" Seeing that enough people had gathered, Jia Zhang immediately began her performance. She pointed at Bonging's tragic appearance, crying to the crowd, "You all judge for yourselves. Li Dahai's house was as messy as a dog kennel. My Rottweiler couldn't stand it and kindly thought of going in to help him clean up. Who would have thought that the black-hearted Li Dahai had set traps inside? He caught my grandson's hand in one. Look at this injury. If that had been his neck, my grandson would have lost his life." She twisted the truth, portraying theft as a kind act of help, and painted herself as a victim, just as she was tearfully accusing. A mechanical prompt sound that only Li Dahai could hear quietly echoed in his mind. System prompt. The host successfully set a trap, causing the Rottweiler to fail in stealing and be punished. Jia Zhang lied in public to protect her own unethical behavior rated, gaining 200 points of unethical value. Current unethical value, 309 points. While Li Dahai was slacking off at the factory, he heard this prompt, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He could go back and watch a good show. In the yard, Jia Zhang's performance continued, and her dramatic crying truly fooled some neighbors who were unaware of the truth. But who was Uncle Yin Bugue? He adjusted his reading glasses and squinted, instantly seeing the key problem. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. "Sister Jia, please don't get agitated. I remember Li Dahai locked the door when he left, right? How did the Rottweiler get in to help clean?" This question pierced through the balloon of lies that Jia Zhang had inflated. The yard fell silent for a moment, and all eyes shifted from the Rottweiler to Jia Zhang's tear-streaked face. Yes, if the door was locked, how did the person get in? Jia Zhang's cries abruptly stopped, and she opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a steady sound of footsteps came from the courtyard entrance, and Uncle Zhonghai walked in with a frown, hands behind his back. As the decision-maker of the courtyard, his appearance made the atmosphere even more tense. His gaze did not linger on Jia Zhang, but swept over the crying Rottweiler, noticing its ink-stained paws and face. He glanced at the pried lock on Li Dahai's tightly closed door and finally settled his gaze on Jia Zhang's shifty eyes. Zhonghai said nothing, but his deep gaze already conveyed everything. He clearly understood that this was not a kind act of help. It was plainly a case of a thief breaking in and getting caught by the homeowner's security measures. Qin Huairu stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling as if the gazes from all directions were like knives cutting into her skin. She bit her lip hard, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She knew her son and mother-in-law too well. Without asking, she knew that Yin Bugue was absolutely right. What a disgrace. They had truly lost all face. Chapter 29, This is not a kind act of help, is clearly a case of breaking and entering. Just as the awkward atmosphere reached its peak, a slightly tired yet powerful voice broke the silence. "Oh, is this a courtyard meeting? Why is it so lively?" Everyone turned to the sound and saw Li Dahai, dressed in a work uniform stained with some grease, leisurely pushing his bicycle into the courtyard. He had a face of fatigue from just getting off work, with just the right amount of surprise and confusion in his eyes, as if he had no idea what earth-shattering event had occurred in the courtyard. "What's going on here? Oh no, Rottweiler." Li Dahai leaned his bike against the wall and walked a few steps to the Rottweiler, seeing its blackened paws and tear-streaked face, revealing a concerned yet shocked expression. "Did you fall into an ink pot? How did you get hurt?" His acting was seamless, without any flaws. As soon as Jia Zhang saw the main character return, it was as if she had found an outlet for her pent-up emotions, disregarding Uncle Yi's question. She sprang up from the ground like a mad hen, flailing her arms as she lunged toward Li Dahai. "Li Dahai, you black-hearted bastard. How dare you come back? Look at what you've done to my grandson. I'll fight you." Li Dahai seemed startled and subtly stepped back, just avoiding Jia Zhang's bony hands. He frowned, looking innocent and confused. "Aunt Jia, what are you doing? Let's talk calmly. No need to get physical." His voice was not loud, but exceptionally calm, starkly contrasting with Jia Zhang's outburst. "Please don't rush me. I just got back from working overtime at the factory, and am exhausted. I really don't understand what you're saying. Wasn't my door locked properly? How could the Rottweiler have gotten hurt? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the bright lock on his door, then back to the Rottweiler, and finally locked onto Jia Zhang, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yes, the door was locked. Uncle Yin just asked, but Jia Zhang hasn't answered. How to get in? The crowd immediately began to murmur. Their curiosity piqued again. Li Dahai's question kicked the ball back to Jia Zhang's court. She had just been stumped by Uncle Yin and was now being confronted by Li Dahai, her old face turning as red as a pig's liver, her mouth opened several times but unable to spit out a single word. Just then, a sharp-eyed neighbor pointed at Li Dahai's window and shouted, "Look over there." The window latch seems to have been pried open from the outside. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, the window was slightly ajar, with several clear scratches on the wooden latch inside, clearly pried open from the outside with something like iron wire. Now, the truth was out. Couldn't he pry the lock, so they pried the window instead? My goodness, how old is this child, and what technique is this? This is not a kind act of help. It is clearly breaking and entering. The discussions in the courtyard boiled over, and this time, no one felt sympathy for the Jia family. Everyone's eyes were filled with disdain and condemnation. Uncle Li Zhonghai's face was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. He cleared his throat heavily, and the entire courtyard instantly fell silent again. He stared at Jia Zhang and asked slowly, "Jia Zhang, now that the evidence is conclusive, what else do you have to say? Why did the Rottweiler pry openly Dahai's window and enter his home?" Jia Zhang shivered, her eyes darting, stammering as she tried to concoct another excuse. My Rottweiler, he saw that Li Dahai's window was not closed properly, and fearing a thief, wanted to go in and help close it. As soon as she said this, even she didn't believe it. A child, seeing a neighbor's window open, not calling an adult, but instead using iron wire to pry open the latch and climb in? What kind of logic is that? Laughter erupted in the courtyard, completely unabashed. Li Dahai watched Jia Zhang's poor performance, his heart blooming with joy. He sighed, walked to his door, pointed at the mess of ink and the already sprung mouse trap on the ground, revealing a mixture of relief and fear. Sigh. I was wondering why things kept disappearing around the courtyard lately. A bar of soap we distributed at the factory a few days ago disappeared in the blink of an eye when I left it on the windowsill. I thought I should be cautious, so I spilled some ink on the floor and set a trap, thinking which rat would dare come in, just to give it a little color. He paused, scanning the crowd, and finally his gaze fell on the Rottweiler's black paw, shaking his head in despair. I was purely protecting against thieves and rats. Who would have thought? Who would have thought this trap would catch the Rottweiler? As soon as these words were spoken, the effect was extraordinary. The words protecting against thieves felt like two resounding slaps, striking hard on Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu's faces. Li Dahai did not directly say the Rottweiler was a thief, but every word he spoke firmly stuck the label of a thief on the Rottweiler's forehead. Did you hear? Li Dahai is protecting against thieves. Isn't that right? Who doesn't have to be cautious these days? The Jia family has nothing to say this time, right? Your grandson is a thief. At such a young age, he doesn't learn well and steals things. He even lies, saying he was just helping to tidy up the house. How shameless. Qin Huairu, you're a mother too. Are you going to manage this child or not? If this continues, he'll end up in jail. Criticism, gossip, and ridicule surged towards the Jia family's three members like a tide. Qin Huairu's face was already pale, feeling as if she were stripped bare and exposed to the public, being pointed at. She could no longer bear such humiliation and rushed forward, grabbing the stunned Bang Gong, covering his mouth with one hand and dragging him home. Home! Her voice was hoarse and filled with a sob. Bang Gong was pinched, covered in ink, and now being dragged so roughly by his mother. He was scared and began to cry loudly. When Jia Zhang saw her grandson crying, her heart ached, and she couldn't care less about arguing with Li Dahai, cursing at the surrounding neighbors. What are you looking at? What is so interesting? A bunch of ill-intentioned people. You're all happy now that something happened to my grandson, right? However, her curses seemed so powerless at this moment, and no one paid her any attention. She could only follow Qin Huairu into the house, shutting the door with a bang, isolating all the mockery and accusations outside. A farce finally ended with the complete defeat of the Jia family. Uncle Zhonghai cleared his throat and addressed the crowd still gathered in the courtyard, using an undeniable tone to summarize. All right, everyone disperse. This incident serves as a reminder to everyone. Neighbors should live in harmony, but they must also manage their own households well. Stealing and mischief will not be tolerated in our courtyard again. The Jia family must reflect and discipline their child properly. After saying this, he walked back to his own home with his hands behind his back. Seeing that there was no longer any excitement to watch, the crowd gradually dispersed in small groups. Chapter 30. Who is this kid? What a big tone. Liu Dahai stood in the center of the courtyard, looking at the Jia family's closed door, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He leisurely opened the damaged lock to his own house and pushed the door inside. A strong smell of ink filled the room. The floor was a dark mess, and the mouse trap lay desolately in the center of the ink with a few strands of fabric fiber stuck to it. But Liu Dahai didn't mind at all. Instead, he admired his handiwork with great interest. He hummed a tune, fetched a rag and a bucket, and slowly began to clean up the mess on the floor. Tonight was destined to be a good dream. For some people in the courtyard, however, it was likely to be a night of shame with no sleep. The night was dark as ink, swallowing the noise and filth of the courtyard. The mess on the floor had been cleaned up, and the broken copper lock was casually tossed on the table, resembling a trophy. He lay on his bed, eyes closed, but his consciousness sank into a void of light. Moral depravity value, 309 points. Looking at this number, the smile at the corner of Liu Dahai's mouth deepened. The farce of the Jia family not only vented his anger, but also brought him substantial rewards. The cries of Bang Gong, the curses of Jia Zhang, and the humiliation of Qin Huairu all turned into the sweetest fruits. System, upgrade my advanced locksmith skill. Upgrading advanced locksmith skill requires 300 points of moral depravity. Do you confirm? Confirm. Liu Dahai did not hesitate at all. In this era, skills are the iron rice bowl, the foundation for survival. Currently, he was only at the level of an intermediate locksmith, and it was thanks to the help of a lucky charm that he had repaired the machines in the factory. But his luck couldn't always be that good. An advanced locksmith is a treasure in any factory and is truly someone who can walk tall. With a thought, 300 points of moral depravity were instantly cleared. The next second, a massive torrent of information surged into his mind like a bursting river. Countless complex mechanical blueprints, precise component structures, unheard of processing techniques, and the physical properties of various metal materials. The knowledge that was once obscure and hard to understand now felt like innate memory, deeply imprinted in every brain cell. He could even clearly see the stress changes experienced by every molecule on the surface of a gear under high-speed operation. He could hear the faintest friction of the balls in the bearing and use that to determine its remaining lifespan. This was no longer just a skill. It was akin to an instinct, a path to understanding machinery. Liu Dahai suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and bright, as if he could pierce through the roof and see the stars above. He clenched his fist, feeling the power that came from absolute confidence. Tonight, a good dream. The next day, at Hongqing's steel rolling factory, the usual roar of machines upon entering the factory was weak today, especially in the casting workshop, which was deathly silent. An oppressive and anxious atmosphere filled the entire factory area. Liu Dahai had just changed into his work clothes when he heard his co-workers in the workshop huddled together, whispering in low voices. Have you heard? The number 1 casting machine is completely down. Not just down, I heard that since yesterday. The engineers from the equipment department and the technical department have been circling around it, and they haven't fixed a single thing. That machine is the lifeblood of our factory. It's the treasure that Brother Mao Xiong helped build back in the day, and half of the work in the entire factory relies on it. If it stops for a day, how much will we lose? Money is a small matter. I heard that factory director Yang is almost going crazy. This batch of castings is for an order from the military factory, and there's a time limit. If it gets delayed, the consequences. The crowd exchanged anxious words, all wearing worried expressions. The factory's efficiency directly affected their wages and bonuses. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Liu Dahai's heart stirred, and he walked toward the center of the crowd in the casting workshop. As he got closer, he saw people surrounding the entrance in layers. Factory Director Yang was standing there with a dark face in front of the huge casting equipment, veins bulging on his forehead. A group of people in cadre and technician uniforms stood beside him, all looking worried and helpless. Useless. A bunch of useless people. Factory Director Yang finally couldn't help it, pointing at the head of the equipment department and shouting, "Where are the experts we invited from the city?" What did they say? The head of the equipment department, sweating profusely, stammered, "Factory Director Yang. The expert group has also looked at it. They said this equipment is too old, and with the Russian blueprints, many key components are designed differently than ours now. They also suggested seeing if we could contact experts from the Soviet side." Nonsense. Factory Director Yang was so angry that he kicked a nearby toolbox, making a loud crash. "Where are you going to find Soviet experts now? By the time they arrive, it'll be too late. I'm giving you all half a day. If you can't sort it out, you'll all write a self-criticism and lose half your bonus." The atmosphere on site instantly dropped to freezing point. Those engineers and technicians, who usually held their heads high, now looked like wilted eggplants, hanging their heads low. The massive casting machine lay there quietly like a steel beast, filled with silent mockery. Its construction was extremely complex. Pipes, wires, and gearboxes were intertwined, appearing like a tangled mess to those who didn't understand. Liu Dahai stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze piercing through the gaps between people and landing on the machine. Just a glance made his brows slightly raise. To others, it was cold and complex steel. But in his eyes, this machine seemed alive. With the terrifying insight brought by his advanced skills as a machinist, he could even see the flow of energy within the machine. He could tell which valve had a slight pressure leak, which drive shaft had a torque output deviation, and which hydraulic pump had unstable pressure. Everything was laid out before him like an open textbook, clear and understandable. Liu Dahai's heart began to beat powerfully. This was a great opportunity to show himself. Watching Director Yang's face, which was almost dripping with sweat, and seeing the expert's helpless expressions, Liu Dahai didn't want to wait any longer. He slowly squeezed out from the back of the crowd and, with a small voice that seemed to drop a stone into a silent pond, clearly reached everyone's ears. "Director Yang, how about I give it a try?" This seemingly casual remark from Liu Dahai was like throwing a bucket of cold water into hot oil, instantly igniting a commotion. "Hey, who's this kid? Quite the attitude. A newcomer, huh? Doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. Even the city's experts are at a loss. Can he really do it? He looks unfamiliar. Which workshop is he from?" The murmurs rose and fell, with disdain, doubt, and curious glances all focusing on Liu Dahai. Chapter 31. No big deal. I can fix this machine. The head of the equipment department, Wang Qianjin, was the first to jump out. He had just been scolded by Director Yang and was seething with anger. Seeing this young kid dare to speak up at such a moment, he found an outlet for his frustration. "You?" Wang Qianjin looked Liu Dahai up and down, his lips curling with undisguised contempt. "Comrade, this is a production workshop, not a place for you to play house. Don't cause trouble here. Go find somewhere cool to stay." Several technicians behind him echoed, "Exactly. Our experienced masters have no solution. What can a young person like you see? It's good for young people to have energy, but it should be in the right context. This is a military order. Can you bear the responsibility if it gets delayed?" The experts from the city, who had been quietly discussing something, turned to look at him as well. One of the older experts, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with impeccably combed hair, adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. "Comrade, this Model 5 horizontal casting machine is an early model built with aid from the Soviet Union in the 1950s. Its structure is complex, and the blueprints are incomplete. We've studied it for half a day and initially judged that the main hydraulic pump or the servo valve group has a fault. But we need precision instruments to determine which component it is." He paused, implying, "Can you handle it?" Director Yang, who had been in despair, felt as if he had grasped a straw when he heard Liu Dahai's voice. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze landing on Liu Dahai's face. This face, I remember it. It's you, Liu Dahai. Director Yang recalled that this young man had previously fixed a German import precision grinding machine that had left a group of experts at a loss in less than half a day. "Director Yang, you remember me," Liu Dahai replied with a calm smile. Director Yang's eyes brightened, and a glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. The precision of that grinding machine was not inferior to this casting machine. He asked in a low voice, Dahai, how confident are you? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianjin and the technician's expressions turned ugly. Director Yang's attitude clearly indicated he was considering it. Li Dahai did not answer directly, but calmly gazed at the steel giant. Masters and experts, you are all experienced seniors, and I'm sure you've checked everything that needed checking. If the machine is broken, having one more person with a different perspective can't hurt. What if I can find a new breakthrough? His words were humble and polite, neither claiming all credit nor putting anyone present in a difficult position. Director Yang furrowed his brow and quickly calculated in his mind. The group of useless people in front of him was unreliable, and the Soviet experts were too far away to help. Although Li Dahai was young, he had successfully repaired imported precision machine tools before. Given the current situation, it might be worth trying a dead horse as a live horse doctor. Perhaps a miracle could happen. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Time was passing second by second. Each second felt like a cut to his flesh. All right. Director Yang gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decisively said, Li Dahai, you give it a try. Whatever you need, the factory will fully cooperate. However, he added a warning. I'll say this up front. This equipment is very valuable, so you must be careful not to create a bigger problem. Director Yang, Wang Qianjin was anxious. If Li Dahai manages to fix it, where will that leave the equipment and technology departments? How will they hold their heads high in the factory in the future? Shut up. Director Yang shot him a fierce glare. If you have the ability, then do it. If you don't, stop talking nonsense. Wang Qianjin was left speechless, his face red, but not daring to say more. The experts exchanged glances, and one couldn't help but remind Director Yang, this is not childish play. What if? There's no what if. Director Yang interrupted, his tone resolute and determined. If there's a problem, I, Yang Aigua, will take full responsibility. The scene fell silent, all eyes focused on Li Dahai. Taking a deep breath, Li Dahai walked up to the massive casting machine. He didn't immediately start working, but walked around the machine slowly, like an experienced old doctor examining a patient. His fingers occasionally brushed over the cold steel shell, and he leaned close to certain areas, seemingly listening to the faint sounds within the machine. His focused expression made it seem as if the cold machine before him was a living giant. The surrounding workers whispered among themselves, keeping their voices low. Is this kid capable? Just pretending. He looks like he knows what he is doing. Don't disturb him. Look at Director Yang's face. If this problem isn't solved today, we'll all be in trouble. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Li Dahai's brow gradually relaxed. In his mind, the clear flow path of energy reappeared, with every subtle change in each component exposed. After a moment, he stopped. Director Yang, my initial judgment is that the problem should be with the main control valve group and several related auxiliary hydraulic units. For specifics, we need to disassemble this assembly for inspection. Assembly? Director Yang was taken aback and looked at Wang Qianjin. Wang Qianjin's face turned ashen. The main control valve group was one of the core components of the casting machine, with a very complex structure containing dozens of precision valves and sensors. The difficulty of disassembly was extremely high, and once damaged, there were basically no spare parts available. The implication was that this thing was very valuable and shouldn't be touched lightly. But Li Dahai seemed not to hear his words. According to my judgment, the problem isn't too big, but disassembly and repair will take time. If all goes well, it will take about a day and a night. A day and a night? Director Yang's heart jolted, although this time was not short. It was music to his ears compared to the indefinite wait for the Soviet experts. He looked at the city experts. The leading old expert pondered for a moment and said, Comrade, the area you mentioned aligns with our preliminary judgment. However, disassembling the core assembly carries too high a risk, and we considered this when suggesting more comprehensive testing. Another expert added, yes, the designs by these Soviet engineers differ from our current standards in many ways. If we break something, there might not even be a chance to repair it. Li Dahai smiled slightly. What you experts say makes sense. However, the current situation is that time waits for no one. If we don't take it apart to see the root cause, we'll never know where the problem lies. I am confident in ensuring the integrity of the components during disassembly. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable confidence. Chapter 32, Anyone who dares to go against Li Dahai will be dismissed on the spot. Director Yang looked into Li Dahai's clear and determined eyes, and his internal balance once again tilted. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, we'll do it your way. Li Dahai, go ahead and do what you need to do. If you need any personnel or tools, just let me know. I give you this authority." He then turned to Wang Qianjin and the head of the technical department. "You too, immediately organize personnel to fully cooperate with Comrade Li Dahai. Anyone who dares to go against this will be dismissed on the spot." Wang Qianjin and the head of the technical department exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness and frustration in each other's eyes, but they could only grit their teeth and respond, "Yes, Director Yang." Li Dahai was not polite and immediately began calling out names. "I need 2 experienced fitters to assist me, preferably those familiar with hydraulic systems. Also, prepare a full set of metric and imperial wrenches, sockets, as well as jacks, pry bars, copper rods, and specialized pullers." He rattled off a long list of tools and equipment, some of which even left Wang Qianjin, the head of the equipment department, momentarily stunned. Soon, under Director Yang's personal command, 2 seemingly experienced fitters were dispatched, and various tools were quickly prepared. In the foundry workshop, a temporary repair area was formed around the giant casting machine. More and more workers gathered around. Almost everyone who could spare a moment from the foundry rushed over. Even workers from other workshops, hearing the news, sneaked over to take a look. "It's starting. It's starting. Bet whether this kid can fix it." Someone in the crowd initiated. "I bet 50 cents definitely can't." The experts from the city shook their heads. "I bet $1. Who knows? Maybe a blind cat can catch a dead mouse." "Keep it down. If Director Yang hears you, he'll skin you alive." Li Dahai was oblivious to the noise. His entire focus was on the machine in front of him. He put on a brand new work uniform, donned latex gloves, picked up a heavy special wrench, and turned to the 2 fitters beside him. "Could you please remove these fixed bolts first? Be careful with the force. Don't damage the threads." Although the 2 fitters had doubts in their hearts, since the director had given a strict order, they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stepped forward to begin working. Li Dahai personally took charge of dismantling the crucial connecting pipelines and sensor lines. His movements were not fast, but each step was exceptionally steady, his fingers skillfully weaving through the complex pipelines, as if he were intimately familiar with every detail of the machine. Sunlight streamed in through the tall windows of the workshop, casting a halo on his focused profile. The onlookers held their breath. In the vast workshop, only the sounds of tools clanging and heavy breathing could be heard. Time passed, and beads of sweat dripped from Li Dahai's forehead, but he seemed completely unaware. The massive main control valve assembly, like a sleeping monster, was gradually peeled away from the body of the casting machine under the combined efforts of Li Dahai and the 2 fitters. Every time a component was removed, Li Dahai would carefully inspect it, then categorize and place it on a prepared canvas, keeping everything organized. Wang Qianjin and the few experts stood not far away, their expressions complex. They had originally thought Li Dahai was just a blowhard, but seeing his skilled techniques and calm demeanor, he didn't seem like a layman at all. "Old Wang, this kid really seems to have some skills." The head of the technical department couldn't help but whisper to Wang Qianjin. Wang Qianjin snorted coldly, insisting, "Just a show. It's easy to take it apart, but whether it can be reassembled and still work is the key. Not to mention finding the problem and fixing it. Just wait and see. I want to see how he finishes." Despite saying this, his eyes were glued to every movement of Li Dahai, afraid of missing any details. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of effort, as the last connecting flange was loosened, the heavy main control valve assembly was slowly hoisted down from the machine body with the assistance of a small mobile hoist and steadily placed on a pre-prepared workbench. Seeing that the assembly was successfully removed, the crowd of onlookers stirred slightly, letting out a sigh of relief. Just this first step had exceeded many people's expectations. Director Yang clenched his fist nervously, his palms sweaty. He quickly stepped forward, looking at the unusually complex valve assembly with a hoarse voice. "Dahai, how is it? Can you find a problem?" Li Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his eyes bright as he looked at the valve assembly, a confident smile on his face. "Director Yang, rest assured, I have basically pinpointed the root of this guy's problem. Next, it's just a matter of performing a minimally invasive surgery. He picked up a specially made, long screwdriver and pointed to an inconspicuous maintenance port on the side of the valve assembly, covered in oil and dust. His gaze sharp as an eagle. The problem should be right here. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the maintenance port wrapped in oil and dust. That spot was only about the size of a palm, plain and unremarkable, and due to years of neglect, a thick layer of sludge had accumulated on the edges. Who would have thought that the root cause of a malfunctioning piece of imported equipment worth hundreds of thousands would be hidden in such an inconspicuous corner? Are you kidding? That's just an observation port. Inside there's only a secondary drive bearing, totally unrelated to the main hydraulic system. Wang Qianjin was the first to jump out and refute, as if he had caught Li Dahai on another point. The few experts beside him nodded in agreement. One of them, an old expert wearing gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his glasses. "Comrade, we checked that part with a stethoscope before, and the operating sound was normal, so it couldn't possibly be the problem. Don't make wild guesses just to attract attention." Li Dahai completely ignored their doubts, just smiled at Director Yang. A smile filled with undeniable confidence. He took out a special pry bar and a small hex wrench from the toolbox, gently prying and twisting at the cover plate of the maintenance port. With a click, the cover plate fell away. A pungent smell, a mixture of degraded lubricant and metal powder, instantly spread out. The crowd instinctively took half a step back, covering their noses. But Li Dahai seemed to have caught a whiff of the most wonderful scent in the world. He leaned forward and carefully used a long-handled tweezer to extract something from that dark hole. First came clumps of greasy metal shavings that no longer showed their original color, then deformed ball bearings, and finally, he extracted a severely damaged outer ring of a bearing. The outer ring was covered with jagged cracks and pits, with some areas even worn down to the thickness of a cicada's wing, the edges sharp as blades. Chapter 33. This is real skill. Much better than those experts. The moment that pile of debris was placed on the prepared white cloth, the entire workshop erupted in gasps of astonishment, especially Wang Qianjin and the experts, their eyes nearly bulging out. How was this possible? The head of the technical department exclaimed, stepping forward in disbelief to look at the pile of scrap metal. How could this bearing be worn down to this extent? It's practically ground to dust. Wang Qianjin's face turned red and pale, his lips trembling. But he couldn't utter a single word. Just moments ago, he had confidently claimed there was no problem here, and now reality had slapped him hard, leaving a stinging pain. The old expert with the gold-rimmed glasses turned red in the face as well. He pushed up his glasses, wanting to say something to save face. But looking at the pile of irrefutable evidence, the words caught in his throat. This position was too concealed. Although it didn't belong to the main hydraulic circuit, it was responsible for the power transmission of a key bypass servo mechanism. Normally, the load was not heavy, so it was difficult to detect any abnormal sounds with a stethoscope. But once it completely collapses, metal debris will be carried into the precision main control valve group along with the lubricating oil, causing blockage and jamming. It's like an inconspicuous capillary in the human body bursting, triggering a fatal cerebral thrombosis. The reasoning is simple, but being able to pinpoint this root cause from such a complex system is no longer just technology. It's an art. Found it. Really found it. Director Yang's voice changed with excitement as he grabbed Li Dahai's arm with an astonishing grip. "Dahai, you're truly amazing." Li Dahai smiled faintly, pointing at the pile of debris, and said, "Director Yang, the problem has been found, but a new problem has also arisen." The crowd's hearts sank again. This bearing is a special bearing made in Germany. Our factory definitely doesn't have spare parts. Given the current situation, ordering from abroad would take at least 3 to 5 months, which is simply impossible. Li Dahai's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope that had just ignited. Wang Qianjin seemed to have found a lifeline and immediately spoke sarcastically. "If I said it, what's the use of finding the problem? Without the parts, isn't this machine just a pile of scrap metal? What a wasted effort." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere around them became tense again. Yes, not finding the cause is waiting to die, but finding the cause without a cure is even more despairing. Director Yang's brows, which had just relaxed, tightened again. He looked at Li Dahai, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. "Dahai, is there really no other way?" Li Dahai met everyone's gaze. a slight smile on his lips, revealing a set of white teeth. Well, there's a way. He paused, building suspense before speaking slowly. If we can't buy it, we'll make one ourselves. I can use the lathes and milling machines in the factory to temporarily process a substitute. He couldn't guarantee it would be 100% identical in precision, but he guaranteed it would get the machine running again until the new parts arrived. There would be no problem at all. Make one ourselves? Handcrafted? The entire workshop fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Liu Dahai as if he were a monster. This is a precision bearing made by the Germans. Dimensions, hardness, concentricity, even the slightest deviation is unacceptable. You want to make one with our factory's old, outdated lathe? Isn't this a fantasy? Nonsense. This is simply ridiculous. Wang Qianjin laughed out loud, as if he had heard the greatest joke, pointing at Liu Dahai's nose. Liu Dahai, do you think this is like molding clay? Do you know what precision machining means? Do you know what conditions are needed for heat treatment? You're going to ruin the last bit of hope in the factory. However, Liu Dahai ignored him and simply looked at Director Yang, his eyes calm. Director Yang looked into Liu Dahai's eyes, which held no trace of frivolity or boasting, only pure confidence and composure. He gritted his teeth, as if making a huge decision, and suddenly slapped his thigh. All right, Dahai, I trust you. Whatever you need, just say it. The entire repair workshop, all equipment, all personnel will follow your orders. Director, no. Wang Qianjin panicked. Shut up. Director Yang shouted angrily, glaring at him with red eyes. Wang Qianjin, you experts have studied for 2 days and nights without even finding the problem. Now that Dahai has found the problem and has a solution, you keep babbling here. If you're capable, then you do it. If you can make the machine work, I'll step down as the director. His words left Wang Qianjin speechless, and his face turned purple with anger. Liu Dahai stopped wasting time and immediately began to take action. He found a drawing, picked up a pencil, and quickly sketched out a processing diagram based on his memory of the bearing and the remnants he observed earlier. Dimensions, tolerances, material requirements, all clearly indicated, even more detailed than the original manufacturer's manual. Then, he personally went to the materials warehouse and selected a suitable piece of special alloy steel. Start lathe number 2 and prepare a few newly sharpened white steel tools for me. Preheat the quenching furnace to 850 degrees. Prepare the brine. Clear out that high-precision grinding machine. I need it. A series of orders were issued in an orderly manner from Liu Dahai's mouth. The previously doubtful craftsmen were infected by his professionalism and confidence, and without a word, they immediately sprang into action. The entire repair workshop seemed to transform into a high-speed, precision battlefield, with Liu Dahai as the sole commander. The roar of the lathe echoed again, this time not the sound of disassembly, but the sound of creation. Sparks flew, and metal shavings scattered. Liu Dahai stood in front of the lathe, his hands steady as a rock. His eyes like an eagle focused on the rapidly spinning workpiece and tool tip. Every movement he made was filled with rhythm, feeding in, retracting, cutting, measuring, fluid and seamless. One continuous flow. Time flew by. Outside the workshop, the night deepened and gradually lightened. By 10 in the morning, as the last bolt was tightened, Liu Dahai stood up straight, wiped the oil off his face, and made a gesture to Director Yang in front of the control panel. Director Yang's heart raced. Trembling hands pressed the start button. A slight hum of electric current followed, and the massive machine that had been silent for over 2 days let out a low roar. The sound transitioned from deep to powerful, from sluggish to smooth, echoing throughout the workshop. On the control panel, all the indicator lights lit up one by one, changing from red, which indicated alarms, to green, which indicated normal operation. Success! Success! The machine is working! Someone shouted first. In the next second, the entire workshop erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Workers hugged each other excitedly, and some even shed tears. This machine is tied to the livelihoods of thousands of people in the factory, and now it has come back to life. Director Yang was even more emotional, tears welling up in his eyes. He rushed over and tightly hugged Liu Dahai, patting his back forcefully, his voice choked with emotion. Dahai, well done. You saved our entire factory. You saved our entire factory. Wang Qianjin, who had been standing in the corner with a face blacker than a pot bottom, could no longer stay and tried to sneak away from the crowd. Just then, the leader of the expert team from the city, the old expert with gold-rimmed glasses, parted the crowd and quickly walked up to Li Dahai. He grabbed Wang Qianjin and then bowed deeply to Li Dahai. "Young man, I'm sorry. We are not skilled enough and have been sitting in the well, looking at the sky. You're the real expert." His voice was loud, filled with sincere apology and admiration. This sentence was like an invisible slap, hitting Wang Qianjin and the few experts behind him hard, making them wish they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. At that moment, a long-lost system notification sound echoed in Li Dahai's mind. Ding! The host has exhibited extraordinary technical abilities, ruthlessly crushing the city-level expert team and the factory engineers, causing them to lose face in public, completely embarrassed. Immoral behavior rating. Level. Earned 200 points of immoral value. Current immoral value balance. 209 points. Before Li Dahai could recover from the system's reward, Factory Director Yang had already taken his hand and stood on a makeshift high platform. "Comrades, I declare, from today onwards, Li Dahai is promoted to the deputy leader of our Hongqing steel plant maintenance workshop. Additionally, the factory has decided to award Li Dahai a personal cash reward of 200 yuan. 200 yuan. The crowd instantly erupted. In an era where an ordinary worker's monthly salary is only around 30 yuan, 200 yuan is an astronomical figure. Countless envious, jealous, and admiring gazes instantly focused on Li Dahai. At that moment, he was the most dazzling star in the factory. Holding the thick stack of cash in his hands and feeling the thunderous applause around him, Li Dahai's heart was unexpectedly calm. Deputy leader? A 200 yuan bonus? This is just the beginning. With skills, reputation, and the first pot of gold, how should he play next to make the immoral value come even faster? The setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the gray bricks and tiles of the courtyard, and the evening breeze carried the aroma of food and the chatter among neighbors, swirling in the yard. However, the atmosphere today was different from usual, with a hint of undefined heat and restlessness in the air. The source was none other than Li Dahai in the central courtyard. Have you heard? Dahai has made great strides in the factory. He has become the deputy leader. Not just the deputy leader. The factory director publicly awarded him 200 yuan. 200 yuan? My goodness. That's almost half a year's salary. The news spread like wildfire, igniting everyone's nerves in the courtyard. Uncle Yan Bugue was squatting by the window, carefully repairing his fishing net in the last bit of daylight. Upon hearing the news, the hemp thread in his hand snapped with a loud pop. He didn't care about the loss. His mind was already racing with calculations. 200 yuan. This Li Dahai, who used to seem so quiet. How did he suddenly seem like he was picking up money? His monthly salary is just over 40 yuan. That 200 yuan is enough for his family to live on without eating or drinking for half a year. Yan Bugue felt a mix of sourness and envy as he glanced at his few useless sons and couldn't help but sigh. In the backyard, Xu Damao had just returned from watching a movie and heard the news as soon as he entered the yard, his face instantly falling like a mountain. He spat on the ground in disdain and murmured to Lu Guangfu beside him. Deputy leader? What a big title. He's still just a worker's head. As for that 200 yuan, who knows how it came about? Maybe it was just a lucky fluke. Though he said that the jealousy in his eyes was almost palpable, as if it could turn into a physical knife to stab through Li Dahai's window. At that moment, no one felt worse than Uncle Liu Haizhong. He had just finished dinner, was walking around the yard with his hands behind his back, enjoying the awed gazes of others. As the courtyard affairs group leader of the street office, he was used to the feeling of having a small title but enjoying it thoroughly. However, with Li Dahai's recent achievements, he felt his authority was being challenged like never before. Why should a young kid be so popular? Just because he can fiddle with a few broken machines? Liu Haizhong felt a mix of discomfort, both from the feeling of being surpassed by a younger generation and a sense of crisis regarding his shaken authority. He squinted his eyes, looking at the tightly closed door of Li Dahai's house. A thought began to grow wildly in his mind like a poisonous weed. He needed to teach Li Dahai a lesson, to make him understand who truly held the power in this courtyard. Moreover, he needed to make him exert some effort without letting him fall behind. Chapter 35. Uncle Liu's scheme to test Li Dahai's skills as night deepened. The yard fell completely silent. Li Dahai had just finished washing up and was sitting at the table under the dim yellow light, admiring the thick stack of cash. 200 yuan, in this era, is a sum that can make countless people envious. The smell of the ink on the money, mixed with the unique scent of new bills, felt so solid and reassuring. He was contemplating how to use this money. Should he improve his living conditions or save it for future plans? More importantly, there were those 209 points of immoral value. This thing was much more precious than money. This time, just by crushing a few experts, he earned 200 points. If he were to deal with all the troublesome characters in this courtyard one by one, wouldn't the immoral value skyrocket? Just as he was imagining the future, a knock on the door sounded. Who could it be at this late hour? Liu Dahai calmly tucked the money away, stood up, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Uncle Liu Haizhong's serious square face appeared outside. He had his hands behind his back, belly out, exuding an air of leadership inspecting the work. Dahai, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Liu Haizhong said, his voice low and filled with a feigned sense of mystery. Uncle, please come in. Liu Dahai smirked internally, but put on a warm and respectful smile on his face, quickly inviting him in. This old guy never visits without a reason. By the looks of it, he must have something up his sleeve. Liu Haizhong entered the room and didn't sit down right away. He first looked around and then fixed his gaze on Liu Dahai, clearing his throat twice. Dahai, I heard you're now the deputy leader, young and promising, very good. He seemed to nod in approval, but then suddenly changed his tone. However, young man, your skills must be solid, and your ideological awareness must keep up. You can't become proud and complacent just because you have some achievements, understand? Yes, uncle. Your teachings are well taken. I will remember them. Liu Dahai lowered his head, appearing humble and eager to learn. Liu Haizhong was very satisfied with Liu Dahai's attitude. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted Liu Dahai to understand that even if he became the deputy leader, he still had to listen to him. Uncle Liu, in this courtyard, after laying the groundwork, he finally revealed his purpose. Dahai, I came to find you today because there is an important task that requires your help. Liu Haizhong leaned in closer, lowering his voice even further as if sharing a great secret. Uncle, you say it. I will do my best if it's within my power. Liu Dahai patted his chest, looking sincere. Liu Haizhong glanced around, confirming the door was closed, then carefully took out something from a shabby cloth bag he had brought. It was a rusty iron lump, still covered in dried mud. From its shape, it looked like a large gear from a machine. But the edges were worn down to an unrecognizable state, with several teeth broken off and covered in cracks of various sizes. Saying it was dug out of scrap heap would be an understatement. Liu Dahai took a quick glance and almost burst out laughing. With his knowledge of technology that surpassed this era by decades, he saw through the essence of this thing at a glance. This was nothing but a piece of complete industrial waste, hardly worth recycling. Liu Haizhong treated it as a treasure. Dahai, you must pay attention. This item is a secret task given to me by my superiors, and it is of great importance. Due to some special reasons, it cannot be sent to the factory for repair and must be resolved privately. After thinking it over in the entire courtyard, no, in the entire Nemlaguxiang area, you are the only one with the skill to fix it. Liu Dahai pretended to be shocked as he looked at the hunk of scrap metal, a troubled expression appearing on his face. Second uncle, this thing looks pretty badly damaged. Of course, if it weren't serious, would it be called an important task? Liu Haizhong's eyes widened, asserting his authority. Dahai, you must understand, this is the organization's test for you. You must keep this matter confidential and not mention it to anyone. Once it's fixed, I, second uncle, will definitely not treat you unfairly. At that time, I'll make sure to speak highly of you in front of the street leaders, painting a big picture, trying to show off while empty-handed. Goodness, he's really piling on. Liu Dahai felt overjoyed inside. He was just worried about how to quickly gain some misdeed points, and here Liu Haizhong was voluntarily bringing the opportunity to him. This was not just about fixing something. This was clearly a living Buddha sending him performance metrics. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a choice for misdeeds. Option 1. Expose Liu Haizhong's lies on the spot, pointing out that this is just a pile of scrap metal, embarrassing him. Reward. Level evaluation. Misdeed points 100. Option 2. Reject him sternly and give him a moral education. Reward none. Option 3. Feign acceptance of the task, and during the process, used technical means to make Liu Haizhong lose both his wife and soldiers, ultimately embarrassing him publicly, resulting in a loss of both money and resources. Expected reward, level or above. Is there even a need to choose? Li Dahai's gaze swept over the hunk of scrap metal. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with determination and a sense of mission. He grasped Liu Haizhong's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously, his voice trembling with emotion. Second uncle, rest assured, for the organization, for your trust in me, even if it's a matter of climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire, Li Dahai, will not frown. I accept this task. Liu Haizhong was taken aback by Li Dahai's sudden enthusiasm, and then a wave of great satisfaction and pride surged in his heart. Look, what is awareness? This is awareness. What deputy team leader? In front of me, Liu Haizhong, don't you have to obediently listen? He patted Li Dahai's shoulder with satisfaction, speaking earnestly. Good. Well done. Dahai, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Work hard, and if you need any tools or materials, just let me know. Second uncle will find a way for you. After saying that, he solemnly placed the hunk of scrap metal on the table and reminded him a few more times to keep it confidential, before walking away contentedly, strutting out with his belly out. Watching Liu Haizhong's self-satisfied figure disappear outside the door, the respect and excitement on Li Dahai's face instantly faded, replaced by a playful cold smile. He picked up the cold, rough scrap metal on the table and weighed it in his hand. Second uncle, this gift you've delivered to my door, if I don't fix it properly, it will be disrespectful to your performance. Chapter 36. Liu Haizhong's Expectations. This good part is worth at least 500. As night fell, the courtyard gradually quieted down, with only the dim yellow light from a few households visible through the windows. Li Dahai closed the door, completely isolating himself from the outside noise and calculations. System. Give me something good, Li Dahai silently thought. Ding. The system mall has been opened. Recommended exchange. Crispy fragrant metal fatigue catalyst. Exchange price. Misdeed points 20. Item description. This product is a colorless and odorless liquid that, when applied to the surface of metal, can perfectly fuse, making it look new and increasing its strength. However, when subjected to vibrations or pressure exceeding the predetermined threshold, it will instantly trigger a chain structure collapse, causing it to disintegrate from the inside, with effects comparable to Ali-Ge. Ali-Ge, your system is quite trendy, Li Dahai thought, but he was extremely satisfied with this effect. That's it. Exchange. As soon as he finished speaking, a bottle that looked no different from ordinary motor oil appeared in his hand out of thin air. For the next 3 days, Li Dahai displayed the professional qualities expected of an 8th-level machinist. He first carefully polished the pitted rust and burrs on the surface of that hunk of scrap metal, then evenly applied the catalyst he exchanged from his system. Next, he found some scrap materials and began to bang and weld, ultimately piecing together a shape that looked quite intricate and complex from the hunk of scrap metal. Throughout the process, he kept the doors and windows tightly shut, creating a mysterious atmosphere as if he were engaged in a top-secret operation. Meanwhile, Liu Haizhong, as expected, became a regular visitor at Li Dahai's home. On the first day, he came in with his hands behind his back, belly out, strolling in like a leader inspecting. Dahai, how is it? Any difficulties? Second uncle, rest assured. We are making progress, but the materials are special, so we need to be careful. Li Dahai wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking very serious. Liu Haizhong observed that the scrap metal seemed to shine a bit, nodding in satisfaction. Good, keep it up. The organization won't forget your contributions. On the second day, he came again, this time bringing 2 apples that he couldn't even bear to eat at home. Dahai, you've worked hard. Eat some to supplement your nutrition. Li Dahai was taken by surprise, accepting the apples, pointing to the part that was taking shape. Second uncle, look, it's almost done. The structure of this part is indeed exquisite. I've pondered over it for a long time before I figured it out. Liu Haizhong looked at the well-prepared part and seemed to see piles of cash waving at him, his face breaking into a smile, as expected of the deputy team leader. Your skills are top-notch. On the third day, when Liu Haizhong stepped into Li Dahai's house again, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. On the table lay a part gleaming with metallic luster, complex in shape and full of industrial beauty. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, the edges meticulously processed, looking even more exquisite than new factory products. My goodness! Liu Haizhong couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but afraid of damaging it. His hand hovered in the air, his eyes filled with greed and pride. Second uncle, I have lived up to my mission. Li Dahai carefully wrapped the part in a clean cloth and solemnly handed it to Liu Haizhong. I guarantee that once this thing is installed on the machine, it will definitely work. Liu Haizhong took the part, the heavy feeling in his hand giving him confidence. He patted Li Dahai's shoulder forcefully, speaking in an official tone. Good. Dahai, you have made a great contribution this time. Once this matter is settled, I will definitely commend you in front of Director Wang from the street. It's all for the organization. It's only right. Li Dahai said with a sincere face, pouring a glass of water for second uncle. Second uncle, have a drink. The part one repaired is as refreshing as an 18-year-old girl. Second uncle did not refuse, downing in one go, then left with a big smile. After sending off the beaming Liu Haizhong, Li Dahai's expression instantly collapsed. He picked up the apple that Liu Haizhong had brought and took a big bite. The next morning, Liu Haizhong donned his most presentable blue khaki work uniform, his hair slicked back, carefully wrapping the precious part in a cloth bag, and headed straight to a machining factory in the south of the city. Through various connections, he contacted a private boss named Wang. This boss Wang specialized in dealing with second-hand machinery and rare parts, with a wild approach and bold demeanor. In Wang's office, filled with greasy parts, Liu Haizhong cleared his throat, opened the cloth bag, and carefully placed the shining part on the table. Boss Wang, take a look at this. Liu Haizhong deliberately lowered his voice, creating a sense of mystery. This was a high-quality item obtained through special channels, something that could hardly be found on the market. Boss Wang was initially a bit impatient, but his eyes lit up the moment he saw the part. He put on his reading glasses and examined the part from every angle, exclaiming, "Wow, the craftsmanship and smoothness are indeed impressive. Lao Liu, your connections are quite something." Seeing that he had taken the bait, Liu Haizhong felt even prouder, puffing out his chest a bit more. Of course. To be honest, I took a risk for this one piece. Name your price. Boss Wang was a straightforward person. Liu Haizhong extended 5 fingers. This amount. 50? Boss Wang raised an eyebrow. 50? Liu Haizhong scoffed, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Boss Wang, take another look at this craftsmanship. It can be used in precision machine tools. I'm talking about 500. 500. Boss Wang gasped. Lao Liu, your heart is way too dark. Are you robbing me? Hey, you get what you pay for. Liu Haizhong remained calm and confident. If you don't trust me, you can test it right here. The performance of this thing is definitely worth that price. He was eager for the other party to test it. Didn't Li Dahai say it would work perfectly? Once the test was successful, that 500 would be secured. At that time, his status in the courtyard would surely rise. Boss Wang pondered for a moment, and seeing the part, he was indeed tempted. He gritted his teeth. Fine, let us test it. If it's as good as you say, 500 it is. But if there's a problem, I'll take the responsibility. Liu Haizhong boasted. Soon, the part was installed on a small pressure testing machine. Boss Wang and several technicians surrounded the machine, while Liu Haizhong stood aside, arms crossed, wearing a victorious smile. He was already calculating whether to buy a radio first or replace his old bicycle with a new one once the 500 came in. Boss Wang, let us start, Liu Haizhong urged. Boss Wang nodded and signaled to the technician. The technician pressed the start button. The machine hummed to life, and the needle on the pressure gauge slowly rose. Liu Haizhong's smile grew brighter. However, just as the pressure reached a very low value and the machine only emitted a slight vibration, crack, a crisp sound like breaking cookies rang out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, that seemingly indestructible, radiant part disintegrated as if under a spell. With a dull thud, it didn't explode, but fell apart like a pile of deconstructed building blocks, breaking into various sizes of metal shards that scattered everywhere. One piece even bounced up and flew past Boss Wang's polished shoes. The entire office fell into a deathly silence. Liu Haizhong's smile froze, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, his eyes bulging in disbelief at what had just happened. One moment, it was a treasure worth 500. The next, it was a pile of scrap metal. Liu! Boss Wang's roar shattered the silence. his face turning beet red as he pointed at Liu Haizhong, cursing, "Are you playing me for a fool with this pile of junk? If this had been installed on a machine, how big of an accident could it have caused? Are you trying to kill me?" And no, it was fine just a moment ago. Liu Haizhong was completely stunned, stammering in defense. "Oh, come on." Boss Wang kicked over a nearby chair. "This is commercial fraud. Not only do I not have my money, but you also owe me for the wear and tear on this machine during the test, and for my mental distress. Compensation?" Liu Haizhong was dumbfounded. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't hand over $20 today, you want to get out that door." Boss Wang pointed at two burly men at the entrance with a fierce tone. Ultimately, under pressure, Liu Haizhong ended up with nothing. Trembling as he pulled out the 10 or so bucks he had saved over half a year. He even wrote an IOU before being chased out in disgrace. While Li Dahai was washing his hands by the basin in the courtyard, the system's notification sounded joyfully in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host successfully made Liu Haizhong suffer from greed and lose face in front of others, leaving him empty-handed. Immoral behavior comprehensive rating, level. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 300 points of immoral value. All physical attributes won. Li Dahai was overjoyed. Level rating, 300 points. This was a big win. It seemed the system highly valued actions that caused face loss for those who cared about their image. Just as he was savoring the warm current surging through his body, he looked up and saw a disheveled Liu Haizhong walking in through the main gate. At that moment, the once proud and authoritative second master had lost all his former glory. His hair was messy, his clothes wrinkled, and he looked like a frostbitten eggplant, with a vacant stare and ashen face. Li Dahai dried his hands and approached with the most innocent and concerned smile. "Second master, you're back. Did everything go smoothly? The task you entrusted me with, nothing went wrong, right?" This greeting was like a sharp knife, precisely piercing Liu Haizhong's already wounded heart. He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Li Dahai's innocent face, his eyes filled with suspicion, anger, and a hint of unspeakable terror. It's him. It must be his doing. But what could he say? Admit that the part broke? That would be equivalent to confessing that his so-called secret mission was fake and that he had taken a pile of scrap metal to deceive the factory leaders. If this got out, how could he continue to be the second master in the courtyard? Where would he put his face? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in Liu Haizhong's mind, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say a single one. He could only stare at Li Dahai with bloodshot eyes, his chest heaving violently, as if he were about to faint from anger at any moment. "Second master? What is wrong with you? Please don't scare me." Li Dahai feigned greater concern, raising his voice a bit more, which drew curious glances from several neighbors who were picking vegetables nearby. The neighbors' gazes were like searchlights, all focused on the center of the courtyard, scanning back and forth between Li Dahai and Liu Haizhong. In those gazes were curiosity, speculation, and a bit of glee at the unfolding drama. "Second master, please say something." Li Dahai's concern intensified, even leaning in closer as if genuinely worried that Liu Haizhong might choke on his breath. "Your face is as pale as the wall. Did you catch a chill on the way? Do you want me to make you a bowl of warm brown sugar water? Brown sugar water?" Those three words hit Liu Haizhong like a heavy hammer, smashing down on his head. Hearing anything related to water made him anxious. He bit down hard on his back teeth, nearly drawing blood from his gums, his anger boiling inside him to the point he felt he might explode. He wanted to roar, to tear apart the hypocritical smile on Li Dahai's face, to tell everyone in the courtyard that it was this Li Dahai, this little bastard, who had sabotaged him. But he couldn't. Once he said it, his glorious act of trying to gain small profits by deceiving the factory leaders would spread throughout the entire courtyard, even the whole steel mill. By then, he wouldn't just lose his status as the second master. He might even lose face as an 8th-level machinist at the mill. This was a loss he had to swallow. I'm Fine. After a long while, Liu Haizhong squeezed out those 3 words from between his teeth. After saying that, he dared not look at Li Dahai's face again and didn't want to stay under the gaze of the crowd for another second. He almost fled, his head down, his back hunched, unsure of how to place his hands and feet, and rushed back into his house in a disheveled state. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, the sound filled with the wailing of a defeated dog. The courtyard fell silent for a second. Then whispers erupted that could no longer be contained. Hey, did you see second uncle's cowardly look? Like a defeated rooster. Isn't that right? Usually he's so authoritative, almost with his nostrils in the air. What's happened today? It's like he's been drained of all strength. Most likely, he had some trouble with his business outside and came back with his tail between his legs. I bet it has something to do with Li Dazai. Didn't you see how pale second uncle went when Li Dazai asked him something? These discussions were not loud, but buzzed like mosquitoes, clearly floating into everyone's ears. Chapter 38. The Truth Spell for the Scheming Third Uncle. Li Dazai listened to these discussions, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more genuine. This was the effect he wanted to kill with a blow to the heart, making Liu Haizhong unable to voice his grievances, forced to bottle them up until he suffered internal injuries. In recent days, the atmosphere in the courtyard had quietly changed. The once proud and domineering second Uncle Liu Haizhong, who loved to patrol the courtyard with his hands behind his back and dictate others' trivial matters, had completely fallen silent. He seemed like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted. Occasionally, when he went out to throw away the garbage, he hurriedly rushed back, no longer the swaggering figure he once was. Especially when he saw Li Dazai. He was like a mouse seeing a cat, taking a long detour to avoid him, afraid of being touched by a bit of misfortune. The clever people in the courtyard, like third Uncle Yin Buguwei, had already seen through the situation. He had repeatedly reminded his sons to be polite to Li Dazai in the future, as this person was formidable. Even a seasoned veteran like second uncle had stumbled under him. He must not be easily provoked. Li Dazai's life had become increasingly comfortable. He knew that dealing with the beasts in the courtyard required more than just brute force. It required brains, using technical means that they couldn't comprehend to strike from a lower dimension. Just like this time dealing with Liu Haizhong, it was done without anyone noticing, with outstanding results, and it wouldn't leave any handle for others to grasp. This was the highest realm of being unscrupulous. Late at night, as it grew quiet, Li Dazai lay in bed, his consciousness sinking into the system space in his mind. Ding! The system mall will refresh its items in 10 minutes, during which a batch of new special items will be available. Please look forward to it, host. Li Dazai's spirits lifted. He wondered what surprises the refresh would bring. Time passed second by second, and when the clock's hands pointed to midnight, the system mall interface in his mind suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. As the light faded, a row of brand new item icons appear before him, each exuding an enticing aura. Li Dazai quickly scanned them. Invisibility Talisman, 5 minutes, priced at 500 points of unscrupulous value. After use, one can enter a completely invisible state for 5 minutes. Good item, but too expensive. Li Dazai smacked his lips. This could be a lifesaver at critical moments, but now is not the time to buy it. X-ray glasses, 1 hour, priced at 800 points of unscrupulous value. After wearing, one could see through non-metal obstacles for 1 hour. Hiss! This one is even more ruthless. Li Dazai gasped. If this were used to... Cough, cough, he quickly shook off those unhealthy thoughts. This thing was simply a magic tool for stone gambling, a treasure for finding bargains, but the price was equally daunting. His gaze continued to move downward and finally settled on an icon emitting a faint blue light. Truth spell for designated targets lasts 10 minutes. During this time, the target cannot lie and can only express their most genuine thoughts. Price, 100 points of unscrupulous value. The moment he saw this item, Li Dazai's breath stopped for a second. The truth spell. This was practically a tailor-made artifact for the schemers in the courtyard. Images of hypocritical faces flashed through his mind. There was the seemingly virtuous first uncle Zhonghai, who claimed to have the courtyard's best interests at heart, but was actually plotting to make Shazhu support him in his old age. Then there was the White Lotus Qin Huairu, who always cried poor and sold pity, treating Shazhu as a long-term meal ticket and taking others' kindness for granted. And that greedy Jia Zhang, who made a scene all over the courtyard. If these people were made to drink water infused with the truth spell, revealing their sordid and selfish thoughts in front of everyone in the courtyard, just imagining that scene made Li Dazai's blood boil. A social death package, deluxe upgrade. Buy. Must buy. Without hesitation, Li Dazai directly clicked to purchase with his mind. Ding. Consumed 100 points of unscrupulous value, successfully exchanged for 1 truth spell. System balance. 389 points. A nearly transparent piece of talisman paper, with faint runes visible only at specific angles, quietly appeared in his system warehouse. The usage instructions were simple. Dissolve it in water and have the target drink it to take effect. Li Dazai contentedly stored this powerful weapon away and looked at his remaining 300 points of unscrupulous value. Just having spiritual nourishment wasn't enough. Material life also had to keep up. He skillfully began to search them all. Top-quality 3-layer pork, 5 pounds. Northeast finely milled rice, 10 pounds. Haitan soy sauce. Shanxi aged vinegar, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, a complete set of spices. Big white rabbit milk candies, fruit cans, peanuts, and melon seeds also get some. After a spree of consumption, 359 points of unscrupulous value flowed out. The system warehouse was instantly filled with various high-quality ingredients and daily necessities, and the air seemed to be infused with a rich aroma of abundance. Finally, he spent 10 points of unscrupulous value to exchange for a brand new set of cotton clothes and pants. The fabric was thick and soft cotton, made of high-quality corduroy, far superior to what was sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. Now, he had only 20 points of unscrupulous value left as a reserve. With everything ready, Li Dazai's gaze fell again on the transparent truth spell. Everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. So, who should be the first lucky target? His fingers lightly tapped in the air, and in his mind, one candidate's name after another flashed by. Eventually, his gaze landed in the direction of first Uncle Zhonghai's home in the middle courtyard. If we're going to play, let's play big. Starting with you, the hypocritical scoundrel. As night deepened, Li Dazai lay in bed, tossing and turning. The transparent truth spell was radiating an alluring glow in his mind. Li Dazai sat up, lit a cigarette, and in the swirling smoke, he began to strategize. Directly targeting the old fox, Zhonghai would create too much noise. Zhonghai had deep roots in the courtyard and high prestige. If he failed or the effect was unsatisfactory, he could easily be counterattacked. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? He needed to find a soft target to test the power of the truth spell and establish his own authority. A suitable candidate gradually became clear in his mind. The scheming ancestor of the courtyard, third Uncle Yin Bugue. A cold smile crept across Li Dazai's lips. He recalled seeing Yin Bugue sneaking around the back courtyard corner alone in recent days. Sometimes it was late at night, other times it was early morning, holding a flashlight, looking around like a thief. This old fellow was definitely up to something. Chapter 39. Li Dazai has meat for breakfast. Third uncle comes to the door. The next day was the weekend, and as dawn broke, most people in the courtyard were still in dreamland. In Li Dazai's house, an incredibly domineering aroma had already wafted out. He cut off 2 pounds of the 5 pounds of 3-layer pork belly he had exchanged in the system mall yesterday. The pieces of meat, interspersed with fat and lean, sizzled in the scorching hot iron pot, with the fat rapidly rendered out and the skin turning an enticing caramel color. Next, he added rock sugar to the pot, frying it until it turned a beautiful caramel color, evenly coating the meat pieces. Then he drizzled soy sauce, added star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, and let it stew with a bubbling sound. The rich, thick, and slightly sweet aroma of the meat seemed like a mischievous fairy with legs, unreasonably sneaking into everyone's nostrils in the courtyard through the cracks in the door and windows. In the front yard, Yanbu Gui's family was affected. Yan Yicheng, lying in bed, unconsciously twitched his nose a couple of times and suddenly opened his eyes. What is that incredibly fragrant smell? Uncle Yanbu Gui also woke up, sniffing hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, his eyes shining. It's meat. It's the smell of braised pork. Aunt Yang Gui Hua was already so tempted that she couldn't sleep. She was leaning by the window, peering outside. Old man, whose house is this? Stewing meat so early in the morning, that's too extravagant. Isn't this just a deliberate tease? In these times, which family doesn't treat meat as a treasure? Only daring to eat a meal during festivals? Stewing meat this early, and judging by the intensity of the aroma, the ingredients must be plentiful. And there's definitely a lot of meat. Who else could it be? Yanbu Gui curled his lips, his eyes revealing a sour jealousy. It must be that little rascal Li Dahai. Who knows what kind of luck he's had, improving his diet every day. Can he finish all that by himself? Such a waste. Yang Gui Hua complained while unable to resist swallowing her saliva again. The aroma came in waves, practically pouring oil on the gluttony in Yanbu Gui's stomach, making him feel restless and uncomfortable. Finally, Yanbu Gui could no longer sit still. He threw on some clothes and said to Yang Gui Hua, "I'm going out to collect the clothes I hung out last night." Yang Gui Hua's eyes turned, and she lowered her voice. "Go take a look. If that little rascal is polite, bring a bowl back to taste. Tell him not to put too much meat, but to give more soup. The soup mixed with rice is the best." "Got it," Yanbu Gui replied and pushed the door out. Li Dahai was sitting in the house, watching the pot while humming a little tune. His ears had long since caught the sounds coming from the yard. "Dahai, haven't you eaten yet?" Yanbu Gui pretended to pass by, holding a piece of dried clothing, but his eyes kept darting towards Li Dahai's house. The bubbling sound from the pot was simply the most wonderful music in the world. Just then, Li Dahai opened the door, and an even richer aroma instantly burst forth, almost taking Yanbu Gui's soul away. "Oh, Uncle San, what are you doing?" Li Dahai feigned surprise, wearing a warm smile. No, it's nothing. I was just passing by." Yanbu Gui felt his face heat up a bit, but his feet seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move. "Dahai, what delicious food are you making? It smells really good." "Oh, just some random braised pork, experimenting with a new recipe." Li Dahai enthusiastically lifted the pot lid. With a whoosh, the mixed aroma of meat, sauce, and spices rushed out, and Yanbu Gui felt his mouth instantly fill with saliva. Inside the pot, the pieces of pork belly were stewed to a rosy, shiny color, the sauce thick and bubbling enticingly. Yanbu Gui's eyes widened. "Uncle San, just right. I can't finish it alone. Come in and sit. Help me taste it, and give me some feedback." Li Dahai extended a sincere invitation. That was a well-crafted line. It wasn't charity, it was asking for help. Yanbu Gui's momentary embarrassment vanished, and he hesitated a couple of times. This is too embarrassing. Though he said it was embarrassing, half of his body was already stepping over the threshold. "Oh, what's embarrassing about this? We're neighbors. Please come in." Li Dahai didn't give him a chance to refuse and ushered Yanbu Gui into the house. Inside, the table still had unopened white rabbit milk candies and canned fruit. Yanbu Gui's eyelids twitched, secretly cursing Li Dahai for being such a spendthrift, living more lavishly than the factory director. "Uncle San, please take a seat. The pot is still stewing. I'll pour you a cup of tea to moisten your throat." Li Dahai warmly greeted him, turning to get the thermos and teacup. Just as he turned, his fingertip moved slightly, and the almost transparent truth talisman silently fell into the teacup in his hand. The talisman dissolved upon contact with water, leaving no trace whatsoever. A steaming cup of tea was placed in front of Yanbu Gui. "Uncle San, have a sip of tea first. I'll serve you the meat right away. You must taste it well for me." Yanbu Gui's full attention was on that pot of meat. How could he doubt a cup of tea? Feeling dry and parched, he picked up the teacup and gulped down more than half the cup. Good. Li Dahai watched him drink the tea, silently counting. "System, start the timer." Ding. Truth talisman effect activated. Duration 10 minutes. He kept a straight face, turned around to grab a large bowl, deliberately dawdling while picking through the pot, casually chatting. Li Dahai leisurely took out a sea bowl from the cabinet, wide-mouthed and thick-walled, just right for holding soup and rice. He took a spoon and stirred in the pot, intentionally making the thick, reddish sauce bubble even more joyfully. Each piece of pork belly looked like a ruby soaked in honey, the fatty parts glistening, the lean parts deeply colored, quivering with rich sauce. "Uncle San, take a look. How's my cooking?" Li Dahai said while carefully selecting in the pot. He wasn't in a hurry to serve. First, he scooped up a piece of meat with fat and lean, waving in front of Yanbu Gui's eyes. The piece of meat shone with a glossy sheen under the light, the aroma acting like tangible hooks, scratching at Yanbu Gui's heart. "Good. That's very good." Yanbu Gui's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his eyes fixed on that piece of meat, responding while his thoughts were entirely focused on how to eat a few more pieces. Li Dahai secretly laughed, but his movements became even slower. He first laid a layer of potato chunks soaked in sauce at the bottom of the bowl, then one piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, specifically choosing the best-looking pork belly to stack on top, and finally, with a whoosh, poured a large spoonful of boiling thick sauce over it. The sauce instantly submerged half of the meat pieces in the bowl, the steam carrying the domineering aroma once again sweeping through the entire small house. Chapter 40. You must save this money. Don't let Aunt San find out. Here you go, Uncle San. Li Dahai heavily placed the bowl full of braised pork, along with a pair of chopsticks, on the table in front of Yan Bugui. Yan Bugui, unable to care about politeness, picked up the chopsticks to grab some. But Li Dahai, as if suddenly remembering something, sat down opposite him and casually spoke. Uncle San, you're the most knowledgeable person in our courtyard. Recently, I've seen you coming and going every day. What profound knowledge are you researching now? This flattering remark made Yan Bugui feel good inside. He was just about to modestly brag about his love for education, as per his usual habit. However, as the words reached his lips, they changed flavor. Oh, just busying myself, tutoring a few kids for my colleagues at the factory, making a little extra money. As soon as the words came out, Yan Bugui was stunned. His chopsticks hung in midair, and his mind went blank. What did I just say? Making extra money? How'd I let that slip out? This was his deepest secret. Not even his wife, Aunt San, knew. How did I blurt that out to this little rascal Li Dahai? Li Dahai's face revealed just the right amount of surprise and admiration at the right moment. Oh my, third uncle, you really are quite the hidden talent. In this day and age, anyone who can earn extra money with their own skills is truly remarkable. After a month, you must have made at least 10 or 8 bucks, right? As he spoke, he looked encouragingly at Yan Bugui, resembling a younger person idolizing their hero. Yan Bugui's heart raced with alarm, constantly telling himself, "Shut up, quickly shut up, not a word more." But his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own, completely beyond his control. Not that much, just a little over 10 bucks. His voice trembled, a fine layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his shirt was instantly soaked with sweat. It's over. Now I've even revealed the specific amount. In a panic, he tried to shove a piece of meat into his mouth, hoping to silence his disobedient mouth with chewing. But how could Li Dahai give him that chance? Over 10 bucks. My goodness. Li Dahai slapped his thigh, raising his voice by 8 octaves. Third uncle, you're doing much better than us poor souls on fixed salaries. You need to save that money well. Don't let third aunt find out. Yan Bugui's heart sank sharply. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, with each of Li Dahai's words pushing him further down. He wanted to retort, to say what I said to you, but what came out was of course not. I'm saving it all. Not a single cent has she found out. After saying this, Yan Bugui felt as if he wanted to die. It felt like his skin was being peeled off layer by layer and thrown on the ground to be stepped on. However, Li Dahai seemed oblivious to his now pig-liver-colored face and leaned in closer, lowering his voice, looking mysteriously as if he was considering his well-being. So much money. Where are you hiding it? You better hide it well. Those little rascals in the yard are not clean-handed, especially that Wang Geng kid. Don't let him get his hands on it. This sounded like a death warrant. Yan Bugui's brain completely crashed. All his reason and defenses crumbled in that moment. He opened his mouth, trying with all his might to swallow the words back, but some mysterious force controlled his tongue, making him spill his deepest secrets without missing a word. It's right under the loose floor tile under my bed, wrapped up well in oil paper. There's over 50 bucks. Buzz. When the last word slipped out, Yan Bugui felt the whole world go silent. He stared blankly at Li Dahai, his eyes filled with terror and despair. That steaming, aromatic braised pork now seemed to him like a deadly poison. What did he just say? He revealed his entire nest egg, the private savings he had painstakingly amassed over half a year, the hiding place, and the exact amount, all told to Li Dahai, a mere outsider. A bone-chilling cold surged from his soles straight to the crown of his head, and Yan Bugui shuddered violently. I think my kettle is still boiling water at home. I need to go check. He spoke incoherently, finding an excuse that he didn't even believe himself, and turned to dash outside. Li Dahai also stood up, wearing a concerned expression, reaching out to help him. Third uncle, what's wrong? Why is your face as white as paper? Are you feeling unwell? And no, it's nothing. Yan Bugui felt as if he had been stung by a scorpion and jerked his hand away from Li Dahai's grip, stumbling towards the door. I just suddenly remembered I have something urgent. You eat the meat. I'm heading back. He didn't even dare to look at Li Dahai again, flinging the door open and almost fleeing in panic. watching Yin Bugue escape in a flurry, looking as if he had seen a ghost. The concern on Li Dahai's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a playful, hunter-like smile. Ding! The host successfully obtained another's private information and used verbal guidance to make the target reveal more secrets in extreme panic, regretting it afterwards. Immoral behavior rating, level. Earned 200 points of immoral value. Current immoral value balance, 220 points. A net gain of 100 points. This deal is worth it. Li Dahai leisurely sat back at the table, picking up a piece of braised pork that Yin Bugue hadn't had time to touch and putting it in his mouth. The fatty meat melted in his mouth. The lean meat was tender and savory, and the rich sauce burst on his tongue, filling his mouth with a taste of happiness. This meat tasted even better than usual. He squinted his eyes, savoring it slowly while his mind raced with calculations. Over $50 in private savings, hidden under the floor tile beneath the bed. This secret was like a heavy bomb. How to use it? Directly tell third ant? No, too direct, not artistic enough. The immoral value generated wouldn't be high enough. He needed to play a technical game. He wanted this bomb to explode in the most splendid way at the most appropriate moment, preferably causing a ruckus throughout the entire courtyard. Li Dahai's gaze crossed the window, looking towards the direction of Yin Bugue's home in the courtyard. He could almost envision the comical scene when this secret was revealed, with third ant chasing third uncle around the yard with a feather duster in hand. No rush. Let third uncle be on edge for a few days. Let him truly experience what it means to be restless and anxious, what it means to live day by day like a year. When he was on the verge of breakdown, he would deliver a grand gift. Li Dahai picked up a second piece of meat, slowly sending it into his mouth. So delicious. Chapter 41. The anxious third uncle suffered greatly in these days. Ever since that day when he fled from Li Dahai's house in a panic, Yin Bugue felt as if the sky had collapsed. For several consecutive days, he was in a distracted state. During the day at school, his chalk writing was crooked, and several times he misread numbers, causing the students to burst into laughter. Even the principal called him in for a talk, asking if something had happened at home. What could he say? That he had revealed his hard-earned savings of half a year, including the hiding place and the exact amount, to a distant junior in the courtyard? If that got out, where'd he put his old face? The nights at home were even more torturous. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, but his ears were always alert. Any movement in the courtyard, even a wild cat jumping onto the wall, would make him break out in a cold sweat. He always felt that the next moment, Li Dahai would lead third ant, followed by the neighbors in the courtyard, kicking open his door and pointing at the loose floor tile under his bed, shouting, "It's right here." Every time he thought of that scene, Yin Bugue's heart felt as if it were grasped by an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Every time third ant spoke to third uncle, it would frighten Yin Bugue, nearly giving him a heart attack. Third uncle had thought countless times about moving that money somewhere else, but third ant watched him too closely. If he lingered by the bed for a moment too long, third ant's gaze would drift over. "Old man, what are you doing? Picking up money off the floor?" He would quickly shuffle away, forcing a laugh. The over $50 felt like a red-hot branding iron, lodged in his heart, unable to be taken out or put down, burning through his insides day and night. He visibly grew haggard, with sunken eye sockets and dark circles. His face, already adept at scheming, now bore a few more expressions of anxiety and dread. Meanwhile, Li Dahai, the instigator of it all, leisurely enjoyed everything. These days, he had moved a small stool to sit at his doorstep, basking in the sun while keenly observing the movements in the courtyard. He saw Yin Bugue sneaking back home every time, first peeking around the courtyard entrance to make sure Li Dahai wasn't nearby before darting back into his house. He also noticed Yin Bugue talking to Aunt San a few times in the house, suddenly jolting with a terrified look as he glanced under the bed. That guilty, jumpy demeanor made Li Dahai's heart bloom with joy. This is what it means to kill a man by striking at his heart. If he directly exposed the secret, the worst that would happen is Yin Bugue receiving a light scolding, which would be boring. But now, letting him scare himself, suffering in endless fear and regret. That is the ultimate mental torture. Waiting for the right moment, he would add another log to the fire, making the pot of water boil completely. That afternoon, Li Dahai estimated that it was time for Yin Bugui to tutor those kids. He sneaked into the courtyard and indeed saw 3 half-grown children, giggling and chatting, entering Yin Bugui's house with their backpacks. A barely noticeable smile crept onto Li Dahai's lips. He returned to his room, tore a piece of paper from the table, and found a pencil stub. He didn't write, as writing could expose his handwriting. Instead, he chose a more primitive and impactful way to draw. Simple lines outlined the shape of a bed. Under the bed, a tile was deliberately drawn with cracks, making it stand out. Beneath the cracked tile was a square package wrapped in oil paper, with several symbols of coins drawn beside it. And finally, a big question mark. A treasure map, full of childlike fun and explosive information, was born. Simple, straightforward, yet thought-provoking. What would a child think upon seeing such a picture? They would be curious, treat it as a game, and couldn't help but ask their teacher for confirmation. That scene would surely be very, very exciting. Li Dahai folded the note neatly and tucked it into his pocket, sneaking back to the courtyard. The window of Yin Bugui's house was slightly open for ventilation. Inside, he could hear Yin Bugui's weak voice lecturing. You must remember this formula. It will definitely be on the exam. The children seemed somewhat distracted, with a chubby boy yawning and another secretly playing with his fingers. The opportunity had come. Li Dahai crept under the window, using the shadow of the wall to conceal himself. He saw a tall, skinny boy place his backpack on the bench by the window, the bag's opening exposed, revealing a textbook with curled corners inside. This was it. Li Dahai estimated the distance and angle, pinching the note, and flicked his finger gently. The small piece of paper traced an almost imperceptible arc through the air, like a falling leaf, silently landing into the open backpack. Perfectly wedged between the pages of the textbook. Perfect. Li Dahai didn't linger for a moment, turning to leave, keeping his success hidden. He returned to his own room, sat back down on the small stool, and happily hummed a little tune. About an hour later, the door of Yin Bugui's house opened. The 3 children ran out, laughing and playing in the yard for a while before heading home. Li Dahai's gaze remained fixed on the tall, skinny boy. He watched as the boy, with a bomb-laden backpack, jogged across the yard and disappeared through the front gate. Everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. But Li Dahai knew a bomb capable of exploding the entire courtyard had already been planted. Now he just needed to brew a pot of good tea and quietly wait for the deafening bang. He could even imagine how Yin Bugui's already pale face would instantly become colorful when that child, holding the treasure map, innocently asked that question. The expression of fear, shock, and despair intertwined would surely be more captivating than any drama. Ding! The host has set a trap and anonymously leaked the secret to a third party, which will soon trigger a huge public humiliation for the target and family conflicts. Malicious behavior rating, level. It is expected to generate a large amount of malicious value. Please be patient for subsequent settlement. Hearing the system's prompt sound in his mind, Li Dahai's smile became even more radiant. Level rating. It seems the system is also looking forward to the upcoming spectacle. He picked up the enamel cup on the table and took a big sip of cool water. It was sweet, and his mood soared. Yin Bugui. Oh, Yin Bugui, don't blame me for being heartless. Blame yourself for being so calculating, bringing it upon me. Chapter 42. The attentive Aunt San. She is not fighting alone at this moment. As night fell, the day's noise settled into silence. In the workers' family compound of the steel mill, Wang's home, the tall, skinny boy, Wang Xiaohu, who had just returned from tutoring at Yin Bugui's house, was bent over the table doing his homework. As he wrote, he felt a bit restless, so he took out his textbook from his backpack to preview the next day's content. With a rustle, as he turned the pages, a folded note gently floated down onto the table. Huh? Wang Xiaohu curiously picked it up. What is this? He carefully unfolded the note, and under the dim light, a crooked doodle came into view. It depicted a bed, and under the bed, a tile was drawn particularly prominently, with several cracks on it. Beneath the tile, there was a square package drawn, with several circles beside it, inside which were crosses resembling ancient coins. Finally, a large, round question mark occupied the lower right corner of the drawing. A treasure map? Wang Xiaohu's eyes brightened immediately. What boy at this age doesn't have a dream of treasure hunting and adventure? Although the drawing was simple, It was filled with mysterious allure. Did Teacher Yin draw this? Is it a riddle for us? Or is it a game? He flipped the note back and forth, finding no words. The drawing style was very childish, like something a kid would draw, but the content exuded an indescribable mystery. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling that this must be a special test from Teacher Yin for his proud students. If he solved this riddle, there would surely be a reward. Wang Xiaohu carefully refolded the treasure map and tucked it into the most important page of his textbook. He decided that during tutoring tomorrow, he must ask Teacher Yin in front of everyone where exactly this treasure is hidden. Just thinking about it made him even more motivated to finish his homework. The next afternoon, during tutoring time, Yin Bugui still sat at the desk, weakly explaining a math problem. The psychological torture of the past few days had nearly drained him. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his complexion waxy, and his voice trembled with weakness as he taught, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Now, everyone he looked at seemed like spies sent by Li Dahai, and he felt that everyone's eyes were full of implications. Therefore, the answer to this problem is 3. Just as he finished saying this, he saw Wang Xiaohu raising his hand high, an excited expression on his face as if he wanted to take credit. Teacher, Yin Bugui's heart skipped a beat, forcing out a strained smile. Wang Xiaohu, do you have a question? Teacher, I found something in my backpack yesterday. Is it a new riddle you gave us? Wang Xiaohu said, while proudly pulling out the folded note from his textbook, waving it in his hand. Seeing that familiar note, the color drained from Yin Bugui's face in an instant. It felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, his mind blank, and a buzzing filled his ears. It's here. It has come. That note was like a death warrant, a few steps away, but felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it hard for him to breathe. He reached out, wanting to grab it, but his arm trembled like a sieve, completely unresponsive. What riddle? Show us quickly. The other 2 children also gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity. This is it. Wang Xiaohu proudly unfolded the treasure map and read aloud. Look, it shows a bed, and there's a loose brick under it, with treasure buried beneath. Teacher Yin, is that your bed? What's the treasure? Is it candy or snacks? The innocent voices of the children, at this moment, sounded to Yin Bugui like demons roaring in hell. Each word pierced his heart like a glowing steel needle. His lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He could only stare at the map, the one that exposed all his secrets to the light of day. It was over. All over. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Just then, at this critical moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, and Sandama came out with a basin of freshly washed vegetables. What are you shouting about? I can hear it from inside. What treasure? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Yin Bugui's face, pale as paper. Old man, what happened to you? Sandama was startled and quickly walked over. Why is your face so white? Are you sick? Yin Bugui suddenly came to his senses, as if grabbing onto the last straw of hope, snatched the paper from Wang Xiaohu's hand, and stuffed it into his pocket haphazardly, speaking incoherently. Nothing. The kids are just messing around. All right, that's enough for today's lesson. You all go home. Hurry, hurry. As he spoke, he pushed and shoved the 3 bewildered children towards the door. His guilty and anxious demeanor was so obvious that even the children could tell something was off. Wang Xiaohu pouted in grievance. Teacher Yin, you haven't said where the treasure is yet. There's no treasure. Get out. Yin Bugui almost shouted these 2 words, using all his strength to slam the door shut. The room instantly fell silent, leaving only him and Sandama. The air seemed to freeze. Sandama squinted her eyes, staring intently at Yin Bugui, her gaze as if examining a criminal. Old Yin, tell me the truth. Her voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. What was drawn on that paper? Nothing, just a piece of scrap paper. Yin Bugui's gaze darted around, not daring to meet hers. Scrap paper? Sandama sneered. What kind of scrap paper could scare you into this state? Yin Bugui, we've been married for decades, and I know what you're up to just by the way you move. Take out the note. I really don't have it. Take it out. Sandama's voice suddenly rose like an enraged lioness. She lunged forward and reached into Yin Bugui's pocket. Yin Bugui desperately resisted, and the 2 immediately began to grapple. But he was already feeling guilty and weak, nowhere near her match. In just a few moments, the crumpled paper he had clutched tightly was successfully snatched by Sandama. Yin Bugui's heart sank to the bottom. Sandama unfolded the note and carefully examined the simple drawings on it. The cracked floor tile covering a coin. Her brows furrowed tighter, her mind racing. She suddenly recalled her husband's unusual behavior in recent days. Sneaking around at midnight to make pancakes, lurking by the bed, startled by the slightest noise, and those eyes that always instinctively glanced under the bed. All the clues connected at that moment. Chapter 43. This is well done, cleverly done, stirring up chaos in the Yin family. Sandama's gaze slowly shifted from a note to their old wooden bed. Her breathing became heavy. Old man. She didn't explode in anger, but looked at Yin Bugui with an extremely unfamiliar expression. You really are a good husband. After saying that, without a word, she walked straight to the bedside, bent down, lifted the bedsheet, and looked underneath. Don't look. Yin Bugui let out a desperate wail, rushing over to try to stop her, but it was too late. Sandama's sharp eyes quickly spotted the tile that was slightly different in color from the others, with signs of looseness around the edges. She glanced at the tile, then at her pale-faced husband, understanding everything. Instead of trying to pry it out with her hands, she turned and went to the corner, picked up a pair of old fire tongs, returned to the bedside, and pried at the gap of the tile with force. Crack! A light sound, and the tile was pried open. Beneath it lay a square package wrapped tightly in oil paper, quietly resting there. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Yin Bugui felt the world spin and collapsed onto the ground. Sandama slowly straightened up, holding the heavy package in her hands trembling, not from the weight, but from anger. She peeled back the oil paper layer by layer, revealing a stack of bills of various sizes, 1 yuan bills, 50-cent coins, 20-cent coins, and even a bunch of coins tied together with string. 55, 51, 52 yuan, and 7 jiao. Sandama announced this figure word by word, her expression darkening with each syllable. When the last number fell, she suddenly raised her head and slammed the money into Yin Bugui's face. Yin Bugui, you scoundrel! How could you hide so much secret money behind my back? I work hard to manage this family, and I barely have enough to spend. And you pretend to be poor while secretly building such a large little treasury for yourself. I wondered why you seemed so out of it lately. It turns out you've been doing something shady. You really have become something. Yin Bugui. Sandama's sharp and loud accusations pierced through the door, faintly reaching the courtyard outside. Yin Bugui was pelted with bills and coins, yet felt no pain at all. It was over. All those days of effort wasted. How could he not control his mouth and had to show off to Liu Dahai? At the entrance of the courtyard, Liu Dahai sat on his small stool, listening to the faint roar coming from the courtyard, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his enamel mug and took a leisurely sip of cool water. Just right. Just then, he heard the long-awaited notification in his mind. Ding! Detected that Yin Bugui's secret stash has been exposed, family status plummeted, and social death scene perfectly achieved. Immoral behavior rating, level. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points of immoral value. Current total immoral value, 520 points. 520? Liu Dahai nearly spat out the water in his mouth. This number was indeed a delightfully ironic coincidence. He shook his head, his smile growing even brighter. Sandama's voice was already sharp, and when she truly got angry, her scolding was deafening, instantly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The first to react was Xu Damao, who lived across the street. His door creaked open a crack, and he poked his head out, his small eyes sparkling with excitement as he listened intently, barely able to contain his glee. Hey, did you hear that? The Yin family is in for it. He withdrew his head and whispered to his wife inside. Secret stash, over $50, pretending to be poor. These keywords drifted out intermittently, precisely penetrating the ears of every neighbor listening in. What? Over $50? Qin Huairu, who was washing vegetables in the yard, abruptly looked up, her hands freezing mid-motion. Over $50, that was more than a skilled worker's monthly salary. Teacher, Yin usually counted every penny for a piece of pickled vegetable. Yet he managed to save such a large sum? She was still in a daze when Jia Zhang rushed out from the inner room, smelling something. Money? Where's the money? Who has more than $50? Her triangular eyes widened as she scanned the courtyard, looking like a vulture searching for carrion. Qin Huairu quickly pulled her back. Mom, keep your voice down. It's from third uncle's house. Yan Laoshi? Jia Zhang's voice suddenly rose. Can he really have more than $50? Oh my God, he kept $50 hidden from his wife. This old miser, who has pinched and saved all his life, turns out to have been hoarding it for himself. Here I am, struggling to ask you for $5, while that couple is counting big bills behind closed doors. She slapped her thigh, scolding Qin Huairu with a confused logic, but with great vigor. At that moment, Shazhu stumbled back from outside, carrying a net bag with 2 fresh cucumbers inside. What are you shouting about? I could hear Aunt Jia's screeching from far away. As soon as Xu Damao saw Shazhu, he perked up, speaking in a teasing manner. Oh, Shazhu, you don't know yet? Big news in our courtyard. Third uncle got rich, hiding more than $50, and third aunt is rummaging through the house. More than $50? Shazhu's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed. He took a few steps to Yin Bugui's door, and without knocking, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Third uncle, I heard you got rich. Congratulations. How many pounds of pork and how much good wine can you buy with those $50? Aren't you going to treat the whole courtyard to a good meal tomorrow, so everyone can share in your fortune? Inside, Yin Bugui's wailing suddenly stopped, followed by third aunt's sharper scolding and the sound of something breaking. The people in the courtyard stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Old Uncle Zhonghai walked out of the house with a dark face, sternly saying, All right, stop making a fuss. Let the Yin family handle their own affairs. But who was listening to him? Everyone kept silent. But the exchanged glances and the smiles at the corners of their mouths had already elevated the atmosphere in the courtyard to a peak. Those who had been schemed against by Yin Bugui felt extremely satisfied at this moment. This old miser finally got his comeuppance. What a great fall, what a wonderful mess. The Yin family was in chaos. Meanwhile, the instigator, Liu Dahai, sat comfortably at his own door in the front yard, listening to the commotion coming from the courtyard, leisurely sipping water. The drama in this courtyard was indeed livelier than what one would see on a stage. Chapter 44. Didn't your mother teach you to knock before entering? The next day, at the Jia family, Qin Huairu was gloomily feeding Xiao Dang with a bowl of watery corn porridge that could reflect a person's shadow. Bang Jin and Huaijia each held a blackened steamed bun, chewing weakly. In the air, besides the sour smell of cornmeal, there was a faint whiff of meat, coming from Li Dahai's house in the backyard. Jia Zhang sniffed, her cloudy eyes shining with greed. What a smell! That damn Li Dahai is enjoying good food again behind our backs. She slapped the table, making the bowls and chopsticks clatter. Qin Huairu, look at you. If you had any skills, would I have to eat steamed buns and drink porridge every day? Look at Li Dahai. He lives so well on his own. Qin Huairu's face was already not looking good, and after being scolded by her mother-in-law, it became even darker. She was holding back a fire in her heart. Why? Why is it that as a widow, raising 3 children and having a lazy mother-in-law, her life is tight, while Li Dahai, an orphan without parents, is living more and more prosperously? Third uncle has been a miser all his life, saving only more than $50, and now it's all out in the open. And then there's Li Dahai, spending money like water. How much does he have? The more she thought about it, the more unbalanced Qin Huairu felt. She felt that Li Dahai's good life was like a thorn, deeply embedded in her heart. Mom, I'm full, Bang Jin threw the half-eaten steamed bun on the table, his little face full of disdain. We eat this every day, my mouth is so bland. Yeah, I want to eat meat, Huaijia chimed in. The children's complaints struck Qin Huairu like a whip. She looked up and just happened to see Shazhu walking in from outside, holding a lunchbox and humming a little tune. Seeing Shazhu, Qin Huairu's eyes instantly filled with tears. Her expression was pitiful. Shazhu off work? She stood up, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Oh, off work. Shazhu immediately softened at the sight of Qin Huairu's expression. What's wrong? Who bullied you? He casually handed over the lunchbox. Here, leftovers from the cafeteria, some extra food for the kids. Inside the lunchbox were a few white steamed buns and some stir-fried meat slices. Although leftover, it was already a rare delicacy for the Jia family. Jia Zhang's eyes brightened, snatching the lunchbox and holding it protectively against her chest, vigilantly watching her grandsons, afraid they would snatch the food. However, Qin Huairu didn't look at the lunchbox. She sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over the steamed buns and corn porridge on the table, then looking towards the direction of the backyard. "It's nothing, just feeling blocked in my heart," she said softly. "Shazhu, you are the kindest person in our courtyard, and you are especially good to us. But you can't compare people." Upon hearing this, Shazhu's brows furrowed. "What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll stand up for you." "It's not that anyone bullied me." Qin Huairu shook her head, her eyes reddening. "It's just seeing the kids suffer that hurts my heart. Just look at some people, living so well, buying meat and flour. But have they ever helped the neighbors? Not even a warm word. It's really a heartless world." Her words clearly pointed at someone, and it couldn't be more obvious. Shazhu was a straightforward person, and he couldn't stand such remarks. Especially coming from Qin Huairu, it was even more impactful. He immediately thought of Liu Dahai in the backyard. Recently, it had been rumored in the courtyard that Liu Dahai had hit some stroke of luck and was living comfortably. Shazhu hadn't thought much of it before, but now, being prompted by Qin Huairu, a sense of justice surged within him. "Yeah, that Liu Dahai. When he was poor as a church mouse, I helped him a lot. Now that he is prosperous, he doesn't even think to show some gratitude to his brother Shazhu, let alone help Qin Jia's family, which is struggling. Isn't that forgetting kindness and being ungrateful? Simply a wolf with white eyes. Qin Jia, are you talking about Liu Dahai?" Shazhu's anger rose suddenly, and his voice grew louder. Qin Huairu neither nodded nor shook her head, just looked at him with those expressive eyes, filled with helplessness and reliance. This ignited Shazhu's fury even more. In his eyes, Liu Dahai was not just ungrateful. He was bullying the people Shazhu cared for. How could this be tolerated? Damn it, he has gone too far. Shazhu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms. This kid has gotten too cocky and forgotten his roots. Today, I must go give him a good lesson. Let him know who the boss is in this courtyard. After saying that, he ignored Qin Huairu's attempts to dissuade him and strode angrily towards the backyard. Watching Shazhu's imposing figure, the corners of Qin Huairu's mouth subtly curled up, then quickly returned to her sorrowful expression as she lowered her head to continue feeding the children. In the backyard, Liu Dahai was happily enjoying his dinner. A plate of braised pork, a plate of stir-fry greens, and 2 white steamed buns. The meat was a mix of fat and lean pork belly, cooked with soy sauce and sugar until it was glistening and fragrant. In these little days, even the immortals wouldn't change. While eating the braised pork in front of him, Liu Dahai was thinking about the 520 points of wickedness in the system, and his mood was as delightful as the dish. Just as he was pondering how to spend it, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the yard. Immediately after, the door to his house was violently pushed open with a bang. Shazhu stood at the door with a dark face, blocking most of the light coming into the room like an iron tower. "Liu Dahai." His voice was powerful enough to shake the dust from the beams above. Liu Dahai leisurely picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, chewed slowly, and then lazily raised his eyelids to glance at him. "Oh, Brother Zhu, what wind blew you here? Didn't your mother teach you to knock before entering? Didn't your mother teach you that either?" Shazhu was choked by his sarcastic tone, and his face turned even darker. He didn't expect Liu Dahai to dare to speak like that. "You little brat, you dare to talk back to me?" Shazhu took 2 steps into the room, pointing his finger at Liu Dahai's nose and scolding him. "Let me ask you, now that you're living well, have you forgotten who you are? Do you forget who fed you when you were starving?" Chapter 45. Did the god of war in the courtyard get taken down by Liu Dahai? Liu Dahai swallowed the meat in his mouth, picked up a ceramic mug to take a sip of water, and then spoke slowly. "Brother Zhu, I don't like what you're saying. I ate one of your buns, and you remember it to this day. How many lunchboxes did the Qin Huairu family eat from you? I haven't seen you settle accounts with her, have I? Why is it that when it comes to me, I have to be grateful and set up a longevity tablet for you?" Shazhu was rendered speechless. He didn't expect that the Liu Dahai who used to be submissive and didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him would now be so sharp-tongued. He took a deep breath, his gaze landing on the braised pork on the table, his anger escalating. "Oh, so you're here eating well while the Jia family in the front yard is almost starving to death, and you have no sympathy at all? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Liu Dahai chuckled. This familiar moral kidnapping had a familiar taste. My conscience is just fine, but Brother Zhu, instead of worrying about my conscience, why not go to the kitchen and grab a couple of buns? After all, the Jia family is a bottomless pit. Relying on your leftover dishes won't fill them up. He stood up, leisurely tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, too lazy to even look at Shazhu again. If you came to eat, there's none left. If you came to pick a fight, I advise you to save your energy. Shazhu was completely enraged. He felt his fists clench. In the entire courtyard, apart from Xu Damao, who deserved a beating, who dared to speak to him like that? Li Dahai was going to turn the world upside down. Li Dahai, today, I must teach you a lesson for your dead parents, and make you remember who you are. Shazhu roared, his fist as big as a sandpot, swinging towards Li Dahai's face. He wanted this ungrateful brat to know why the flowers are so red. However, just as his fist was about to hit Li Dahai's face, Li Dahai suddenly smiled. That smile was inexplicably strange and playful. Brother Zhu, if you throw that punch, it won't you'd just be breaking one of my bones. His voice was not loud, but it fell like a bucket of ice water, dousing Shazhu's anger. If you hit me, you'll have to pay. If you pay, you won't have money to support Sister Qin. If Sister Qin has no money, Bongang and the others will go hungry. That punch of yours will not just hit me, but will hit Bongang's stomach. It will hit the Jia family's rice bowl. Think clearly before you act. Shazhu's fist ultimately stopped in midair. Li Dahai's words were like an invisible rope, tightly binding his wrist, leaving him in a dilemma. If he hit, as Li Dahai said, he would definitely face consequences at work, and compensation was inevitable. His salary was barely enough to support Sister Qin. And if he had to pay, Bongang and the others would really have nothing to eat next month. That punch would not just hit Li Dahai. It would hit the lifeline of the Jia family. But if he didn't hit, he had already made a big show of it, storming into the backyard. If he just turned around and left like this, where would he put his face? How could he continue to be the god of war in this courtyard? For a moment, Shazhu's dark face turned a pig liver color, his fist raised in the air, neither able to put it down nor to strike. His whole body stiffened there like a comical statue. The air in the room seemed to solidify, leaving only the heavy breaths of the two. Seeing Shazhu's suffocated and angry expression, Li Dahai sneered inwardly. In the few seconds Shazhu hesitated, Li Dahai's thoughts had already sunk into the system panel in his mind. He needed to increase his fighting skill level. Otherwise, if a fight broke out, he might not be able to win against Shazhu. After all, the title of God of War in the courtyard was not given lightly. System, exchange for intermediate martial arts. Ding. Consumed 150 points of wickedness value. Intermediate martial arts, exchange, successful. Current wickedness value, 370 points. The moment the words fell, a massive and pure stream of information surged into Li Dahai's mind. Knowledge of human skeletal distribution, muscle weaknesses, strength techniques, joint locking skills, and countless other combat techniques seemed to be innate, instantly merging with his body. He felt his muscle memory being rewritten in an instant. His previously somewhat flimsy body was now filled with explosive power. Every joint, every inch of muscle seemed to cheer and yearn for a hearty battle. Looking at Shazhu in front of him, he no longer saw him as an insurmountable iron tower. He was full of flaws. What's wrong? Brother Zhu, have you figured it out? Li Dahai raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful smile. If you figured it out, quickly put your fist down. Aren't you tired holding it up? This remark, tinged with mockery, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Shazhu's reason snapped. To hell with the Jia family. To hell with paying. If you didn't beat down Li Dahai's arrogance today, you wouldn't be called Shazhu. I'll kill you, you little bastard. Shazhu roared, no longer hesitating, that fist suspended in midair, carrying all the accumulated anger, once again smashed towards Li Dahai's face. He used all his strength for this punch, aiming to knock Li Dahai to the ground. However, Li Dahai didn't move at all. Just as that giant fist was about to touch the tip of his nose, he slightly tilted his head. Whoosh! The wind from the punch brushed past his ear, stirring his hair. It was a close call. Shazhu's punch missed, and the immense inertia caused his body to stumble, almost losing his balance. He was startled, and before he could react, he felt his wrist tighten as if caught in an iron clamp. It was Li Dahai. When did he strike? Shazhu wanted to pull back his hand, but found that the other party's fingers were like steel bars, making it impossible for him to move. Brother Zhu, you're getting older. Don't let your temper flare up so much. Li Dahai's voice rang lightly, already close to Shazhu's side, following the force of Shazhu's punch. In the next second, Li Dahai flipped his wrist, twisted, and pushed. A series of movements flowed smoothly, as fast as lightning. Ouch! Shazhu only felt a clever force come. His entire arm going numb and weak, the strength in his lower body instantly drained, causing him to uncontrollably lurch forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shazhu fell hard, face first on the cold ground, making intimate contact with it. The whole process was so fast, it was unbelievable. Outside the room, the neighbors who had come to investigate the noise peeked out just in time to witness this scene that overturned their understanding. The god of war of the siheyuan, the overlord in the kitchen, that silly Zhu who could take on several at once, was actually taken down with just one move, and by that Li Dahai who, upon seeing silly Zhu, acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Everyone rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing things. Chapter 46. When did Li Dahai become so strong? Qin Huairu's world came crashing down. Qin Huairu had rushed over, initially wanting to see how silly Zhu had taught Li Dahai a lesson and to hypocritically mediate, putting some pressure on Li Dahai. But the scene before her left her completely stunned. Her invincible gun, that silly Zhu who could hit wherever he aimed, was now awkwardly lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Dahai stood leisurely to the side, dusting off non-existent dust from his clothes. How is this possible? Silly Zhu was also dazed, lying on the ground with his head buzzing. The pain and coldness on his face were nothing compared to the shock and humiliation he felt inside. He wanted to get up, but the fall had knocked the wind out of him, and he couldn't muster any strength. Li Dahai, you son of a BTC, you used trickery. Silly Zhu shouted in frustration from the ground. Li Dahai looked down at him, his eyes holding no anger, only a hint of pity. Brother Zhu, a loss is a loss. Don't make excuses for yourself. He squatted down and patted silly Zhu's face, not hard, but the insult was severe. I told you long ago, times have changed. You still think I'm a soft persimmon you could manipulate before? From now on, take care of your own mouth and your own fists. My business is none of your concern. Otherwise, next time, it won't be as simple as just falling down. After saying that, Li Dahai stood up and didn't he look at him again. Ding! Detecting strong resentment from silly Zhu. Depravity value, 200. Current depravity value balance, 570 points. Listening to the notification in his mind, Li Dahai felt increasingly good. He scanned the neighbors at the entrance, all dumbfounded, and his gaze briefly lingered on Qin Huairu's pale and flustered face. Then, with a bang, he shut the door, isolating all the astonishment, discussions, and unwillingness outside. Outside, it was deathly quiet. The cold wind swept through the yard, brushing against everyone's cheeks and bringing a biting chill. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the tightly shut door of Li Dahai, then glancing at silly Zhu, who was struggling to get up. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the god of war of the siheyuan, the silly Zhu who could knock down a cow with a punch, was taken down with one move. Am I seeing things? Silly Zhu got beaten? One move. Just one move. When did Li Dahai become so strong? My goodness, is this still the same Li Dahai who used to be so dull? His methods are too ruthless. Whispers rose like a tide, breaking the silence in the yard. Qin Huairu stood among the crowd, her hands and feet icy cold. She felt like her world had collapsed. What was silly Zhu to her? He was her gun, her ATM, the unwavering support of the Jia family. But now, this invincible gun had been broken with one move. She looked at silly Zhu lying on the ground, his cheeks swollen, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness, and recalled Li Dahai's cold eyes that held a hint of pity. An unprecedented panic gripped her heart. Li Dahai had changed. He was no longer the honest man who could be manipulated by her words and tears. His gaze was like a sharp knife, easily cutting through all her facades. Zhu, are you okay? Qin Huairu steadied herself and hurried over to try to help silly Zhu up. Get lost. Silly Zhu pushed her away, his voice hoarse, filled with endless shame and anger. He had lost so much face in front of everyone today. Who was to blame? Wasn't it because he was standing up for her? Qin Huairu? Now she was pretending to care. Was she just here to see him make a fool of himself? This shout from silly Zhu turned Qin Huairu's face pale, her outstretched hand awkwardly hanging in the air. The expressions of the others in the yard varied. Xu Damao hid behind the crowd, almost laughing out loud. He had been at odds with silly Zhu for so many years and had never seen him suffer such a loss. It was so refreshing. And Zhonghai, standing in the front yard, had a frown so deep it could drip water. He watched the farce in the backyard, his little plans shattered to pieces. Liu Dahai had hidden too well. Now the balance in the yard was completely disrupted, with silly Zhu's gun useless. Could the retirement blueprint he had planned for silly Zhu still be realized? Zhonghai walked over slowly, hands behind his back, preparing to exercise his authority as the elder and say a few words to resolve the matter. However, all the astonishment, calculations, and glee of the onlookers had nothing to do with Liu Dahai, who had closed the door. Inside, the aroma of braised pork was still strong. Liu Dahai picked up chopsticks and put a piece of meat with a good balance of fat and lean into his mouth. The skin was soft. The fat melted in the mouth, and the lean meat was tender and flavorful, with the salty, sweet sauce bursting on his taste buds. So delicious. This is life. As for the petty matters outside, let them digest it themselves. The next day, at the steel rolling mill, the news of silly Zhu being taken down by Liu Dahai in one move spread like wildfire overnight throughout the entire siheyuan and even began to circulate in the factory. Many people's gazes towards Liu Dahai changed, from previous indifference to awe and curiosity. Liu Dahai ignored it all. He had a task today. The workshop director had found him early in the morning, saying that the big blower in the cafeteria was broken, and the kitchen was waiting for it to get fired up for cooking. Several maintenance workers in the factory hadn't managed to fix it, so he needed to go take a look. Liu Dahai's skills were well known in the factory, and this job naturally fell to him. Carrying his toolbox, he arrived at the cafeteria's kitchen, and a mix of oil, smoke, and food smells hit him in the face. The kitchen was a mess, with several cooks and helpers surrounding an old-fashioned blower that was half a person tall, sighing in despair. Dahai, you finally made it. Come take a look. This thing just won't budge. The cafeteria foreman, Lao Ma, looked at Liu Dahai like he had found a savior. You guys have been having such bad food lately that even the machine has gone on strike. Liu Dahai joked as he put down the toolbox, walked around the blower, listened, and knocked on it, quickly figuring out the issue. It was just a minor problem. The bearings had worn out, and the coil had poor contact. He quickly opened the outer shell, found the problem, replaced it with a spare bearing, and polished and resoldered the coil interface. In less than half an hour, the blower began to hum again and started working. All right, Dahai, your skills are still the best. Lao Ma gave a thumbs up, his face beaming with joy. Liu Dahai waved his hand, was about to pack up and leave, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something shady in the corner of the kitchen. Chapter 47. The Pest in the Cafeteria. Manager Yang wants to rectify logistics. At that moment, the cafeteria's buyer, known as Old Wang, was secretly whispering with a vendor who was delivering goods. The vendor was pushing a cart full of pork, and the meat looked suspicious. The fat made up most of it, and the lean meat had a dark color, indicating it was not good quality. But Old Wang acted as if he didn't see it, grinning as he signed the delivery slip handed over by the vendor, then discreetly took an oil paper bag from the vendor's hand and quickly stuffed it into his pocket. The vendor winked at him and pushed the empty cart away. The whole process showed that they were clearly not first-timers at this. Liu Dahai's eyes narrowed slightly. Goodness, I was just saying that the food in the factory canteen is getting worse and worse, and it turns out the root of the problem is here. If it weren't for my ability to cook for myself, I really wouldn't be able to keep up with nutrition. This old Wang has some nerve, using the workers' rations to line his own pockets. Lidais naratinwarli. Ding. Unethical event detected. Canteen purchaser Wang Jiangwo is passing off inferior goods and skimming from the workers' meals. Triggering side quest. Expose the heartless purchaser. Just when I was worried about how to gather some unethical points to exchange for good things in the system, Wang Jiangwo walked right into the trap. This kind of parasite that undermines society and harms fellow workers if I don't deal with him. It would be disrespectful to the name of my unethical system. However, just from what I saw earlier, it wasn't enough to convict him. I need solid evidence. Liu Dahai's thoughts sank into the system all. The dazzling array of products made him dizzy, and he directly filtered for investigation-type items. Mini microphone, button-type price 100 unethical points. High-fidelity audio, stable signal, standby, time 72 hours. Mini pinhole camera. Pin type price 300 unethical points. HD quality. Can record video and take pictures. Li Dahai decisively chose the microphone. This thing is cheap, has good concealment, and is perfect for the current situation. System. Exchange for a mini microphone. Ding. Consumed 100 unethical points. Mini microphone exchange successful. Current unethical points balance 470 points. A microphone no bigger than a grain of rice, disguised as a black button, appeared in his palm. Li Dahai discreetly clenched the microphone in his palm, then picked up his toolbox and walked towards Wang Zhangwo, who was counting in the warehouse. Brother Wang, busy? Li Dahai greeted with a smile. Wang Zhangwo turned to see Li Dahai and put on a fake smile. Ah, it's Dahai. Is the blower fixed? You've really worked hard. It's nothing, just serving the people, Li Dahai replied while pretending to casually move closer to him. By the way, Brother Wang, when I came over just now, it seemed like there was a problem with the light at the entrance. It was flickering. Let me take a look for you, just in case the wiring shorts out and causes your good stuff to get damaged. This warehouse is Wang Zhangwo's lifeline. And hearing this, he had no reason to disagree. Oh, thank you so much, Dahai. You really are a warm-hearted person. No need for thanks. Li Dahai stepped on a stool, pretending to check the light socket. As Wang Zhangwo bent down to keep account, he flicked his finger, and the button microphone quietly landed on a cluttered shelf in the corner of the warehouse. That position was both concealed and could clearly capture the sounds throughout the warehouse. After doing all this, Li Dahai clapped his hands and jumped down from the stool. Brother Wang, there's nothing major, just a bit loose on the bulb. I tightened it for you. Good, good. You've really helped me out. Not a hassle. I'll head back to the workshop now. Okay, take care. Back in the workshop, Li Dahai pretended to be nonchalant, continuing to focus on his work. But half of his mind was immersed in the system, monitoring the movements in the canteen warehouse in real time. That tiny microphone was like a nail he had driven into the heart of the enemy, clearly transmitting Wang Zhangwo's every move. The sound of Wang Zhangwo counting the inferior pork that had arrived today echoed. These workers are just worthless. It's a waste to give them good food. I can make a profit off this batch of meat again. Listening to Wang Zhangwo's self-satisfied mutterings, Li Dahai couldn't help but snort coldly. Don't get too comfortable. You won't be smug for long. In the afternoon, a sneaky figure slipped into the warehouse. Brother Wang, Shoo, lower your voice. What are you doing here? It was the voice of another supplier. Brother Wang, there weren't any issues with the last batch of flour, right? It was mixed with old wheat bran. What'd be wrong? The head chef in the canteen has almost been fed like a pig. What do they know? As long as I balance the accounts, no one will find out. Did you bring the kickback? I brought it. It's all here. You count it. Following that, there was a rustling sound of money being counted, and the two shared a low, conspiratorial laugh. Li Dahai recorded all these conversations through the system without missing a word. With this, even if Wang Zhangwo had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. 3 days later, at the monthly workers' meeting of the steel rolling mill, over 1,000 workers were densely packed in the factory's auditorium, while the factory manager, secretary, and other leaders sat upright on the podium. The content of the meeting was the same as usual, dull and monotonous. First, the secretary read documents, conveying the higher-up's spirit. Then the factory manager summarized last month's production situation and arranged tasks for the next month. Some workers were dozing off, while others were whispering, the buzzing conversation resembling flies circling in the auditorium. Li Dahai sat in the crowd, his expression calm, but his fingers gently tapped on his knee, waiting for the best moment. Lastly, I want to emphasize one point. Factory manager Yang Weigua cleared his throat, took a sip of water from a porcelain cup, and his voice echoed through the microphone across the auditorium. The hard work of our fellow workers is seen by the factory. Therefore, we must do a good job in logistic support, especially regarding the quality of the canteen food. Many comrades have reported that the quality of meals has deteriorated significantly. This issue must be taken seriously. I demand that the logistics department immediately conduct self-examination and correction, ensuring our worker comrades are well-fed and well-nourished. As soon as Manager Yang's words fell, a sparse applause sounded from below, but more was the workers' whispered complaints. So nice to say, but we eat cabbage stems stewed with potatoes every day. We can't even see any oil. Yeah, that pork smells so bad, even dogs won't eat it. Reporting it is useless. It's all about protecting one another. Chapter 48. Exposing the Parasite. Rewarding Li Dahai $100. Now's the time. Li Dahai suddenly stood up. His movement was particularly conspicuous among the drowsy crowd, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around him. Manager Yang, on the podium, also noticed Li Dahai standing up abruptly, frowning slightly. "Dahai, do you have a question?" "Manager Yang, I have an issue to raise." Li Dahai's voice wasn't loud, but it was piercing and clearly reached the podium. The noisy auditorium fell silent in an instant, and all eyes focused on Li Dahai. There was surprise, curiosity, and some who just wanted to watch the drama unfold. In the crowd, canteen purchaser Wang Jiangwo felt a jolt in his heart. A bad premonition surged up. He looked at Li Dahai, feeling that this guy's eyes had a sinister gleam. "Oh, what issue do you have? You can speak now," Manager Yang said with interest. He had a deep impression of Li Dahai. After all, he had fixed the machines several times, and the other party wasn't the type to cause trouble. "Manager Yang, you just said we need to improve the quality of the canteen food, and I think you're absolutely right," Li Dahai said loudly. "However, the root of the problem lies not with the chefs or the budget, but within our organization, where a giant rat is stealing the workers' hard-earned money." The mention of giant rat caused an uproar in the audience. This was an extremely serious accusation. Manager Yang's face instantly darkened, his gaze sweeping across the audience like lightning. "Li Dahai, you must be responsible for what you say. Who are you talking about?" Concerned about the workers' reputation, Manager Yang had to take it seriously. Wang Jiangwo's heart sank to the bottom. He desperately tried to shrink into the crowd, wanting to become invisible. However, Li Dahai's finger was like a javelin, precisely pointing at him. "I'm talking about him. Canteen purchaser, Wang Jiangwo." Boom! The auditorium erupted in chaos. All eyes were fixed on Wang Jiangwo, whose face was ashen. Wang Jiangwo shuddered all over, nearly jumping up as he pointed at Li Dahai and cursed loudly. "Li Dahai, you slanderer! I, Wang Jiangwo, am diligent and dedicated to the public good. How dare you defame me? Director Yang, leaders, you must stand up for me. This is personal revenge. He is jealous of me," he wailed dramatically, acting so genuinely that anyone who didn't know better might think he had suffered a great injustice. "Oh, is that so?" A faint smirk appeared on Li Dahai's face. "You say you are diligent. Then may I ask, why did the batch of pork you purchased from Butcher Zhang San 3 days ago consist of 70 fat, with dark-colored lean meat that is clearly inferior and about to spoil?" Wang Jiangwo's eyelids twitched, forcing himself to stay calm. "Nonsense. I only buy the freshest pork. The factory has inventory records, written in black and white. Of course the records are fine, because you and that Zhang San have long colluded." Li Dahai pressed on. "You passed off inferior goods as high quality, bought at a high price, and then took kickbacks from him. Am I right? That kickback wrapped in oil paper is still hidden in the locked drawer of your office. Has it been spent yet? Has it?" Wang Jiangwo felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely stunned. How would he know all this? He even knew about the oil paper? Did he see it with his own eyes? Impossible. There was no one around at that time. "Why, you're slandering me. Where's your evidence? Show me your evidence." Wang Jiangwo shrieked. This was his last struggle. "Evidence?" Li Dahai laughed, a brilliant smile on his face. "Of course I have." He pulled out a small tape recorder and a tape from his canvas tool bag. This thing was what he exchanged for 50 points of moral deficit from the system. And he had recorded the audio from the listening device. Externally, he claimed it was something he recorded accidentally. After all, an ordinary worker in this era wouldn't have such advanced equipment as a listening device. At the sight of the tape recorder, the blood drained from Wang Jiangwo's face in an instant. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Li Dahai walked to the front of the podium and connected the tape recorder to the auditorium sound system. With a crackle of electric current, Wang Jiangwo's lewd and smug voice echoed throughout the entire auditorium through the huge speakers. "These workers are worthless bones. It's a waste to give them good food. The last batch of flour, there wasn't much problem, right? That was mixed with age bran. As long as the accounts are balanced, no one will find out." Each segment of dialogue and monologue was crystal clear, irrefutable evidence. The entire auditorium fell into a deathly silence, followed by an eruption of volcanic rage. "Damn Wang Jiangwo. I work my ass off all day, and you feed us this pig food? Beat him. Beat this parasite to death. No wonder I had diarrhea. It turns out it was from the aged brand you embezzled. The workers' anger was completely ignited. Countless eyes seemed to shoot fire as they stared daggers at Wang Jiangwo. A few hot-tempered workers even started to rush forward. If it weren't for the security guards holding them back, Wang Jiangwo would have been torn to shreds on the spot. On the podium, Director Yang's face was so dark it seemed he could wring water from it. He slammed the table with a loud bang. Silence. Director Yang's authoritative voice suppressed the commotion in the room. He pointed at the now limp Wang Jiangwo, his voice thick with barely contained anger. Security Department. Arrest this disgrace to the factory, this parasite of society. Immediately. At once. Hand him over to the public security organs for a thorough investigation. Absolutely no leniency. 2 security officers rushed over and dragged Wang Jiangwo away like a dead dog. After dealing with Wang Jiangwo, Director Yang walked over to Li Dahai, shook his hand tightly, his face full of approval. Comrade Li Dahai, well done. You have uprooted a tumor from the factory. Your spirit of daring to fight against the unjust practices is worthy of learning for all the factory workers. I propose a factory-wide commendation and a reward of 100 yuan for you. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. If it weren't for Li Dahai exposing the parasite, their food quality would have continued to decline. The applause was long and unending, and the workers' faces radiated a long-lost sense of relief. This applause was not just for Li Dahai, but also for themselves. Each clap seemed to release the pent-up grievances they had about the cafeteria food. 100 yuan. My God, Dahai has really made a big splash this time. What a skill. You dare to stand up and point at Wang Jiangwo's nose and curse in front of Director Yang? I wouldn't dare. Now we have hope for our meals. We must add a dish at noon, all thanks to Dahai's contribution. Chapter 49. Lu Xiao's plea for help. Dahai, please help me. Ding. Detected that the host publicly exposed the unscrupulous purchaser, cutting off their financial path, ruining their future, and bringing them to disgrace. Moral deficit behavior. Judge successful. Side quest. Expose the unscrupulous purchaser completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 300 points of moral deficit. Current moral deficit balance. 720 points. Feeling the warm flow surging within him, Li Dahai felt refreshed. Reputation gained. Reward obtained. This was a blood profit. The meeting ended amidst an atmosphere of excitement. Li Dahai was surrounded by his fellow workers, like a hero. In a corner of the crowd, several neighbors from the courtyard had different expressions. Xu Damao's mouth was agape, full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how the usually taciturn Li Dahai had suddenly become so powerful. Not only could he fight, but he was also so bold. Shazhu kept his head down, fists clenched tightly, his face burning. The more glorious Li Dahai was, the more he looked like a clown. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhonghai stood with his hands behind his back, looking deeply at the crowd surrounding Li Dahai, his brows furrowed. This kid was no longer just a matter of being a good shot. What he had was clearly an uncontrollable Italian cannon. Qin Huairu stood in a corner of the crowd, quietly watching Li Dahai. Her gaze held surprise, envy, and a hint of something she couldn't quite articulate. 100 yuan was an astronomical sum for her financially struggling family. She was used to slowly siphoning off from Shazhu. But this Li Dahai had easily obtained a reward greater than Shazhu's salary for several months in a way she could never imagine. After work, Li Dahai, with his hands in his pockets and that 100 yuan cash in hand, strolled back. The setting sun cast a long shadow, and the evening breeze brushed against his face with a hint of early autumn's chill, but his heart was ablaze. 720 points of moral deficit, plus 100 yuan cash. In this day and age, an 8th level fitter's monthly salary was only 99 yuan. His one shout had directly equaled someone else's monthly salary. So satisfying. As soon as he entered the flower-draped gate of the courtyard, the voices of several people who had been chatting in the yard suddenly stopped. All eyes filled with awe. Jealousy, or curiosity, fell on Li Dahai. Xu Damao was bragging with his friends, but upon seeing Li Dahai, his voice fell silent, as if someone had choked a duck by the neck. He turned and rushed into his house, slamming the door shut with a bang, as if there were ghosts inside. Shazhu squatted at his door, sorting vegetables, not even lifting his eyelids, but the celery he was squeezing made a crunching sound, as if he were crushing Li Dahai's bones. Li Dahai completely ignored those two and walked straight to the courtyard. Is Dahai back? Uncle San, Yen Bugue, was holding a teacup when he saw Li Dahai, and a smile blossomed on his face like a chrysanthemum. Today's matter was handled brilliantly. He truly brought glory to our courtyard. In his heart, his little calculations were clicking away. Li Dahai was now the favorite of Factory Director Yang, and who knows what benefits might come in the future. It was always good to build a good relationship first. Uncle San was being polite. Li Dahai responded indifferently. As they passed by Qin Huairu's house, she was sitting on a small stool sewing. In the dim yellow light, her profile appeared somewhat haggard. She raised her head and looked at Li Dahai with a complicated expression. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a barely audible sigh, and she lowered her head. That 100 yuan felt like a thorn, piercing her heart. She worked hard, managing to scrape together a little from Shazhu, yet she could hardly save up a few coins in a month. But Li Dahai, so forcefully and dominantly, effortlessly obtained a sum of money she couldn't even dare to imagine. This shock made the means of survival she had relied on for so long seem so ridiculous and powerless. When he returned to his small room, Li Dahai closed the door, shutting out all the noise from the courtyard. He pulled out the 10 crisp bills from his pocket and slapped them down on the table, neatly stacking them. The red bills glimmered enticingly under the light. After looking at them for a while, he finally contentedly put the money away and locked it in a drawer. Ding! Host permissions upgraded. System store opens more exchange options. Life category, body strengthening pills, energy recovery potions, universal lockpicks, skill category, god level cooking, god level craftsmanship, god level massage technique. Special category, bad luck stickers, truth talismans, presence reducing spray. Looking at the dazzling list, Li Dahai's eyes widened. This was no malicious system. It was clearly a rich man's system. Who would dare mess with me in the future? If they do, I'll just stick a bad luck sticker on them, making them choke on their own water. Li Dahai happily plotted in his mind. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very soft and hesitant, as if afraid to disturb someone. Who is it? Li Dahai frowned. At this hour, who would come to find him? There was no response outside, only a couple more faint knocks. Li Dahai got up and walked to the door. Peeking through the crack, he saw a woman in a floral dress standing anxiously at the door. It was none other than Liu Xiao. What was she doing here? A hint of doubt flashed through Li Dahai's mind, but he still unlatched the door. What's the matter? He blocked the doorway, showing no intention of letting her in. Li Dahai, comrade. Liu Xiao's voice was as soft as a mosquito, her face showing a hint of anxiety and pleading. Can I come and talk? Just a few words, it'll be quick. Her gaze darted nervously, frequently glancing into the courtyard, afraid of being seen. Li Dahai stepped aside to let her in, then quickly closed the door. The room was dimly lit. Only a 15-watt bulb illuminated the space. Liu Xiao stood in the middle of the room, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, appearing at a loss. What do you need me for? Li Dahai poured himself a glass of water and sipped leisurely, showing no urgency. Liu Xiao bit her lip, seemingly making a difficult decision. After a long pause, she mustered all her courage, looked up at Li Dahai, and her eyes glistened with tears. Brotherly, I beg you, please help me. Hearing her call him brotherly stirred something in Li Dahai's heart. He knew this woman was truly at her wit's end. Help you? What can I do for you? Li Dahai pretended to be ignorant. I heard you are capable and have connections. Liu Xiao's voice trembled. Our Damao, his diarrhea problem, and the well in the courtyard. It's all because of you. Chapter 50. What does an old woman want to find Li Dahai for in the middle of the night? Oh. Li Dahai raised an eyebrow, put down his teacup, and looked at her with a half-smile. You seem to be quite well informed. Liu Xiao's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. I really have no other way. Tears welled up in her eyes, and they fell as she continued. I've been married to Xu Damao for so many years, and we've never had a child. We've been to every hospital, taken a ton of Chinese and Western medicine, but nothing works. His mother scolds me every day, and people in the courtyard gossip behind my back. I'm going crazy. Crystal tears rolled down her smooth cheeks, filled with endless grievance and despair. Li Dahai looked at her while communicating with the system in his mind. System. Scan Liu Xiao and Xu Damao as physical conditions. Ding. Scan function activated. Requires 50 points of bad virtue value. Confirm? Confirm. Scanning. Scanning complete. Target. Liu Xiao. Physiological functions normal. All indicators healthy. Target. Xu Damao. Due to long-term unhealthy lifestyle habits, smoking, drinking, irregular schedule, quality slightly below normal levels. Comprehensive assessment. Both parties have no organic disease, and difficulties in conception are mainly caused by psychological stress and lifestyle habits. Adjusting these may likely improve the situation. Just as expected, Li Dahai sneered inwardly. That dog Xu Damao couldn't he perform, and he made Liu Xiao take the blame. However, this was a great opportunity. He could take advantage of Xu Damao while also racking up some bad virtue points, truly a godsend. On the surface, he remained calm but frowned, letting out a long sigh, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. This matter is a bit complicated. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiao's heart sank to the bottom. Her face turned pale. Was there really no way? Not entirely hopeless, Li Dahai shifted his tone, keeping her in suspense. However, this matter involves the balance of yin and yang, fate and fortune, and is not trivial. To force a reversal will require a price. His words, half scholarly and half obscure, left Liu Xiao bewildered. But those in despair are the most likely to grasp at straws. Seeing hope, her eyes instantly brightened. A price? I'm willing to pay any price. As long as I can have a child, I'm willing to do anything. Money is not an issue. She quickly added, fearing Li Dahai wouldn't believe her. Just name your price. Money? Li Dahai scoffed, adopting the demeanor of a transcendent figure. Do you think I'm in it for the money? If I were to intervene, it would be out of fate to help you defy the heavens and change your destiny. Material concerns would only tarnish the cause and effect. Liu Xiao was stunned by his words, feeling that this man before her was unfathomable. What is needed then? Li Dahai walked around the room with his hands behind his back, then slowly began to speak. First, from today onward, you and your husband must quit smoking and drinking, go to bed early and rise early, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Liu Xiao nodded repeatedly. Second, for your meals, eat more grains and vegetables, and avoid greasy and meaty foods to nurture your vital energy. Liu Xiao continued to nod vigorously. Most importantly, Li Dahai's tone became serious. This matter, heaven knows. Earth knows, you know and I know. Absolutely no one else can know, or else the secrets will be revealed and all efforts will be in vain, even inviting backlash. Liu Xiao trembled in fear and quickly swore, I understand. I understand. I will never tell anyone, not even Damao. Good. Li Dahai nodded in satisfaction and then took out a small package wrapped in yellow paper from a cabinet, handing it to her. This is my secret calming and nurturing powder. Take it back, and every night before bed, take a small pinch, dissolve it in warm water, and let both you and Xu Damao take it together. This so-called calming and nurturing powder was actually just a common calming herbal powder that he exchanged from the system for 10 points of bad virtue value. With a cost so low, it could be ignored. However, it smelled strangely fragrant, so strong that even from 10 meters away it was overwhelming. Liu Xiao cherished it like a treasure, trembling as she accepted the paper package and tightly clenched it in her palm. This calming and nurturing powder was hard to come by. Considering your sincerity, I'll reluctantly charge you 200 yuan. 200 yuan. That's almost half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. But Liu Xiao did not hesitate at all, nodding vigorously. Okay, I'll gather it tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Li. You are our family's great benefactor. Saying this, she was about to bow to Li Dahai. All right, hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you. Li Dahai waved his hand. Liu Xiao thanked him profusely as she carefully opened the door, peeking out to confirm that no one was in the yard before scurrying back to the backyard like a startled rabbit. Li Dahai closed the door, unable to suppress the smile on his face any longer. Ding! Detected that the host exploited the information gap, created a mystery, and deceived the eager Liu Xiao. Malicious behavior confirmed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 100 points of malice. Current malice balance, 660 points. Feeling pleased. However, Just as Liu Shaoye's figure disappeared behind the moon gate, in the corner of the courtyard, Qin Huairu, holding a basin of foot-washing water, was about to splash it on the wall when her movements paused slightly, her sharp gaze darting toward the entrance of Li Dahai's home. Although it was late and she couldn't see clearly, that hasty figure just now, wearing a floral dress, looked so much like Liu Shaoyi from the backyard. What was she doing visiting Li Dahai in the middle of the night? An old woman visiting a single man's home at such an hour? What could it possibly be? Qin Huairu's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. This guy Li Dahai, who had just moved in not long ago, looked tall and strong with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Yet he turned out to not be so simple after all. And Liu Shaoyi, who usually acted so proud and aloof like a capitalist's daughter, secretly couldn't stand the loneliness. Once this thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds. Qin Huairu's mind started racing. This was a huge piece of leverage. If Xu Damao found out, the backyard would definitely be in an uproar. If the people in the courtyard found out, would Liu Shaoyi still be able to show her face? She splashed the foot-washing water against the wall, the water splattering and startling the crickets at the base of the wall into silence. Yet inside her, it was far from calm like the water. Instead, it stirred up even bigger waves. This leverage had to be put to good use. If it were exposed now, it would just be for show, with no real benefit. She had to wait for the best opportunity. Turning back into the house, her steps felt lighter, as if she were not holding a secret, but a meal ticket that could be cashed in at any moment. Chapter 51. Liu Shaoyi and Li Dahai definitely have an unspeakable secret. In the backyard, in Liu Shaoyi's room. As soon as she entered, she locked the door behind her, leaning against the door panel, her chest heaving violently. The yellow paper package in her palm was slightly damp with her sweat, but she gripped it tightly like it was a lifesaver. The room was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Xu Damao lay sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly, with a stinky sock hanging dangerously on the edge of the bed. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, the last bit of warmth in Liu Shaoyi's heart dissipated completely. She frowned in disgust, tiptoeing to her dressing table and pulling open the bottom drawer. Inside lay a velvet box. Opening the box revealed a pair of golden dragon and phoenix bangles, a wedding gift from her family. In the dim light, the intricate dragon and phoenix patterns on the bangles seemed to tell tales of past glory. Her fingers gently brushed over the cool bangle, and her eyes reddened again. 200 yuan. For someone her background, 200 yuan wasn't too much. But the problem was, she had no cash on hand. The family money was tightly controlled by Xu Damao. Trying to access it was harder than climbing to the sky. The only option left was to use her dowry. She took out the bangles, carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief, and hid them in her pocket. This decision felt like a knife to her heart. But when she thought of Li Dahai's words about changing her fate and the possibility of one day holding a chubby child, this small sacrifice seemed insignificant. She took out the yellow paper package again, bringing it to her nose and inhaling. A fragrance that was indescribable filled her nostrils, calming her anxious heart significantly. Calming and nurturing powder, she murmured, her eyes filled with hope. Brotherly truly is remarkable. Following Li Dahai's instructions, she carefully pinched a small amount of powder and dissolved it in 2 teacups with warm water. She drank 1 cup herself, and for the other, she walked to the bedside, pinching her nose and exerting tremendous effort to get the heavily intoxicated Xu Damao to drink it. "What nice smell," Xu Damao mumbled, his words slightly slurred. After finishing everything, she felt completely drained, lying on the other side of the bed, smelling the alcohol on her husband. She felt for the first time not despair, but a flicker of secret anticipation. The next day, Qin Huairu woke up early. Instead of rushing to cook, she took an empty basin, saying she was going to the well to wash clothes, while her eyes scanned the entire courtyard like a radar. She quickly locked on her target, Li Dahai. Li Dahai was in the open space in the courtyard, leisurely practicing a set of punches. His movements were fluid and powerful, each strike carrying a gust of wind, completely different from the soft Tai Chi practiced by the old men in the courtyard. The sun shone on his bronze skin, beads of sweat glistening, exuding a strong masculine energy. Qin Huairu thought to herself, no wonder Liu Shaoyi had her mind on him. Li Dahai was indeed much better than that skinny Xu Damao. She pretended to walk by casually, wearing a perfectly timed smile. "Oh, Brother Dahai, up so early to exercise?" Li Dahai finished his punches, exhaled a breath of air, glanced at her, and replied nonchalantly. He could see through her intentions. Qin Huairu was up to no good. Coming over early in the morning meant trouble. "Brother Dahai, your punches are really impressive. You look so spirited," Qin Huairu continued, twisting the wet clothes in her hands. "Unlike our family, everyone is as lazy as a donkey, not even waking up." Li Dahai did not respond to her comments. Simply picked up the towel hanging around his neck and wiped his sweat. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Qin Huairu felt no embarrassment. Her eyes turned, and she suddenly changed her approach. "By the way, it seems like you have quite the skill in this courtyard, Brother Dahai. Look at Liu Xiaoyi in the backyard. She's been married to Xu Damao for so many years, yet there's no sign of a baby at all. If she had met you earlier, perhaps you could have helped her out." She deliberately made her words vague while keeping her eyes fixed on Li Dahai's face, trying to read something from his expression. However, Li Dahai's expression showed no change at all. He merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, forming a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. "Sister Qin, I don't understand what you're talking about." He draped the towel over his shoulder, speaking in a slow, unhurried tone. "I'm just a rough man who can only do hard work. How could I possibly help with any illnesses? Besides, it's a couple's matter. What does it have to do with you, an outsider, to inquire so closely? If word gets out, people might think you have some intentions towards Xu Damao." "You." Qin Huairu's face instantly flushed a deep red. She didn't expect Li Dahai's words to be so sharp, choking her with just one sentence and turning the tables on her. What did he mean by her having intentions towards Xu Damao? Wasn't that ruining her reputation? What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Huairu was so angry that her voice trembled. "Am I talking nonsense? You know in your heart." Li Dahai chuckled lightly, as if he had seen through everything. "Sister Qin, I advise you, instead of spending your time prying into other people's business, you might as well think about how to make sure Bang Geng and the others have full meal. Don't keep staring at other people's bowls, where you might find your own pot taken away." After saying that, he ignored the trembling Qin Huairu and turned back to the house, slamming the door with a bang. Ding! Detected that the host successfully countered Qin Huairu's probing and hinted that she shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Malicious behavior assessment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. 50 points of malicious value. Current balance of malicious value, 710 points. Li Dahai felt quite pleased. This Qin Huairu really thought she was something, trying to get a hint from him? She was still too naive. Outside the door, Qin Huairu stood still, her face alternating between green and white, nearly exploding with rage. This Li Dahai was simply a tough nut to crack. He was impervious to criticism and sharp-tongued. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she got, the more she felt something was off. Li Dahai's strong reaction only proved that he was guilty, right? There must be some secret between him and Liu Xiaoyi. Just wait, Li Dahai. Qin Huairu clenched her fists, a more sinister thought quietly forming in her heart. If the hard approach doesn't work, then she would use a soft one. If the obvious approach doesn't work, then she would resort to the covert one. She didn't believe she couldn't pry open their mouths. Her gaze shifted to the tightly shut door of Jia Zhang, a cold smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. In this yard, if anyone could stir up trouble and be unreasonable, besides her mother-in-law, no one else came to mind. Some words spoken from her mouth would be much more effective than saying them herself. Chapter 52. Liu Xiaoyi is pregnant. Xu Damao is overjoyed when Qin Huairu returned to the house. Jia Zhang was lying in bed, groaning. Upon seeing her come in with an empty basin, she didn't even lift her eyelids. "What's going on? Going out to flirt with some wild man early in the morning? Washing clothes for half a day? I see it's your heart that's washed wild." Qin Huairu had long been accustomed to her mother-in-law's sharp tongue, but today she behaved unusually and didn't retort. Instead, she sat by the bed, squeezed out 2 drops of tears, and spoke pitifully. "Mom, you have to stand up for me." As soon as Jia Zhang heard this, she immediately perked up, sitting up on the bed in a hurry, her slanted eyes widening. "What happened? Who bullied you? Was it that silly Zhu again?" "It's not silly Zhu." Qin Huairu shook her head, deliberately lowering her voice to create a mysterious and serious atmosphere. "It's Li Dahai. Li Dahai? Jia Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then curled her lips. He just moved here, what can he do to you? Don't tell me you're infatuated with his youthful strength, and he turned you down? Mom, how can you think that of me? Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's face, crying like a flower in the rain. Am I that kind of person? Li Dahai said, I'm thinking about Xu Damao, trying to ruin my reputation. She embellished the events of the morning, emphasizing Li Dahai's arrogance and slander against her. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's anger flared up. She could scold her daughter-in-law, but she wouldn't allow outsiders to do so, especially not slander that tarnished the Jia family's reputation. Good Li Dahai. He has got some guts. How dare he bully our Jia family? Jia Zhang slammed the bedboard. Just wait until I get the chance. I'll make sure he regrets it. On the other side, Liu Xiao now completely believed in Li Dahai and followed his instructions strictly every day. Li Dahai told her to keep a calm mindset, so she read books and listened to the radio every day, no longer arguing with Xu Damao. Li Dahai advised her to pay attention to nutrition, so she took out her savings and tried to get some eggs and lean meat, no longer being frugal. At first, Xu Damao thought Liu Xiao had gone crazy, but seeing her become gentler and happier day by day, and the atmosphere at home improving, along with his own desire for a child, he reluctantly went along with it. Time flew by, and 3 months passed. One day, Liu Xiao felt a bit unwell, and her period was delayed. A thought arose in her heart that she couldn't even dare to believe. With her heart racing, nearly jumping out of her throat, she quietly went to the hospital. When the doctor smiled and told her, "Congratulations, you are 6 weeks pregnant," Liu Xiao's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Tears streamed down her face without warning. She was pregnant? She was really pregnant. This was the wish she had hoped for and dreamed of for so many years. Even in her dreams, she hadn't dared to wish for, and it had actually come true. She didn't know how she walked out of the hospital. She felt as if she were walking on clouds, light and unreal. It was until she returned to the courtyard and saw the old locust tree that she suddenly came back to her senses. Brotherly, it's Brotherly's medicine. Li Dahai's miraculous medicine has worked. She almost ran back to the backyard. Xu Damao happened to be home that day, lounging with his legs crossed, listening to the radio. When he saw Liu Xiao rush in with tears all over her face, he was startled. What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Xiao tightly hugged him. Damao, I'm pregnant. Liu Xiao's voice was choked with tears, filled with endless joy and excitement. What do you mean? Xu Damao didn't react immediately. We're having a baby. I'm pregnant. Xu Damao's mind went blank for a good 10 seconds, his small eyes wide with disbelief, his mouth open as if he could fit an egg inside. He grabbed Liu Xiao's shoulders, his voice changing pitch. What did you say? Say it again. I said, I'm pregnant. This is the hospital's report. Liu Xiao took out the report that was damp with her sweat, presenting it to him like a treasure. Xu Damao took the thin piece of paper with trembling hands. The words 6 weeks, pregnant, shining like a golden light, instantly piercing his eyes. I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to have a child. He murmured, his expression shifting from shock to ecstasy, finally turning into a nearly frenzied laugh. Ha ha. I'm going to be a dad. Xu Damao. I'm going to have a child. He picked up Liu Xiao and spun around wildly in the room, his laughter shaking the dust from the ceiling down. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes shining as he looked at Liu Xiao. It's Li Dahai. It's Li Dahai's medicine. My God, he really is a living God. His admiration for Li Dahai was like a torrent of water, endless and unceasing. No, I have to thank him. I have to let everyone in the courtyard know that Li Dahai is our family's great benefactor. Xu Damao carefully placed Liu Xiao on the bed, telling her to stay still and be careful with the pregnancy, then rushed out the door like a gust of wind. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, using all his strength to shout at the top of his lungs. Neighbors, come out for a moment. Xu Damao, I'm going to be a dad. My wife Liu Xiao is pregnant. This shout was like a thunderclap, instantly resonating throughout the entire courtyard. Aunt Air, who was washing vegetables by the sink, dropped the cabbage into the water. Uncle Sanyan Boogie, who was calculating in the room, made a mistake with the abacus beads. Jia Zhang, who was mending shoes, pricked her finger with a needle. Even silly Zhu, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, paused, his face showing a look of disbelief. Everyone rushed out of their houses, staring at Xu Damao in the center of the courtyard, who looked like he had gone mad, all with blank expressions. Xu Damao, are you having a fit? Yeah. Liu Xiaoa is pregnant? Is it true? Xu Damao straightened his back, his face glowing with pride as he waved the inspection report in his hand. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the hospital's inspection report, black and white. I, Xu Damao, am going to be a father. That's truly congratulations, isn't it? This is a great, joyous occasion. The people in the courtyard came to their senses and congratulated him, but deep down they were puzzled. This iron tree blooming is too sudden, right? Just then, Xu Damao changed his tone and bowed deeply towards Li Dahai's direction, his voice loud and sincere. All of this is thanks to our comrade Li Dahai from the hospital. It was he, with his miraculous medicine, who cured my wife's long-standing ailment. Li Dahai is our family savior. He is the living immortal of our hospital. Chapter 53. Qin Huairu complains. Jia Zhang's anger as soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. All eyes suddenly focused on Li Dahai's door. Shazhu's face turned extremely ugly. The person he disliked the most, Xu Damao, was actually going to have a child, and the one who helped him was the very person who had embarrassed him, Li Dahai. What kind of nonsense is this? Isn't this equivalent to Li Dahai helping his arch-nemesis slap him in the face? Meanwhile, Uncle Sanyan Bugui's small eyes, hidden behind his glasses, sparkled with excitement. This kid Li Dahai, quietly, actually has such incredible abilities? This isn't just talent. This is a hen that lays golden eggs. No, it's a golden rooster. Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard reached an eerie peak, Li Dahai's door creaked open. Liu Xiaoyi walked out behind Xu Damao. She wore a shy yet happy smile, holding a large bundle wrapped in red cloth. She approached Li Dahai, her eyes reddening, her voice choked. Brother Li, we can't express our gratitude enough. This little gift is our couple's small token of appreciation. You must accept it. As she spoke, she handed over the bundle. Li Dahai calmly accepted it, feeling its weight. He opened a corner and saw a thick stack of big Unity notes inside, along with several meat tickets and brand new cloth tickets underneath. The entire courtyard instantly erupted with gasps of astonishment. The system's cold prompt echoed in Li Dahai's mind, like heavenly music. The host successfully utilized information asymmetry and psychological suggestion to facilitate Xu Damao's couple's conception, gaining reputation and material rewards in return. Malicious behavior rating, 200 points gained. Current malicious value, 910 points. The curve of Li Dahai's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Wonderful. This isn't malicious. This is clearly doing good deeds and accumulating merit, gaining both fame and fortune. Looking at the heavy bundle in his hand and feeling the complex gazes of awe, jealousy, and suspicion from the crowd, he felt a sense of comfort. This operation was a blood profit. Xu Damao's gratitude came faster and more fervently than expected. That very night, Xu Damao personally visited, bowing and scraping as he invited Li Dahai to his home for dinner. His attitude was so respectful, it was as if he were worshipping Li Dahai. At the dinner table, Xu Damao completely dropped his pretensions, calling him Brother Dahai with more warmth than he would his own brother. He raised his wine glass, his face flushed, excitedly spitting as he spoke. Brother Dahai, I used to be blind to your greatness, looking down on you. You have a magnanimous heart. Don't hold it against me. Xu Damao tilted his head back and downed a glass of wine, quickly refilling Li Dahai's cup. This glass is for you. From now on, you are my brother. Whoever dares to go against you in the courtyard is going against me. Xu Damao. Liu Xiaoyi sat beside him, her face glowing with happiness. She wasn't as boisterous as Xu Damao, but her gaze towards Li Dahai was filled with sincere gratitude. She gently picked up a piece of meat for Li Dahai. Brother Li, Damao is just this straightforward, please don't mind his loudness. This kindness, we will remember for a lifetime. Li Dahai remained calm, accepting the couple's flattery and gratitude with an indifferent demeanor. He occasionally nodded, saying a few polite words about being neighbors and the importance of keeping a calm mindset. The more he acted nonchalant, the more Xu Damao and his wife felt he was profound and truly capable. This meal left Xu Damao feeling completely convinced, Liu Xiaoyi full of joy, and Li Dahai at ease with himself. However, the courtyard had already erupted. The laughter and joy coming from Xu Damao's home felt like needles piercing the hearts of some people. In the middle courtyard at Shazhu's house, Shazhu sat on a small stool with a dark face, banging a porcelain cup on the table with a clang that made the peanuts jump. Why? What does Xu Damao count for? How can a rooster that doesn't lay eggs suddenly spread its wings? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, slamming his fist on the table. And that Liu Dahai, who does he think he is? Isn't it just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, getting lucky once? Look at how happy Xu Damao is. A living immortal? Bah, this was a double blow for him. His arch-nemesis, Xu Damao, received a huge blessing. And the one who facilitated it was another person who had embarrassed him, Liu Dahai. Wasn't this equivalent to Liu Dahai helping his enemy slap him in the face? He felt stifled, as if the little reputation and connections he had built in the courtyard had been pried away by Liu Dahai's actions. In the back courtyard, at the Jia family, Jia Zhang's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. She sat on the bed, pounding her thigh, cursing. That damned Xu Damao really has ancestral graves, smoking green. And that Liu Dahai, he's no good either. Why did he have to help him? Now that Xu Damao has a child, he's even more arrogant. And how can our family expect to benefit from him in the future? Not a chance. She couldn't stand seeing others do well, especially Xu Damao, who had past grievances with her family. Previously, Liu Shaoyi couldn't conceive, which gave her a reason to hold something over Xu Damao as head, often using it to gain some verbal advantage. Now that reason was gone, and instead, it became something for them to boast about. How could she not be angry? Qin Huairu was nearby, stitching shoe soles, and under the dim light, her face was half lit and half shadowed, making her expression hard to discern. While sewing, she casually spoke, "Mom, don't be too angry. I think this matter is a bit strange." "Strange? How so?" Jia Zhang immediately perked up and leaned closer. Qin Huairu paused her work and lowered her voice. "Just a few days ago, I got up in the middle of the night and passed by the back courtyard. I just happened to see Liu Dahai sneaking out of his house, carrying a bowl, and he went into Liu Shaoyi's house. He took quite a while to come out." She paused, lowering her voice even further. "You say, in the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. Who can say for sure?" This remark was like a spark, instantly igniting Jia Zhang, who was like a powder keg. Jia Zhang's eyes lit up, her triangular eyes shining with excitement and malice. She grabbed Qin Huairu's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. "Is what you said true? Did you see it with your own eyes? Is there any doubt?" "I saw it clearly." Qin Huairu lowered her head, continuing to stitch, as if her earlier words were just casual mention. "Good. I knew there was something fishy about this." Jia Zhang slapped her thigh and stood up abruptly. "What doggone miracle, doctor? What living immortal? I see, yes, just a scoundrel. You Liu Shaoyi usually act all high and mighty, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless behind the scenes. And that Liu Dahai, a country bumpkin, dares to do such filthy things in our courtyard." Chapter 54. Liu Shaoyi, you shameless vixen. Jia Zhang felt a surge of anger rising to her head. Unable to hold back any longer, and she slipped on her shoes and rushed outside. "Mom, where are you going?" Qin Huairu shouted after her, somewhat symbolically. "Where am I going? I will tear the faces of those two shameless lovers apart. I have to let everyone in the courtyard see how this so-called divine doctor treats illnesses." Jia Zhang rushed to the center of the courtyard in a flurry, took a deep breath, and then used all her strength to let out a piercing scream. "Everyone come out and see. Something has happened. There has been a scandal in our courtyard." This shout was louder and more jarring than Xu Damao's daytime celebratory cries. Lights from every household flickered on, and doors swung open one by one. "Jia Zhang, what are you howling about in the middle of the night?" Second aunt came out wrapped in her clothes. Third Uncle Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses and frowned. "What is going on now?" Soon, the courtyard was filled with sleepy neighbors. Seeing that enough people had gathered, Jia Zhang sat down on the ground and began to beat her thighs, crying out, "My poor son, you died too early. Open your eyes and look. The hearts of the people in this courtyard are rotten. Someone is using the guise of a divine doctor to engage in shameless activities." As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned and then began to whisper among themselves. Xu Damao, who had just come out of his house, changed his expression immediately upon hearing this. He hurriedly approached Jia Zhang, pointing at her nose and scolding. Jia Zhang, you old hypocrite. Clarify what you mean. Who are you insinuating? Who am I insulting? Whoever has a guilty conscience is who I'm talking about. Jia Zhang glared at him fearlessly. Xu Damao, don't be so smug. Do you think your cheap father is innocent? Don't you have any self-awareness? Have you asked your wife how she got that belly? You're talking nonsense. Xu Damao was so angry that he trembled all over, his face turning the color of liver. My wife's pregnancy was cured by brotherly Dahai's divine medicine. Everyone in the courtyard knows. Divine medicine? Bah! Jia Zhang spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. Let me ask you, is there a wife who goes to a young man's house in the middle of the night to get medicine? Just a man and a woman, in the dark. What medicine are they getting? What soup are they feeding? Is it medicine for healing, or a love potion? Boom! This statement was like a thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears. The courtyard fell silent instantly, followed by an uproar. Everyone's gaze swept back and forth like searchlights between Xu Damao, Liu Haizhong, and the just-opened Li Dahai. Their expressions were filled with shock, suspicion, and a hint of excitement at the unfolding drama. Shazhu stood among the crowd, his eyes wide open. He had originally just wanted to see the jokes of Li Dahai and Xu Damao, but he didn't expect this joke to be so big, so explosive. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he felt overjoyed. Third Uncle Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with quick calculations behind the lenses. If this were true, then Li Dahai would be ruined. First Uncle Zhonghai frowned tightly and shouted sternly, Jia Zhang, don't slander people without evidence. This is a serious matter that concerns others' reputations. Evidence? My daughter-in-law Qin Huairu saw it with her own eyes. How can it be false? Jia Zhang pulled Qin Huairu, who was hiding in the crowd, out. Huairu, tell everyone what you saw. Instantly, all eyes focused on Qin Huairu. Dragged out, she looked troubled and panicked. She glanced at the crowd, then at Li Dahai, her lips trembling as if she had suffered a great injustice. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Qin Huairu became the center of the storm. Everyone's gaze pierced into her like a needle, filled with doubt, inquiry, and a bit of malicious glee. Qin Huairu's frightened little rabbit demeanor was genuinely heartfelt. She clutched the hem of her clothes, her shoulders slightly shaking, her eyes darting, unwilling to look at Li Dahai, as if even one more glance would be devoured by that man. Huairu, don't be afraid. Jia Zhang supported her, her voice sharp. With your mother here, and the folks in the courtyard, say everything you saw. We can't let this kind of evil wind ruin our courtyard's reputation. Qin Huairu timidly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on First Uncle Zhonghai's face. Her eyes filled with a plea for help and grievance. First Uncle, I'm afraid to say it. This matter is too big. Her hesitating demeanor was more cutting than a direct accusation. This was tantamount to telling everyone that the matter was true, and so serious that a widow like her didn't dare to bear the consequences. Zhonghai's brows knitted tightly. He certainly didn't want such a scandal in the courtyard, especially when one party was Xu Damao, who he planned to rely on for his old age. On the other hand, Li Dahai, this young man, had an unknown background but seemed to possess some unusual abilities. He spoke in a deep voice. Qin Huairu, don't be afraid. Just say what you know. As long as it's the truth, the courtyard will support you. But if you dare to talk nonsense and tarnish someone's reputation, you need to think about the consequences. His words were both soft and firm, serving as reassurance and a warning. Qin Huairu seemed to have found her backbone, as if she had made a great determination. She sniffled and then spoke in a voice that was almost on the verge of tears, stuttering. A few months ago, one night, I can't remember the exact day. It was very dark. I got up in the middle of the night. When I passed by the backyard, I saw Liu Haizhong coming out of Li Dahai's house. She paused, her voice tinged with a sob, as if she had been greatly frightened. When she came out of Li Dahai's room, her clothes were a bit disheveled, and her hair was also messy. This statement carried much more weight than the previous one about seeing her come out. The words disheveled and messy left everyone with endless room for imagination. Qin Huairu sobbed, adding fuel to the fire. She walked very quickly, with her head down, as if afraid of being seen. I was so scared that I hurriedly hid, not daring to make a sound. After saying this, she covered her face and began to cry, her shoulders shaking, a picture of an innocent person terrified by the truth. This performance was flawless. Did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? Jia Zhang jumped up, pointing at Qin Huairu and shouting to the entire courtyard. My daughter-in-law saw it with her own eyes. Is there any doubt left? Lu Xiaoe, you shameless vixen. What do you have to say for yourself? Lu Xiaoe's face turned pale instantly. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Xu Damao's arm. I didn't. Damao, believe me, I really didn't. Chapter 55. Li Dahai clarifies the facts. Qin Huairu publicly faces the consequences. Xu Damao was so angry that his eyes turned red. He felt that everyone in the courtyard was watching him, each face written with "You've been cuckolded." It was more painful than being killed. I'll tear you apart. Old hypocrite. Xu Damao roared, shaking off Lu Xiaoe's hand and lunging at Jia Zhang. Damao, don't be impulsive. First Uncle Zhonghai and second Uncle Liu Haizhong quickly stepped forward, each holding him back. The courtyard was in complete chaos. Cries, curses, mediation voices, and the murmurs of neighbors buzzed together in a cacophony. Shazhu crossed his arms, watching with great interest. He couldn't wait for Xu Damao to fight with Jia Zhang, preferably until blood flowed. Third Uncle Yin Bugue was calculating in his mind that if this matter escalated, Li Dahai would definitely be finished. And Xu Damao's family would also be in turmoil. He wondered if he could gain some benefit from it. Amidst this chaos, Li Dahai, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Qin Huairu. His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through all the noise like an ice pick. Qin Huairu's crying paused, and she instinctively looked up. It was as if she had been struck by a spell, slowly raising her tear-streaked face. Her eyes filled not only with the usual weakness, but also with a hint of fear for being singled out. You just said you saw Lu Xiaoe come out of my house disheveled, with her hair in disarray, right? Li Dahai's tone was as calm as asking whether someone had eaten today, but each word carried an invisible pressure. Qin Huairu instinctively glanced at Jia Zhang beside her, who immediately gave her a look, urging her to hold on. I saw it with my own eyes. Qin Huairu bit her lip, her voice trembling, making her seem even more pitiful. Good, Li Dahai nodded. The way he said good was nonchalant, but it made Jia Zhang's heart skip a beat. He didn't explode in anger or frantically deny it. Something was off. Li Dahai scanned the crowd in the courtyard, his gaze finally landing back on Qin Huairu. Since you saw it so clearly, even saw her hair in disarray and her clothes messy, you must have been very close. I was hiding in the corner, Qin Huairu answered quietly. In the corner? Li Dahai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Then let me ask you, besides seeing that, did you smell anything? Smell? Qin Huairu was taken aback. This question completely exceeded the scope of what she and Jia Zhang had rehearsed beforehand. What smell? Shouldn't this be a case of catching someone in the act? Why was he asking about a smell? The people in the courtyard were also confused. What was Li Dahai trying to get at? Jia Zhang got anxious and shouted, What smell are you talking about? A lone man and a woman spending the night together. What good smell could there be? Isn't it just the stench of a seductress? This crude remark stirred the crowd into a low murmur. Lu Xiaoe's face turned as white as paper. Her lips trembled with anger, but she couldn't utter a word. Li Dahai ignored Jia Zhang's outcry. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, remained fixed on Qin Huairu. Look into my eyes and answer me. Did you smell anything? Was it fragrant or foul? Was it strong or faint? His probing was relentless, giving Qin Huairu no chance to think or collude. Qin Huairu's mind raced. How should she answer? If she said she smelled something, what if she got it wrong? If she said she didn't smell anything, wouldn't that mean she was far away and couldn't see the details, making her earlier testimony untenable? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. I was far away. I didn't smell anything? Qin Huairu chose the safest answer, but her voice lacked confidence. Didn't smell anything? Li Dahai smiled, his smile carrying a hint of cold sarcasm. Qin Huairu, lying is not a good habit, especially when you tell such a monstrous lie in front of the whole courtyard. He turned to Xu Damao, asking Xu Damao, Do you remember what the medicine I prescribed for your wife smelled like? Xu Damao, at the peak of anger and humiliation, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recalling. Li Dahai didn't give him much time, continuing on his own. The tranquilizing herbal powder I prescribed for Liu Shaoyi was made from precious medicinal materials, with an overpowering fragrance. He paused, raising his voice a few notches to ensure everyone in the courtyard could hear. That herbal smell, let alone being in the corner. Even if you stood in the middle of the courtyard, you'd be overwhelmed by it. Qin Huairu, you say you were so close, saw her hair clearly. Yet couldn't he smell this overwhelming medicinal aroma? Boom! The crowd erupted again. This explanation was reasonable and seamless. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted from doubting Li Dahai to scrutinizing Qin Huairu. That look was like a series of daggers, piercing through her. Yes, yes. Xu Damao suddenly came to his senses, slapping his thigh. I was drunk that day, my wife fed me medicine, and my goodness, the smell was so strong. I couldn't recover for 3 days. With Xu Damao's testimony, Li Dahai's words instantly became irrefutable evidence. Shazhu, watching from the crowd, was dumbfounded. He sneered inwardly, feeling disappointed. He thought he could see Xu Damao being cuckolded, but unexpectedly, Li Dahai turned it around. However, watching Qin Huairu, the White Lotus, suffer was still quite amusing. Third uncle Yin Bugui adjusted his glasses, his gaze flickering. His calculations in his mind were instantly disrupted. Li Dahai was not simple. This intellect, this eloquence, remained calm under pressure, turning the tide with just a few words. This was a person of significance, one not to offend, as he might be useful in the future. Jia Zhang was completely panicked. She didn't expect that Li Dahai's few words would revitalize the deadlock. She pointed at Li Dahai, her voice sharp yet weak. You're talking nonsense. Who knows if you did anything shameless in addition to giving medicine? Shameless? Li Dahai sneered, his gaze suddenly sharp. Jia Zhang, I see that the most shameless in this courtyard is you and your good daughter-in-law. He abruptly turned to first uncle Zhonghai. First uncle, you are the backbone of our courtyard. Today's incident is no longer just a quarrel between Xu Damao and the Jia family. It is Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang teaming up to use the most vicious rumors to slander my and Liu Shaoyi's innocence. This is not just a moral issue. It's defamation. It's framing. Under the glaring heavens, daring to spout such baseless slander, splattering dirt on others. If they can treat me this way today, will they dare to treat anyone in the courtyard the same way tomorrow? If this kind of evil spirit is not dealt with, our courtyard will be filled with smoke and danger every day, with everyone living in fear. Chapter 56 Compensation. Li Dahai, 10 yuan. Jia Zhang was heartbroken. These few words struck hard, instantly elevating the nature of the issue from a scandal between men and women to one of destroying the unity of the entire courtyard, where anyone could become the next victim. The expressions of the crowd changed. Indeed, if they could unjustly accuse Li Dahai today, they could unjustly accuse themselves tomorrow. Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu, two widows, often loved to gossip, but today they had gone too far. Jia Zhang, Qin Huairu. First Uncle Li Zhonghai's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He had finally completely sided with Li Dahai. What he valued most was the stability of the courtyard and his own authority. The actions of Jia Zhang and her daughter today undoubtedly trampled on the courtyard rules, and his face repeatedly. You too. What else do you have to say? Zhonghai shouted sternly. Qin Huairu collapsed to the ground with a thud, covering her face and sobbing loudly. This time, her crying was no longer an act, but came from genuine fear and breakdown. Jia Zhang looked at her daughter-in-law's unseemly behavior, and then at the scornful gazes of the neighbors around, trembling with both anxiety and anger. She wanted to throw a tantrum, but when she met Li Dahai's cold, emotionless eyes, her words got stuck in her throat. I'll tear you two shameless things apart. Xu Damao had now fully awakened. A surge of guilt towards his wife and immense anger towards the Jia family swelling within him. His wife had suffered so much to give him a child, yet they slandered her like this. Xu Damao charged like an enraged bull, breaking free from second uncle's grasp, aiming straight for the collapsed Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang beside her. The courtyard was instantly thrown into chaos. Xu Damao, like a thoroughly enraged bull, had bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, truly looking ready to fight the Jia family. Oh no, someone's going to get killed. Jia Zhang, never having seen such a scene, screamed in panic, scrambling backward with all her limbs, pushing the collapsed Qin Huairu forward as a shield. Qin Huairu stumbled, seeing Xu Damao's fist, as big as a sandpot, about to smash in her face, scared out of her wits, letting out a piercing scream. Stop! A thunderous shout echoed, like a clap of thunder on a clear day. First, Uncle Zhonghai, with a grim face, stepped forward and firmly grabbed Xu Damao's arm. Uncle Liu Haizhong and several young and strong neighbors quickly rushed over, pulling the furious Xu Damao away with great effort. Let go of me. I must kill that pair of rotten-hearted women today. Xu Damao continued to struggle fiercely, spitting as he spoke. That's enough. Zhonghai's voice was stern and commanding. Xu Damao, if you strike again, don't blame me for calling the security department. This matter will be decided by the courtyard. Hearing the words security department, Xu Damao's rationality returned slightly, but he still glared at Jia's mother-in-law, his eyes filled with a hatred that seemed ready to devour them alive. The atmosphere in the courtyard was so tense it could almost drip water. Shazhu leaned against the doorframe, watching with great interest. He smacked his lips, feeling immensely satisfied. He was happy to see Xu Damao at a disadvantage, and even happier that the White Lotus Qin Huairu had publicly fallen from grace. Tonight's show was more thrilling than watching a movie. Third Uncle Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with shrewd calculations. This young man, Liu Dahai, was hiding too deep. With just a few words, he could turn black into white. No, he could completely wash away the black, and then splash all the dirty water back. Such means and intellect, the courtyard will likely change in the future. This person must be befriended, cannot be offended. Liu Dahai stood quietly in place, his expression calm, as if this farce had nothing to do with him. He was merely the spark that ignited the powder keg. And now, he just wanted to enjoy the splendid fireworks. Zhonghai took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as it swept over the weak Qin Huairu and the trembling Jia Zhang. Jia Zhang, Qin Huairu. His voice was devoid of warmth. You too, without any evidence, maliciously slandering your neighbors, damaging others' reputations, sowing discord within the courtyard. What should be your punishment? Uncle, I was wrong, Qin Huairu cried, her tears filled with genuine fear this time. Jia Zhang wanted to be stubborn, but when she met Zhonghai's predatory gaze, the remaining words stuck in her throat. Is just admitting fault enough? Xu Damao roared from the side. What about my wife's reputation? What about Liu Dahai's reputation? This matter isn't over. Yes, it can't just end like this. Must be severely punished. Otherwise, anyone can speak recklessly in the future. Voices of agreement immediately arose from the crowd. And, at this moment, Jia's mother-in-law was like a rat everyone wanted to beat. Zhonghai made a decisive statement. How about this? The Jia family will compensate Liu Xiao and Liu Dahai for emotional distress, 5 yuan each. Additionally, you two mother-in-law will publicly reflect on your actions in the courtyard tomorrow and apologize to each household. If anyone does not forgive you, you will stand in the courtyard until you are forgiven. 10 yuan. This amount felt like a knife cutting through Jia Zhang's heart, making her gasp in pain. This was her retirement money for over half a month, and they had to apologize to each household? Would she still have any face left? But in the current situation, she had no room to negotiate. Seeing Jia Zhang's face turn darker than a pot bottom, Liu Dahai felt no ripple in his heart. Ding! Detected that the host successfully turned public opinion, exposing the conspiracy of Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang, causing their reputations to be ruined, finances damaged, and spirits severely impacted. Ding! From Qin Huairu's resentment and fear, gained 100 evil points. Ding! From Jia Zhang's extreme resentment and financial pain, gained 100 evil points. Current evil points, 1110. A series of system prompts rang in Liu Dahai's mind, like a beautiful symphony. Qin Huairu, you really are my cash cow, always bringing me surprises. As the farce concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the Jia family in disarray. Liu Dahai returned to his small room, closed the door, isolating himself from all external noise. He pulled up the system panel, looking at the 4-digit evil points, feeling incredibly pleased. A fool is one who has money and doesn't spend it. System exchange for intermediate medical skills. Ding. Intermediate medical skills successfully exchanged, consuming 300 evil points. Remaining evil points 810. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body. Countless knowledge about diagnosis and treatment, pharmacology, and clinical experience deeply engraved in his mind. Like a fast-forwarding movie. If the previous basic medical skills only gave him a general understanding, the current intermediate medical skills now equipped him with a level equivalent to an experienced old Chinese medicine doctor in the future. He was more than capable of handling common ailments like headaches, colds, injuries, and even certain difficult diseases of this era. Chapter 57. Want to suck my blood? Qin Huairu. Do you deserve it? Li Dahai stored the remaining evil points, knowing that good steel should be used on the blade, not knowing what good things the system might refresh in the future. As for Qin Huairu, Li Dahai's gaze turned cold. This woman was like a daughter plant clinging to a tree, seemingly weak and harmless, yet capable of draining the host of all nutrients. The former Li Dahai was just one of her many backup hosts. She always appeared when you needed her, giving a hint of tenderness and care that made you feel she had feelings for you. But when you really wanted to take a step further, she would use children and her mother-in-law as an excuse to keep her distance, leaving only a pitiful yet strong silhouette, making you willingly continue to give to her. Such tactics were both brilliant and vicious. But now, Li Dahai was no longer the old Li Dahai. Want to suck my blood? Then be prepared to be torn to shreds. In the following days, the news of Xu Damao's wife being pregnant spread like wildfire from the courtyard to the entire steel mill. Meanwhile, the title of miraculous Dr. Li Dahai also spread widely. Hey, have you heard? Xu Damao from the projection department. His wife is pregnant. Is that true? Absolutely. It was Li Dahai from our factory who treated her. Just a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine. It's miraculous. Which Li Dahai? Who else? The one who had rumors with Qin Huairu. He is really a hidden talent. In an instant, Li Dahai's status in the factory changed drastically. Previously, everyone saw him as a pitiful creature without parents, controlled by a widow. Now, when people looked at him, their eyes were filled with respect, curiosity, and intrigue. Many began to secretly approach him, wearing flattering smiles. Brother Dahai, I heard you know some folk remedies? A craftsman from one workshop rubbed his hands together, leaning in with a mysterious expression. You see, my old cold leg hurts a lot when it's cloudy. Do you have any way to help? Li Dahai just smiled enigmatically, had him extend his wrist, pretended to take a pulse, then frowned and spoke some seemingly profound reasoning, ultimately concluding with one point. Medicinal materials are precious and hard to come by. This made his medical skills seem even more impressive. On the weekend, Li Dahai took the fabric coupons and industrial vouchers that Liu Xiao had forced upon him and visited the department store. He treated himself to a complete new outfit. A fitted white shirt, crisp blue trousers, and a pair of brand new black cloth shoes. When he returned to the courtyard wearing this outfit, his entire demeanor had changed. His previously thin frame, due to years of malnutrition, appeared much more upright in the new clothes. Under the setting sun, his shadow stretched long as he leisurely walked through the courtyard. With a creak, the Jia family's door opened. Qin Huairu came out carrying a basin of clothes to wash. And upon seeing the newly transformed Li Dahai, her movements suddenly froze, nearly dropping the basin. The sunlight fell on Li Dahai, making him look so clean and upright, completely out of place in the drab courtyard. In contrast, she wore patched old clothes, reeking of smoke and grease, her complexion haggard, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. An indescribable feeling, like a mix of bitter herbs and dirty water, churned in the depths of her heart. Once upon a time, this man revolved around her, his joys and sorrows all tied to her every frown and smile. But now, he was drifting further away from her, so far that she could only look up at him. Just then, Bang Gung came running back from outside, shouting, "Mom, I'm hungry." He dashed into the yard and saw Li Dahai, instinctively stopping in his tracks. He looked at the new clothes Li Dahai was wearing, then glanced down at his own pants with a shorter leg, jealousy and displeasure flashing in his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Bang Gung yelled at Li Dahai angrily. Li Dahai didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, walking straight back to his room and gently closing the door. Ignoring him was the greatest contempt. Bang Gung stood frozen in place, his face flushed with anger. Qin Huairu watched her son's puffed-up appearance and then looked at the tightly closed door of Li Dahai's room, the feeling of helplessness in her heart growing heavier. Inside, Li Dahai was leisurely making himself a cup of hot tea. The fragrant tea wafted through the room, dispelling the last traces of mildew. The night deepened. In the Jia family's house, the atmosphere was even colder than this late autumn night. Under a dim yellow light bulb, a plate of dark pickled vegetables and a few steamed buns sat on the table. Bang Gung poked at the rice in his bowl, which hardly had any oil on it, his mouth pouting enough to hang an oil bottle. "Mom, is it this again? The Su family next door is stewing meat today, and the aroma is wafting into our house." Xiao Dang and Huaihua also looked at Qin Huairu eagerly, their little faces full of longing. Qin Huairu felt a pang in her heart and could only softly coax them. "Be good. When I get paid, I'll buy you meat to eat." "Salary, salary. What can your little salary do?" Jia Zhang slammed the table suddenly, causing the chopsticks to jump. "You haven't even given me the 5 yuan pension money for this month. And what about the 10 yuan you owe for compensating that little brat and Lu Xiaoyi last time? When do you plan to pay me back? That's my coffin money." Her triangular eyes fixed on Qin Huairu, as if she wanted to carve flesh from her body. Qin Huairu was scolded to the point where she couldn't lift her head, feeling a fire burning in her chest, scorching her insides. Ever since Li Dahai exposed her in front of everyone last time, the Jia family had become the laughingstock of the courtyard. Neighbors who used to greet her now walked around her, their eyes filled with disdain. And what about Li Dahai? He seemed like a different person, wearing new clothes. He walked with confidence, and the people at the factory greeted him politely as Brother Dahai. It was said that the Su couple had sent him many good things just to thank him. Why? Why was Li Dahai's life getting better while she was struggling in this quagmire? Jealousy and resentment gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. No, this couldn't go on any longer. Qin Huairu suddenly stood up, and in the astonished gazes of Jia Zhang and the children, she wordlessly walked out of the house. Li Dahai had just returned from the factory, humming a little tune as he prepared to open the door when a shadow quietly emerged from the darkness by the door. "Dahai." It was Qin Huairu. She stood there in an old, faded outfit, the dim light outlining her haggard silhouette, her eyes looking at him with a complex expression. Li Dahai paused in his action of taking out the keys, slightly raising his brows, and said nothing, just quietly looking at her. He wanted to see what this woman was up to. Chapter 58. Qin Huairu wanted to borrow money? Was she really jumping into the fire? Qin Huairu felt uncomfortable under Li Dahai's gaze, twisting the edge of her clothes, lowering her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Dahai, about what happened before. It was my fault. I was incited by my mother-in-law and, in a moment of confusion, wronged you. Please don't take it to heart. Okay?" She raised her head, her eyes slightly red, showing a pitiful look. This was her signature move. In the past, whenever she showed this expression, silly Zhu or the old Li Dahai would soften. Unfortunately, Li Dahai only felt a cold laugh in his heart. He maintained a calm expression, even pulling the corner of his mouth to show a hint of indifference. "Sister Qin, it's all in the past. I've forgotten about it long ago." "Forgotten? How could that be?" Qin Huairu's heart sank. She would rather Li Dahai scold her than face this distant politeness. She gritted her teeth, took a step closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of flattery and envy. "Dahai, you're really doing well now. Everyone in the factory says you're a miracle worker, and the Su couple treats you like a living Buddha." She paused, then changed the subject, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Look at my sister-in-law's family. My mother-in-law is causing trouble every day, and the children are crying constantly. I really can't hold on much longer. Dahai, do you have any way to get rich? Considering our neighborly relationship, could you lend a hand? Here it comes." The cold laughter in Li Dahai's heart intensified. This vine finally couldn't help but want to wrap its roots around him. He feigned surprise, frowning. "Sister Qin, don't speak nonsense. I don't have any way. Just lucky to know a folk remedy." He was pushing her away with his words, but his gaze casually glanced around, then leaned forward slightly, speaking in a very low voice as if sharing a huge secret. "But I have heard some things." Qin Huairu's eyes instantly lit up, as if she had seen a spark in the dark, eagerly asking, "What things? This is risky. Most people wouldn't dare to do it." Liu Dahai deliberately built suspense, lowering his voice even more. "It's about trading those scarce coupons for money on the black market." The black market? Qin Huairu's heart skipped a beat. She had certainly heard of the black market, a mysterious and dangerous place that could make someone rich overnight or lead to complete ruin, even getting people arrested and thrown in jail. Liu Dahai watched her face, which was a mix of longing and fear, and secretly laughed, continuing to add fuel to the fire. "I've heard people say that an industrial coupon can be sold for over 10 yuan on the black market. If the connections are good and you meet urgent customers, it's possible to multiply your money several times. Just think if you could get dozens of them. How much would that be? Dozens? Multiply several times?" Qin Huairu's breath quickened, as if she saw countless bills floating in front of her. The temptation of money instantly overshadowed her fear of risk. She stared at Liu Dahai, her voice changing. "Dahai, do you have a way?" Liu Dahai frowned in difficulty. "I don't have that kind of courage, but I do know a friend who dares to take risks. He mentioned it to me. Sister Qin, I advise you not to pursue this thought. It's too dangerous. If you get caught, it won't be a joke." The more he said this, the more the fire in Qin Huairu's heart burned. What danger? Fortune favors the bold. If she continued to be this poor, she and her children would starve. "Brother Dahai." Her address to Liu Dahai changed, filled with urgency and pleading. "Sister-in-law knows you have a kind heart. Please help her. As long as I can make money and let the children have a full meal, I'll do anything. I promise, I'll absolutely listen to you. If you tell me to go east, I want to go west." This was exactly what Liu Dahai wanted to hear. He pondered for a while, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle, before finally sighing, wearing a defeated expression. "Sigh, I see it's not easy for you. How about this? I'll ask my friend for you. But I must say up front, this requires capital. You can't just go in empty-handed. Also, you must completely follow my instructions. No personal actions allowed. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, no one can protect you." "I understand. I understand." Qin Huairu nodded repeatedly, afraid he would change his mind. "I'll find a way to get the capital. I will definitely find a way to gather it." Liu Dahai nodded and kindly analyzed for her. Although cloth tickets and grain tickets are valuable in the market, there are many people trading them, and the profit is thin. "If you want to do it big. I've heard that there are big clients recently collecting industrial coupons, and they're offering particularly high prices. If you can get your hands on them, I'll guarantee you'll make a big profit." Qin Huairu's eyes turned completely red. After sending off the invigorated Qin Huairu, Liu Dahai closed the door, and the helplessness and sympathy on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by cold sarcasm. In the following 2 days, Qin Huairu completely went mad. She first rummaged through her house, scraping together all the tickets she could find, including the few dollars she had hidden in the soles of her shoes. But that was still far from enough. Her gaze turned to the little wooden box that Jia Zhang rarely left behind. Taking advantage of Jia Zhang going to the bathroom, she pried open the lock and grabbed all the colorful tickets and $12 in cash from inside, her heart pounding. After doing all this, she found Shazhu, who was busy in the kitchen. Qin Huairu stood at the door, her eyes red, hesitant to speak. "Huairu, what are you doing here? Who bullied you?" As soon as Shazhu saw her like this, his heart ached, and he quickly put down what he was doing to welcome her. "No one bullied me." Qin Huairu lowered her head. Her voice choked. "It's just that Bang Gung and the others want to eat meat, and I really can't come up with the money. Shazhu, I want to do a small business, trade some needles and threads, to earn some money for the kids. But I don't have any capital. Can you lend me $20 first? I'll pay you back as soon as I make money." $20. That's not a small amount. But seeing Qin Huairu's tear-streaked face, Shazhu couldn't care less about money and patted his chest, saying, "Hey, it's no big deal. Just wait." He turned and went back to his room, and before long, he came back with $20 wrapped in a handkerchief and stuffed it into Qin Huairu's hands. "Take it. If it's not enough, let me know." Qin Huairu clutched the money that carried Shazhu's warmth, feeling no gratitude, only a secret joy at achieving her goal. She didn't know that behind her, a pair of eyes was watching everything with great interest. Chapter 59. Trading Industrial Coupons. Qin Huairu tastes sweetness. Liu Dahai stood in the corner of the courtyard, the corners of his mouth curling up in a playful arc. Ding detected that the host successfully provoked Qin Huairu's greed, making her willing to steal from her mother-in-law and deceive Shazhu, paving the way for the subsequent plan. Ding. From Qin Huairu's greed and distorted hope, the moral deficit value is 150. Ding. From Shazhu's mindless contribution and self-touching, the moral deficit value is 50. Current moral deficit value, 1,010 points. Qin Huairu, your greed is my best nourishment. The night was as dark as ink, swallowing the noise and calculations of the courtyard. Qin Huairu, holding a large bundle wrapped tightly in a handkerchief, felt her heart beating faster than when she pried open the lock during the day. Inside was all her possessions. The coffin money she stole from under Jia Zhang's pillow, the hard-earned money she deceived from Shazhu, and all her and her children's hopes for the future. She knocked on Li Dahai's door, lightly, as if afraid to disturb something. The door creaked open, and Li Dahai, wearing a white tank top and holding an open book, showed just the right amount of surprise upon seeing her. Sister Qin? So late. Qin Huairu couldn't care about pleasantries and stepped into the room. Closing the door behind her, she placed the heavy bundle on the table, as if unloading a heavy burden, her voice trembling with excitement. Dahai, I'm ready. Under the dim yellow light, her already haggard face flushed with excitement and greed, her eyes shining frighteningly as they fixed on the package on the table. It seemed that what lay there was not tickets and cash, but a mountain of gold. Li Dahai's gaze swept over the package, and the mockery in his eyes flickered away. He didn't immediately agree, but pulled out a chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of cold water, sipping it slowly. Sister Qin, have you thought this through? This matter is no joke. He put down the cup, his expression serious, as if he were holding a meeting for the entire courtyard. Let's get the unpleasant talk out of the way first. I'm just a go-between. If anything goes wrong in the middle, I can't take responsibility. Qin Huairu's heart jumped to her throat, fearing he might change his mind. Dahai, I understand. Fortune favors the bold. Since I dare to do it, I'll bear it myself. Talk is cheap. Li Dahai took a piece of paper and a pen from the drawer and pushed them in front of her. Sister Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is too big. You need to write me a note stating that you, Qin Huairu, voluntarily participate in the ticket trading, and all risks are borne by yourself, with no relation to Li Dahai. Just put your thumbprint, so I can explain to my friend. Writing a note? Qin Huairu was taken aback for a moment, but then she thought that this actually showed that Li Dahai was cautious and reliable. She was now in the same boat, and she had to show sincerity. Okay, all right. Without hesitation, she picked up the pen and carefully wrote down those words, then bit her finger and pressed her bright, red fingerprint heavily. Looking at that simple yet psychologically suggestive gentleman's agreement, Li Dahai was satisfied and put away. All right, since Sister Qin is so bold, I'll take you to meet my friend. He stood up, took his things, and said, come with me. The two of them slipped out of the courtyard like two shadows. They crossed several dark alleys and arrived at the entrance of an abandoned air raid shelter. A small figure was crouched in the corner, smoking, with the glowing tip flickering in the darkness. Monkey, I brought the person, Li Dahai called out. The person stood up, revealing a thin face, his eyes darting around, exuding a clever and cunning aura. He looked Qin Huairu up and down, his gaze like a butcher eyeing a fat sheep ready for slaughter. This is the sister-in-law you said wanted to get rich? The broker, nicknamed Monkey, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Qin Huairu felt a little uneasy under his gaze and instinctively shrank back behind Li Dahai. Li Dahai patted her shoulder and said in an encouraging tone, Sister Qin, don't be afraid. My friend here, nicknamed Monkey San, is very resourceful and a big shot in the black market. Saying this, he gave Monkey San a knowing glance. He had already informed the other party about Qin Huairu's idea. Monkey San understood, and his smile became warm. Oh, so it's a distinguished guest introduced by my brother Dahai. Forgive my rudeness. Sister-in-law, what kind of business do you want to do? I want to trade industrial coupons. Qin Huairu mustered her courage and handed over the package in her hands. Monkey San took it, unwrapped it in front of her, and counted the tickets one by one under the faint moonlight. Sister-in-law, this capital is a bit small. Qin Huairu's heart sank. However, Monkey San changed his tone. For the sake of my brother Dahai, I'll take this deal. Your tickets and change together. I'll count it as $300 in capital. In 3 days, come here to find me, and I'll give you 330. Let you taste the sweetness first. 3 days? Earn 30? Qin Huairu's breath stopped. $30. Shazhu worked himself to death in the cafeteria for a month, and his salary was only $37.50, not counting the take-home meals. She could earn it back in just 3 days? This money was too easy to make. Really? Her voice trembled. I, Monkey-san, have been in this area relying on my credibility. Monkey-san patted his chest, stuffing the package into his arms. Brother Dahai guarantees. What are you afraid of? 3 days later, at this time, in this place, you won't lose a single cent. On the way back, Qin Huairu felt light on her feet, as if she were walking on clouds. She expressed her gratitude to Li Dahai profusely, feeling as if she could almost kneel down to him. Li Dahai just smiled faintly and said it was something neighbors should do. In the following 3 days, Qin Huairu felt like time was dragging on. Every day, she was calculating how to spend the money once it was in her hands. Buying a new outfit for Bang Gong, getting some meat for Xiao Dang and Huaihua to satisfy their cravings, and saving the rest as capital for the next time. She seemed to see a golden path unfolding beneath her feet, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. In the late night, 3 days later, she arrived punctually at the air raid shelter. Ho-san was indeed waiting there, and as soon as he saw her, he grinned and handed her an envelope. Qin Huairu trembled as she opened it, and inside was exactly 330 yuan. The crisp bills emitted the fragrance of fresh ink. How about it, sister-in-law? I didn't cheat you, did I? Ho-san shook his head proudly. You didn't cheat me. Qin Huairu was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and her hand holding the money trembled. She had never seen so much money in her life. She handed back 300 yuan, saying, Ho-go, this is for capital. You take it. I want to keep going. The fish that had tasted sweetness had completely forgotten about the hook. Chapter 60. Sister Qin, although you lost out on this, I also lost 300. Ho-san frowned in difficulty. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help you get rich, but your capital is just too small. The profits are all just small change. It's not worth it. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I just got a message. A big boss from the south is in urgent need of a batch of goods, specifically bicycle tickets. They want as many as you can get. The price is sky high. A bicycle ticket usually goes for 100 on the black market, but he's offering 200. Unfortunately, this deal is too big. The goods I have on hand aren't enough. They need at least 5,000 yuan worth of goods to even negotiate. Ho-san thumped his chest in frustration. If this works out, you could double your money in one night. 5,000 turns into 10,000. Alas, what a pity, what a pity. 5,000 turns into 10,000. These words struck like thunder in Qin Huairu's mind. Her eyes instantly turned red, and all her rationality was burned to ashes by this immense temptation. She clutched Ho-san's arm tightly, as if grasping the last straw for survival. Ho-ge, how much more do we need? How much do we still need? Let's think of a way together. Ho-san counted on his fingers. I can gather 4,000 at my end, and all things considered, we're still 1,000 short, and it has to be gathered before dark tomorrow. Otherwise, that boss will find someone else. 1,000. Qin Huairu's mind buzzed. Where could she get so much money? Li Dahai appeared beside them at some point, sighed, and patted Qin Huairu's shoulder. Sister Qin, this is too risky. Why not just forget it? The more he said that, the hotter the fire in Qin Huairu's heart burned. No way. She almost shouted, Brother Dahai, help me just this once. Once we make money, I'll give you half. Li Dahai hesitated for a moment, finally showing a moved expression. Sigh. I see it hasn't been easy for you. I still have a bit of my savings. I can lend you 300. The rest, Sister Qin, you'll have to figure out yourself. You could try borrowing from someone in the courtyard. Just say it's for your child who is sick and urgently needs money. Promise some interest. Someone will lend it to you. Right? Borrow money. Qin Huairu's mind was racing. Shazhu couldn't lend anymore. He was out of money. Zhonghai. He would definitely dig into the details. Uncle Yanbuguwei? That stingy old man. Getting money from him would be harder than ascending to heaven. Her gaze finally fell on Xu Damao and the deaf old lady. Xu Damao's family was well off, and the deaf old lady was a 5-guarantee household, saving the subsidies from the government. Driven mad by the prospect of immense profits, Qin Huairu lost her mind completely. That night, she took action, first running to Xu Damao's house, crying and fabricating a story about Bang Geng being hospitalized with acute pneumonia and urgently needing money. Although Xu Damao was reluctant, he still lent her 50 yuan out of face. Then, she went to knock on the deaf old lady's door in the middle of the night, kneeling on the ground and tearfully saying sweet words, eventually softening the old lady's heart, who lent her 100 yuan. Piecing it together, she had nearly 500 yuan in hand, but she was still far from the 1,000 yuan target. Just when she was anxiously pacing, Li Dahai mentioned casually, "I heard the factory union can advance wages or apply for hardship assistance." That remark woke her up. The next morning, Qin Huairu rushed to the factory, crying and sniffling as she found the union chairman, painting a picture of her family's dire situation, and finally managed to squeeze out about 500 yuan as an advance on her wages. Ding! The host has successfully guided Qin Huairu to scam Xu Damao, the deaf old lady, and obtain hardship assistance from the factory, causing her to go further down the path of madness. Ding! From Qin Huairu's twisted greed and madness, moral corruption value 150. Ding! From Xu Damao's reluctance, moral corruption value 50. Ding! From the deaf old lady's deceived kindness, moral corruption value 50. Current moral corruption value 1,360 points. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Li Dahai was overjoyed. Qin Huairu handed all the money she had gathered, along with the 330 yuan she just received, totaling almost 1,000 yuan, to Ho-san. At that moment, her eyes sparkled as if she could see countless big unity bills waving at her. However, this time, the agreed 3 days passed, and Ho-san did not show up. On the 4th and 5th days, at the entrance of the abandoned air raid shelter, apart from the howling, cold wind, there was no sign of that lean figure. Qin Huairu panicked. She frantically inquired about a broker named Ho-san on the black market, but everyone looked at her as if she were crazy. Ho-san? Never heard of him. There's no one by that name around here. You've been scammed, sister. A thunderbolt shattered all of Qin Huairu's fantasies and hopes. She dashed to Li Dahai's door, pounding on it with all her might. Chapter 2. Bang! 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 The muffled and urgent knocking sounded especially jarring in the quiet night. Qin Huairu's hair was disheveled, her face pale as paper under the cold moonlight. She exerted all her strength to hit that closed door, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. Li Dahai, open the door. Open the door for me. Give me back my money. Give me back my money. The door creaked open. Li Dahai stood at the door in an old cotton jacket, sleepily blinking, looking bewildered and displeased at being disturbed. Sister Qin, what is wrong at this late hour? Seeing his innocent expression, all the anger and panic that Qin Huairu had built up exploded in an instant. She lunged at Li Dahai, grasping his collar tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Where's my money? Where's my 1,000 yuan? That Ho-san is a scammer. He has run away. It's you. It's all because of you introducing him. You need to find him for me. Her voice was piercing, echoing in the empty yard, causing the lights behind a few nearby windows to flicker. Li Dahai let her grip him, his face first showing shock, then turning into a heavy expression of sorrow and helplessness. He didn't struggle, just let out a long sigh, his voice filled with disappointment. Sister Qin, how can you say that? I warned you long ago. I said this was too risky, that you should forget it. You would listen. His eyes were filled with the look of someone who cared for her, yet felt unappreciated. And every word seemed to remind Qin Huairu how fervently she had pursued this path. You said we couldn't forget it. You said you'd take half. I felt insecure at the time, but seeing you, a woman struggling to raise 3 children, I couldn't help but feel pity and took out my little savings. He chuckled bitterly, shook his head, and said, in the black market, who can say for sure? It's a lawless place, all based on luck. I don't know why that monkey was looking at people, turning around to be a total jerk. Sister Qin, you've lost out on this. And I've lost 302. Chapter 61. Jia Zhang, what kind of thing did you marry? Li Dahai's words were sincere and meticulous. Not only did he clear himself of all blame, but he also portrayed himself as a victim who had been deceived with good intentions that went unappreciated. Qin Huairu's grip on his collar gradually loosened. Yes, he seemed to have advised her. It was she who got carried away by the prospect of turning 5,000 into 10,000, insisting on going through with it like a madwoman. It was she who begged him for help, forcing him to take out that 300 yuan. Logically, he really didn't seem to have any issues. But why did her heart feel like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, causing her to gasp for breath? It was an intuition that told her this man in front of her was not as innocent as he appeared. But she had no evidence. All her rationality and logic were shattered by Liu Dahai's seemingly flawless analysis of good intentions. She was left with endless regret and despair, as if she had fallen into a bottomless, icy pit. What should I do? Qin Huairu's body softened, sliding down the doorframe to sit on the ground, hugging her head and letting out a beast-like wail. That was borrowed money, my advance salary. How am I going to pay it back? Liu Dahai squatted down, with just the right amount of sympathy and regret on his face, patting her shoulder. Sister Qin, it's too late to cry now. All we can say is that experience comes from suffering. We can't get involved in such speculative matters in the future. You were too anxious, always wanting to achieve everything at once, which allowed the scammer to take advantage of you. His earnest comfort felt like a gentle knife, pushing all the responsibility back onto Qin Huairu herself. Greed, lack of caution, eagerness for quick success. Every word struck precisely at her pain points. Qin Huairu's crying gradually turned into suppressed sobs, and she didn't even have the strength to refute. Yes, ultimately, it was her own greed that harmed her. Watching her utterly lose her spirit from just a few of his words, a trace of barely perceptible amusement flashed in the depths of Liu Dahai's eyes. He helped Qin Huairu up, using a helpless tone to say, "Hurry home. It's cold. Don't make the child worry." Qin Huairu moved back home like a puppet that had lost its soul, her steps unsteady. Liu Dahai closed the door, shutting out the cold wind and the intermittent sounds of crying. Leaning against the door panel, the sympathy and helplessness on his face disappeared without a trace. Ding! The host successfully exploited Qin Huairu's greed and eagerness for wealth, leading her to suffer significant economic losses in the black market, and successfully distanced himself from the situation, completing a perfect framing. Ding! Immoral behavior rating. Obtained 400 points of moral deficit. Current moral deficit, 1,760 points. 400 points. This is the highest amount of moral deficit he has obtained in a single instance so far. Liu Dahai couldn't help but smile, his heart filled with joy. This feeling is more refreshing than drinking ice soda in the scorching summer. Not only did he spend not a penny, but also got 200 yuan in hard-earned money from Monkey 3 and earned so many moral deficit points. Qin Huairu, don't you like to suck blood? This time, I'll make you spit out even your marrow. The Jia family. Qin Huairu pushed open the door, and the room was dimly lit by a single yellow lamp. Jia Zhang and Bang Gong sat at the table, their faces gloomy, clearly waiting for her. Where the hell have you been? It's so late returning. Where's the money? Jia Zhang immediately bombarded her with questions. Bang Gong also looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Mom, didn't you say there would be a lot of money coming in today? Where's the money? I want to buy new clothes. Money, money. Qin Huairu's lips trembled, unable to say a word. She looked at the faces of her mother-in-law and son, filled with expectation and greed, and felt a dizzying sensation. How could she explain that the money was scammed? That their family not only had no extra money, but was also burdened with a huge debt of 1,000 yuan? Seeing her like this, Jia Zhang felt a sudden chill in her heart, an ominous premonition creeping up. She suddenly stood up, grabbing Qin Huairu's arm. Where is the money? Don't tell me something happened. It's all gone, all gone. Qin Huairu finally couldn't hold on any longer, her legs going weak as she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. What? Jia Zhang's scream nearly blew the roof off. When she pieced together the truth from Qin Huairu's intermittent cries, she exploded. You waste. A harbinger of doom. Jia Zhang trembled with anger, sitting down on the bed and started to throw a fit. My money. All the savings I've accumulated for a lifetime, and my son's pension, all wasted by you, you vixen. I can't live anymore. Jia Dongshu, open your eyes and see what you've married. The wailing and cursing echoed throughout the Jia family. Bang Gong was also dumbfounded, unable to believe that just a few days ago his mother had promised to buy him new clothes, and now the family had turned into this. He looked at his grandmother throwing a fit and his mother crying, with no sympathy on his face, only disappointment and anger. Useless thing, he muttered under his breath, slamming the door as he entered his room. That night, the Jia family was in chaos and could not find peace. The people in the courtyard were kept awake by the noise, sticking their heads out to listen to the commotion from the Jia family. Although they couldn't make out the specifics, words like money, waste, and so on could still be vaguely discerned. What was the Jia family causing a ruckus about again? What else could it be? It's probably because Qin Huairu angered her wicked mother-in-law again. TSK, this family never has a peaceful day. People whispered among themselves, and Qin Huairu's reputation dropped even further in silence. In stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere of the Jia family was Liu Dahai's home. The next day, he used the money gifted by Monkey 3 and the supplies exchanged from the system to buy a number of new things for his home. A brand new 8 Immortals table, 2 Grandmaster chairs, and a bookcase with glass doors. The most eye-catching was a brand new watch on his wrist. The silver-white dial and shiny straps sparkled in the sunlight. Liu Dahai raised his wrist, watching the second hand tick, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is life. In the afternoon, he strolled to the Jia family's door with a small bag of white cornmeal. The atmosphere inside the house was still heavy enough to squeeze water out of it. Jia Zhang lay on the bed groaning, while Qin Huairu, with red and swollen eyes, was mending Bang Gung's torn socks, and even daily expenses had become an issue. Liu Dahai stood at the door, poking his head in with a concerned expression. "Sister Qin, are you busy?" Qin Huairu stiffened when she saw him, her eyes filled with complicated emotions, hatred, resentment, but more so a deep fear. Chapter 62. Liu Dahai plans to renovate the house to improve quality of life. I heard from the people outside that your family is. It's not easy. Liu Dahai sighed and handed over the cornmeal. I just got some grain through someone and brought some over for you. It's only for a couple of days. Things will get better eventually. His words, paired with his sincere expression, made him seem like a reincarnated Good Samaritan. But to Qin Huairu's ears, it sounded more piercing than the most vicious mockery. She looked at the bag of cornmeal, feeling her face burn as if she had been slapped countless times in public. She wanted to refuse, but looking at the empty rice jar, the words of refusal just wouldn't come out. Even Jia Zhang, who was lying on the bed and weak, was now speechless, helplessly watching Liu Dahai place the bag of life-saving grain on the table. "Sister Qin, don't think too much about it. We're neighbors. It's just how it is." Liu Dahai patted her shoulder again before turning to leave. Qin Huairu stared intently at his back. This man, with a gentle smile on his face, made her feel a chill deep in her bones. He was too terrifying, unfathomable. In front of him, she felt like an ant toyed within his palm, unable to even think of resisting. Silly Zhu came back from outside with a lunchbox and, seeing Qin Huairu's disheveled appearance, asked with concern, "Sister Qin, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so swollen?" He wanted to comfort her, but was scolded back by Jia Zhang, who was on the bed. Get out. Not a good one among you. If you had lent us money back then, would our family be like this?" Jia Zhang had already vented her anger on everyone. Silly Zhu was confused by the scolding and could only leave in frustration. Liu Dahai returned to his room, made himself a cup of hot tea, and listened to the suppressed cries and Jia Zhang's curses coming from next door. A satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that the biggest blood vessel, Qin Huairu, had been completely blocked by him. For a long time to come, the Jia family would struggle in the quagmire of debt, having no energy left to scheme against him. The feeling of stepping on the enemy and watching them reap the consequences was truly wonderful. He lifted his teacup and gently blew on it. The commotion in the courtyard seemed to become a decoration for his cup of tea. Ding! Detected that the host's evil value has exceeded 1,000 points. Meeting the system upgrade conditions. System function upgrading. Ding! Upgrade complete. New building module added. Current status, not activated. While savoring his tea, the sudden electronic voice in Liu Dahai's mind made him pause slightly. Building module? With a thought, the system panel in front of him indeed changed. Next to the original exchange mall, a new option appeared with a wrench and hammer icon, though its color was dim. Building module can assist the host in a series of projects such as house exploration, design, renovation, and maintenance. Activate the module to start your journey as a building master. Activation cost: 500 points of evil value. 500 points. Li Dahai looked at this number and began to calculate in his mind. He currently had a total of 1,760 points of evil value. Spending 500 points would leave him with 1,260 points, which wouldn't be too much of a loss. As for the house he was living in, Li Dahai glanced around. This was the smallest room in the courtyard, a pitifully small space. Probably not even 10 square meters. The walls were mottled, and the plaster fell off at the slightest touch. The roof tiles were of unknown age. Stifling in the summer like a steamer, and drafty in the winter, cold as an ice cellar. Next door lived an elderly couple, who would complain for half a day if he turned over in bed at night and the floor creaked. He remembered clearly that not long ago, Jia Zhang had stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at his room and shouting to the people in the courtyard, "Look at Li Dahai's room. It's as broken as a doghouse. Even a rat would come out crying." Doghouse. Li Dahai's eyes turned cold. He had endured in the past due to lack of conditions. Now that he had money and a system, why should he continue living in a doghouse? This 500 points had to be spent. System. Activate the building module. Li Dahai not only wanted to repair it, but also to renovate it so that everyone would be astonished. However, this matter couldn't just come out of the blue. Such a big commotion needed a reason. Li Dahai's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. A few days ago, there had been heavy rain, and there was indeed some water leaking in the corner of his roof with faint water stains on the wall. Wasn't this a ready-made excuse? Without further ado, Li Dahai first walked around the courtyard with a frown, occasionally looking up at his roof, sighing as he muttered to himself. This expression quickly attracted the attention of the people in the courtyard. "Dahai, what's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your soul." Third uncle Yin Bugue came out of the house, shaking a fan, his sharp eyes sizing him up. "Oh, don't mention it, third uncle." Li Dahai wore a look of distress. "The heavy rain a couple of days ago leaked my roof, and a large area of the wall is wet. If I don't fix it soon, I won't be able to live in this house anymore." Leaking. Yin Bugue perked up immediately upon hearing this. "You need to fix it quickly. Renovating a house is a big deal. You need to calculate properly. Bricks, tiles, wood, labor, everything costs money. Don't let anyone take advantage of you." As he spoke, he secretly calculated in his heart. Recently, Li Dahai seemed to have made some money, buying tables and chairs and wearing a watch. He would surely spend lavishly on house repairs. If he could gain some benefits from it or get Li Dahai to sell him the replaced old wood and tiles cheaply, that would also be an income. "Of course, I'm worried about this." Li Dahai continued according to his words, raising his voice a bit to ensure more people in the courtyard could hear. "So, I plan to apply to the street office in the next couple of days to renovate this house properly." As soon as he said this, many people in the courtyard leaned their heads out. "Renovate? Dahai, did you strike it rich?" Xu Damao, holding an empty wine bottle, came over with a sideways glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. "With your broken house, it's worth renovating? I think it would be better to push it down and rebuild. The foundation is no good." Li Dahai shot him a glance and smiled. "Well, that's better than some people who live in big houses but have to keep an eye on their wives' faces. No matter how broken my house is, it's mine. I can do whatever I want with it." "You." Xu Damao was hit where it hurt, his face turning green with anger. Recently, Liu Xiao had been pregnant and had a bad temper. He and Liu Xiao had been having a quarrel. Everyone in the courtyard knew about it. All right, let us all speak less." First Uncle Zhonghai walked over with his hands behind his back, adopting the posture of the courtyard's overseer. "Dahai, fixing the house is a proper matter. I support you. If you need help, just let the neighbors know. We can all lend a hand." Chapter 63. What about choosing the space magic package? First Uncle spoke nicely, but in his heart, he was thinking that Li Dahai was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. With all this buying and fixing, he hoped it wouldn't affect his retirement plan for silly Zhu. Li Dahai exchanged a few pleasantries and then ignored the various looks from the crowd, heading straight to the street office. In this day and age, small-scale house repairs were not complicated, especially since Li Dahai's reason was that the house was leaking and posed a safety hazard. The street office staff quickly approved his request. With the permit in hand, Li Dahai returned to his small room and locked the door behind him. He couldn't wait to calm his mind and communicate with the system. System. Activate the building module. Received. consumed 500 points of evil value. The building module has been activated. As soon as the words fell, the gray building module icon in his mind instantly burst into golden light. A brand new interface unfolded before Li Dahai, listing various renovation plans, from the most basic to the most outrageous. Plan 1. Basic repair package effect. Replace roof tiles, repair wall cracks, reinforce doors and windows. Features. Economical and practical, low noise. Perfectly fits the maintenance excuse. Cost. 100 points of evil value. Plan 2. Comfort upgrade package effect. On the basis of Plan 1. Add insulation layers to the interior and exterior walls, double-glazed windows, and improve the ventilation system. Features. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Significantly enhances living experience. Cost. 300 points of evil value. Plan 3. Space Magic Package effect. Utilize special structural mechanics to expand the usable area indoors by 50 and add an independent loft. Features. Breaks physical limits, making small spaces highly functional. Cost. 800 points of evil value. Li Dahai looked at these plans, his eyes wide with amazement. This is not just house renovation. It's practically magic, especially that Space Magic Package, which expands the area by half without changing the outer wall structure. If outsiders find out, wouldn't they think it's some divine method? Damn, this is simply black technology. Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement, almost unable to resist directly choosing that Space Magic Package. In a courtyard where every inch is precious, to suddenly have an extra 50 area and even create an attic, who could resist such temptation? But he quickly calmed down. The noise would be too great. In this era, if your house suddenly bulks up, it's not a renovation. It's a haunting, waiting to be studied as a typical case. Moreover, with 800 points of moral demerit consumed, he would only have 460 points left. If any emergencies arose, he would be a bit tight on resources. In comparison, Option 1, Basic Repair, was too ordinary, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause, which didn't justify the 500 points activation fee spent. So, only Option 2, Comfort Upgrade Package, remained. Adding insulation layers to the inner and outer walls, double-glazed windows, and improving the ventilation system. Warm in winter and cool in summer. These words were like a blessing to someone who had lived in a shabby house for years, suffocating in summer and freezing in winter. And the 300 points cost was mild and offered great value. Most importantly, these renovations fell under internal decoration, which wouldn't raise any suspicions from the outside, perfectly aligning with his principle of low-key upgrades and enjoying in secret. This is it. System. I choose the Comfort Upgrade Package. Selection successful. Consumed 300 points of moral demerit. Remaining moral demerit 960 points. Friendly reminder. Building module renovations require the host to provide basic building materials and tools as a cover. The system will guide the host to complete the construction with maximum efficiency and optimized methods to avoid raising external suspicions. This reminder made Li Dahai nod secretly. The system had thought this through well. If he were to conjure a fully furnished house out of thin air, he would be dissected the next day. Now that he needed to do it himself, using real materials as cover, everything became reasonable. The next day, Li Dahai took a half-day off and rode his bike out. He didn't go to the building materials store, which was expensive and easy to attract attention. Instead, he went directly to a few familiar friends working at a brick kiln and a lumber mill. In this era, it's common for factories to have some leftover scraps. Li Dahai wasn't stingy. He slipped them 2 packs of cigarettes and half a jean of liquor, and everything was settled smoothly. In no time, he gathered a batch of red bricks, sand, lime, a few rolls of black tar paper, and some thick wooden boards at a price far below the market rate. When he pulled the materials back to the courtyard on a cart, it caused quite a stir. Wow, Dahai is really going to do something big. Bricks and sand, how much did this cost? Li Dahai greeted everyone with a smile, saying he was just taking advantage of the weekend to do some repairs himself and save on labor costs. After hearing this, the people in the courtyard looked at him with a bit more admiration. In this era, there were many young people who could work, but it was rare to see someone like Li Dahai who was willing to get his hands dirty to fix his house. An old man, Zhonghai, observed this and felt a bit of his wariness ease. Doing it himself showed that Li Dahai was someone who understood frugality. not a spendthrift who would waste money on frivolous things. Such a person might be useful in the future. He didn't think further, just reminded Li Dahai to pay attention to safety and went back inside. Soon, the first weekend arrived. Early in the morning, Li Dahai took off his shirt, revealing his sturdy arms, and climbed onto his roof. The onlookers in the courtyard gathered in small groups, basking in the sun while pointing at Li Dahai's roof, treating it as a spectacle. Hey, this lad Dahai really knows how to work. Yeah, he looks much more capable than that clumsy fool Shazhu. Old man Yin Bugue strolled over, hands behind his back, and positioned himself under Li Dahai's house, looking up as if he were offering technical guidance. Dahai. He cleared his throat. This tar paper, ISNT, just laid down randomly. You have to start from the low point and work your way up. The seams need to overlap by 3 inches. Melt them with fire before pressing down. Otherwise, it will leak. Li Dahai responded from the roof. Got it. Thank you for the guidance, third uncle. He was polite on the surface, but inside, he was following the system's instructions. Cut the tar paper to a length of 1.2 meters, starting from the ridge center, laying it parallel to the eaves. Overlap the seams by 15 centimeters. Using a torch to evenly heat and ensure the asphalt fully melts, bonding seamlessly with the lower layer of tar paper. At the eaves, the tar paper needs to be folded back and secured with cement nails. The system's guidance was precise to the centimeter. Every step and technique was clearly presented in his mind. He appeared to awkwardly follow Yin Bugue's instructions, but each move was incredibly precise. Chapter 64. Liu Shaoyi praises Li Dahai. Xu Damao gets jealous. Yin Bugue watched from below, nodding in satisfaction, believing his guidance was effective, and happily returned home to drink tea. He had no idea that Li Dahai's method of laying the tar paper was far more advanced than his outdated techniques, not only providing top-notch waterproofing, but also significantly extending the lifespan. After a morning's work, the entire roof's waterproofing was completed. From the outside, it just looked like a new layer of tar paper, unremarkable. That night, the heavens sent a timely test. A light rain fell all night, and several households in the courtyard had basins and containers set up to catch the dripping water from their eaves. Yet inside Li Dahai's house, it was quiet and dry. Lying in bed, listening to the sound of raindrops outside, and looking at the roof above him, which was dry as ever, he couldn't help but smile. Awesome. The feeling of turning his home into a solid fortress was incredibly satisfying. On the second weekend, Li Dahai began working on the walls. He mixed the lime and sand he had bought according to a strange ratio given by the system, adding some yellow mud and crushed glutinous rice, stirring it into a thick slurry. This stuff looked no different from ordinary 3-in-1 soil, but Li Dahai knew there was great knowledge in this formula. The glutinous rice slurry greatly enhanced the adhesion and toughness of a mortar, while the specific ratio of sand mixed in would create tiny hollow structures within the wall, achieving an effect similar to modern insulation materials. Jia Zhang passed by with a large porcelain jar, saw him plastering the wall with mud, and snorted, speaking sarcastically. Really burning money. Spending this unnecessary money to paint a doghouse won't turn it into a palace. With this money, you might as well save it to marry a wife and have a chubby baby. Li Dahai didn't look up, continuing his work with a steady hand, simply replying, I do what I want. Those 3 words nearly choked Jia Zhang. She wanted to scold him further, but seeing Li Dahai focused on his work and completely ignoring her made her feel like she was hitting cotton, leaving her frustrated. She spat in anger and turned her plump body away. Li Dahai sneered inwardly, too lazy to argue with this old hag. He focused on evenly applying the special slurry to the inner wall, moving slowly but ensuring each application was of even thickness and seamless. By the third weekend, the wall surface was dry, and it was time to tackle the floor. This was one of the highlights of this renovation. First, he loosened the original uneven ground, and then, in the corner against the wall, he dug a very shallow, narrow trench according to the system's precise guidance. The dark ditch has a slight slope, cleverly bypassing the foundation and eventually connecting silently to the public drainage ditch at the corner of the yard. Only after finishing all this did he start laying the newly bought red bricks. The people in the yard thought he was just laying tiles, and no one noticed his little actions. When the last brick was laid and the gaps were filled with fine sand, The entire renovation project was declared complete. It took a total of 3 weekends, and the material costs amounted to only about 30 yuan. To the people in the yard, Liu Dahai had merely spent a bit of money and effort to tidy up his dilapidated house. The roof no longer leaked, the walls were painted white, and the floor was leveled. Other than that, there was no difference. But only Liu Dahai knew that this small room of less than 10 square meters had undergone a transformative change. He closed the door, and the whole world fell silent. The thick walls blocked out the coughing of the elderly couple next door and the creaking of the bedboards. The roof was tight, keeping the wind and rain outside. The ground beneath his feet was level and dry, no longer carrying the damp, earthy smell of the past. He took a deep breath. The air was free of the musty and dusty odors of the past, replaced instead by the fresh scent of lime mixed with new soil. This was a place for people to live. That afternoon, Auntie E came over with a bowl of freshly made cornmeal porridge, intending to discuss something with Liu Dahai. As she reached the door, she was taken aback. She had habitually expected to smell the sweat and humidity often found in young people's rooms, but as she got closer, what wafted out through the crack of the door was a refreshing scent of lime, mixed with a faint fragrance of earth. "Dahai, are you home?" Liu Dahai opened the door, and a wave of warmth greeted her, distinctly different from the damp chill outside. Auntie E peered inside and was even more surprised. The room was small but neatly organized, with a flat red brick floor, white walls, and a roof covered in shiny black tar, looking very solid. "Wow, Dahai, your craftsmanship is really impressive. This place looks brighter than our house." Auntie E genuinely praised him. Liu Dahai grinned sheepishly, just messing around, just aiming for comfort. After this remark spread, the way people in the yard looked at Liu Dahai's house changed. Previously, they felt sorry for him living in a rundown house. Now, they envied him for having such good skills. During dinner time, Xu Damao returned from the factory and passed by Liu Dahai's door, just in time to see Uncle Yin Bugue standing on tiptoes peering inside. "Uncle San, what are you looking at? What's so interesting about a broken house?" Xu Damao sarcastically remarked, unable to stand seeing others do well, especially a poor guy like Liu Dahai whom he looked down upon. Although he had benefited from Liu Dahai, ever since Liu Xiao became pregnant, her temper had worsened, which left Xu Damao quite displeased, and he also became dissatisfied with Liu Dahai. Uncle Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses and clicked his tongue. "Damao, you're mistaken. Dahai's house is waterproof, has plastered walls, and a paved floor. These are all technical jobs. I think his skills are no worse than those hired outside, and the key is, it saves money." Xu Damao scoffed, his face full of disdain. "It's just a layer of paint on the wall. What is so great about that? Just a poor fix." After saying this, he held his head high and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his wife, Liu Xiao, wiping the table. "Why are you so sour today? Did you eat vinegar at the factory?" Liu Xiao teased, noticing the sourness emanating from him. Xu Damao threw his bag onto the table, irritable. "It's just those people in the yard, praising that little brat Liu Dahai to the skies. What's so impressive about fixing a broken house? Look at how excited they are." Liu Xiao paused her work and said seriously, "Dahai is quite capable. I want to take a look this afternoon," and the work was really meticulous, both inside and out. Unlike some people who wouldn't even bother to pick up a fallen oil bottle. This remark struck a nerve with Xu Damao, and he immediately exploded. "Hey, what's wrong with me? I'm a projectionist, a technical worker. How can I be compared to those doing manual labor? I tell you, don't always compare me with that poor guy Liu Dahai." Liu Xiao was too lazy to argue with him, merely glancing at him indifferently. The meaning in her gaze made Xu Damao feel even more frustrated. Chapter 65. Renovating the public toilet to benefit the courtyard? At this moment, Liu Dahai was sitting in his warm and dry room, contemplating his next goal. His gaze crossed the window, landing on the crooked little public toilet in the corner of the yard. That place was simply the nightmare of the entire courtyard. In the summer, the pungent smell of ammonia could be smelled from dozens of meters away, and flies and mosquitoes buzzed around like they were having a convention. Winter was even worse. Urine would freeze into icicles, and one could easily slip and fall. The most troublesome were the 2 toilet warriors in the yard. One was Xu Damao, who didn't like to carry toilet paper to the restroom, preferring to use newspapers instead, and would just toss them around carelessly, leaving paper scraps everywhere. Even worse, he loved to smoke inside, and the smoke-filled small space mixed with the original odors created a smell that overwhelmed anyone who entered. The other was Jia Zhang. This old woman was the worst, often pouring foot-washing water and leftover soup directly into the toilet, making the ground perpetually slippery and muddy, making it hard to find a place to step. The neighbors complained, but no one was willing to poke this hornet's nest. Talking to Xu Damao would lead to endless arguments about workers' rights, and reasoning with Jia Zhang would result in her throwing a tantrum, claiming that one was bullying a widow, an orphan. Liu Dahai's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Transform it. It must be transformed. However, this renovation could not be as simple as fixing his own house. It needed some extra effort, with special considerations for certain individuals, so they would remember the lesson. Without delay, the next day, Liu Dahai set up a small stool in front of his door, basking in the sun while pretending to read a newspaper. But his peripheral vision was locked onto the small path leading to the toilet. He was like a patient hunter, observing the habits of every target. At 9:30 a.m., Jia Zhang arrived on time, carrying a chipped enamel basin, wiggling her plump body as she swayed toward the toilet. With a splash, a basin of greasy, murky water was poured onto the floor of the women's toilet. At 10 a.m., Xu Damao entered the men's toilet with a cigarette in hand, humming a tune. About 3 minutes later, he came out holding the cigarette, leaving a mess behind and a lingering smell of smoke. At 2 p.m., Uncle Yin Bugue pinched his nose and hurriedly resolved his business, coming out while spitting a couple of times into the air. Liu Dahai took out a small notebook, jotting down notes and sketches, recording each person's habits and times. A brilliant plan gradually took shape in his mind. In the evening, he found Uncle Zhonghai, who was strolling in the yard. "Uncle Li, I need to discuss something with you." Zhonghai, seeing Liu Dahai, smiled kindly. "Dahai, what's the matter?" "Li, our public toilet is really unacceptable," Liu Dahai said with a pained expression. "It's smelly in summer and slippery in winter. The neighbors have suffered a lot. I was thinking, since I've just finished fixing my house and still have some materials and energy left, why not voluntarily renovate this toilet? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's eyes lit up, excitedly patting Liu Dahai on the shoulder. "Oh, Dahai, you're really a good kid. So thoughtful. This toilet really needs fixing. On behalf of the whole yard, I thank you for bringing this up." He had been worried about how to continue assessing Liu Dahai's character, and this kid had come forward on his own, contributing time and effort without seeking reward. What a spirit. This is the essence of a living lay phone. A person like this, you can count on them for support in the future. Don't say that. It just makes me mad to see it. It's just a small thing. Liu Dahai scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "I'll cover all the materials and labor, but during the construction, we might need to temporarily close it for a day or two. I hope everyone can cooperate." "Cooperate? We must cooperate." Zhonghai pounded his chest, sounding resolute. "I'll take charge of this. Anyone who doesn't cooperate is going against all of us in the courtyard." That night, an elder gathered the heads of each household in the courtyard and announced the significant news that Liu Dahai would voluntarily repair the toilets. The courtyard erupted in excitement. Is it true? Dahai is going to pay to fix the toilets himself? This kid is really honest. Great. Finally, someone is taking care of that broken place. Most people applauded in agreement, as everyone had had enough of the dilapidated toilets. Only a few individuals had different thoughts. Jia Zhang scoffed quietly. A weasel paying a visit to the chicken. No good intentions. Repairing the toilets? Is he trying to take the chance to charge everyone for it? Xu Damao looked skeptical, eyeing Liu Dahai sideways, feeling that this kid was up to no good. Liu Dahai paid no attention to these looks. He simply cleared his throat and addressed everyone loudly. "Dear neighbors, during the toilet renovation, it might cause some inconvenience, so I ask for your understanding. I promise that in no more than 3 days, I will return everyone a clean, bright, and odorless new toilet." His words were firm and confident. Everyone expressed their support. Even the usually calculating Yin Bugue unusually offered that if any small tools were needed, they could come to his house to borrow them. After the meeting ended and the crowd dispersed, Liu Dahai stood in the center of the courtyard, looking at the public toilet that seemed particularly eerie under the moonlight. And in his mind, a plan for the renovation began to take shape, precise down to the millimeter. He issued commands to the system in his mind, Generate a customized renovation plan based on specific target behavior patterns. Target 1. Xu Damao, littering. Target 2. Jia Zhang, dumping sewage. Plan generation in progress. Plan locked. The corner of Li Dahai's mouth revealed a meaningful smile again. Xu Damao, Jia Zhang, are you ready to welcome a brand new surprise? This is tailor-made for both of you. The cold system prompt echoed in Li Dahai's mind. Ding. Consume 200 points of misdeed value. Successfully exchanged for an environmental sensing renovation package. Environmental sensing renovation package can trigger trace mechanical failures when specific targets enter designated environments based on the host settings. This technology is based purely on physical interactions, not supernatural powers, and cannot be detected. Lidais simila vidanat. Pure physics, great. The end of science is metaphysics. These people wouldn't understand this. For the next 3 days, the public toilet in the courtyard officially put up a construction and no entry sign. Li Dahai became the busiest person in the courtyard. He first cleaned every nook and cranny of the toilet, and when the decades-old grime was scraped away, it left a smell that even Yin Bugue had to detour around, muttering, "This smell could pickle vegetables." Then, Li Dahai got serious. He swung a sledgehammer, breaking up the originally uneven, crumbling cement floor that had been softened by Jia Zhang's foot-soaking water, and relaid it with red bricks and cement. The people in the courtyard saw this and praised him for his solid work. While laying the floor, Li Dahai was particularly meticulous, especially at the first pit on the left side of the men's toilet and near the drainage outlet of the women's toilet. He measured repeatedly, tapping and knocking, like a finely detailed artist. No one knew that beneath this smooth cement surface, he had buried a delicate device made of a few thin steel wires, small bearings. An immovable pedal according to the system's blueprint, which was the exclusive surprise he had prepared for Xu Damao and Jia Zhang. Next was the walls. He mixed white ash with glue and painted the yellowed walls white. The holes in the roof were patched up, and the leaking tiles were replaced with new ones. In the end, he even spent his own money to replace 2 brand new white ceramic squat toilets. 3 days later, when Li Dahai removed the sign, all the neighbors in the courtyard came to watch. The brand new toilets looked particularly eye-catching in the afternoon sunlight. The ground was a flat, clean cement surface. The walls were snow white, the roof was tightly sealed, and the 2 white squat toilets looked like 2 pieces of artwork. Most importantly, the ammonia smell that had lingered in the courtyard for years had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a fresh scent of lime and cement. My God, Dahai, is this really our courtyard's toilet? Third Ant looked incredulous. It's cleaner than the toilets in our factory. Dahai's skills are amazing, truly a living lay foam. Elder Zhonghai, with his hands behind his back, walked around the inside and outside of the toilet, his eyes on Li Dahai growing more fervent. This kid is not only capable, but his character is also beyond reproach. Supporting him in old age is 99 guaranteed. He patted Li Dahai's shoulder heavily and said in a loud voice, "Dahai, you've worked hard. You've done a great thing for the courtyard. And on behalf of everyone, thank you." Li Dahai smiled honestly. "Elder E, you're being too polite. We're all neighbors. It's the least I could do." In the crowd, Xu Damao curled his lips, feeling sour inside. "It's just a toilet. What's so great about it? Just trying to show off." Jia Zhang squinted, examining him, calculating what Li Dahai was really after. Is he trying to use this opportunity to become the boss of the courtyard? That night, deep in the night, Xu Damao drank 2 liang of liquor and, feeling the effects, also craved a cigarette. Holding a cigarette and a rolled-up newspaper, he hummed a tune as he walked towards the new toilet. "I want to see what kind of flowers can be fixed here." Upon entering the men's toilet, he felt a bit uncomfortable. It was too clean. He felt a bit reluctant to step in. He habitually walked toward the first pit on the left, his old spot. He happily lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and prepared to squat down to read about national affairs in the newspaper. Just as his right foot landed and his body shifted down, there was a very subtle clicking sound, and the cement floor beneath him suddenly felt like it had turned into a swamp, sinking down with a strange tilt. Oh damn! Xu Damao felt his foot slip, and his balance was instantly disrupted. He fell forward uncontrollably like a drunken top, flailing his arms around in the air, looking as ridiculous as a flapping chicken. Splash! The freshly lit cigarette slipped from his hand, drawing an orange arc as it fell precisely into the squat toilet, making a faint sizzling sound as it extinguished. Xu Damao managed to grab the wall to prevent himself from falling into the pit, but was still startled into a cold sweat, half sobering up from the alcohol. He looked down at the ground, which was flat and solid, and stepped on it again, finding it firm as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. "This is weird," he grumbled, standing up straight, feeling suspicious that Li Dahai must have cut corners, as the floor wasn't even, although he was displeased. Nature couldn't wait. He changed his posture and carefully finished up, tossing the newspaper aside with a grim face as he walked out. The next morning, as the roosters in the courtyard began to crow, Jia Zhang stepped out with her characteristic enamel basin, which had a chipped edge. Inside was the foot-soaking water she had collected all night, mixed with leftover soup from last night, glistening with a greasy sheen. She was also full of curiosity about the new toilet. As soon as she entered, she saw the snow-white walls and clean floor, and couldn't help but snort, thinking that Li Dahai was meddling in others' affairs. She walked to the squat toilet in the women's restroom, eyed the brand-new drain, and assumed a familiar posture, tilting the basin to prepare to pour the dirty water in. Just as the murky water was about to rush into the drain, there was a soft click, as if an invisible hand had instantly blocked the drain. The rushing, dirty water lost its way, swirling violently in the squat toilet, and then, carrying a rancid stench, surged back up with unstoppable force. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Jia Zhang couldn't dodge in time, and the greasy, dirty water, mixed with vegetable leaves and unknown sediment, splattered all over her legs, soaking her newly made cloth shoes through and through. An indescribable, foul smell instantly enveloped her. A sharp scream that could pierce eardrums echoed through the courtyard in the early morning. Looking at her soiled self, Jia Zhang trembled with anger, her old face turning the color of pig liver. She threw down the basin and, like a mad tigress, rushed out the toilet straight to the central courtyard. "Li Dahai, you bastard! Get out here! What kind of broken toilet have you built? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Look at me! Look at me! This water is all over me! What are you thinking?" Her loud, scolding demeanor immediately startled the entire courtyard. Neighbors wrapped in clothes came out of their homes, and upon seeing Jia Zhang, who was drenched and emitting an odd smell, they all looked shocked. Zhonghai frowned and walked over. "Jia's family, what are you shouting about so early in the morning?" "Uncle, you have to stand up for me." Jia Zhang pointed at her legs, crying out. "The broken toilet that Li Dahai built has a blocked drain. As soon as I pour water, it all splashes on me. He did this on purpose. He thinks we're easy to bully because we're just a widow and her child." At this moment, Li Dahai also came out, looking confused and innocent. "Aunt Jia, what are you talking about? The toilet is blocked? That's impossible. I tested it several times yesterday, and it was flowing smoothly." "You dare to quibble? Go take a look yourself," Jia Zhang insisted. Uncle was half convinced and led a few neighbors into the women's restroom. They saw that the floor was wet, but the squat toilet was clean with no signs of blockage. Yin Bugue, who was a stickler for details, went home to fetch a bucket of clean water and poured into the spot where Jia Zhang just poured water. The whole bucket of water flowed down smoothly without even making a swirl, leaving only a bubbling echo. It was as smooth as could be. The courtyard fell silent, and everyone's gazes subtly shifted to Jia Zhang. "What's going on? It must have been something disgusting she poured that temporarily blocked it, right? Who pours that kind of stuff into the toilet early in the morning? It's a newly built toilet, and they don't even know how to cherish it. Not keeping clean themselves, yet blaming others for not building well, really unreasonable." The neighbor's whispers, though quiet, drilled into Jia Zhang's ears. Her face turned red and white, wanting to refute, but she didn't know what to say. Should she say the toilet had eyes and was specifically causing trouble for her? Who would believe that? She could only swallow her anger and, under the strange gazes of everyone, slink back home to change her pants. Standing in the crowd, Li Dahai watched Jia Zhang's disheveled back, feeling no waves in his heart, even wanting to laugh a bit. Meanwhile, a long-awaited sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully caused Xu Damao and Jia Zhang to encounter inconvenience in the toilet. Devious behavior rated. Level. Congratulations, host. You have gained 150 points of deviousness. Current deviousness, 910 points. Li Dahai was delighted. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Jia Zhang's earth-shattering scream ultimately ended with her being covered in dirt, becoming a topic of laughter in the courtyard for a day or two. Since the last time, he almost fell and ate dirt in the toilet. Xu Damao developed an inexplicable dread of the new toilet. But one must answer nature's call. He couldn't keep holding it. That afternoon, he once again pinched his nose and stepped into the men's toilet. He had learned his lesson and didn't go to the first spot on the left, but chose the one furthest inside. He walked cautiously like stepping on landmines, first testing the ground with his toes to make sure it was solid before daring to step down. Li Dahai, let's see what tricks you can pull. After inspecting, the ground was as solid as ever, with no abnormalities. Xu Damao felt slightly relieved, humming a little tune as he took care of business and felt a wave of lightness. He pulled up his pants and turned to leave, just as his hand touched the door latch, preparing to pull it open. Click. The latch didn't move an inch. Xu Damao was taken aback and pulled harder. The latch seemed welded to the door frame, not budging at all. Hey, what's going on with this door? He changed angles, pushed, pulled, lifted, pressed, using all his might. But that small wooden latch was as solid as a bank vault door. The toilet was small, and the window was high. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Help! Open the door. Is anyone there? He started banging on the door, the sound echoing dully in the enclosed space. Is anyone there? Damn it. Open the door for me. At first, he was just a bit annoyed, but as seconds passed, the mixed smell of disinfectant and something indescribable began to ferment, making him increasingly restless. He felt like a sardine trapped in a can, about to suffocate. Bang! 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 He began to kick the door. Li Dai, you bastard. Is this your doing? His shouting finally drew someone's attention. Who is it? What were you yelling about in the toilet during the day? It was Liu Guangfu's voice. Guangfu, it's me, Xu Damao. Quickly, open the door for me. I'm locked inside. As soon as Xu Damao heard a voice, he felt like he had grabbed a lifeline. Liu Guangfu's mocking voice came from outside. Oh, it's Brother Xu. How did you get stuck with the door? Doesn't it just open with a pull? As he spoke, there was a light creaking sound from outside, and the latch was easily unlatched, and the door opened. Liu Guangfu poked his head in, wearing a look of amusement. Xu Damao walked out with a dark face. Without saying a word, he reached for the latch. The latch clicked easily, and when he pulled again, it opened smoothly without any resistance. Liu Guangfu watched with amusement. Brother Xu, are you having showdown with yourself? Xu Damao's face turned from green to white. He stared hard at the latch and kicked the door panel, as if the thing that had opposed him just now was not the latch, but something else. What are you looking at? Get lost. He yelled at Liu Guangfu angrily as he stormed off. This was too bizarre. The first time it was the ground collapsing. The second time it was the door locking, and each time he was the only one encountering it. He was sure that Li Dahai was behind it, but he couldn't find any evidence. On the other side, Jia Zhang was not having a good time either. Ever since she got splashed with dirty water, she had developed a psychological shadow about pouring water into the toilet. But the slop and foot-washing water at home had to go somewhere. She was not willing to give up and tried again twice. The first time, she learned to be smart, standing far away, stretching her arm, and suddenly splashing. As a result, the drain seemed to be equipped with a precision guidance system, and a column of water surged back up, tracing a perfect parabola, hitting her newly made cloth shoes squarely. Once again, she changed her position carefully and slowly pouring down. The water flowed down, but as soon as she turned around, the floor tiles beneath her feet suddenly became extremely slippery, as if they had been smeared with lard. She let out an ouch, stumbled, and almost fell onto the wet ground. The enamel basin in her hand flew out, clanging loudly, and the chip on the rim became even larger. After several attempts, Jia Zhang was completely dispirited. She realized that this toilet was just not compatible with her. It was born to clash with her. She couldn't afford to provoke it, but surely she could avoid it? So, the people in the courtyard gradually discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Jia Zhang, who used to love pouring buckets of dirty water into the toilet, changed her habit. Every morning or evening, she would sneakily carry that iconic broken basin to the corner of the yard where the drainage outlet was. Lifting the iron cover, she would dump the dirty water inside like a thief, then quickly cover it back up, as if afraid of being seen. Annie had caught her once and couldn't help but praise her. "Oh, Jia's family, you've become more aware now, knowing to care for public hygiene." Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's expression turned uglier than if she had eaten a fly, her face turning the color of pig liver, yet she couldn't refute it. Only huffed through her nose and twisted her body to go home. Chapter 68. Uncle Yi's retirement plan after that. The toilet environment of the entire courtyard improved at a visibly rapid pace. Without Jia Zhang's special watering, the long-standing sour and rotten smell in the toilet diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Xu Damao, after being locked in once, also learned to be cautious. Every time he went to the toilet, he left the door ajar, making it feel like he was committing a crime, afraid of being locked inside again. Sometimes the ventilation holes would inexplicably get blocked, choking him to tears. Over time, he developed a slight fear of using the toilet. These two were getting more and more frustrated, more and more depressed, yet they had no one to complain to. You say the toilet has problems, but apart from you two, everyone else in the courtyard is using it just fine. Who would believe you? Everyone felt that this new toilet was well-built, beautifully made, and just perfect. Liu Dahai's name was mentioned more and more frequently, all in praise. This kid Dahai is really honest, and his work is impressive. Ever since he fixed the toilet, our courtyard is much cleaner. Uncle Yi has good vision. This young man is reliable. One day, Xu Damao could no longer hold it in. He found Liu Dahai, who was helping Auntie Yi repair a window frame in the yard. "Dahai," he said with a forced smile. Liu Dahai paused his work and turned back, looking simple-hearted. "Hey, Xu, good, did you call me?" "That toilet, you fixed it well," Xu Damao said, with a hint of probing in his tone. "But I always feel there's something a bit off." Liu Dahai immediately showed a concerned and nervous expression. "Huh? Sugu, are you serious? What's wrong? Did I not fix something properly? This is a big deal. You must tell me." His sincere demeanor blocked all the sarcastic remarks Xu Damao had prepared. "It's just that the door latch sometimes doesn't open very well." Xu Damao could only mumble. "Oh no, that won't do." Liu Dahai slapped his thigh and put down his tools. "This must be my fault. Sugu, just wait. I'll go check it out for you right now. It has to be functioning smoothly. What if one day I lock you inside? That would be my fault." He said this while already pulling Xu Damao towards the toilet. A few neighbors chatting in the yard saw this and curiously followed along. When they reached the men's toilet door, Liu Dahai, in front of everyone, began his inspection of the door and latch. He opened and closed the door repeatedly. Click, creak, click, creak. The door hinge moved smoothly and the latch opened and closed effortlessly, making a crisp and pleasant sound full of mechanical beauty. "Sugu, look," Liu Dahai innocently pointed at the latch. "Isn't this working fine? Why don't you try again?" Xu Damao's face turned almost green. In front of so many people, he could only bite the bullet and step forward, mimicking Liu Dahai's actions, fiddling with the latch. The latch was obedient like a pet he raised, opening with a nudge and closing with a push. "Maybe I just wasn't using it right before." Xu Damao squeezed out this sentence, feeling the neighbors' gazes prickling his back like needles. "It's nothing, nothing." Liu Dahai enthusiastically patted his shoulder. "Sugu, if you feel anything else is off, just let me know anytime. I promise to fix it to your satisfaction." Xu Damao could no longer stay and practically fled in embarrassment. Watching his awkward retreat, Liu Dahai almost laughed out loud. Ding! Continuous troubles caused to Xu Damao and Jia Zhang. Unethical behavior rating increased to level. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 points of unethical value. Current unethical value, 1,110 points. The next day at work, Liu Dahai received good news again. Due to his outstanding abilities, Factory Director Yang specifically promoted him to the head of the maintenance team. Of course, the original head was transferred to another department. After all, anyone with eyes could see Liu Dahai's true level. The news of Liu Dahai's promotion spread like wildfire throughout the factory area and reached every corner of the courtyard. Did you hear? Dahai became the director. My goodness, how long has it been? This kid really has skills. Of course, his skills speak for themselves. The factory leaders aren't blind. In the courtyard, people were discussing animatedly, their words filled with envy and admiration. In their eyes, Liu Dahai's image had transformed from a hardworking young man to a promising young leader. In this day and age, the title of director carried significant weight. In the central courtyard, Uncle Zhonghai sat on his doorstep, holding a pipe, rhythmically tapping the sole of his shoe, but his eyes would occasionally glance towards Li Dahai's house. His brows were knitted tightly. Retirement was the biggest stone in his heart. Previously, the person he had chosen was Shazhu. Shazhu was filial, loyal, and although he was a bit talkative, he had a good heart and was a disciple he had personally trained, well known to him. But Shazhu's shortcomings were too obvious. He was just a cook. What does a cook count for in the factory? A laborer with no rank and no future. Even if his cooking skills were great, could he really be a cafeteria master for life? In case anything happened, how much power could a cook wield? Now, looking at Li Dahai with solid skills, he became the head of the maintenance team at a young age. This was a technical leadership position, managing a group of people and having a say in the factory. He also appeared stable, unlike Shazhu, who was so loud and boisterous. Comparing the two, Zhonghai's thoughts became lively. Shazhu, this pillar, seemed a bit unreliable. Shouldn't he add another pillar to make it more stable? His little calculations were clicking away in his mind. Having Li Dahai join him in planning for retirement seemed unrealistic, but having him support Shazhu, using his position to pave the way for Shazhu, should be feasible, right? As long as Shazhu also became a skilled worker, his retirement plan would be completely secure. Yes, that's the way to do it. In the evening, as Li Dahai returned from the factory with the smell of machine oil still lingering, he was stopped by Uncle Zhonghai. "Dahai, you're back," Zhonghai said with a warm smile, like an ordinary neighborly elder. "Hey, Uncle E." Li Dahai paused and politely responded. He felt like he was looking in a mirror. This old fox wouldn't tea come without a reason, and it surely wasn't tea for anything good. "Come, sit." Zhonghai pointed to the stone table in the yard. "Just got off work? Must be tired, right? Let us chat for a bit." Two people sat down, and Zhonghai first praised Li Dahai from head to toe, extolling his work abilities and interpersonal skills, speaking as if Li Dahai were a once-in-a-century talent in this courtyard. Li Dahai just smiled and listened, not interrupting or engaging, allowing him to perform. Chapter 69. This is not called support. This is called humiliation. After laying the groundwork for a long time, Zhonghai finally revealed his true intentions. He sighed heavily, and the smile on his face turned into a worried expression. "Dahai, you've made it now, and I'm so happy to see it. But what about your brother Shazhu?" Li Dahai coldly sneered in his heart, but his face showed just the right amount of confusion. "Uncle, what is wrong with brother Shazhu? Don't you know him?" Zhonghai spoke in a tone of disappointment. "He has a good heart, but he is too straightforward and doesn't think things through. Working as a cook in the cafeteria, how can he achieve anything great? I'm worried. How many more years can this old body of mine hold out? In the future, we'll have to rely on you young people to support each other." The information in this statement was too rich. On the surface, it seemed like concern for Shazhu, but in reality, it was all about his own retirement issues. Li Dahai pretended to listen earnestly and nodded. "What you said is true, Uncle. Brother Shazhu is indeed righteous. What good is righteousness?" Zhonghai pounded his thigh, raising his voice. "You need skills and status for people to listen to you. Dahai, you're a director now. You have a say in the factory. You and Shazhu are brothers. You must help him out." Li Dahai was almost laughing out loud inside. This old guy really thinks of himself as a tool to realize his retirement plan? Dream on. Why should I go through the trouble of getting Shazhu into a technical position when all the benefits would be yours? What do I gain from you drawing me a grand picture? While he was internally mocking, he displayed a troubled yet sincere expression. "Uncle, you think too highly of me. I just got promoted. I'm still a nobody. How can I have such great ability?" "Ah, you can't say that." Zhonghai leaned in closer, lowering his voice earnestly. "You're a leader now, different from us ordinary workers. As long as you bring it up to the higher-ups. Saying Shazhu wants to learn skills and contribute more to the factory. Won't that work? Even just letting him start as an apprentice in the maintenance team is better than flipping pans in the kitchen." He coaxed, his tone carrying undeniable authority. "Think about it. If Shazhu also has skills and becomes a formal worker, you two can look out for each other in the factory. Isn't that great? This not only helps him, but also helps our whole courtyard, and it fulfills this old man's wish." The moral pressure came one after another. Li Dahai felt that if he said no, he would be seen as ungrateful, oblivious to the big picture, and selfish, a historical sinner. Uncle Zhonghai saw the emotion on Li Dahai's face, his eyes reddening. You're really worried about Brother Shazhu. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing that he was on the right track, Zhonghai's face showed a satisfied smile as he patted Li Dahai's shoulder. I knew you were a sensible kid. This matter depends on you. Just watch. Li Dahai patted his chest, confidently promising, Brother Shazhu's matter is my matter. I'll go talk to him and ask for his thoughts. As long as he's willing, I'll put my reputation on the line to help you. He emphasized the words as thoughts. Zhonghai didn't catch the underlying meaning and took Li Dahai's words as a sincere agreement. He walked home contentedly, as if he could already see Shazhu in work clothes, with his own old age secure. Watching Zhonghai's back, the emotion and sincerity on Li Dahai's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a playful, cold smile. You want me to be your pawn? Old man, you're still too naive. Back in his room, Li Dahai closed the door, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered advanced moral coercion, triggering hidden task. Repay virtue with virtue. Task objective. Let Uncle Zhonghai deeply understand the principle of do not impose on others what you do not want for yourself. Task hint. No props needed. Language is the best weapon. Utilize the information gap to precisely trigger conflict for unexpected results. Repay virtue with virtue. Li Dahai stroked his chin, a glint in his eyes. System, you really understand me. The virtue he speaks of is not the same virtue Zhonghai understands. What he wants to use is the lack of virtue. Zhonghai was calculating. He just wanted to achieve something for nothing. He wanted Shazhu to have a good future to boost his own retirement, but he didn't want to offend anyone, so he threw this hot potato to Li Dahai. Moreover, he was sure that Shazhu would be happy to transition from a cook to a technical worker. But he calculated everything except for one thing, Shazhu's pride, which was comparable to a rock in a latrine. In Shazhu's eyes, he wasn't just an ordinary cook. He was a chef in the steel mill cafeteria, someone who could make factory leaders request special treatment. This was his foundation for survival and his greatest pride. To make him give up this pride and start from scratch as an apprentice in the maintenance team, covering grease, this ISNT support, this is humiliation. An ingenious plan quickly formed in Li Dahai's mind. You, Zhonghai, like to stand on a moral high ground and give orders? Then I'll let you personally experience what it feels like to be kicked off that high ground. He opened the door and walked straight to the courtyard. At that moment, Shazhu was squatting at his doorstep, playing with the children from Qin Huairu's family, Bang Geng, Xiao Dang, and Huaihua. He was holding some candies, making the three kids laugh out loud. Qin Huairu was nearby, sewing shoes and gently watching them. The evening sun cast a warm glow on her, making everything seem so cozy and harmonious. Li Dahai cleared his throat and walked over. Brother Shazhu, are you busy? Shazhu looked up, saw it was Li Dahai, and grinned. Oh, Dahai, is the director off work? Come, have a smoke. No, I just finished eating. Li Dahai waved his hand, wearing a complex expression that suggested he wanted to say something but was hesitant. Qin Huairu was sharp. Seeing his expression, her heart sank, and she slowed down her sewing. But Shazhu wasn't as perceptive. He stood up and brushed the dirt off his pants. What is going on? If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so polite with me? Li Dahai sighed deeply, glanced at Qin Huairu beside him, looked back at Shazhu, lowered his voice, and spoke with a tone of sympathy and helplessness. Brother Shazhu, Uncle, he just looked for me. He looked for you? Shazhu was taken aback. What did he want with you? Li Dahai forced a smile, lowering his voice even more, ensuring only Shazhu and Qin Huairu could hear. It's about you. He paused, gathering his emotions, and then painfully said, Uncle, he said he's worried sick about you, thinks you won't achieve anything as a cook, and fears you won't be able to support him in the future. So he asked me, as the director, to arrange a job for you in the maintenance team, to have you stop cooking and start as an apprentice, learning from scratch. Chapter 70. This matter is not in accordance with the rules. Li Dahai's words pierced Shazhu's heart like a red-hot iron rod. The face that had been smiling stiffened gradually, the corners of his mouth flattened, and finally sank. In his not-so-large eyes, flames suddenly ignited. What did he say? Shazhu's voice came out gritted through his teeth, every word filled with anger. He thinks I won't achieve anything as a cook? Thinks I won't be able to support him when he gets old? Shoo, shoo. Brother Shazhu, keep your voice down. Li Dahai quickly made a shushing gesture, his face showing just the right amount of anxiety and difficulty. The old man was also well-meaning, just a bit too blunt in his speech. He was looking out for both of us, wanting to unite as brothers. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Qin Huairu from the corner of his eye. Qin Huairu had completely stopped the motion of sewing the shoe soles, the needle suspended in midair. Her brows furrowed tightly, a flash of panic crossing her eyes, soon replaced by a complex calculation. She understood Shazhu too well. Cooking was Shazhu's foundation for survival in this courtyard and at the steel mill. It was the sole refuge for his meager self-esteem. If you called him stupid or foolish, he might just smile it off. But to say his spoon was worthless? That would hurt him more than if you cursed his ancestors to the 18th generation. Qin Huairu's heart sank, realizing this could lead to trouble. What was wrong with the old man? Why was he bringing this up out of nowhere? If Shazhu really quit cooking, who would provide for her and the children in the future? Ugh! Shazhu spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, the veins in his neck bulging. Who does he think he is? What does he understand? Heyuzhu, am respected in the steel mill. The director even calls me Master He. Why should he look down on me? Is this what you call worthless? His grade 8 fitter title is worth something? How much does he earn after working himself to death for a month? My salary alone is worth 1.5 of his. I can still cook a couple of dishes for the leaders during the holidays. Can he do that? The more Shazhu spoke, the angrier he became, his chest heaving violently. Pointing at Li Dahai, spitting as he said, Dahai, don't stop me. I'm going to confront him today. What? Is my spoon dishonoring his door? Brother Zhu, calm down. Li Dahai grabbed him, his face sincere. You can't go to the old man and make a scene. After all, he is our elder, our master. He means well, just with the wrong approach. If you make a fuss like this, it will not only hurt our feelings, but also make us, as juniors, seem unreasonable. Qin Huairu quickly put down her work, stood up, and softly advised, Zhuzi, Dahai is right. The old man is getting on in years. Maybe he didn't think before he spoke. Don't take it to heart. Besides, Dahai is now the director. The old man is approaching him because he wants you to have a good future. It's a good thing. Her words seem to be persuading him, but we're actually adding fuel to the fire. What do you mean he didn't think before he spoke? Isn't that just admitting the old man really thinks this way? Shazhu exploded even more. Good thing? Is this a good thing? Jia, don't speak for him. This is asking me to give up my iron rice bowl and become someone else's grandson. Start from being an apprentice? Ugh, Heyuzhu can't afford to lose that face. He shook off Li Dahai's hand angrily, stormed back to his room, and slammed the door shut with a bang, shaking the window paper. The courtyard instantly fell silent, leaving only Qin Huairu and Li Dahai staring at each other. Dahai, what should we do? Qin Huairu's face was filled with worry, her eyes darting around Li Dahai's face, seemingly trying to discover more about the situation from him. Li Dahai siga fabili, looking exhausted and helpless. Jia, you saw it too. I'm caught in the middle, really in a tough spot. I can't offend the old man. And Shazhu is here. This is hard to handle. After saying that, he shook his head and turned to return to his room, leaving Qin Huairu standing alone in the courtyard, looking at Shazhu's closed door, then at Li Dahai's retreating figure, her brow furrowed into a knot. The next morning, in the maintenance workshop of the steel mill, the roar of machines was deafening. Li Dahai changed into his work clothes, holding a wrench, but instead of diving into work, he leaned against a lathe, his brow furrowed, occasionally letting out a barely audible sigh. His demeanor immediately caught the attention of a coworker nearby. This coworker, named Wang Shengli, nicknamed Trumpet Wang, was known in the workshop as a gossip hub. If any couple quarreled, if a new labor protection item was issued in a workshop, or if someone's child came first in an exam, it wouldn't take half a day before it spread throughout the mill through him. Oh, isn't this our directorly? Trumpet Wang approached, offering a cigarette, and asked with a wink, What is up? Just became a leader and already worried? Is it hard to manage that group of troublemakers under you? Li Dahai waved his hand, not taking the cigarette, and sighed, his face showing a troubled expression. Brother Wang, don't tease me. Don't mention it, it's a headache. Hey, if there is something, tell me. Trumpet Wang loved hearing about such troubles. He immediately lowered his voice, appearing earnest. Is someone trying to trip you up? If you tell me, I know a lot of people in the mill. I can help you find out. Li Dahai pretended to hesitate, glancing around before leaning closer to Trumpet Wong and speaking in a tone that suggested he was sharing a secret. It's not a big deal, just, the old man in our courtyard. Zhonghai, you know him, right? How can I not know? Grade 8 fitter, a master, highly respected. Trumpet Wong nodded repeatedly. After all, he is my and Shazhu's master. Li Dahai's expression became more complicated, as if he were struggling to find the right words. Well, yesterday after work, he specifically called me over and had a serious talk for a long time. Talk. Trumpet Wong's curiosity was piqued. MHM. Li Dahai nodded, lowering his voice even further, saying the old man was worried about Shazhu's future, feeling that being a cook wasn't a long-term solution. He wanted me to use my current position to arrange a technical post for Shazhu in the maintenance team, to let him start from scratch so he would have something to rely on in the future. At this point, Li Dahai let out a wry smile. You tell me, Brother Wong, since the master personally brought it up, how can I, as his apprentice, say no? But this isn't following the rules. I just got here, and if I start playing favorites, how can I lead the team in the future? How will the leaders in the mill view me? I'm really stuck in the middle, worried that I didn't sleep well all night. Chapter 71, Is it wrong for me to want Li Dahai to support Shazhu? Li Dahai's words were 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, vividly expressing his predicament and Zhonghai's unreasonable demands. After listening, Trumpet Wong's eyes lit up with gossip fire. He slapped his thigh hard. Damn. I knew it. I knew none of these old guys are easy to deal with. They act all righteous on the surface, but behind the scenes, it's all about exploiting their power for personal gain. He was mixing up idioms, but his meaning was clear. Old E thinks you're young and easy to manipulate. He wants to use you as a ladder to help his apprentice rise. Trumpet Wong wore a look of someone who had seen through everything and patted Li Dahai on the shoulder. Brother Dahai, don't worry, you can't do this. If you do, you'll ruin yourself. You're being morally blackmailed. Brother Wong, keep your voice down. Li Dahai quickly stopped him. The old man means well. Means well my foot. Trumpet Wong scoffed. If he really meant well, why didn't he go find the workshop director himself? Why not approach the factory leaders? He just thinks you're easy to talk to. I'll take care of this. I'll let everyone evaluate this reason. After saying that, Trumpet Wong turned as if he had received a significant mission and dove into the crowd. Li Dahai watched his back, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the atmosphere in the workshop changed. Trumpet Wong's initial version was, did you hear? The old man asked Li Dahai to arrange work for Shazhu because he thinks being a cook is embarrassing. By the time it reached the ears of the second co-worker, it had morphed into the old man, relying on being a master, is forcing the newly appointed director Li to open a backdoor for Shazhu. By the time it got to the third person, the story had completely changed. That Zhonghai was really overreaching. Li Dahai had just been promoted to director, and he was already trying to place his own disciple as his deputy, wanting to undermine him. By lunchtime, the gossip in the steel mill had completely fermented, and the final version reached the ears of leaders in various workshops and the office, turning into, have you heard? That master in the maintenance workshop, Zhonghai, has serious ideological problems. He's engaging in factionalism, forming cliques, openly suppressing the young cadres who have just been promoted, and even wants to turn our factory's technical positions into his own private territory. This kind of unhealthy trend must be strictly investigated. The workers were discussing it, and their looks at Zhonghai had changed. What was once respect was now disdain and suspicion. Meanwhile, Zhonghai was completely unaware of this. He was strolling out of the machinist workshop with his hands behind his back, ready to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Zhonghai was in a great mood, as if he could already see the happy picture of Shazhu in work clothes and his own worry-free old age. He saw a few colleagues gathered together pointing at him and thought they were admiring him for having trained a good apprentice like Li Dahai, even nodding at them with a sense of pride. The colleagues, seeing this, had even stranger expressions, turned around and muttered, look at him, so smug. Really thinks this steel mill is his family business. Zhonghai furrowed his brows, feeling that the atmosphere today was a bit off, but he didn't think much of it. until he reached the cafeteria entrance and ran into the factory's deputy production manager. "Oh, Director Wang, you're here for lunch too?" Zhonghai greeted with a smile. Deputy Director Wang stopped, his usually amiable face now expressionless. He looked Zhonghai up and down, and the look in his eyes made Zhonghai feel uneasy. "Oldie," Deputy Director Wang suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying a chill. "We are a state-owned factory, not a feudal family from the old society. Some bad trends must never be brought into the factory." After saying that, Deputy Director Wang ignored him and walked straight into the cafeteria, leaving Zhonghai stunned in place, his mind buzzing and blank. Each word from Deputy Director Wang felt like a small hammer. Not heavy, but each one hit him hard. Bad trends? Feudal family? What did that mean? Was he pointing at Zhonghai? When did he ever engage in feudal family practices? When did he bring in bad trends? Zhonghai stood at the cafeteria door, feeling uncomfortable under the curious, probing, yet mostly distant and disdainful looks from the passing workers. What was going on? Everything was fine yesterday. How did the whole factory's perception of him change overnight? He couldn't figure it out, feeling completely lost. Zhonghai mechanically walked into the cafeteria, got his meal, and sat down in a corner. Today's braised pork didn't whet his appetite at all, tasting like wax in his mouth. The discussions around him, neither too loud nor too soft, drifted into his ears. "Look, that's him, Zhonghai. Looks like a decent old man, but unexpectedly. He wants to turn the maintenance team into his family business. What a dream." Exactly. Director Li was personally promoted by Director Yang, and he, an old worker, still thinks he can undermine the leadership? That's called using age to bully the young. He has problems. These words pricked Zhonghai like steel needles, making him restless. Director Li, undermine? He suddenly realized. This matter was related to Li Dahai. It was related to Shazhu. He had just talked to Li Dahai yesterday about wanting Shazhu to be an apprentice in the maintenance team. Today, it had spread throughout the factory, and it was spread so unpleasantly, so absurdly. When had Zhonghai ever said he wanted to undermine Li Dahai? When had he ever wanted to turn the maintenance team into his private territory? He just wanted Shazhu to have a good future, to take care of himself in old age. This was for himself and for Shazhu. How did it turn into abusing power for personal gain and suppressing young cadres? Who was spreading these rumors behind his back? In his mind, Li Dahai's honest and sincere face suddenly appeared. "Uncle, don't worry. Shazhu's matter is my matter. As long as he is willing, I will put my reputation on the line to help you." At that time, Li Dahai had spoken so earnestly, and he thought the kid was sensible and grateful. But now it seemed, Zhonghai's heart sank bit by bit. He wasn't a fool. Being an 8th-level machinist in the steel mill and holding the position of uncle meant he had his own depth. This matter spreading so quickly and so strangely was definitely not baseless. The only possibility was Li Dahai. It was him. He had twisted Zhonghai's words and spread them. That little bastard. He pretended to agree on the surface but stabbed him in the back. Zhonghai was shaking with anger, nearly breaking the chopsticks in his hands. Why did Li Dahai do this? Zhonghai couldn't understand. He had supported him, thought highly of him, and wanted him to help Shazhu. Was that wrong? What reason did Li Dahai have to betray him like this? Chapter 72. Zhonghai had never been so humiliated in his life. Zhonghai couldn't figure it out. Feeling a lump of resentment stuck in his chest, uncomfortable to the point of suffocation, unable to eat any longer. He slammed his lunchbox on the table and stood up to leave. He needed to find Li Dahai and get to the bottom of this. But just as he reached the maintenance workshop door, he stopped. Ask? How to ask? The things he said indeed had some ambiguous parts. Saying Shazhu would be a chef was a waste. Wanting Director Li to arrange a job for him. Taken out of context, those words sounded like abusing power and forcing someone. He had no evidence to prove that Li Dahai was the one who spread it. Even if he confronted Li Dahai, that kid could just say, "I didn't, it wasn't me," and what could he do? Instead, it would make him seem frantic, further solidifying those rumors. Zhonghai's feet felt as heavy as lead. He had lived his life under the halo of high moral standing, enjoying the respect and trust of others. But today, that halo seemed to have been shattered. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be afraid of public opinion. Zhonghai returned to his workshop dejectedly, unable to focus all afternoon, making frequent mistakes in his work, becoming a laughingstock among the younger workers. After enduring until the end of the workday, he kept his head down, wanting to return to the courtyard as quickly as possible. But the more Zhonghai wanted to hide, the less he could escape. A few days later, the factory held a meeting for mid-level cadres to discuss recent work summaries and issues related to cadre appointments and position adjustments. As the master and team leader of the Machinist Group, Zhonghai also attended the meeting. He originally held a glimmer of hope, wanting to carefully bring up the possibility of transferring Shazhu while the atmosphere was good. This was Zhonghai's last hope. The meeting began, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Factory Director Yang spoke, and several workshop directors reported. Liu Dahai, as the newly appointed director of the maintenance team, also stood up to speak. He spoke clearly and confidently, outlining the future work plan for the maintenance team, earning unanimous nods from the leaders present. As Zhonghai watched the spirited Liu Dahai, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Just as he gathered his courage to speak up, Deputy Director Wang, who was in charge of production, cleared his throat and slowly began to speak. Recently, there have been some bad rumors in the factory. Deputy Factory Director Wang picked up his teacup and blew on the tea foam. He said that some of our older comrades are lagging behind in their ideological awareness. Relying on their years of service and a bit of technical skill, they want to dominate the conversation and reach into other departments. They seek personal gain for their close associates, appointing positions and affecting the unity within our factory. Wang's words were not heavy, but each word struck like a whip on Zhonghai's face. Although he did not name names, his gaze occasionally swept towards Zhonghai. The warning was unmistakable. In the entire conference room, everyone's eyes subtly gathered on Zhonghai. His face turned crimson to the roots of his neck. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and put on display before everyone. Shame, anger, frustration, various emotions surged in his heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, to say he had done nothing, to say he had good intentions. But as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. What was there to defend? Everyone present was sharp. Who would believe him? Speaking up would only make things worse. In the end, Zhonghai lowered his head, staring at the teacup in front of him, unable to utter a single word. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. That day, he didn't know how he walked out of the conference room. Zhonghai only knew that many colleagues who used to call him brother now looked at him with disdain, with distance. Some even deliberately took a detour when they saw him. The reputation he had built over decades in the factory was suddenly shattered. Back in the courtyard, he locked himself in his room, smoking one cigarette after another. An older woman noticed Zhonghai's poor complexion and asked him what was wrong, but he remained silent, only sighing repeatedly. His retirement plan, that double-insured retirement plan, had not even begun before someone had taken away a crucial pillar. Moreover, it was dismantled in front of the entire factory in the most heart-wrenching way. Zhonghai vaguely felt that this matter was related to Liu Dahai, but he couldn't find any evidence. This feeling of being unable to voice his grievances was driving him crazy. Meanwhile, Shazhu was also being pointed at in the cafeteria because of these rumors. It was him, the one who wanted to take the back door. TCH, a cook wanted to be a technician? Dream on. Shazhu inexplicably found himself shouldering a huge blame, and he had great doubts and dissatisfaction regarding the so-called good intentions of the older man. He wanted to find Zhonghai, but Zhonghai only darkened his face and told him not to ask. Now, a deep rift had formed between the master and apprentice. Eventually, the factory leadership made their decision. Liu Dahai's position as the maintenance team leader was as solid as a rock. Shazhu would continue to stir his big spoon in the cafeteria. Zhonghai's retirement plan faced an unprecedented setback. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but his reputation in the factory and the courtyard also became tarnished. The once fair and impartial moral model, the older man, had now become a self-serving, scheming hypocrite. The way people in the courtyard looked at him was no longer filled with respect. In Liu Dahai's mind, the cold system alert sounded. Ding! The host has successfully used public opinion backlash to damage Zhonghai's reputation in the factory and expose his selfishness, resulting in setbacks to his retirement plan. Immoral behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 200 points of immoral value. Current immoral value, 1310 points. Liu Dahai sat in his warm, dry room, listening to the system's notifications, feeling exceptionally comfortable. This time, without using a single bullet, he had made Zhonghai, the old fox, suffer such a huge silent loss with just a few words. This kind of killing without bloodshed was simply delightful. He realized that in this courtyard, in this factory, public opinion warfare was the lowest cost but most powerful weapon. Since Li Dahai was promoted to maintenance team leader, not only did his status rise, but his salary and various benefits also took a big leap. The first month's salary as a director was over 60 yuan. With the bonuses from the factory, Li Dahai suddenly found himself quite wealthy. With more money, he had to spend it, turning it into tangible improvements in life. The first thing Li Dahai thought of was that batch of bicycles about to be internally processed. He didn't want to rely on his 2 legs to run back and forth between the factory and the courtyard every day anymore. With a bicycle, his commuting time could be halved and his quality of life would directly improve a notch. More importantly, imagining a brand new forever bicycle riding into the courtyard was exciting. It would definitely astonish everyone there. Chapter 73. Riding the bicycle, feeling elated as for the industrial ticket and bicycle ticket needed to purchase the bicycle. Li Dahai was not worried at all. He returned home, closed the door, and silently recited, "System, exchange 1 industrial ticket and 1 bicycle ticket for me." Ding. Consumed 20 points of immoral value. Exchanged 1 industrial ticket and 1 bicycle ticket. Tickets have been generated, conforming to current era characteristics. Cannot be identified as genuine or fake. Li Dahai looked at the 2 yellowed tickets that had appeared out of nowhere in his hand, feeling extremely satisfied. This immoral system, although its name wasn't very pleasant, was incredibly useful. The next day, Li Dahai, with money and tickets in hand, found a logistics department responsible for processing this batch of old bicycles. As soon as the head of the logistics department, old Zhang, saw that it was the newly appointed Director Li from the maintenance team, he was very courteous. "Oh, Director Li, what brings you here?" "Zhang, don't be so polite." Li Dahai smiled and offered him a cigarette. "I heard there's a batch of bicycles to be processed in the factory, so I wanted to come and take a look." Yes. As soon as old Zhang heard this, he immediately understood. "The bikes are all in the warehouse. I'll take you to choose. I guarantee you'll pick the best one." Li Dahai was the technical director, so from now on, whenever there were any machine or equipment issues in the factory, people would have to come to him. Old Zhang understood this bit of human sentiment. In the warehouse, there were a dozen bicycles parked. Some were flying pigeons, some were phoenixes, and others were forever. Although they were all old bikes, they were all well maintained. At a glance, Li Dahai immediately took a liking to a black, forever bicycle. The bike was shiny, and except for a few scratches in some places, it was almost as good as new. When he pressed the bell, it rang crisply and pleasantly. This one, Li Dahai patted the bike's seat. "All right, Director Li has great taste." Old Zhang immediately called someone to push the bike out. Li Dahai readily paid the money and tickets, spending a total of 80 yuan. At this price, it was only half of a new bike. He had really scored a big bargain. He rode the bicycle out on the spot, from the factory to the courtyard, riding all the way with the spring breeze brushing past. Li Dahai felt incredibly good. He deliberately took a detour around Nanluoguxiang, enjoying the envious glances from passers-by. In the afternoon, close to the end of the workday, Li Dahai rode his brand-new, forever bicycle, amidst the jingling sound of the bell, majestically entered the courtyard. The courtyard instantly erupted in excitement. "Wow, look, who is that? It's Li Dahai. He bought a bicycle. Oh my goodness. And it's a forever brand. How much did that cost?" Dahai is now a director. He has money. He can afford it. Everyone in the courtyard, whether washing vegetables, chatting, or making shoe soles, stopped their work, their eyes focusing on the shiny bicycle. The black bike, under the afterglow of the sunset, shimmered with an enchanting luster. The shiny chrome handlebars and fenders dazzled the eyes. In this era, a forever bicycle was no less than a Mercedes or BMW in later generations. It was not just a means of transportation, but also a symbol of identity, status, and wealth. Xu Damao had just returned from outside and, upon entering the courtyard, saw this scene. He looked at Li Dahai, who was surrounded by a crowd with a silly grin on his face, and at that brand new bicycle, and suddenly felt as sour as if he had just drunk a big bowl of aged vinegar. TCH, it's just a broken bicycle. What is so impressive about it? He pouted and muttered under his breath, holding his head high as he returned home. But that sour tone was so evident that even he could smell it. Qin Huairu was also standing in the crowd, looking at Li Dahai with a complicated expression. This kid is really getting more successful. He has become a director and now has bought a bicycle. He looks good too, tall and sturdy. Then she glanced at her own half-dead husband and that troublemaking son. And couldn't he help but sigh? If only I could be with Li Dahai. This thought flashed through her mind and was quickly suppressed. At that moment, the most excited person in the courtyard with the brightest eyes was Uncle Yin Bugui. He was squatting at his door, picking chives. When he heard the sound of a bicycle bell, he looked up and froze. Yin Bugui's eyes were fixed on the forever bicycle as if a hungry wolf had spotted sheep. His gaze was filled with naked desire and greed. He had dreamed of buying a bicycle himself. How impressive it would be to ride a bike to school every day. It would save time and effort. But when he saw the price and thought about how difficult it was to get a bicycle ticket, he backed down. He just couldn't bear to spend that much. That was a lot of money. His lifelong belief was that you can't be poor from eating or wearing too little, but if you don't plan, you'll be poor. Spending more than $100 on a piece of iron felt worse than cutting flesh. But now, this poor kid Li Dahai had quietly bought one, and it was a forever bicycle. Yin Bugui's heart was scratched like a cat's paw, filled with jealousy and envy. He dropped the chives in his hand and hurried over in 3 steps, forcing a smile on his face. "Oh, Dahai, you've struck it rich," he said while reaching out, carefully touching the bicycle's handlebars, his movements more gentle than touching his wife's face. "This bike is really bright. It must have cost a lot, right?" Li Dahai got off the bike and smiled innocently. "Didn't he spend much? It was an old bike the factory was getting rid of. Cheap." His words made Yin Bugui's heart bleed. "Cheap? I can't afford it either." Yin Bugui's eyes turned, and an idea immediately popped into his mind. He couldn't buy it, but he could find a way to use it. Li Dahai, a young man, usually rides his bike to work and just leaves it in the yard after work. What a waste. If he could borrow it, even just to take a walk at night or go fishing on weekends, that would be great. Yes, that's the plan. Yin Bugui's mind was racing with calculations. He had to find a way to get the right to use that bicycle. Even if he couldn't use it every day, being able to use it for a few days for free would be good. He looked at Li Dahai, his smile becoming even warmer and more affectionate, like he was looking at his own son. "Dahai, you have to take good care of this bike." Yin Bugui adjusted his glasses and put on a concerned look. "There's so many people in this yard. What if some careless kid scratches it? Or if someone with sticky fingers gets interested? That would be a huge loss." Li Dahai nada tinuarli. The old fox is finally showing his tail. But he pretended to look enlightened and worried. "Uncle, you're right. I'm really worried. This bike is so precious. Where should I put it? If I put it inside, my room is small and it takes up too much space. If I put it in the yard, I want to feel at ease." Chapter 74 Dahai. "Let Uncle help you take care of the bicycle." Yin Bugui was overjoyed to hear this. This kid is really a fool. He hasn't even said much yet, and he is already walking into the trap. This is simply heaven sent. He cleared his throat, pretended to ponder for a moment, then slapped his thigh. "Got it." Yin Bugui pointed in the direction of his house, speaking with enthusiasm. "Dahai, how about this? When you're not using the bike, just park it in front of Uncle S' house. I have plenty of space here, and Annie and I are home all day. I can guarantee it will be well taken care of. If anyone dares to touch even a hair on your bike, I want to agree to it first." Yin Bugui spoke with such righteous indignation that anyone who didn't know better would think he was a living layphone. Li Dahai was almost laughing out loud inside. "Help me take care of it? I see you want to use it." This old man is really calculating. He wants to use my new bike for free without spending a dime? No way. However, Li Dahai did not expose him on the spot. What he wanted was for this old fox to extend his claws, and then he would use a trap to catch him. Let Uncle know that other people's cheap deals aren't that easy to take. Li Dahai showed just the right amount of surprise and gratitude on his face. "Uncle, you've really helped me a lot." He grabbed Yin Bugui's hand and shook it vigorously. "I was really worried about this. If you don't mind the trouble, that would be great." Yin Bugui was even more delighted to see Li Dahai so easily hooked. "Trouble? Not at all." He patted his chest. "We're neighbors. Helping each other is what we should do. Besides, I watched you grow up. Your business is my business." Yin Bugue spoke grandly, but in his heart, he was already planning to ride the bike to school tomorrow, letting his colleagues see it. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Liu Dahai scratched his head, looking honest and naive. How about I give you a little storage fee every month? Oh, you child, saying that makes it seem like we're strangers. Yin Bugue immediately put on a righteous demeanor and refused. If I take your money, what would that be? You'd be slapping my face. But what he was really thinking was, if I took your money, wouldn't that create a rental relationship? If I want to use it more later, I wouldn't dare to ask. Helping you for free means I'm doing you a favor, and if I occasionally borrow it, that's just a matter of friendship. Perfectly reasonable. This old guy is really shrewd. Liu Dahai sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he expressed deep gratitude. Uncle, you are truly a great person. He paused, then changed the subject, revealing a bit of difficulty. But uncle, even though the bike is at your place, I still feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong? Yin Bugue's heart skipped a beat, fearing this kid might back out. The lock that came with the bike doesn't seem very sturdy. Liu Dahai pointed to the horseshoe lock on the back wheel. I'm afraid some careless person might really pry it open. So, I plan to add another layer of security. Add security? That's a must. That's a must. Yin Bugue nodded repeatedly. As long as the bike was in his place, he was happy to add as many locks as needed. After all, he had plenty of time to figure out how to pick locks. Liu Dahai mysteriously pulled something out of his pocket. It was a seemingly ordinary chain lock. The lock head was made of brass and looked quite solid. Uncle, what do you think of this? He waved the lock in front of Yin Bugue. This is a special lock made for me by the master craftsman at the factory using leftover materials. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. There's a lot to it. As he spoke, he wrapped the chain lock around the wheel and frame of the bike. Then, he took out the key and began to demonstrate how to unlock and lock it in front of Yin Bugue. The locking action was extremely complex. The key had to be inserted, turned left half a turn, then right 1¼ turns, pulled out slightly, pushed back in, and finally, he had to listen for a soft click inside to ensure it was completely locked. The unlocking steps were exactly the reverse, and not a single step could be wrong. You see, Uncle San, this is how you unlock it, Liu Dahai said while reciting the steps as he went. This is called the 3 turns 9 twists interlocking lock, and our factory's secret workshop uses this. If the wrong key is used or the steps are incorrect, it won't just failed to open. It will get tighter. If brute force is used, the pins inside can misalign, and the lock will be completely ruined, only able to be cut off with heavy iron scissors. He boasted, leaving Yin Bugue stunned. This lock was, of course, not made by any master craftsman. It was a specially designed secret lock that he had just exchanged for 10 points of moral demerit from the system. It looked ordinary, but its internal structure was extremely complex, and only he knew how to unlock it. What was even more clever was that the lock had a slight backlash mechanism. If someone tried to force it open with the wrong key or method, a hidden mechanism inside would spring out, giving the would-be unlocker a small lesson. Yin Bugue squinted, intently watching Liu Dahai's movements, trying to memorize every step. Half a turn left, 1¼ turns right. He thought to himself, although this lock was complex, it wasn't without clues. As long as he observed a few more times and tried a few more times, he would surely grasp the pattern. He couldn't believe that with his decades of experience teaching mathematics, he couldn't handle a small lock. All right, Uncle San, now I can rest easy, Liu Dahai said, securing the lock and patting his hands in satisfaction. From now on, this bike is in your hands. Don't worry. With me watching, it won't get lost. Yin Bugue confidently assured him. That night, Liu Dahai parked his brand-new Forever bicycle right under Uncle San's window. That spot seemed custom-made for Yin Bugue. He could see it just by looking up. It was like a piece of meat dangled in front of a cat that hadn't eaten for 3 days. Yin Bugue couldn't sleep soundly all night. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with thoughts of that bicycle and the strange lock. Eventually, he got up and stealthily approached the bicycle. He didn't have the key, but wanted to see if he could poke the lock open with something like a wire. Yin Bugue found a thin wire and carefully poked it into the keyhole, mimicking what he had seen in movies. After poking for a long time, it felt as unyielding as a piece of iron. He tried several wires of different thicknesses, but they all returned empty-handed. This was strange. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling anxious. Chapter 75. This lock is suspicious. Early the next morning, Li Dahai whistled as he walked to the bike. In front of Yin Bugui, who was brushing his teeth in the yard, he leisurely repeated the complex unlocking process. With a click, the lock opened. Li Dahai got on a bike and even waved goodbye to Yin Bugui. "Uncle San, I'm off to work." The clear ringing of the bicycle bell echoed in the morning courtyard, striking Yin Bugui's heart like a hammer. Watching Li Dahai ride away, he felt an unbearable itch. No, I must try it. The entire morning passed with Yin Bugui feeling restless. In the afternoon, when Li Dahai returned from work, he performed the smooth, unlocking process in front of him again. Yin Bugui was transfixed. He could not believe this. That night, Yin Bugui secretly went out again. This time, he brought along a small hammer and a screwdriver that he used for repairing table legs. Yin Bugui wanted to see if he could pry the lock open. He inserted the screwdriver into the lock seam and carefully tapped it with the hammer. The dull sound echoed loudly in the quiet night. Startled, he quickly stopped and looked around like a thief. Fortunately, no one was around. Yin Bugui tried a few more times, but the lock was as sturdy as a rock. He only managed to leave a few white marks with no success. For several days, he tried every method he could think of. He poked with wires, pried with the screwdriver, and even considered trying to pour oil into it. But that seemingly ordinary lock was like a copper wall and iron bastion, leaving him at a loss. Each time, he ended up drenched in sweat and covered in dirt, but he couldn't make too much noise for fear of being discovered. His frustration grew hotter and hotter. Yin Bugui began to suspect that there was indeed something strange about this lock, but he was unwilling to accept defeat. How could a respectable teacher, a cultured person, be outsmarted by a young kid? For these days, Li Dahai had been happily watching Yin Bugui sneaking around his bike, laughing to himself. "Old man, trying to compete with me? You're still too inexperienced." That night, when Li Dahai returned home from work, as usual, he parked the bicycle in front of Uncle San's house. When he locked the bike, he deliberately took his time. Then, just as he turned to go back inside, his hand accidentally shook. A bunch of keys fell from his pocket, landing right next to the bicycle. On that keychain hung 3 or 4 brass keys, one of which looked exactly like the key to the special lock. Li Dahai acted as if he hadn't seen anything, turning his back and heading straight into his house. He even intentionally left the door slightly ajar. All of this was clearly seen by Yin Bugui peeking from behind the window. He leaned against the window, his heart pounding like a drum. It fell. The key fell. Yin Bugui stared intently at the bunch of keys glimmering faintly in the moonlight, his breath quickening. This was simply a godsend. He had been waiting for this day, and now the moment had arrived. For days, he had tried every method to unlock that damned lock. He was about to give up, but now, the key had dramatically appeared before him. Greed and reason were battling fiercely in Yin Bugui's heart. Should he go or not? If he went, he could ride that dream bicycle, commanding respect in the yard, at school, and everywhere he wanted to go. If he didn't go, he could only watch helplessly, feeling anxious. What if this was a trap set by Li Dahai? That thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Impossible. Li Dahai was a simpleton. He couldn't possibly be that cunning. He must have been tired after a long day and accidentally dropped the key. Yes, it had to be that way. Opportunity knocks but once. Yin Bugui made up his mind. He carefully observed the yard for any signs of movement. It was quiet. Everyone had already returned inside to prepare for sleep. He glanced at Li Dahai's house. The door was closed, with a small crack left open, and the lights inside had been turned off. It seemed he had gone to bed. Yin Bugui stealthily opened his own door, slipping out like a sneaky cat. He reached the bicycle, bent over like a shrimp, and quickly picked up the bunch of keys from the ground. The keys felt cold in his hand, sending a shiver down his spine, but more than that, he felt excitement. Holding the keys, his heart raced faster. Yin Bugui looked around once more, confirming that no one had noticed him. Then he took a deep breath and carefully selected the brass key that looked exactly the same from the bunch of keys. This is it. Yin Bugui half squatted on the ground, one hand holding the bike and the other carefully inserting the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. It went in. Yin Bugui felt a surge of joy. It really was the spare key. Li Dahai, you silly boy. How could you lose something so important? You deserve to let me. The third uncle, pick up a bargain. He had already started imagining himself riding the bike, elegantly stopping at the school gate while his colleagues looked on enviously. Yin Bugui couldn't wait to open the lock that had tormented him for several days. He recalled the complex movements Li Dahai had used to unlock it. A half turn to the left. Yin Bugui gripped the key and gently turned it to the left. Why does it feel a bit tight? He applied a bit more force. Still wouldn't budge. Strange. Could he have remembered it wrong? Was it supposed to be to the right first? He tried turning it to the right. Still, it wouldn't move at all. Yin Bugui began to feel anxious. Sweat started to bead on his forehead. Could it be that this spare key worked differently from the original one? Whatever. He steeled himself. It's just a lock, right? I refuse to believe that I can't open this little lock. Yin Bugui decided to stop thinking about those messy steps and just use brute force. He tightened his grip on the key, summoned all his strength, and suddenly twisted it hard to the right. He couldn't believe that with his strength. He couldn't open such a small lock. Just at that moment, when Yin Bugui was exerting force, he heard an extremely faint sound from inside the lock, like metal cracking. Immediately after, the key in his hand suddenly slipped down. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his index finger. Ouch! He gasped in pain, letting go of the key as if electrocuted. Yin Bugui quickly pulled his hand back and looked at it in the moonlight. He saw that his index finger had been deeply and long cut by a sharp metal barb that had suddenly popped out from the key handle. Bright red blood gushed out, dripping down through his fingers. The pain was searing, piercing straight to his heart. Yin Bugui winced in agony, gasping several times. He was terrified, but feeling guilty for his actions, he didn't dare to shout out. Yin Bugui threw away the bunch of keys in his hand and used his other hand to tightly cover his bleeding finger, frantically looking around. The yard was silent. No one noticed his disgraceful state. This lock must be cursed. Chapter 76. Teacher Yin. What happened to your hand? Li Dai. It must be that little bastard, Li Dahai, playing tricks. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his old face turned the color of liver. What should he do? Confront Li Dahai? Ask him why he set a trap with a fake key to harm him? Wouldn't that be admitting that he was sneaking around trying to steal someone else's bike lock in the dead of night? If this got out, would he ever be able to show his face again? How could he continue to be the third uncle in the yard? How could he teach students at school? He could only swallow his grievances. Yin Bugui covered his bleeding finger, looking at the bike that appeared particularly sinister under the moonlight, feeling both angry and resentful, afraid and regretful. He ran back home like a defeated rooster, tail between his legs. Yin Bugui dared not turn on the light. Rummaging through his drawers in the dark to find a piece of rag and randomly bandaging his finger. The blood quickly soaked through the cloth, sticky and painful, making him shiver. That night, he was in pain and couldn't sleep, cursing Li Dahai's ancestors over and over. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was lying in his warm bed, hearing faint sounds from next door, unable to suppress a smile. Old man, did you learn your lesson this time? A cold yet pleasing notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! The host successfully used a trap to make Yin Bugui suffer the consequences while attempting to steal, causing him physical harm and psychological frustration. Unethical behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host. You've gained 150 points of unethical value. Current unethical value, 1,430 points. Li Dahai closed his eyes, satisfied, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Li Dahai stretched lazily and got out of bed feeling refreshed. He opened the door and took in the particularly fresh morning air in the yard. He immediately spotted the bike parked not far away and a lonely bunch of keys on the ground beside it. Li Dahai strolled over, bent down to pick up the keys, and tossed them in his hand. Then, as if nothing had happened, he shouted loudly at the tightly closed door of Third Uncle's house. Third Uncle, good morning. There was no response from inside the house. Li Dahai didn't mind, whistling as he smoothly used the specially made real key to unlock the bike. With a crisp click, it opened, and he hopped on a bike, intentionally riding a lap around the yard, the cheerful ringing sound echoing once again. Finally, he rode off to work, feeling quite satisfied. Third Uncle Yin Bugui, on the other hand, had actually been awake for a while. Or rather, he hadn't slept much at all. The wound on his finger had hurt all night. When he got up in the morning and looked at it, his entire finger was swollen like a carrot, and the ragged bandage was soaked with blood, now a dark red color that looked frightening. When Yin Bugui heard Li Dahai's voice outside, he was so startled that he jumped, not daring to make sound. He crouched by the door crack, watching Li Dahai pick up the keys, unlock the bike, and ride away. The carefree look on his face made him even angrier. That little bastard. He must be doing this on purpose. He.S. watching me make a fool of myself. What is wrong with you, Dad? Third aunt came out of the inner room holding a wash basin, and when she saw Yin Bugui holding his hand, pale-faced and in pain, she was startled. What happened to your hand? Why is there so much blood? And nothing. Yin Bugui's eyes darted, and he stammered. I got up in the night, didn't see clearly, and accidentally caught it in the door. He couldn't possibly say that he tried to steal someone else's bike and ended up getting bitten by the lock, right? That would truly leave him with no face to show. Can a little pinch be that serious? Third aunt looked skeptical and reached out to unwrap the bandage on his hand. Hey, don't touch. Yin Bugui winced in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. It's just a scratch. It's fine. It will be better in a couple of days. The more he said that, the more suspicious third aunt became. But seeing that third uncle was adamant not to say anything, she had no choice but to give up. How are you going to go to school today? Can you still write with that hand? Third aunt asked worriedly. Right? Yin Bugui glanced at his swollen index finger, and a chill ran through him. He was a teacher, and his most important job every day was to write on the blackboard and prepare lesson plans in his notebook. Now that his right index finger was in such a state, let alone writing, even holding a chopstick would be difficult. This was a disaster. Yin Bugui felt immense regret. It was truly a case of losing a chicken to catch a rice. He and T even managed to ride the bike, and ended up hurting himself instead. He could only grit his teeth and go to school. When he arrived at school, his hand wrapped in thick bandages immediately caught the attention of his colleagues and students. Teacher Yin, what happened to your hand? Oh, third uncle. Did you get into a fight with someone? Teacher, can you still write with that hand? The students, with their innocent chatter, surrounded him, asking questions nonstop. Yin Bugui's old face turned bright red. He could only repeat that clumsy lie over and over again. Caught by the door, accidentally caught by the door. The first class was Yin Bugui's math class. He walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and prepared to write on the board. But that injured finger couldn't exert any strength at all. Yin Bugui could only awkwardly pinch the chalk with his middle finger and thumb, scribbling on the blackboard. The characters he wrote looked like a ghost scrawl, and he couldn't even bear to look at it himself. The students below, seeing the teacher's comical appearance, couldn't help but laugh secretly. Ha ha, look at Teacher Yan's handwriting. It looks like a chick's claw scratching. Can he not write anymore? Though the discussions were quiet, they still reached Yin Bugui's ears. He was so angry that he almost threw the chalk on the spot. Think about it. Yin Bugui, who had taught for a lifetime and written beautiful board work for a lifetime, had never suffered such humiliation before. That afternoon was pure torment for him. After finally enduring until school was over, Yin Bugui covered his still, throbbing finger and returned home dejectedly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Li Dahai carrying a bucket of water, humming a little tune, polishing his precious bicycle. The black frame was spotless, shining under the sunlight. The sight of that bike reminded Yin Bugui of his miserable state last night, and a fire suddenly flared up in his heart. He wanted to rush over, point at Li Dahai's nose, and scold him fiercely. But when the words reached his lips, he chickened out. He had no evidence. If things got loud, it would only be him who would be embarrassed. He could only glare fiercely at Li Dahai, then dark-faced, return to his room. Chapter 77. Let Xu Damao and Shazhu bite each other like dogs. Li Dahai caught a glimpse of Yin Bugui's embarrassed state and his bandaged hand from the corner of his eye. He felt delighted but pretended to just notice, asking with concern, "Oh dear, Uncle San, what happened to your hand? It looks pretty serious." Yin Bugui's feigned concern only made him angrier. "What is it to you?" Yin Bugui shouted from inside and slammed the door shut. "Hey, this old man has quite the temper." Li Dahai smirked, secretly delighted. "Let you take advantage, let you scheme. Now, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Let us see if you dare to get any ideas about my stuff in the future." From that day on, Uncle San Yin Bugui seemed like a wilted eggplant, completely lost his spirit. He no longer approached Li Dahai's bicycle. Even when he saw Li Dahai riding by, he instinctively dodged, his eyes carrying a barely noticeable hint of fear. He finally understood. This kid Li Dahai, though he looked honest and simple, was actually full of tricks and had plenty of means. His little schemes were nothing in front of him. This person was not to be trifled with. Definitely not to be trifled with. From now on, keep your distance. Yin Bugui suffered a huge loss. His finger hurt for several days, and in class, he could only let the class representative write on the board. This incident became an unspeakable knot in his heart. His gaze towards Li Dahai shifted from initial scheming and greed to later resentment and wariness. Although the people in the courtyard didn't know exactly what happened, they sent some clues. Hey, have you noticed how Uncle San has been avoiding Dahai lately? That's right. Just a couple of days ago, he was like a son to him, practically glued to his bicycle every day. Now, it's like he sees a ghost when he sees him. He said his finger was caught by the door, but it doesn't look right to me. What door can crush a finger like that? Second aunt was picking vegetables while gossiping with the neighbors. Who knows? Maybe he tried to take advantage and ended up suffering instead. I think it looks like it. That Yin Laoshi has always loved to scheme. This time, he must have hit a brick wall. These discussions, to some extent, also reached Yin Bugui's ears. Hearing them made him even angrier. Yet he had no way to refute them and could only lock himself in the house, sulking. His little bit of teacher's pride and Uncle San's authority were completely stripped away by Li Dahai in this bicycle incident. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was completely at ease. His bicycle enjoyed the highest level of security in the courtyard from then on, not to mention anyone daring to steal it. Even a mischievous child who got too close would be slapped back by their parents. Stay away from that bike. That's your Uncle Dahai's, if you break it. We can't even afford to sell you. Li Dahai's notorious reputation became firmly established in the courtyard. Previously, people saw him as a poor orphan. Later, as a hardworking young man. Now, when they looked at him, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. This kid was capable, cunning, and clever, and had even become a director. The key was that he wasn't like Xu Damao, who was loud and obnoxious, nor like the first uncle, who loved to preach from a moral high ground. He usually kept quiet, but if you dared to provoke him, he had plenty of ways to make you regret it. Such a person was the most terrifying. Li Dahai was pleased with this outcome. This is exactly the effect he wanted. In this courtyard full of beasts, being a nice guy would only leave you with nothing but bones. Only by making them fear you and respect you could you live your life in peace. Every day, Li Dahai rode his bicycle to and from work leisurely, enjoying a comfortable life. After work, he parked the bike in the courtyard without worrying about anyone keeping an eye on it. Returning to his warm and dry little room, he closed the door, isolating himself from all disturbances in the courtyard. This feeling was simply wonderful. One day, just after Li Dahai got off work and was tidying up his room, he heard Shazhu's loud voice outside. Sister Qin, come see what good stuff I brought you." Li Dahai opened the door and saw Shazhu proudly pouring half a box of greasy braised pork from a lunchbox to hand to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu's 3 children, Bang Gong, Xiao Dang, and Huaihua, all stared wide-eyed at the meat, almost drooling, circling around Qin Huairu. "Meat? Mommy, I want to eat meat." "Slow down. There's plenty. While Qin Huairu divided the meat among the children, she flashed a gentle and grateful smile at Shazhu. "Zhuzi, you spent money again." "Oh, what is that?" Shazhu felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. "The leftovers from the factory cafeteria. If I don't take them, it's a waste. Just giving the kids some nourishment." This scene was nothing new to the people in the courtyard. Shazhu helping Qin Huairu's family had been going on for a while. Initially, everyone thought Shazhu was righteous and a good person. But since the first uncle tried to make Shazhu transfer jobs, causing a huge uproar, people's views on this matter changed a bit. Especially Xu Damao, who couldn't stand to see Shazhu being nice to Qin Huairu. Leaning against his doorframe, he spoke sarcastically, "Oh, Shazhu, helping the pretty widow again? With your salary. Can you afford to do this? You're just a cook, flipping a spoon your whole life. What great future can you have? You might as well learn from Dahai. Become a director, buy a bicycle. Now that's what makes a man." Xu Damao's words hit 2 birds with 1 stone. They not only disgusted Shazhu, but also flattered Li Dahai. He was now both jealous and a bit afraid of Li Dahai and didn't dare to provoke him directly. So he could only resort to this method of sowing discord. Hearing this, Shazhu's face turned dark immediately. "Xu Damao, what the hell are you spouting? I'm happy to do it. What is it to you? He hated being compared to Li Dahai the most. And he hated even more when others said that being a chef was a waste of his talent. What can I do about it? Xu Damao's neck stiffened. You take things from the factory home every day. That's taking advantage of public resources. It's stealing. If I report you to the factory, you won't be able to be a chef anymore. You dare. Shazhu's eyes turned red with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Qin Huairu quickly pulled him back. Zhuzi, don't stoop to his level. It's not worth getting angry over someone like him. People in the courtyard began to come out to watch the commotion. Li Dahai stood at his door, watching coldly. He knew this was a mess he shouldn't get involved in. Xu Damao and Shazhu were natural enemies. Let them fight it out, that's fine by him. Just then, the usually silent Uncle Zhonghai walked out of the house. Ever since he lost face at the factory last time, he had been quite gloomy. Looking at the tense Shazhu and Xu Damao, Zhonghai frowned. Enough, both of you, say less. He first scolded Xu Damao. Damao, we live in the same courtyard. Show some decency. Then, he turned to Shazhu, his tone filled with disappointment and frustration. Shazhu, you're not a kid anymore. Can't you achieve something? You're always revolving around women and children. What kind of person does that make you? I wanted you to learn a skill for your own good. But instead of being grateful, you make me lose face along with you. Zhonghai vented all his frustrations. As soon as he finished speaking, Shazhu became even angrier. Hey, I'm not accomplished. I made you lose face. Shazhu pointed at his own nose. Uncle, clarify your words. How did I make you lose face? Back then, it was you who thought I had no ability as a chef and worried I wouldn't be able to support you in the future. Now that things haven't worked out, you blame me instead? Is this how a master treats a disciple? The two of them argued in front of everyone in the courtyard. Uncle Yi's face turned pale with anger, unable to retort. Shazhu was also filled with grievances and rage. Qin Huairu was anxiously turning in circles, wanting to mediate but not knowing how to start. Xu Damao, on the other hand, was watching with glee, enjoying the show. Li Dahai watched this farce with no emotional response. This is a courtyard full of selfish people, putting on one melodramatic act after another. He shook his head and turned back into the house, closing the door. The arguing outside was instantly muffled. He had no interest in getting involved in such trivial matters. What he needed to consider now were more important things. His current demerit points had reached 1430. He lacked neither status nor money. Next, he needed to figure out how to leverage his advantages to pull off something bigger and earn more demerit points. His gaze fell on a document on the table. It was a draft for collecting initial opinions on the cafeteria procurement reform from the factory. The cafeteria procurement officer, Old Wang, whose full name was Wang Fuge, was a local strongman in the logistics system of the steel plant. This guy had been in the procurement position for over 10 years, with a tangled web of connections, making a fortune for himself. Who in the factory didn't he know about his shady dealings? He could swap quality pork for inferior meat and pocket the price difference. The cabbages he bought looked fresh on the outside, but were rotten inside. Even when buying a bag of salt, he could find a way to shortchange by 2 taels. The workers privately called him Wang Kidu and Wang Rotten Vegetable. Everyone complained about him and filed numerous reports to the factory office. But every time, these reports sank like stones, causing no ripples. Wang Fugue still sat firmly in his procurement position, living better than anyone else. It was said that he had a special relationship with the heads of the logistics department. Li Dahai had previously only listened to these matters as gossip and didn't pay much attention. But now it was different. He was now the head of the maintenance team, a mid-level cadre at the factory with a certain amount of clout. His next target was Wang Fugue. Li Dahai was determined. However, he also knew that someone like Wang Fugue, who was slippery and well-connected, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Reporting directly would definitely be ineffective, just like those previous reports. He needed to catch him in the act, with undeniable evidence, to ensure he had no chance to turn things around. This matter required careful planning. In the following days, Li Dahai began his secret investigation. He used his lunchtime to avoid returning to the courtyard and instead spent every day in the factory cafeteria. Unlike other workers who would grab their meals and find a place to eat, Li Dahai walked around the cafeteria with his lunchbox. He would chat with the chefs at the serving window for a while, then casually peek into the back kitchen. Shazhu saw him hanging around the cafeteria every day and thought he was displeased with him, feeling uneasy. Dahai, why are you watching us in the back kitchen every day like a supervisor? One day, Shazhu could no longer hold back and pulled Li Dahai aside, whispering, "You're not still thinking about that matter with Uncle E, are you? Want to find trouble with me?" Seeing Shazhu's nervous expression almost made Li Dahai laugh. "Brother Zhuzi, what are you thinking? I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Shazhu looked confused. "Haven't you noticed that the food in our cafeteria has been getting worse lately?" Li Dahai said seriously. "Yesterday's beef stew had more potatoes than beef, and the beef was as tough as wood shavings. The day before that, the stir-fried cabbage smelled rotten. What's the reason for this? Isn't it because there's a problem with procurement?" Upon hearing this, Shazhu instantly perked up. He had experienced this firsthand. "Exactly." He slapped his thigh, indignantly saying, "It's that Wang Fuguwei, that bastard. The vegetables he buys are all rubbish. He uses the worst pork and picks the most rotten vegetables. I've argued with him several times, but it's useless. He has powerful backing." The more Shazhu spoke, the angrier he became, gripping his spatula tightly. "Brother Zhuzi, what is the use of just being angry?" Li Dahai patiently guided him. "We need to find a way to catch him in the act and deal with him. That way, our factory's workers can eat with peace of mind. As a chef, you'll also have your reputation. Catch him in the act." Easier said than done. Shazhu deflated, shaking his head. "That old guy is as slippery as an eel. He never handles money directly and leaves no written evidence. Catching him is harder than climbing to the sky. Where there's a will, there's a way," Li Dahai said with a mysterious smile. "Brother Zhuzi, keep an eye on him from now on. Every time he delivers food, make a note of what he brings and the quality. If anything seems particularly off, let me know immediately." Shazhu looked at Li Dahai doubtful. "Dahai, do you really want to go after him?" "It's not just me. All the workers in the factory want to go after him," Li Dahai said earnestly. "I just can't stand this kind of parasite reaching into our workers' bowls." Shazhu was fired up by Li Dahai's words. "All right, Dahai, for your words, I'm in." He clapped Li Dahai's shoulder firmly. "From now on, if that Wang Fuguwei dares to fool me with rotten vegetables again, I'll be the first to tell you." After getting Shazhu, the insider in the kitchen, on board, Li Dahai's plan was already half successful. In the following days, Li Dahai communicated with Shazhu daily. Shazhu was indeed reliable, keeping a detailed record of the ingredients delivered by Wang Fuguwei in a small notebook. Today, 20 pounds of pork, all emphatic meat. Today, 50 pounds of cabbage. The outer 3 layers were good, but the inside was all rotten. Today, the vermicelli delivered was all mushy as soon as it hit the pot, definitely old and spoiled goods. As Li Dahai looked at the records in Shazhu's notebook, his frown deepened. Wang Fuguwei was truly heartless. Just having these records wasn't enough. He needed more direct evidence. He needed to find out who Wang Fuguwei's supplier was and how they divided the spoils. That noon, Li Dahai was wandering in the cafeteria again. Wang Fuguwei was whispering with a man he didn't recognize, a sharp-faced, monkey-like guy, in a corner of the cafeteria. The man handed Wang Fuguwei a thick envelope. Wang Fuguwei took it and quickly stuffed it into his pocket before the two parted ways. Li Dahai's heart raced. His intuition told him that the sharp-faced man was definitely Wang Fuguwei's supplier. That envelope probably contained kickbacks. Li Dahai remained calm and noted down the man's appearance. Then, he quietly followed him. He watched as the man rode away on a dilapidated tricycle, leaving the steel mill. Li Dahai immediately ran out of the factory gate, hopped on his bicycle, and followed at a distance. He wanted to see where this guy was coming from. The old tricycle bumped along the rough dirt road, creaking and groaning. Li Dahai rode his bicycle, keeping a distance of over 100 meters behind to ensure he wouldn't be spotted. Riding a bike was great, saving effort and fast. In this kind of tracking task, it was simply a godsend. If he had to rely on his legs, he would have lost sight of that tricycle long ago. The sharp-faced man clearly had no sense of vigilance. He pedaled the tricycle, humming an off-key tune, looking quite satisfied. The tricycle headed east, passing through several narrow alleys, and finally stopped in front of a shabby courtyard. The courtyard's entrance was dilapidated, and the walls were covered in moss. The man pushed the tricycle into the yard and then closed the big gate. Li Dahai stopped at a distance, hiding his bike behind a corner. He observed his surroundings. It seemed to be in the urban-rural fringe, with low houses and few people around. A perfect place for shady dealings. Li Dahai quietly crept to the base of the courtyard wall, trying to listen for any sounds inside. The wall was low enough that he could tiptoe and see a corner of the yard. He saw that the yard was piled high with all kinds of vegetable baskets and sacks. Several shirtless men were busy there. They were pulling out obviously wilted, yellowing vegetable leaves from the baskets and tossing them aside. Then they packed the remaining vegetables that looked somewhat acceptable into new baskets. Nearby, there was a large water tank where someone was throwing in some unknown meat to soak. The water in the tank was murky, emitting a foul smell. Lidai fronatigli. This was a black-hearted workshop. They were using this method to process vegetables and meat that were about to rot, repackaging them, and selling them at high prices to buyers like Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue then sold this garbage to the cafeteria of the steel mill, putting it on the workers' tables. Just thinking that he and the thousands of workers in the factory were eating stuff that came from such a place made Li Dahai feel nauseous. These damn beasts. They were truly rotten to the core. He suppressed his anger and continued to observe. The sharp-faced man took out a ledger from the house and was reconciling accounts with another man who looked like the leader at a stone table in the yard. They were counting while laughing, occasionally pulling out several bills from tin box. Li Dahai could hardly contain his urge to rush in and beat the scum up, then take them to the police station. But he had no law enforcement authority. Even if he caught them, he couldn't convict them. He needed to catch them in the act. It had to be the law enforcement department to make the arrest. Li Dahai quietly backed away, rode his bike, and quickly left the place of trouble. On the way back, his mind was racing. He had already grasped the chain of evidence against Wang Fugue. Shazhu had witness and material evidence records. This black-hearted workshop was the source of the crime. Now, all he needed was an opportunity, a chance to catch Wang Fugue and this workshop in one fell swoop. Back at the factory, Li Dahai found Shazhu. Brother Zhu, I found Wang Fugue's den. He briefly recounted the tracking incident to Shazhu. After hearing this, Shazhu turned green with anger and slammed his fist on the chopping board. Damn it, these scoundrels. He cursed furiously. No wonder the vegetables he delivers smell so rotten. They come from that kind of place. Dahai, let's report them right now. Get the police to arrest them all. Shazhu said excitedly. Don't be anxious. Li Dahai stopped him. Just a saying it won't work. We need to find a way to let the leaders see it with their own eyes and let the police catch them in the act. How do we do that? Shazhu was puzzled. Li Dahai leaned in and whispered his plan. As Shazhu listened, his eyes widened more and more, finally slapping his thigh with force. Brilliant! Dahai, how did you come up with this? This plan is fantastic. Brother Zhu, this matter still requires your cooperation. Absolutely. You can count on me. Shazhu patted his chest confidently. As long as we can take care of that grandson Wang Fugue, I'm willing to do anything. The two discussed and then began to take action separately. Li Dahai first found Factory Director Yang. Director Yang, the workers' meals in our factory have not been very good lately, he said with a worried expression. I've heard that many workers have been having stomach issues after eating in the cafeteria. This food safety issue is a big deal. It relates to our factory's stable production. Upon hearing this, Director Yang furrowed his brow. There's indeed such a thing. The logistics department has reported to me that it's the changing of seasons, which tend to upset stomachs. Director, I think it might not just be a seasonal issue. Li Dahai hesitated slightly. I've heard some not-so-good rumors that there might be some problems with our cafeteria's procurement process. Not finishing his sentence left Director Yang with enough room for imagination. Director Yang was shrewd and immediately picked up on Li Dahai's implication. He looked at Li Dahai, his expression sharpening. Dahai, have you heard something? Or do you have some evidence? Li Dahai was waiting for this question. He nodded and then shook his head. Director, what I'm saying now is just rumors. No concrete evidence. I'm afraid that if I speak out, it might wrongfully accuse good people. However, I do have a way to verify whether this rumor is true or not. What method? Director Yang's curiosity was fully piqued. Li Dahai then laid out his plan to lure the snake out of its hole, which he had discussed with Shazhu, to Director Yang. Director Yang fell silent for a moment after listening, then slammed the table heavily. All right, we'll do it your way. A hint of anger appeared on his face. I want to see who dares to pull these tricks right under my nose. You are fully responsible for this matter. If you need any department's cooperation, just tell me directly. I will give you my full support. With the director's approval, Li Dahai felt a sense of reassurance. The plan was set for 3 days later. According to the information provided by Shazhu, that day was the weekly large transaction and payment day for Wang Fugue and that sharp-nosed supplier. During these 3 days, both Li Dahai and Shazhu were secretly preparing. Shazhu intentionally spread the word that the factory was going to hold a large model worker recognition event soon, requiring the cafeteria to prepare a banquet for several hundred people in advance. The banquet had high standards, needing a large quantity of fresh meat, fresh fish, and various seasonal vegetables. He even took a fake menu to Wang Fugue. "Oh Wang, look, this is the menu personally set by Director Yang." Shazhu slapped the menu in front of Wang Fugue. Dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed base, and white-cut chicken have high requirements for ingredients. "You have to give me some good stuff this time. Don't try to fool me with those rotten leaves again. If this messes up, and Director Yang blames us, we'll both be in trouble." Wang Fugue stared at the fancy menu, his eyes wide. What a huge purchase. The profit here is significant. His mind was racing with calculations. He eagerly promised Shazhu that he would definitely bring the freshest ingredients this time. That afternoon, he secretly slipped out of the factory to the unscrupulous workshop to coordinate the goods with the supplier. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was also busy. He first gave a detailed report to Director Yang, confirming all the details for the day of action. Then, under the pretense of the repair team needing to urgently procure a batch of parts, he applied for the use of a small truck from the factory. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. 3 days later, on a gloomy morning, the sky was filled with dark clouds, indicating that a heavy rain was about to arrive. A dilapidated tricycle and a small truck almost arrived simultaneously at the back door of the steel mill. The man driving the tricycle was the sharp-nosed supplier. The tricycle was piled high with various vegetable baskets, covered with an oilcloth, obscuring the contents. The small truck was driven by his accomplice. The truck bed was also filled with goods. They parked the vehicles in the unloading area of the cafeteria's kitchen. Wang Fugue had been waiting there, rubbing his hands together, visibly excited. "Old Liu, did you bring everything?" Wang Fugue smiled obsequiously at the sharp-nosed man. "Don't worry, Brother Wang. Everything you asked for is here. I guarantee it's all top quality." Saying this, he lifted the oilcloth off the tricycle. Inside the vegetable baskets were some fish and meat that appeared somewhat fresh. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the fish's eyes were cloudy and the meat was slightly discolored. This was far from top quality. It was clearly soon-to-expire garbage. Wang Fugue, however, seemed oblivious, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Hurry up and unload." Just as they began to move the goods, a black Volga sedan quietly stopped around the corner nearby. Inside the car were Director Yang and the head of the logistics department. Their faces were dark, almost dripping with anger. Next to them was the small truck that Li Dahai had requested. Li Dahai sat in the driver's seat, calmly observing the unloading area with binoculars. "Director, you see everything, right?" Li Dahai put down the binoculars and spoke into the walkie-talkie he had borrowed from the repair team's warehouse. Director Yang didn't reply, only grunted heavily through his nose. He was so angry that he could hardly speak. This time, he saw with his own eyes how Wang Fugue colluded with the supplier to bring those garbage goods into the cafeteria of their steel mill disguised as quality products. After inspecting the goods, the man named Old Liu skillfully stuffed a thick envelope into Wang Fugue's pocket. Caught red-handed. The evidence is conclusive. Action. Director Yang squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Li Dahai stepped on the gas, and the small truck roared forward like a fierce tiger, directly blocking the cafeteria's back door. At the same time, more than a dozen security personnel who had been lying in wait around the area rushed out from all directions. "Don't move. Stay put. We are the factory security department. You are surrounded." This sudden turn of events left Wang Fugue and the unloading workers dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, dropping the vegetable baskets, with rotten fish and stinky meat spilling everywhere. Wang Fugue's legs had already gone weak with fear. After just a couple of steps, he fell to the ground. Director Yang and the head of logistics, with dark expressions, got out of the Volga sedan. Director Yang approached Wang Fugue, looking down at him with disgust and anger. "Wang Fugue, what do you have to say for yourself?" Wang Fugue trembled his lips, unable to utter a word. Director Yang pointed at the rotten fish and meat on the ground, exclaiming, "Is this the feast you prepared for the model workers? You intended to feed thousands of workers in our factory this trash? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Chapter 81. Uncle's retirement plan is completely ruined. Director Yang's voice grew louder and more severe with each word. Wang Fugue slumped on the ground like a pile of mud. Meanwhile, the sharp-nosed old Liu and his accomplices had also been subdued by the security personnel. Li Dahai got out of the truck and walked over to Director Yang. Seeing Wang Fugue's pathetic state, he felt a wave of satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the kitchen door of the cafeteria, where Shazhu leaned against the doorframe, smoking a cigarette, looking quite pleased with the unfolding scene. When he noticed Li Dahai looking over, he raised his eyebrows in triumph. The two exchanged smiles, their unspoken understanding evident. Wang Fugue was dragged away by the security personnel like a dead dog, and the sharp-nosed old Liu and his accomplices were also taken to the police station. The grand drama concluded before the factory workers arrived for their shifts. Director Yang approached Li Dahai, his face still grim, but with a hint of approval in his eyes. He patted Li Dahai heavily on the shoulder. "Dahai, you did a good job this time. You have uncovered a big parasite for the factory and for our thousands of workers. You have made a great contribution." The head of logistics quickly joined in, praising Li Dahai for his bravery and wisdom, calling him a model young cadre. Li Dahai just smiled humbly, saying it was nothing special. He understood that accomplishing this would increase his weight in the director's eyes, something far more substantial than any bonus. The matter was handled swiftly. That morning, the factory issued a notice announcing the disciplinary action against Wang Fugue, dismissal from the factory and transfer to the public security authorities for handling. As soon as the news broke, the entire steel mill erupted in excitement. "Did you hear? Wang Fugue from the cafeteria was arrested. My God, is that true? That scoundrel finally got what he deserved. It serves him right. Making us eat rotten vegetable leaves every day. I've been having diarrhea every day because of him." I heard it was the new repair team director, Li, who reported him. They caught him red-handed on the spot. "Directoli, is it that Li Dahai who repairs toilets? Oh, this young man is really impressive. He has guts." For a time, Li Dahai's name almost became synonymous with hero among all the workers in the factory. The way everyone looked at him, aside from the previous envy and awe, there was now a hint of genuine gratitude and respect. During lunchtime, the quality of the dishes in the canteen visibly improved. The braised pork was made with real pork belly, greasy and fragrant. The stir-fried cabbage was also crisp and refreshing, no longer having that sour taste. The workers, enjoying their delicious meals, couldn't stop praising Li Dahai. Director Li is indeed formidable. He managed to take care of Wang Kiku in one go. We can finally eat our meals in peace from now on. Shazhu was in the kitchen, sweating profusely, but he wore an unprecedented smile on his face. Without Wang Fugue as a stumbling block, this chef could finally show his skills. He felt both admiration and gratitude towards Li Dahai. This kid, though sometimes looking quite unremarkable when it comes to handling serious matters, he is really impressive. The news quickly spread in the courtyard. Xu Damao, upon hearing it, felt a mix of bitterness and discomfort. Just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He said this, but deep down, his wariness towards Li Dahai grew even stronger. This kid not only managed to deal with the old and young in the courtyard, but also took care of the big parasites in the factory. His methods are not ordinary. Uncle Zhonghai heard the news and locked himself in his room, smoking in silence for half a day. He had completely understood. Li Dahai was no longer someone he could control. Not only had he gained strength, but he had also developed sharp claws. His retirement plan was now completely hopeless. All he wished for now was that Li Dahai wouldn't trouble him anymore, and he would be grateful for that. At this moment, Li Dahai was sitting in his room, happily listening to the system notification sound his mind. Ding! The host has successfully planned and implemented the plan to draw the snake out of its hole, completely dismantling the corruption chain in the canteen procurement, causing the main culprit Wang Fugue to lose his reputation and the accomplices to be caught, bringing great relief to the public. Depraved behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 depraved points. Current depraved points, 1,730. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Special skill weakness insight, beginner. Weakness insight. Beginner: the host can consume a small amount of mental energy to scan the target, with a certain probability of discovering their weaknesses in personality, behavior, or interpersonal relationships. Li Dahai's eyes instantly lit up. He had a new skill, weakness insight. This was simply a tailor-made tool for causing trouble. In the future, if he wanted to deal with someone, he could first use this skill to scan and find their soft spot, then strike accordingly. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? However, Li Dahai did not let joy cloud his judgment. He knew that although he was riding high now, he had also become the target. There would definitely be people in the factory who were envious, and there would certainly be jealousy in the courtyard. The more it was this time, the more he had to keep a low profile and be cautious. In the following days, Li Dahai indeed became much more low-key. He arrived at work on time every day, was polite to everyone in the factory, and always greeted his neighbors with a smile in the courtyard. His honest and simple demeanor made it impossible for people to associate him with the heroic figure who decisively took down the big parasite. But peaceful days are always short-lived. One day, as Li Dahai walked into the maintenance workshop, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Recently, there had been a production problem in the factory. The scrap rate of a key process had been unacceptably high. This issue seriously affected production efficiency and costs, and factory manager Yang had personally inquired several times. The factory had organized a technical task force, led by several of the most experienced senior engineers from the technical department, but after several weeks, there was still no progress. Today, the factory held another technical meeting, and the entire workshop was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As the head of the maintenance team, Li Dahai had long heard about this issue. During his equipment inspections, he had secretly studied the problem, using his advanced skills as a fitter and the structural optimization analysis ability provided by the system. He had long identified the crux of the issue. In fact, the problem was minor. It was just a very inconspicuous transmission gear set that had a slight design flaw. This flaw caused the gears to wear out particularly quickly, and over time, the precision decreased, naturally leading to a higher scrap rate. Li Dahai was clear about the solution in his mind, but he knew he couldn't just say it directly. The senior engineers in the technical department were all high and mighty, prideful of their expertise. If a young maintenance worker like him directly told them there was a problem with their design, wouldn't that be a public slap in the face? Whether the problem would be solved or not was another matter, but he would definitely be ostracized. Li Dahai was not going to do such a thankless task. He wanted to wait for an opportunity, one that could solve the problem and also take the chance to undermine the authority of those old guys. The opportunity soon arrived. After the technical meeting concluded with no results, factory manager Yang got angry and announced on the spot that the factory was soliciting solutions from everyone. Whoever could come up with a practical solution to solve this long-standing problem would be heavily rewarded. This stirred the entire factory. The few senior engineers in the technical department were determined to regain their face, burying themselves in piles of drawings. Li Dahai knew the opportunity had come. Back in his office, he closed the door, took out a few old blueprints, and began to doodle. To outsiders, it seemed like he, as the head of the maintenance team, was exhausting himself to solve the factory's problem. But in reality, with the system's assistance, Li Dahai was gradually drawing out the perfect solution from his mind. He specifically emphasized the concept of small changes, big effects in his plan. This could lower the psychological defenses of those senior engineers, preventing them from feeling that their design was completely denied at first glance. He also intentionally made the core technical point in the proposal somewhat obscure and difficult to understand. This way, when explaining the proposal later, he could firmly grasp the initiative. With everything prepared, Li Dahai took his proposal and knocked on the workshop director's door. The workshop director looked at Li Dahai's proposal, still half in doubt. "Li, your idea seems a bit too bold, doesn't it? This is something that the experts in the technical department couldn't figure out." "Director, this is just an immature idea," Li Dahai said humbly with a smile, treating it as providing a different perspective for the experts to consider. Who knows, maybe a blind cat could stumble upon a dead mouse? The workshop director looked at Li Dahai's sincere expression, recalled his recent significant contribution, and finally bit the bullet. "All right, let us treat this dead horse as a living one. I'll submit your proposal." Soon, Li Dahai's proposal was placed on the table at the technical review meeting alongside those of the senior engineers from the technical department. The review meeting was chaired by Factory Manager Yang, with all engineers from the technical department and several technical backbones from the workshops in attendance. First, the proposals from the senior engineers were reviewed. Their proposals were largely similar, primarily consisting of minor adjustments to the existing equipment, such as enhanced lubrication and replacing wear-resistant materials, all of which were just temporary fixes. Factory Manager Yang frowned as he listened. Finally, the workshop director presented Li Dahai's proposal. Director Yang and esteemed experts. This is a small suggestion put forward by our maintenance team member Li Dahai, which everyone can take a look at. As soon as the engineers from the technical department heard that the proposal came from the maintenance team, they all showed a hint of skepticism on their faces. A maintenance worker, what do they know about design? When they saw that the proposal was signed by Li Dahai, their expressions became even more peculiar. It's this Li Dahai again. Not long ago, he just stole the spotlight in the canteen procurement, and now he wants to meddle in the technical department? This kid has quite an ambition. One engineer, named Wang, who is the most senior in the technical department and one of the leaders of this technical breakthrough, usually holds himself in high regard and looks down on young people like Li Dahai, who rise through clever tricks. Wang picked up Li Dahai's proposal and glanced at it roughly, then scoffed. Absurd. He tossed the proposal onto the table with a not-so-loud but contemptuous sound. A young punk who hasn't even grasped the basics of the transmission principle dares to criticize our design here? It's simply ridiculous. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the conference room became somewhat awkward. Director Yang glanced at Wang, his brows furrowing deeper. Wang, if you have any objections, we could discuss them openly. Director, it's not that I have an objection to him. Wang adjusted his glasses and pointed at Li Dahai's proposal, speaking earnestly. This proposal fundamentally denies our original design approach. It wants to replace the entire transmission gear set. How significant is this change? What will the cost be? If it fails, who will take responsibility? Several other engineers chimed in. Yes, Wang is right. This proposal is too risky. What does a maintenance worker know about design? It's better if he doesn't meddle. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Li Dahai walked in. The workshop director sent for him to be ready to explain the proposal at any time. As soon as Li Dahai entered, he sensed the low pressure in the conference room directed at him. He sneered inwardly. It seems these old folks shed tears until they see the coffin. Li Dahai wore a naive smile, nodded at everyone in the conference room, and appeared humble as a junior. Director Yang, esteemed masters, I'm here. Director Yang pointed at him. Dahai, you arrived just in time. Wang and the others have raised some questions about your proposal. Please explain. Li Dahai stepped forward and picked up his proposal drawings. First, he respectfully bowed to Wang and the other masters. Wang, esteemed masters, you are all my seniors, and in terms of technology, I am just a primary school student. I propose this plan without any intention of challenging your authority. It's just a thought I've been pondering, and I would like to seek your guidance. His words were flawless, and his attitude was extremely humble, leaving no room for Wang to vent his prepared anger. You can't just lash out at someone who claims to be a primary school student, right? That would show a lack of grace. Wang could only grunt from his nose, his expression softening slightly. Since you're asking for advice, then let me ask you this. Wang pointed at the core part of the drawing. You said that our original design has interference in gear meshing, which will lead to stress concentration and accelerate wear. What is your basis for that? The basis is this. Li Dahai took out 2 items from his bag. One was a gear designed according to the original drawing, and the other was a modified gear he had secretly processed. The 2 gears, one large and one small, were both brand new. Esteemed masters, please take a look. Chapter 83. The shift in public opinion. Li Dahai placed the 2 gears on a simple testing platform, which he had also made himself. He first turned the original gear set. Everyone could clearly see that at a specific angle of gear meshing, there was indeed a very slight jamming. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice it at all. But it was this tiny jamming that led to abnormal wear of the gears. Next, Li Dahai replaced it with the improved gear set. He turned it again. This time, the gears turned incredibly smoothly, flowing like water, with no sense of obstruction at all. Esteemed masters, this small modification changed the pressure angle of the gears. Although it's just a minor adjustment, it fundamentally solves the problem of stress concentration. Li Dahai explained without being humble or arrogant. The conference room fell silent instantly. All the engineers leaned in closely, staring intently at the two gears. They were all experts and immediately saw the trick. Liu Dahai was right. The problem indeed lay here. Despite having spent several weeks on this, they hadn't discovered such a deeply hidden detail, and this young man had seen through it at a glance. Wang's face alternated between red and white, feeling a burning sensation. Doesn't this mean that he, a senior engineer, is even worse than a maintenance worker? Even if what you say is correct. Wang stubbornly maintained his pride, saying defiantly, "How can you guarantee that your new design can withstand high-intensity production loads? You're just talking theory." "Wang, I have considered this issue as well." Liu Dahai seemed to have anticipated his question. He pulled out another sheet of paper from under the drawings. It was densely filled with various data and formulas. "This is my mechanical model analysis and material strength calculation." Liu Dahai pointed to the paper based on the calculation results. "My newly designed gear set is 15 higher in strength and wear resistance than the original design. Moreover, due to simpler processing techniques, the manufacturing cost per gear can actually be reduced by 5. Overall, this modification not only can completely solve the scrap rate problem, but in the long run, can save the factory a substantial amount in maintenance and replacement parts costs." Liu Dahai's voice was not loud, but every word struck like a heavy hammer on Wang and the others' hearts. There was theory, there were physical items, and there were data. This proposal was simply impeccable. Wang was utterly speechless, his mouth agape, his face turning the color of a liver. He felt that the professional authority he had built over decades had been shattered by this young man in an instant. Director Yang looked at Wang's defeated expression, feeling secretly pleased. He had long been displeased with these old hands in the technical department. Each one relied on their bit of technology to form cliques, excluding others and being unprogressive. Now, a young person had given them a lesson. Let us see how they continue to rely on their seniority. Ahem. Director Yang cleared his throat, breaking the silence of the conference room. "I think Comrade Dahai's proposal is very well thought out. It has theory and practice. I think it's feasible." He surveyed everyone in the conference room. "Does anyone have any differing opinions?" A silence fell. Those engineers who had just been following Wang's lead were now all lowering their heads like quails, not daring to make sound. Since no one has any objections, then it's settled. Director Yang slapped the table, making the final decision. Liu Dahai's proposal will get a pilot opportunity. We will first implement the modifications on production line number 2. Wang, your technical department must fully cooperate with Comrade Liu Dahai's work. Any technical support needed must be provided unconditionally. I'm putting this on record. If anyone dares to trip him up or hold him back, don't blame me, Yang, for being ungracious. Director Yang's words were clearly directed at Wang. Wang's face was already beyond embarrassment. He could only squeeze out a few words through his teeth. He was the factory director. He hated Liu Dahai to the core. "Just wait and see, kid. I don't believe you can really accomplish anything. Just wait to see me laugh at you." After the meeting, Liu Dahai became the focus of everyone's attention. The workshop director excitedly patted him on the shoulder, repeatedly saying, "Good job, kid. You've really brought honor to our workshop." Meanwhile, Wang Gong and his group left in a huff, not even glancing at Liu Dahai. In the following days, Liu Dahai became the busiest person in the maintenance workshop. During the day, he handled the daily work of the maintenance team, and at night and on weekends, he immersed himself in the number 2 production line. Although Director Yang from the technical department was pressuring them, Wang Gong and his group still put on a facade of compliance while secretly obstructing him. When Liu Dahai applied to use a few precision machining machines, they made excuses, saying the machines were busy and had no time. When he asked for key material data, they claimed they couldn't find it or gave him ambiguous information. It was clear they wanted to watch him fail. Liu Dahai was fully aware of their intentions, but didn't argue. He had long anticipated it would be this way and never counted on these people. Ordinary machining could be done by a few trusted colleagues in the maintenance team. For the core gear components, he simply took matters into his own hands. Liu Dahai made an excuse to stay late, remaining alone in the workshop. Under the guidance of the system, he personally operated the machines. Every angle and every dimension was controlled with precision. The parts processed by him had a higher accuracy than those produced by the old masters in the technical department using the best machines. He also specially invited a few trustworthy colleagues to help during the modifications. "Brother Wang, come help me out here. Master Liu, you have enough experience. Can you check if this part is installed correctly? By doing this, he not only genuinely needed the extra hands, but also aimed to involve more people, allowing them to feel the importance of this technological revolution. This way, even if Wang Gong and his group wanted to mock him behind his back, the workers wouldn't believe it. Everyone saw with their own eyes how tirelessly Li Dahai was working. After a few days, Li Dahai had lost weight. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His colleagues noticed and felt for him. This kid is really sincere. He is sacrificing everything for the factory. Indeed, those in the technical department were not helpful at all, just talking without providing any assistance. The public opinion had completely tilted in Li Dahai's favor. Wang Gong and his group heard these rumors and were furious, cursing but feeling helpless. Chapter 84. This is a true technical talent, a real advanced example. Finally, on an afternoon 3 days later, the renovation of the number 2 production line was completed. Li Dahai carefully inspected every component and conducted a preliminary debugging of the entire production line. Everything was normal. He let out a long sigh of relief and said to the workshop director, who had been with him, "Director, it's ready. Let's prepare for formal operation." The next morning, news of the number 2 production line's pilot operation spread throughout the factory. Factory leaders, engineers from the technical department, and workers from various workshops surrounded the small No. 2 production line in layers. Everyone wanted to see for themselves if this rumored renovation plan had any effect. Director Yang personally attended, standing at the front. Wang Gong and his cronies stood not far away, wearing faintly mocking smiles. They were just waiting to see Li Dahai make a fool of himself. "Let's start." With a command from Director Yang, Li Dahai stepped forward and personally pressed the start button. The roar of the machine started, and the renovated No. 2 production line began to operate slowly. Everyone's eyes were glued to the waste bin at the end of the production line and the blackboard used to record data. At the beginning of the operation, everything seemed no different from before. The production speed seemed to be slightly faster, but it was not obvious. In the first hour, the waste rate data came out. It was slightly lower than before, but the reduction was very limited. "Tisich," Wang Gong let out a disdainful sneer from his nose. "Is this the effect? I thought it had great capabilities. After all this, it's just a lot of noise with little rain. What a waste of time and energy." The engineers around him quietly echoed, "Right? It would have been better not to renovate at all. Young people are just too ambitious and not grounded." Although their voices were low, most people present heard them. The workshop director's expression turned a bit ugly as he nervously watched Li Dahai. However, Li Dahai remained calm, as if he was not surprised by the outcome at all. He simply stood quietly, watching the production line continue to operate. The second hour passed. The data was counted again. The waste rate dropped again, albeit still not significantly, but it was indeed continuing to decrease. Wang Gong still wore a mocking smile on his face. He thought this was just the initial benefit of the new equipment. As time went on and wear increased, the waste rate would definitely rebound. However, as time ticked by, a miracle happened. When the production line had been running continuously for 3 hours, a worker responsible for recording data suddenly let out a cry of disbelief. "Oh my God!" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. They saw that the waste rate on the blackboard had plummeted from the previous tens of percent to below 2%. Moreover, this figure continued to drop steadily. How is this possible? Wang Gong's smile instantly froze on his face. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But the number on the blackboard was clear and unmistakable. Not only that, everyone also noticed that the noise produced by the renovated equipment was much lower than before. The machines operated exceptionally smoothly, efficiently, and powerfully. This was no mere renovation. It was a complete transformation. Good. Excellent. Seeing the real-time data, Director Yang could no longer contain his excitement and erupted into cheers on the spot. He quickly walked to the side of the production line, watching as one qualified product after another was produced, his face beaming with joy. "We succeeded. We did it." The surrounding workers also burst into thunderous applause and cheers. They had suffered enough from the waste rate issue. Now, the problem was finally resolved. Everyone's attention was focused on Li Dahai, their eyes filled with admiration, respect, and gratitude. Wang Gong and his cronies were completely dumbfounded. The color drained from their faces, turning pale. Wang Gong, in disbelief, rushed to the equipment, put on gloves, and reached out to touch the transmission box that was running at high speed. It felt only a slight vibration and warmth. Previously, this spot was scalding hot and vibrating as if it would fall apart. In the face of undeniable facts, all doubts and ridicule turned into a huge joke. Just as Wang Gong was in a daze, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Li Dahai's mind. Ding! The host successfully achieved a technological innovation, overwhelmingly proving and humiliating the senior engineering team led by Wang Gong, rendering their technical authority and face completely non-existent. Malicious behavior rating level. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 200 points of malicious value. Current malicious value, 1,930 points. Director Yang walked over excitedly, grabbed Li Dahai's hand, and shook it vigorously. Dahai, well done. You are truly the treasure of our factory. You have made great contributions to the factory, he announced loudly in front of everyone. I have decided to immediately promote Comrade Li Dahai's transformation plan to all relevant production lines. Additionally, the factory will award Comrade Li Dahai a significant bonus, a bonus of 500 yuan. He will also be granted the honorary title of Technical Innovation Model. A commendation will be issued to the entire factory. When a number 500 yuan was announced, gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. In those days, an ordinary worker's monthly salary was only about 30 to 40 yuan. 500 yuan was equivalent to a year's income for a worker without food or drink. This prize was indeed substantial. The workers looked at Li Dahai with even more fervent admiration. There was envy and jealousy, but more than anything, there was respect. He earned the money through his true abilities, and no one could say a word against it. When Engineer Wang heard about the reward, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, almost fainting on the spot. He felt as if someone had slapped his face with a shoe sole dozens of times. Swollen and painful. Before today, he had been a respected technical authority in the factory. But from today on, he would become the laughingstock of the whole factory. Amidst applause and praise, Li Dahai remained exceptionally humble. He scratched his head and said with a simple smile, "Director, this is the result of everyone's joint efforts. I couldn't have done so much alone. Without the support of the workshop director and the help of my colleagues, my plan would just be a piece of scrap paper." Upon hearing this, the workshop director and those who had helped him all showed moved smiles. Look at his awareness. He is not arrogant or greedy for credit. This is a true technical talent, a genuine advanced model. Chapter 85. I can fix it to look as good as new in less than 3 days. Director Yang looked at Li Dahai with even more satisfaction. He has the ability and does not seek credit. Such a young person has unlimited potential. After the celebration meeting, Engineer Wang and the others had long since slipped away, not knowing when. They probably would not have the face to hold their heads high in the factory again. This incident also served as a wake-up call for those old-timers in the factory who like to rely on their seniority and disobey management. If even Engineer Wang from the technical department had fallen, how could these small fry dare to challenge someone like Li Dahai? That would be like asking the old man to hang himself, seeking a long life. The 500 yuan bonus was quickly distributed. Li Dahai took the thick wad of cash to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of good food, and also got several yards of good cloth to make himself 2 decent new outfits. The standard of living was visibly rising at a rapid pace. Naturally, the people in the courtyard quickly learned that Li Dahai had made a great achievement in the factory and won a big prize. The entire courtyard was once again shocked. My God, a bonus of 500 yuan. Dahai is about to get rich. Indeed, he is now a technical model and a favored person in the factory. This kid is becoming more and more incomprehensible. Xu Damao hid in the house, his eyes red with jealousy. Jia Zhang and Bangung looked at the various new items at Li Dahai's doorstep, feeling both sour and hateful. But now they really didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. This Li Dahai is too formidable. They cannot afford to provoke him. Li Dahai's life was becoming increasingly comfortable. But new problems also arose. He was now the head of the maintenance team, managing a dozen people. Most of the workers were convinced of his leadership. However, there were always 1 or 2 troublemakers who did not take this young leader seriously. One of them was Old Li. Old Li was a veteran worker in the factory, having worked in the maintenance team for nearly 20 years, with more seniority than anyone else. He relied on his long experience and often acted arrogantly, treating everyone with disdain. After Li Dahai became the director, old Li appeared to behave, but behind the scenes, he often spoke ill of Li Dahai. A young kid doesn't know anything about maintenance. He just got lucky and won the director's favor. What's so great about that? Let him command me? He's still too young. He often slacked off at work, delaying tasks assigned to him and doing them carelessly. Li Dahai knew in his heart that if this troublemaker was not dealt with promptly, he would spoil the whole team like a piece of rotten fruit. Over time, it would seriously affect the morale and work efficiency of the entire maintenance team. However, he did not want to directly use his authority as a director to suppress him. That approach was too blunt and could easily lead to a reputation for being narrow-minded and suppressing veteran workers. Dealing with this old dog required some strategy. He needed to let old Li make a mistake himself, preferably one that would leave him speechless in front of everyone. Only then could he be tamed, and it would also serve as a warning to others with ulterior motives. Li Dahai began to observe old Li discreetly, looking for the right opportunity. He activated his weakness insight skill. A faint light flashed, and old Li's information appeared in his mind. Name: Li Fuge, old Li. Weakness 1. Overly self-assured due to extensive experience, stubborn and self-willed, does not trust blueprints, only believes in his old experience. Often makes assumptions during operations. Weakness 2. Careless and inattentive, especially in details he deems unimportant. Weakness 3. Concerned about face. Unwilling to admit mistakes publicly even when aware of them. Seeing these weaknesses, Li Dahai smiled. This was simply a tailor-made target for him. The opportunity soon came. The factory had a batch of old machine tools that had become almost scrap metal due to years of neglect, and the workshop requested a major overhaul. This task was technically challenging with complicated processes and was especially prone to errors. It was a thankless job, and no one in the maintenance team wanted to take it on. That day, Li Dahai held a pre-shift meeting for the maintenance team. In front of all the workers, he presented the overhaul plan. Comrades, the workshop has entrusted us with a daunting task. Li Dahai's gaze swept across the faces of everyone, finally landing on old Li. This batch of old machine tools is complex and has many issues. Young comrades might lack the experience to handle it. Therefore, after much consideration, I have decided to assign this heavy responsibility to our team's most experienced and technically skilled master. He paused, his voice suddenly rising. Old Li, leaning against the wall and dozing off, lazily lifted his eyelids upon hearing Li Dahai call him. What is it? This task will be led by you. Li Dahai handed the plan to him, wearing a trusting and respectful smile. I believe that with your decades of maintenance experience, this small problem will surely be a piece of cake for you. If this task is done well, I will personally go to the director to commend you. Li Dahai's words were grand and formal. Heavy responsibility, extensive experience, and commendation. He piled one high hat after another on old Li's head as if they were free. The surrounding workers looked at old Li with a mix of envy and admiration. Master Li is impressive. Even the director values him so much. Only Master Li can handle this job. Old Li was now in a tough spot, feeling the heat of the pressure. Deep down, he was 100% unwilling to take on this hot potato. He knew better than anyone how difficult this task was. If he messed it up, he would lose a lot of face. Now Li Dahai is lifting him up so high in front of everyone. If he says no, wouldn't that mean he admits he is not capable? Where'd he put his old face? It's just a few broken machines. Old Li can't let go of his pride, so he can only grit his teeth and take the project proposal. Just wait and see. I'll fix it up like new in less than 3 days. He was boasting outwardly, but inwardly he was anxious, secretly cursing Li Dahai for being unreasonable and deliberately making things difficult for him. Good. With Master Li's word, I feel at ease. Li Dahai nodded in satisfaction. Then, seemingly casually, he added, by the way, Master Li, the blueprints for this batch of machines have long been lost. However, I heard from the old-timers that the way to dismantle the main bearing is a bit special. It seems you have to loosen the fixed bolts nearby first, and then use reverse torque to push the bearing out. I can't remember the specifics, but you have enough experience, you definitely understand better than I do. Li Dahai's words were ambiguous, 7 parts true and 3 parts false. He knew that with old Li's stubborn personality, he would not take his words seriously. Sure enough, Old Li only snorted through his nose and didn't take it to heart at all. What a joke. I've repaired machines my whole life. Why would I need a young punk like you to teach me? Li Dahai added, the tools you need for the repair are all in the tool room. Just go get them yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. In the instant he turned, a barely noticeable cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already gone to the tool room in advance and carelessly hidden the special wrench needed to dismantle that unique bearing in an inconspicuous corner. And that spot just happened to hold a regular wrench of similar size, but completely different structure. With Old Li's carelessness, he would most likely grab the wrong one. Old Li took on the task and called 2 young apprentices to the machine repair shop, cursing as he went. Damn it, throwing this broken job at me while they take it easy. Just wait until I fix it, I'll slap him in the face. While complaining, he began to dismantle the machine. Relying on his years of experience, the initial disassembly went relatively smoothly. Soon, he reached the critical part, the main bearing. His apprentice reminded him, Master, didn't Director Li say that this bearing needs to be removed with reverse torque? Nonsense. Old Li glared, what do you know? I repaired this machine 20 years ago. It's just a regular right-hand thread. That kid just wants to see me make a fool of myself. He completely disregarded Li Dahai's words and operated according to his own old experience. Then, he had his apprentice go to the tool room to get the wrench. The apprentice quickly returned with the wrong wrench that Li Dahai had prepared in advance. Master, this is what I found. Old Li took it, glanced at it, and felt something was off, but he was too lazy to send the apprentice back again. It'll all have to do. It's close enough. He muttered and put the wrench on. At that moment, Li Dahai was pretending to patrol other equipment nearby. He could clearly see all of Old Li's movements out of the corner of his eye. That old fool, his time has come. Old Li and his 2 apprentices used all their strength to hammer and pry at that bearing. Because the method and tools were wrong. The bearing not only didn't come off, but became jammed even tighter. Worse still, in a very subtle place. An important positioning pin was accidentally bent due to uneven force. This deviation was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. But with the system's assistance, Li Dahai could see it clearly. This bent positioning pin was the last straw that would break the camel's back. It would lead to a fatal deviation in the subsequent assembly. After a busy afternoon, Old Li was covered in sweat and dirt, but finally managed to dismantle the machine into pieces. Although he felt something was off, he was confident in his experience and thought it was no big deal. All right, that's enough for today. I'll come back tomorrow to assemble it. He wiped the grease off his hands, feeling quite proud. Li Dahai watched him leave, coldly smiling. Tomorrow? Tomorrow will be your doom. Early the next morning, Old Li arrived at the machine repair shop with his 2 apprentices. He was humming a tune, looking in good spirits. The hardest disassembly work was already done. The remaining assembly was a piece of cake. He aimed to fix the machine as quickly as possible, then show off in front of Li Dahai to let him know who the real boss of the repair team was. Other workers in the repair team also came over one after another to watch the excitement. Everyone wanted to see if Old Li was really as impressive as he boasted. Li Dahai also pretended to be very concerned, walking over with his hands behind his back. Master Li, how is it going? Is it going smoothly? Oomph. A piece of cake. Old Li glanced at him and said proudly, this afternoon, I'll guarantee you'll see a brand new machine. That is good, that is good. Li Dahai nodded with a smile. The assembly work began. Old Li directed his 2 apprentices, busily working away. Due to the positioning pin being bent the previous day, the entire assembly process had a slight deviation. Although Old Li felt that some screws were particularly difficult to tighten, his carelessness kicked in again, and eager to achieve results. He didn't think deeply. He just assumed the old parts were rusty and forcibly tightened the screws with a large wrench. His rough handling made the existing deviation even worse. The surrounding workers weren't professionals, so they naturally couldn't see anything amiss. Only Li Dahai stood aside, clearly understanding the situation. He watched as Old Li stepped right onto the mines he had personally buried, feeling coldly amused. After a whole day of busy work, as the end of the shift approached, the machine was finally assembled. From the outside, it really looked the part, polished to a shine, just like new. Old Li put his hands on his hips, looking at his masterpiece, full of pride and satisfaction. He cleared his throat and shouted to the onlookers, everyone, pay attention. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. He deliberately glanced at Li Dahai, his eyes filled with provocation. "Director, come over and inspect it." Li Dahai walked over, pretending to examine it. "Not bad, not bad. Old Li, your skills are truly impressive." He patted Old Li on the shoulder, looking approvingly, and said, "You've worked hard. Let us power it on and test it, so everyone can have a look." "All right." Old Li, flattered, walked over to the control panel, confidently pressing the start button in front of the crowd of workers. Buzz. The machine started running. Initially, everything was normal. Old Li's smile became even brighter. He even provocatively raised his chin at Li Dahai. "Look, kid, are you impressed?" However, his pride didn't last long. The machine ran for less than a minute. Suddenly, a harsh, screeching metallic friction sound came from inside the machine. Following that, the entire machine began to shake violently, as if it had epilepsy. Bang! A loud crash. A wisp of blue smoke billowed out from the machine's seams. The entire machine instantly went on strike. It was dead silent. Everyone present was dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. Just a second ago, the machine tool was imposing and powerful, and the next second, it turned into a pile of smoking scrap metal. Chapter 87. The portable space must be acquired. What on earth is going on? Old Li's smile froze instantly, turning into a look that was worse than crying. His face turned pale with fear, and he trembled all over. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" he shouted incoherently. At that moment, the workshop director and several engineers from the technical department happened to be inspecting the area and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They frowned upon seeing the disastrous scene. "Li Fugi, did you repair this?" The workshop director asked sternly, his face dark. I. Old Li was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Li Dahai stepped forward, his face pale, looking heartbroken. He picked up the tools and quickly opened the machine's outer casing. The sight inside made everyone gasp in shock. A crucial drive gear had shattered into several pieces. The bearing next to it was glowing red from the immense friction and was completely ruined. "Old Li." Li Dahai pointed at the broken positioning pin, his voice filled with anger and disappointment. "What did I tell you yesterday? The disassembly method for this main bearing is very special. Why didn't you listen? And look at what kind of wrench you used. The size is completely wrong. Did you just operate recklessly based on your old experience? Now, look, the machine is completely scrapped. Who will bear this loss?" Every word from Li Dahai was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Old Li's heart. Looking at the pile of broken parts, Old Li finally realized what a foolish and low-level mistake he had made. He remembered Li Dahai's reminder from yesterday and the odd wrench. It turned out that everything Li Dahai said was true. It was his own stubbornness and arrogance that led to today's disaster. Old Li was left speechless, his old face turning the color of pig liver, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Ding! The host successfully designed a trap, causing the arrogant Old Li to make a significant and irreversible mistake at work, resulting in public embarrassment, a loss of prestige, and causing a controllable economic loss. Unethical behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 200 points of unethical value. Current unethical value, 2,130 points. The workshop director was shaking with anger, pointing a finger at Old Li's nose and cursing. "Li Fugue, your bonus for this month is completely deducted. You also need to write a profound self-reflection to read at the whole workshop meeting. The loss caused by this scrap machine will also be deducted from your salary in installments." Upon hearing this decision, Old Li's eyes went black, nearly collapsing on the spot. He had truly lost face. Not only was his bonus gone, but he also had to bear a heavy debt. More importantly, his old face had nowhere to show itself in the factory anymore. The surrounding co-workers looked at his embarrassed state with sympathy and disdain. Those who previously had some resentment towards Li Dahai were now secretly frightened by Old Li's outcome. This director Li, despite looking friendly, was really ruthless. Who would dare to challenge him in the future? From that day on, Old Li seemed like a changed person. He no longer dared to rely on his old age to take advantage of others. And when he saw Li Dahai, he had to respectfully call him Director Li. The tasks assigned to him were done honestly, without a hint of carelessness. Li Dahai's leadership position in the maintenance team was thoroughly solidified after this incident. The entire maintenance team followed orders, greatly improving work efficiency and becoming a model team in the factory. The The factory leadership recognized Li Dahai's management abilities even more. They said he not only had good skills, but also knew how to handle troublemakers, making him a rare management talent. With the troublemakers in the factory dealt with, Li Dahai's days became increasingly comfortable. His position was stable, no one dared to pick a fight, and he received a high salary every month, enjoying a pleasant life. His current unethical value had reached 2,130 points, which was quite a sum. He pondered how to turn these points into tangible benefits. The first thing that came to his mind was to upgrade his cooking skills. Food is the priority for people. Eating well leads to a good mood. His cooking skills were still at an intermediate level. Although they weren't far from those of the silly pillar, he always felt it wasn't perfect enough. System. Upgrade my intermediate cooking skills to advanced cooking skills. Ding. Consumed 300 points of unethical value. Intermediate cooking skills have successfully upgraded to advanced cooking skills. Advanced cooking skills. The host has mastered the essence of all cuisines, and the understanding of fire and seasoning has reached perfection. Able to cook the most ordinary ingredients into exquisite dishes. A massive influx of information rushed into Li Dahai's mind. Countless recipes, cooking techniques, knife skills, fire control, seasoning. Everything related to cooking was deeply imprinted in his memory. He felt that now, not to mention being a cafeteria chef, he could easily work as a royal chef. Unable to resist his eagerness, that very night, he went to the market to buy some ordinary pork belly and tofu. After returning home, he closed the door and began to showcase his skills. Cutting meat, blanching, caramelizing, adding ingredients, slow cooking. A series of actions flowed smoothly, filled with artistic beauty. Half an hour later, a pot of fragrant braised pork was ready. The meat was bright red, fatty but not greasy, melting in the mouth. The tofu absorbed the meat juice, fresh and tender, even better than the meat. Li Dahai picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, his eyes instantly widening. Delicious. So damn delicious. The flavor was 100 times better than any delicacy he had ever tasted. With his skill, would he still worry about not having good food in the future? He finished his dinner contentedly, feeling that life had become a little more complete. After eating and drinking to his fill, Li Dahai thought of another major matter. Recently, he often needed to carry some tools or items obtained from the black market. Each time he had to carry a big bag, concealing it, fearing that it would be seen, which was very inconvenient. He remembered the rare item in the system mall that he had long coveted. Portable space, 1 cubic meter. Description, an independent private storage space. Items can be accessed at any time with very high concealment, and time inside is relatively static. Redemption price, 2,000 points of unethical value. This item was simply a magical tool custom-made for him. With it, whether for black market transactions or hiding personal belongings, he could do so without anyone knowing. It was simply an essential item for home travel and making a fortune. It must be acquired. Chapter 88. Making money, big money. Li Dahai's gaze fell on the yard. The second son of third uncle Yin Bugue, Yin Jiequan. This kid had just graduated from high school this year. He didn't get into college and hadn't found a good job, idling at home all day. He had no skills and loved to boast and take small advantages. It shouldn't be difficult to get some unethical value from him. One day, Li Dahai saw Yin Jiequan squatting in the yard, sighing. He deliberately approached him. Jiequan, what's wrong? You look unhappy. Yin Jiequan looked up and saw it was Li Dahai, curling his lips. What else could it be? Worried about work, of course. Sigh. What can I say? You're just lucky. Yin Jiequan said sourly. Now you're a director, enjoying the good life. Unlike me, I can't even find a temporary job. Don't say that. Li Dahai patted his shoulder, looking as if he was thinking of him. Work matters can't be rushed. However, I did hear some news. Not sure if it will be useful to you. What news? Yin Jiequan suddenly perked up. I heard that over at the department store. They recently brought in a batch of discounted hot water bottles from out of town. Li Dahai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, they're made of tin, of particularly good quality, and even have patterns on them. Originally priced at 3 yuan each. Now they're being sold for 1 yuan each. No receipt needed. But not many people know about this news. If you go early, you might be able to grab a few. Just think about it. If you buy them for 1 yuan and sell them to the neighbors in the courtyard, or take them to the black market and sell them for 2 yuan, wouldn't that be pure profit? A Upon hearing this, Yin Jiequang's eyes lit up. 1 yuan profit. If I can grab 10 or 8, wouldn't that be over 10 yuan in hand? He was calculating excitedly in his mind. Brother Dahai, is this news reliable? He was still a bit uncertain. How could it be fake? Li Dahai said sincerely, why would I lie to you? I heard it from someone in the procurement department at the factory. If you don't believe me, just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he turned to leave. Hey, wait. Yin Jiequang quickly grabbed him. I believe you. Is it enough to believe? Thank you, Brother Dahai. Yin Jiequang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was a sign from heaven that he was about to get rich. He didn't even bother to tell his family. Took the few pieces of private money he had saved up and hurriedly ran to the department store. Li Dahai watched his eager figure and almost laughed out loud. That batch of hot water bottles indeed existed, but they were not quality discounted products at all. Instead, they were a batch of defective goods that had been damaged during transport. Moreover, due to a design flaw, the insulation effect of those bottles was ridiculously poor. Water filled in the morning would be cold by noon. These items had been sitting in the department store's warehouse for a long time, and no one wanted them. Now, selling them for 1 yuan each was considered expensive. Yin Jiequang ran to the department store and indeed saw a counter specifically for discounted goods. He squeezed in and saw that there were indeed hot water bottles, and they were indeed 1 yuan each. He didn't examine them closely, afraid that someone else might snatch them up first, and took out all the money he had on him to buy 10. He joyfully returned home, holding 10 heavy hot water bottles. Along the way, he fantasized about how he was about to become a 10 yuan household. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Dad, Mom, come out and see. I've struck it rich. Third uncle and third aunt came out upon hearing his voice and were stunned when they saw the 10 hot water bottles he was holding. Where did you get so much money to buy this stuff? Third uncle Yin Bugue asked sternly. Yin Jiequang, full of pride, recounted the money-making scheme that Li Dahai told him, embellishing it. As soon as Yin Bugue heard this, he sensed something was off. He picked up one of the water bottles and examined it closely. He saw that the bottle was pockmarked and scratched all over. When he opened the lid and smelled it, there was a strong rust smell. You wasteful kid. Yin Bugue was so angry that he slapped the back of Yin Jiequang's head. You've been cheated. This is a defective product. Just look at this quality. I wouldn't even take it for free. Yin Jiequang finally reacted, picked up one of the water bottles to inspect it closely, and his face instantly turned green. Not willing to give up, he filled one bottle with hot water to test it. As a result, within an hour, the water was as cold as well water. Li Dai, damn you. Yin Jiequang was so furious, he started jumping up and down, shouting that he was going to find Li Dahai to settle the score. Meanwhile, Li Dahai had already locked his door tight. In his mind, the delightful notification sound was echoing. Ding! The host successfully exploited the information gap to trick Yin Jiequang into impulsive spending, causing him to lose money and feel extremely depressed, while also triggering family conflicts. Immoral behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 points of immoral value. Current immoral value, 2,030 points. The immoral value was enough. Li Dahai was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. System, exchange for the personal space. Ding, consumed 2,000 points of immoral value. Rare item personal space, 1 cubic meter, successfully exchanged. Current immoral value, 30 points. In an instant, a white light flashed in Li Dahai's mind. With a thought, a square space about 1 cubic meter in size, filled with chaotic air currents, appeared in his perception. He tried to put a teacup from the table into it with his mind. Whoosh! The teacup on the table instantly disappeared. With another thought, whoosh! The teacup reappeared in its original position, unharmed. It worked. Li Dahai was so excited he almost jumped up. He then took a piece of meat he had just bought and put it into the space, taking it out again after a while. The meat looked just like it did when he bought it, incredibly fresh, not even a change in temperature. Time in the space was frozen. Li Dahai spent the whole day experimenting and finally confirmed the powerful functions of this personal space. Concealed, safe, and fresh. With this magical tool, he could store scarce materials and conduct black market transactions anytime, anywhere. Grains, fabric coupons, industrial vouchers, and even gold bars could be carried without anyone noticing. With his personal space as a powerful weapon, Li Dahai's thoughts became completely lively. He wanted to make money, big money. In this era of material scarcity, money meant a better life, more choices, and stronger security. Li Dahai began to use all his spare time to prepare for his black market business. He meticulously read newspapers every day, listened to the radio, and kept an eye on the supply and demand information and material allocation across the country. Where there was a disaster, food would definitely be in short supply. Where new factories were built, industrial products would definitely sell well. These boring news items to others were all piles of money in Li Dahai's eyes. Chapter 89 Xu Damao came knocking again. Li Dahai also used his position as the maintenance team leader to frequently stroll around the factory's warehouse and logistics department. He befriended those who managed the warehouse and materials, building relationships. Today he handed old Zhang a cigarette, and tomorrow he helped old Wang fix a radio. Over time, he got familiar with them. "Hey, Brother Liu, has the factory received new batch of bearings lately?" "Master Wang, I heard there are still quite a few of those discounted labor gloves left in our factory." Li Dahai was always able to gather a lot of internal news through these seemingly casual chats. For example, which batch of materials was to be processed, which batch of parts had surplus, and which batch of fabrics were defective. This information was valuable business intelligence. After work, he often wandered around some mixed places. For example, the pigeon market, second-hand market, and some legendary black market trading points. The waters in the black market were deeper than he had imagined. There were little shrimp reselling food and fabric coupons, internal thieves smuggling factory materials, and some big shots who could get scarce medicines, radios, and even watches and bicycles. These people were all as clever as monkeys and had extremely high vigilance. It wasn't easy to take advantage of them. Li Dahai did not feel discouraged. He had patience and a secret weapon. It was Sunday, and Li Dahai got up early. He changed into a set of inconspicuous old clothes, put on a worn-out baseball cap, and pulled the brim low to cover most of his face. He also took out 20 yuan and some national food coupons from his personal space, carefully tucked them into his inner pocket. Today, he is going to the largest pigeon market in the south of the city to scout the area and see if there are any cheap finds. The pigeon market opens before dawn and disperses as soon as it gets light. If you arrive late, you won't catch anything. Li Dahai rode his forever brand bicycle through the mist before dawn. When he got close to the pigeon market, he didn't dare to ride straight in. Instead, he parked his bike in a secluded alley, locked it with a heavy lock, and covered it with some rags before walking over. The pigeon market was already bustling with people. Under the dim light of the oil lamps, the crowd was packed tightly. The air was filled with a mix of sweat, earthy smells, and various food odors. The sounds of vendors calling out and haggling rose and fell. Authentic Northeast rice, fake 1 pays 10. Fresh eggs, just collected from the countryside, still covered in chicken droppings. Scraps of cloth, no ration tickets needed, selling cheap. Li Dahai lowered the brim of his hat, quietly blending into the crowd like a fish. As he walked, he carefully observed everything. There was a wide variety of goods for sale: grains, meat, eggs, cloth, old clothes, old furniture, and even some unidentified industrial parts. The sellers all covered their faces with cloth or kept their heads low, appearing very mysterious. The buyers were also hurried, inspecting items, paying, and leaving immediately without lingering. The entire market was shrouded in a tense yet exciting atmosphere. After a round of browsing, Li Dahai had a rough understanding of the market situation. The grain prices here were nearly double those at the state-owned grain stores. But the advantage was that no ration tickets were needed. You could take as much as you wanted. Some sought-after industrial goods, like flashlights and thermos bottles, were even priced outrageously high. If he could get a batch of surplus supplies from the factory through regular channels at a low price and sell them here, the profits would be unimaginable. Just as he was contemplating this business plan, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. In a corner of the market, a man was sneaking around making a deal. Although he wore a hat and had a scarf covering half his face, Li Dahai recognized him immediately by his lewd figure, distinctive bow legs, and the smugness he displayed while talking. If he returned to ashes, Li Dahai would still recognize him. "Xu Damao, how did this bastard end up here?" Li Dahai couldn't help but feel amused. It was indeed true that one could find something unexpected without much effort. He was worried about how to start his business. And here, Xu Damao had just delivered himself right to his door. Li Dahai quietly approached, hiding behind a rack selling old furniture, and observed closely. He saw Xu Damao carefully taking out several round iron boxes from a black cloth bag. Li Dahai focused and realized that these were film canisters. Xu Damao was a film projector operator at the factory. It was hard for anyone else to get these. It seemed that this bastard was stealing film from the factory to sell. That was a serious crime. If the factory found out, he could be fired at best, or imprisoned at worst. Xu Damao clearly understood the seriousness of the situation, speaking in a voice so low it was barely audible, like a mosquito. This is the latest film, just sent down from above, about a hero's battle story, very exciting. Guaranteed original, not a single cut. The buyer, looking like a small business owner, picked up a canister, held it up to the light, and nodded in satisfaction. All right, good stuff. How much? Hee, not expensive. Xu Damao rubbed his hands together, a greedy smile on his face. Flat price, 50 for a can. 150 for 3, not a penny less. $50. Li Dahai couldn't help but gasp in disbelief from behind. This bastard was really greedy. These days, a level 8 worker's monthly salary was just over $100. He wanted to sell 3 canisters for 150. That was highway robbery. The buyer evidently thought it was too expensive too, frowning. Too much, 30 for 1. I'll take them all. No, no. Xu Damao shook his head vigorously. 30 is too little. I risked losing my head to get these. At least 45. The two were there haggling back and forth over a small price difference. Li Dahai watched Xu Damao's greedy face and couldn't help but sneer inside. Xu Damao, weren't you quite arrogant in the courtyard before? Didn't you look down on this and that? How come now for a few bucks? You're acting like a beggar? Today, not only will I make sure you don't get rich, but I'll also make you lose everything. Li Dahai walked leisurely through the noisy pigeon market, his eyes hidden under the brim of his hat scanning like a hawk. Soon, he locked onto a target. At one of the market exits, a burly man was leaning against the wall smoking. The man was about 30, had a buzz cut, and wore a black sleeveless vest, revealing muscular arms. He had a shallow scar on his face that extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, giving him a fierce look that seemed to ward off strangers. 2 young men were by his side, clearly his lackeys. This was the one. Li Dahai had an idea in mind. Chapter 90. Xu Damao, you've been reported. Li Dahai quietly used his weak point insight skill on the burly man. Name, Zhao Taizhu. Weakness 1. A compulsive gambler, heavily in debt, currently worried about money. Weakness 2. Values so-called brotherhood. As long as enough money and face are given, you'll take on any job. Weakness 3. Greedy but not very bright, easily used by others. This was a perfect tool tailor-made for him. A guy who's short on cash, cares about face, and is a bit foolish and bold is just too easy to manipulate. Li Dahai straightened his collar, took a deep breath, and walked toward Zhao Taizhu. He approached Zhao Taizhu and didn't speak immediately. Instead, he pulled out 2 big front door cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one up, he respectfully offered the other to Zhao Taizhu. Brother Zhu, have a smoke. Zhao Taizhu squinted at Li Dahai, sizing him up from head to toe. Seeing his ordinary clothes and the hat obscuring his face, he couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Do I know you? Brother Zhu, you have a lot of important things to remember. It's normal not to recognize me. Li Dahai lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of mystery and flattery. But I know you. In this southern part of the city, who doesn't know the name Zhao Taizhu? Flattery is always welcome. Hearing this, Zhao Taizhu's expression softened considerably. He took the cigarette Li Dahai offered, put in his mouth, and a lackey immediately came over to light it for him. You got some good sense. Zhao Taizhu blew out a smoke ring. So we want. I do have a small matter. Hoping Brother Zhu can help me out, Li Dahai leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice even further. After the job is done, this little token of appreciation is just a formality. Saying this, he pulled out $5 from his pocket and quietly slipped it into Zhao Taizhu's hand. $5. That was a small amount. It was enough for a regular worker's half-month food expenses. Zhao Taizhu squeezed the crisp bills, and his eyes immediately lit up. He had been strapped for cash lately, and this $5 was like a timely gift. Oh, he became interested. Go on, tell me what it is. Li Dahai's gaze subtly glanced in the direction of Xu Damao. Brother Zhuzi, Do you see that guy over there wearing a duckbill cap, looking like a skinny monkey? Zhao Taizhu followed his gaze and nodded. I see him, what's up? That bastard, named Xu Damao, is the projectionist at the steel mill. A hint of indignation crept into Li Dahai's voice. He takes advantage of his little power to steal film reels from the factory and sell them for profit during a national crisis. People like him are the worst. I have a personal grudge against him and find him very displeasing. So, I want to ask Brother Zhuzi to scare him a bit and make him return the money he earned. Zhao Taizhu laughed upon hearing this. Is that all? That's all. Li Dahai nodded. You don't need to actually lay hands on him. Just pretend to be from the inspection team or some authority. Go up and interrogate him a bit. Frighten him into giving it up. That guy is as timid as a mouse. Just a little scare and he'll wet his pants. Li Dahai added. He just sold 3 boxes of film, and he has at least over 100 yuan on him. I just want 30. Zhao Tiezhu's heart raced. Over 100 yuan. What a lot of money. If he could really get his hands on it, he could pay off all his gambling debts. This deal was like a pie falling from the sky, just scaring someone without even lifting a finger, and he could make a fortune. All right, I'll take this job. Zhao Taizhu pounded his chest. Just watch. If I don't make that kid give up his underwear today, I won't be Zhao. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Zhuzi. Li Dahai smiled with satisfaction. I'll be here waiting to see the show. After saying that, he stepped aside and blended back into the crowd. Zhao Taizhu tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, ground it with his foot, and then signaled to his 2 sidekicks. Let's go. I'm taking you to work. The 3 of them straightened their clothes, put on serious and fierce expressions, and marched straight towards Xu Damao. At this moment, Xu Damao was completely unaware. He had just made a deal with a buyer for 3 boxes of film for 135 yuan. He was stuffing a thick stack of cash in his pocket, feeling ecstatic. 135 yuan. That was more than several months' wages. He was really going to make a fortune. He was already planning to buy some good cigarettes and alcohol with this money and get some nice fabric to show off in the yard. He wanted to let Shazhu and Li Dahai see who the best man in the yard was. Just as he was lost in his dreams of wealth, a shadow loomed over him. He looked up and saw 3 unfriendly faces. The scar-faced strong man in the lead was looking down at him, his eyes filled with scrutiny and pressure. Xu Damao's heart sank. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively wanted to hide, but the 3 had surrounded him, blocking all escape routes. What do you want? Xu Damao's voice trembled, instinctively covering his pocket where the money was. Zhao Taizhu didn't speak immediately, instead circling Xu Damao slowly. His eyes were like a butcher assessing a pig to be slaughtered. The 2 sidekicks behind him mimicked his actions, clenching their fists and cracking their knuckles. The silent pressure made Xu Damao's calves start to cramp. In the mixed environment of Dove City, fights and brawls were common. If he fell here today, not only would he lose his money, but his life could also be in danger. Brothers, let us talk this over. Xu Damao forced a smile, more painful than crying. Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Zhao Taizhu snorted coldly, suddenly reaching out to grab Xu Damao's collar. His strength was immense. Xu Damao was lifted effortlessly like a chick. We are from the market inspection team. Zhao Taizhu leaned in close, lowering his voice menacingly. We've received reports that you are here selling state-controlled items. The word inspection team struck Xu Damao's mind like a thunderclap. He trembled all over, his face turning pale. Selling state-controlled items was a serious crime. If he got caught red-handed and taken to the police station, his life would be over. And no, absolutely not. Xu Damao desperately shook his head. Brothers, you must have mistaken me. I'm just here to take a look around. Still trying to be stubborn? One of Zhao Tiezhu's sidekicks slapped Xu Damao on the back of the head. We've been watching you for half a day. Or those iron boxes you sold just now. Don't think we didn't see. Xu Damao's heart sank to the bottom. They saw everything. Xu Damao stuttered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Those aren't worth anything. Just a few old tapes I brought to exchange for some pocket money. Old tapes? Zhao Tiezhu's eyes widened, tightening his grip on Xu Damao's collar. Do you think I'm a fool? Those are clearly film reels from a steel mill. You're a projectionist, stealing from the factory and selling its stuff. You got some guts. Each of Zhao Tiezhu's words struck Xu Damao like a hammer on his heart. How would he know all this? He even knew he was a projectionist. Could they really be from the inspection team? Xu Damao was completely panicked. His psychological defenses crumbled in an instant. He fell to his knees, grabbing Zhao Tiezhu's leg and crying out, "Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was just momentarily confused. Please, spare me, let me go. I have elderly and young ones to care for. I can't be taken away. His pitiful appearance drew the attention of those around him, but no one dared to intervene, all keeping their distance, fearing trouble. Li Dahai, hiding nearby, was almost bursting with laughter at the scene. Xu Damao, look at you now. Letting you go isn't impossible, Zhao Taizhu scoffed. Hearing this, Xu Damao felt he had grasped a lifeline and quickly raised his head. Brother, you say, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything. Zhao Taizhu exchanged glances with his two sidekicks, all revealing knowing smiles. Considering your attitude is somewhat sincere in admitting your fault. We don't want to make a big deal out of it, Zhao Taizhu pretended to say seriously. Here's the deal. According to the rules, your actions warrant a fine. Hand over the money you just made from selling the film, plus all the money you have on you, as a penalty. We'll pretend we didn't see anything today, and this will be over. Handing over all the money? Xu Damao felt like a knife had stabbed his heart, causing him intense pain. That was over 100 yuan. He had worked so hard to get it. But compared to going to jail, what was money? As long as there was life, there would be a way. He could only grit his teeth, trembling as he took out the stack of cash he had just warmed up from his pocket. He also pulled out his wallet, dumping all the change out. Brother, this is all I have. He handed the money over with a mournful face. Zhao Taizhu snatched the money and stuffed it into his pocket, too lazy to count it. He weighed it in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. At least you know how to be sensible. He released Xu Damao's collar and patted his face. Remember, if I see you here again, it won't be this cheap. Get lost. Xu Damao felt as if he had received a reprieve, getting up and scrambling away, not daring to look back as he ran out of the market. Today, he truly lost everything. Not only did he earn not a single penny, but he also put all his savings into it. He really lost both the wife and the soldiers. Watching Xu Damao's miserable escape, Zhao Taizhu and his two lackeys couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction. Zhao Taizhu walked over to where Li Dahai was hiding and handed him a thick envelope. Brother, your trick was really clever. He genuinely praised. The guy was really scared. Li Dahai took the envelope and opened it. Inside was 30 yuan. This was the agreed-upon fee for Li Dahai's hard work. With Brother Zhuzi handling things, I feel at ease, Li Dahai said with a smile as he pocketed the money. If there's another opportunity like this, I'll come to you. Sure. Zhao Taizhu was also beaming. He had made a windfall today and felt both admiration and gratitude towards Li Dahai. After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Li Dahai, holding that 30 yuan, felt immensely satisfied. Without lifting a finger, he had made 30 yuan and also dealt with Xu Damao. This deal was profitable. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The host successfully designed a scheme, using someone else's knife to kill, causing Xu Damao to lose both money and resources in a black market deal, suffering a tremendous psychological blow. Immoral behavior rating, level 1. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 200 points of immoral value. Current immoral value, 230 points. Li Dahai left the pigeon market contentedly, riding his bicycle, humming a tune, and leisurely returning to the courtyard. Xu Damao returned to the courtyard in a daze, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, dejected and downcast. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Li Dahai squatting at his doorstep, leisurely polishing his shiny Forever brand bicycle. The sunlight reflected off the bike, dazzling Xu Damao's eyes and piercing his heart. When Li Dahai looked up and saw Xu Damao's soulless expression, he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Oh, Brother Damao, what's wrong? Didn't you go to the countryside to show a movie? How come you're back so early? You look as pale as paper. Did something happen on the road? Li Dahai's series of concerns felt like knives, stabbing into Xu Damao's heart. Go to the countryside to show a movie? What a joke. I was robbed in Pigeon Market today. I almost lost my underwear. But could he say that? Did he dare to say it? Saying it would be tantamount to admitting he was involved in smuggling and speculation. Wouldn't that be digging his own grave? Xu Damao felt suffocated, but he couldn't say a word. He could only swallow his anger. It's nothing. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, avoiding Li Dahai's gaze. It's just that the roads in the countryside are hard to walk on. I'm tired. Oh, is that so? Li Dahai's face showed an expression of disbelief, but he said, Then Brother Damao, you should take a good rest. Showing movies is also hard work. Look how tired you are. You've lost a circle of weight. Chapter 92. Xu Damao woke up to the realization that it was Li Dahai's trick. Lost a circle of weight. Xu Damao instinctively touched his face. Then he felt his empty pockets. His heart began to bleed again. He couldn't stay there any longer. He just wanted to hurry back to his room and be alone for a while. With a dark expression, he walked past Li Dahai, his head down, heading towards his own house. Just as he reached the courtyard, he bumped into Shazhu, who had just returned from outside. Seeing Xu Damao's expression as if he had lost his parents, Shazhu immediately burst into laughter. Yo, you little thief. Did you go to dig up someone's ancestral grave, or what? Why do you look so unlucky? Shazhu, watch your mouth. Xu Damao, already filled with anger, exploded at Shazhu's provocation. Hey, do you dare talk back to me? Shazhu glared, rolling up his sleeves. What? Want to fight? Come on. I'm just itching for a fight today. Seeing Shazhu's stance, Xu Damao instantly cowered. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, with his pockets emptier than his face. He had no mood to fight Shazhu. He could only glare fiercely at Shazhu and squeeze out two words. You wait. After saying that, he ran back to his room, slamming the door behind him. TCH coward. Shazhu spat disdainfully at Xu Damao's door. The people in the yard watched this farce, discussing among themselves. What's wrong with Xu Damao today? He looks like a defeated rooster. Who knows? Maybe he got into some trouble outside. I think he deserves it. He usually struts around the yard. Someone should teach him a lesson. Li Dahai stood a short distance away, listening to the neighbors' gossip and looking at Xu Damao's tightly closed door, feeling immensely pleased. Let you be arrogant. Let you scheme. This time, you'll suffer a silent loss. Let's see how you strut around the yard in the future. Xu Damao locked himself in his room, smoking one cigarette after another. The room was filled with smoke, causing him to cough. But the frustration and anger in his heart couldn't dissipate. He couldn't understand. His actions this time were clearly flawless. How could it be so coincidental that he was targeted by the inspection team? Moreover, how did those people know so much about his situation? They even knew he was the projectionist. This was too suspicious. Could someone be plotting against him from behind? A figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Li Dahai. That's it. It must be him. The more Xu Damao thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. As soon as he entered the yard today, he saw Li Dahai there polishing his bike, even asking him how he was doing. That pretentious act now seemed like he was watching a joke at his expense. That bastard must have known something and set him up from behind. But how'd he find out? Xu Damao was perplexed. He had no evidence. Even if he rushed out now and pointed at Li Dahai's nose to scold him, what would it matter? As long as Li Dahai said, I don't know what you're talking about, he would have no way to counter it. Instead, it would expose the fact that he sold film in the black market. Dam Li Dahai. I've noted this grudge. Xu Damao slammed the cigarette, but he was holding onto the table. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was in his own room, happily counting the money he earned today. 30 yuan, plus the leftover from before. He now had nearly 100 yuan in cash. He carefully stored the money in his personal space. This space was truly a great thing. Safe, discreet, it was simply a mobile vault. In a good mood, he decided to treat himself to a nice meal that evening. He took out a piece of fine pork belly and some dry green beans from the space. With his advanced cooking skills in action, before long, a fragrant dish of dried green beans with pork was ready. The aroma of the meat wafted through the doorway, filling the entire courtyard. Wow, whose house is cooking meat? It smells so good. It seems to be coming from Li Dahai's house. My goodness, this kid really knows how to enjoy life, feasting every day. Xu Damao, who was sulking in his room, couldn't help but feel his stomach growl at the smell of the meat. He hadn't eaten much all day. Now that I smell this scent, I'm even hungrier, feeling like my stomach is touching my back, so angry that I'm pounding the table. Li Dahai, you bastard. You took my money and are here enjoying yourself. Is this intentional? The more Xu Damao thought about it, the angrier he got and the hungrier he became, ultimately having an gnaw on 2 cold buns with just plain water. From that day on, Xu Damao seemed to have become a different person. He no longer made a fuss in the courtyard or showed off everywhere like before. He walked around with a gloomy face all day, indifferent to everyone he met. Especially when he saw Li Dahai, he would hide far away like a mouse avoiding a cat. He hated Li Dahai to the core, but he didn't dare act rashly. Naturally, Li Dahai noticed Xu Damao's change. He knew that this venomous snake was just lying low for the time being. However, he wasn't worried at all. When soldiers come, they block. When water comes, soil covers. If Xu Damao dares to provoke me again, I have 100 ways to make you suffer, even worse than this time. After dealing with Xu Damao, Liu Dahai felt very pleased. His small trial in Pigeon City had given him a taste of success, further solidifying his determination to pursue his own path. In this era, relying solely on the meager salary from the factory would at most prevent starvation. To truly live a good life and achieve financial freedom, he had to rely on his own brains and courage. His portable space was his greatest support. In the days that followed, Liu Dahai began his plan for primitive capital accumulation. He utilized his position as the maintenance group leader to move around the factory more frequently. No longer limited to the warehouse and logistics department, he left his mark in the forging workshop, steelmaking workshop, and even some relatively obscure auxiliary workshops. Moreover, he always found various reasons to justify his presence. Master Wang, is that punching machine in your workshop making some strange noise lately? I'll come over and take a look. Section Chief Liu, I heard that batch of anti-rust oil in your warehouse is about to expire. Don't waste it. Our maintenance group could use it. Liu Dahai was skilled, personable, and sweet-talking, occasionally bringing homemade dishes from home to share with the senior workers. Gradually, everyone in the factory, from section chiefs to ordinary workers, came to know Liu Dahai. They all had a very good impression of him. They thought this director Li was young and promising, approachable, and warm-hearted. No one would suspect that this warm-hearted director, Li, was secretly calculating his own gains. Through these extensive contacts, Liu Dahai gathered a wealth of first-hand information. One day, he went to repair an old blower in the casting workshop. After fixing it, the old director of the workshop grabbed his hand and kept thanking him. As they chatted, they talked about the issue of waste material disposal in the workshop. Ah, Dahai, Yuantino, the old director said, pointing to a mountain of black, rusty iron scraps piled in the corner, looking troubled. These are the leftover waste iron from casting. Not much use. And the steelmaking process finds them too impure. They take up space here and pose safety risks. If we throw them out, it seems a waste since it's still iron. Liu Dahai's eyes lit up instantly. Waste iron? To others, this was trash. But to him, it was treasure. In some rural areas, there were many small-scale, primitive steelmaking workshops. What they lacked most was this kind of cheap raw material. As long as he could transport these waste iron scraps out and sell them to those small workshops, the profit would definitely be considerable. Director, don't worry. Liu Dahai patted the old director's shoulder, appearing as if he was relieving his worries. I have a friend who runs a farm tool factory in the countryside and just needs a batch of iron material. How about this? I'll help you contact him to take these scraps away. As for the price, we can go by the market rate for scrap iron. This way, you'll solve your problem, and the factory can earn a bit of income. What do you think? The old director was overjoyed upon hearing this. Oh, Dahai, that's wonderful. If you can help me solve this big problem, I'll treat you to a drink. Dealing with waste material was originally a losing business. Now, not only was someone willing to come and take it away, but they were also willing to pay. Such good fortune is hard to find. Without a second thought, the old director agreed. Liu Dahai was overjoyed inside, but his face wore a serious expression of serving the people. Director, rest assured, this matter is on me. After securing the source of materials, the next step was to find a market and transportation. Finding a market wasn't too difficult. He had previously met a few resource dealers in Pigeon City. Through them, he could easily connect with those small workshops in the countryside. The key was transportation. This was a heap of iron scraps, weighing several tons at least. His bicycle would definitely not do. He needed a large truck. Liu Dahai began to brainstorm. He thought of the factory's transport team. The team leader, surnamed Sun, was a middle-aged man in his 40s who enjoyed a drink or two. Liu Dahai had repaired vehicles for him a few times before, so they had some rapport. That evening, Liu Dahai specifically brought a bottle of good wine, 2 boxes of snacks, and half a pound of his homemade beef jerky wrapped in oil paper and knocked on Team Leader Sun's door. When Team Leader Sun saw Liu Dahai come with so many items, he was both surprised and delighted. Oh, Director Li, what is this? Too kind of you. Brother Sun, don't say that. You're being too polite. Liu Dahai smiled as he placed the items on the table. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Just came to check on you. Sit down, sit down. Team Leader Sun warmly welcomed Liu Dahai into the house, and his wife quickly poured water and made tea. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, both men were a bit tipsy and more talkative. Liu Dahai saw that the time was right and subtly shared his thoughts with team leader Sunday. He didn't mention that he wanted to resell scrap iron, only saying that he had a relative who opened a small factory in the countryside and urgently needed a batch of iron material. He wanted to ask team leader Sun for a favor to borrow the factory's liberation truck on the weekend to transport the items. Of course, he would cover the gas money and the driver's labor fee, and after the job was done, he would express his gratitude. Team leader Sun listened in silence. Although he had drunk a bit, his mind was still clear. He knew this was against the rules. Using the factory's vehicle for personal matters without permission could lead to disciplinary action if discovered. Seeing his hesitation, Liu Dahai knew what he was worried about. He quietly took out 2 crisp 20 yuan bills from his portable space and slipped them into team leader Sun's hand. Brother Sun, I know this matter puts you in a difficult position. This little gesture is just me treating you to tea as a brother. Rest assured, I guarantee this will be done discreetly. We'll use the weekend to drive it out and back, and no one will know. My relative is only supporting rural construction. It's definitely not for any bad business. Team leader Sun held the 2 crisp 20 yuan bills, feeling conflicted. 20 yuan. That was more than half a month's salary. Moreover, Liu Dahai was currently a favored person in the factory, a model technician, and a proud protege of factory director Yang. Offending him was clearly not a wise choice. Helping him out could earn him some extra cash and a favor in return. This deal didn't seem like a loss. He steeled himself and gritted his teeth. All right, Brother Dahai, for your sake, I'll help with this. But let us agree, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and me. Absolutely no third party can know. Of course, Liu Dahai was overjoyed. Brother Sun, don't worry, I can keep my mouth shut. With the transportation issue sorted, Liu Dahai's plan was all set. He just needed a favorable wind. On Saturday before dawn, a Liberation brand truck quietly drove out from the side gate of the steel mill. The driver was a trusted chauffeur of Captain Sun, known for his discretion. Liu Dahai sat in the passenger's seat, directing the way. They first went to the casting workshop, where, with the help of a few co-workers, they loaded a full truck of scrap iron. Then, the truck sped towards the suburbs. Upon arriving at the pre-arranged transaction site, the owner of the small workshop had been waiting there with his people. Seeing the truck full of iron materials, the owner's eyes lit up, and his smile nearly twisted his face. The inspection, weighing, and payment all happened in one go. The truckload of scrap iron sold for over 800 yuan. Liu Dahai trembled as he held the thick stack of cash. He was getting rich. This was real wealth. He suppressed his excitement and, as previously agreed, gave the owner a generous introduction fee. He also handed the driver 50 yuan as a reward for his hard work. After deducting the payment for the scrap iron from the factory, over 700 yuan went straight into his own pocket. On the way back, Liu Dahai felt elated. This was just the first step. With his successful experience, he could expand this path further in the future. Old tires, discarded cables, obsolete machine parts, what others saw as trash. He could turn into shiny silver. Holding onto the large sum of money, Liu Dahai was overjoyed, but he did not let this sudden wealth cloud his judgment. Big trees attract the wind. Chapter 94. This is not just helping yourself. It's also helping your dad. Liu Dahai knew that although he had some reputation in the factory, his foundation was still not very stable. Speculation was like walking a tightrope. Once exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he kept a lower profile. He still wore the same somewhat worn work uniform and rode his bicycle to and from work every day. When he saw people in the yard, he still wore that honest and simple smile. In the factory, he devoted more energy to his work. He led the maintenance team to inspect all the factory's equipment, remembering clearly which parts had hidden dangers and needed replacement. Under his leadership, the maintenance team's efficiency received unanimous praise from the factory management. Factory director Yang even singled him out several times at factory meetings, praising him as a role model for young cadres and a learning example for all workers. Liu Dahai did this partly to stabilize his position, giving himself a layer of protection as an advanced worker. On the other hand, he aimed to better understand the factory's equipment situation to prepare for his next big financial plan. He was like a leopard lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for the next prey to appear. And that prey soon presented itself. The person was Liu Haizhong, the second uncle living in the courtyard. Liu Haizhong was a group leader in the forging workshop. His position was not high, but he had a strong desire for power. He often walked around the courtyard with his hands behind his back, trying to meddle in others' affairs and always wanted to be in charge. In the factory, he was the same, eager to perform well in front of the leadership to climb higher. Recently, the factory planned to conduct a safety production month campaign in response to higher authorities' calls, requiring every workshop to conduct a thorough safety hazard inspection. This was originally a good thing. However, Liu Haizhong saw it as a perfect opportunity to climb the ladder. He believed that if he could make a name for himself in this matter and achieve some results, the factory leadership would see his capabilities, bringing him closer to the position of deputy director of the workshop. So, Liu Haizhong began to jump around and create a lot of formalities in the workshop. He designed a so-called Safety Production Responsibility System, requiring every worker in the workshop to sign it. He also organized a safety knowledge competition, forcing workers to stay late after work to memorize tedious rules. He even took it upon himself to install some safety protection devices he invented on several key pieces of equipment in their group. These devices looked flashy but were completely useless, negatively impacting the normal operation of the equipment. Workers privately complained about him. Is Liu Haizhong out of his mind? He does nothing productive every day but engages in these trivialities. Indeed, the makeshift cover he installed not only obstructed visibility, but also posed a risk of injury, nearly causing several accidents. He just wanted to show off in front of the leadership, using us as stepping stones. Liu Haizhong ignored these discussions, lost in his bureaucratic dreams. He even approached Director Yang, boasting about his accomplishments and strongly requesting to establish their group as the safety production model for the entire factory. He also invited the factory leadership to personally inspect their workshop the following Monday. Director Yang, unable to refuse his persistence, reluctantly agreed, seeing his enthusiasm. This news soon spread throughout the factory. Dahai naturally heard about it. Liu Haizhong, this old bureaucrat, was completely losing his mind for the sake of showing off. Dahai had already checked out Liu Haizhong's so-called safety protection devices, and they were just nonsense. Not only did they provide no protective function, but they also severely disrupted the original structural balance of the equipment, creating huge safety hazards, especially on a large air hammer. The protective net Liu Haizhong installed directly affected the hammerhead's heat dissipation. If it ran at high intensity for a long time, the hammerhead could overheat, leading to deformation of parts or even an explosion. The consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Haizhong, you are not ensuring safety. You are playing with fire. Dahai immediately activated his weakness insight skill, targeting Liu Haizhong. Name, Liu Haizhong. Weakness 1, obsessed with power and status, willing to go to any lengths for it. Weakness 2, vanity-driven, cares about appearances, unwilling to listen to differing opinions. Weakness 3, has a superficial understanding of technology, but loves to give orders, stubborn and self-righteous. Weakness 4, exercises strict control over his two sons, Liu Guangtian, Liu Guangfu, resulting in a poor relationship, which is the biggest conflict point in his family. Seeing these weaknesses, Dahai felt even happier. Liu Haizhong was full of flaws. Dealing with him didn't require complicated schemes. All he needed to do was to push him gently at his most proud moment, and it would be enough to send him crashing down. Dahai first approached Liu Haizhong's eldest son, Liu Guangtian. Liu Guangtian was just an ordinary worker in the factory, timid, and had been suppressed by his father Liu Haizhong since childhood, feeling both fear and resentment towards him. Dahai pulled him aside to a secluded corner. Guangtian, you know about the things your dad has been doing in the workshop lately, right? Upon hearing this, Liu Guangtian's face fell. Brother Dahai, don't mention it. My dad is almost losing it. He forces us to work overtime on useless things, and people in the factory are complaining about him behind his back. I've advised him several times, but he doesn't listen. He even scolds me for being unambitious and not understanding his good intentions. Liu Guangtian looked helpless and wronged. Guangtian, don't you want your dad to calm down a bit? Dahai coaxed gently. Of course. I've been dreaming about it. Liu Guangtian's eyes lit up. Brother Dahai, do you have a way? Well, there's one, Dahai said with a mysterious smile, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. After hearing this, Liu Guangtian turned pale. Brother Dahai, can this really work? If something goes wrong, it could be a big mess. What are you afraid of? Li Dahai patted his shoulder. This situation was caused by your dad himself. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just asking you to cooperate a little during the leadership inspection, so your dad's results can be showcased more fully. Think about it. If your dad succeeds this time, won't he just become more arrogant in the future? What good will that bring to your family? But if he stumbles this time and learns his lesson, he will naturally behave himself in the future. This isn't just helping yourself, it's also helping your dad. Chapter 95. Liu Haizhong seeks the spotlight. Li Dahai's words struck a chord with Liu Guangtian. The thought of his dad actually becoming the deputy director made him uneasy. He couldn't imagine how much more oppressive he would be at home. Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot. All right, Brother Dahai, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do it. With Liu Guangtian as the insider, Li Dahai's plan was already halfway successful. Next, they just had to wait for the performance on Monday. Monday soon arrived. The entire forging workshop was cleaned spotless early in the morning, bright and tidy. The workers in the workshop had also changed into brand new uniforms, all energetic and spirited. Liu Haizhong wore his best Zhongshan suit, his hair slicked back, striding around the workshop with his hands behind his back, like a general inspecting troops. He occasionally stopped to point out issues to certain workers. Xiao Wang, why is there still grease on your workbench? Hurry up and clean it. Xiao Li, when the leaders arrive, be more spirited, don't look like you just woke up. His commanding demeanor made the workers stifle their laughter, but no one dared to say anything. Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu followed closely behind him, both looking very tense. Especially Liu Guangtian, who kept glancing at the workshop door, his palms sweaty. He was anxious, unsure if Li Dahai's plan was reliable. If it went wrong, he would be the one to suffer. At 9 o'clock sharp, Factory Director Yang arrived with several mid-level managers for the inspection of the forging workshop. Upon seeing the leaders, Liu Haizhong immediately put on a beaming smile and rushed over. Oh, Director Yang, all the leaders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming to our workshop to inspect and guide our work. His fawning demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual self in the courtyard. All right, old Liu. Enough with the flattery. Director Yang waved his hand and got straight to the point. I've heard that your workshop has been quite vibrant during this safety production month and has even implemented some technological innovations and safety devices. We are here specifically to take a look. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Haizhong beamed with pride at these words, straightening his back. Director, please this way. He acted like a tour guide, leading the factory leaders around the workshop. First, he pointed to the Safety Production Responsibility System posted on the wall, boasting about it. Director, look, this is our workshop's innovation. Safety responsibilities are assigned to each individual. If there's an issue with any equipment, we hold that person accountable. This way, won't everyone's sense of responsibility be heightened? Director Yang nodet non chomitali. Liu Haizhong then led them to the critical large air hammer. Directors, please take a look. He pointed at the heavy protective net he had installed on the air hammer, his face full of pride. This is our group's significant technological innovation. This protective net can effectively prevent flying debris during equipment malfunctions, maximizing the safety of our operators. After my precise calculations, this net can withstand a shock force of 300 kilograms. He boasted extravagantly, portraying himself as an inventor. Engineer Wang from the technical department was also in the crowd. Ever since being humiliated by Li Dahai last time, he had kept a low profile. At this moment, watching Liu Haizhong's invention of the protective net, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew full well that this thing was a joke. Not only was it unsafe, but it also posed significant risks. However, he didn't dare to speak out, having become wary of Li Dahai and these attention-seeking individuals. Better to avoid trouble. Li Dahai was also among the crowd. As the head of the maintenance team, it was only natural for him to accompany the leaders in inspecting equipment safety. Watching Liu Haizhong boast, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Old man, keep blowing. Soon you'll be the one crying. Not bad, not bad. Director Yang casually praised the protective net. Old Liu, your idea is good. Having the safety awareness is commendable. Upon hearing the director's praise, Liu Haizhong was even more elated. He felt that his position as deputy director was already confirmed. Talk is cheap. I'll show you all. Liu Haizhong patted his chest and declared loudly, "To let all the leaders see our workshop's production landscape and safety achievements more intuitively, I've decided to personally operate this air hammer for you." As soon as he said this, everyone froze in shock. Even Director Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Let the team leader personally demonstrate for the leaders? This has never happened in the factory before. Liu Haizhong was really going off script to seek attention, but Li Dahai was delighted. Perfect. This old man is really jumping into the pit he's dug for himself. I was worried about how to get him to start the machine in public, but he brought it up himself. This is ridiculous. The workshop director hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Old Liu, what are you doing? The leaders are here. Pay attention to the impact." "Director, how is this ridiculous? I'm just trying to showcase our worker spirit." Liu Haizhong protested, unwilling to back down. "Besides, I've been a blacksmith for so many years. I have some skills." He turned to Director Yang with a sincere expression. "Director Yang, please let me demonstrate. I promise it will make our factory shine." Director Yang looked at him, feeling a bit displeased, but he couldn't publicly refuse him. After all, he was well-intentioned. He could only nod. "All right, but pay attention to safety. Just do a simple operation." "Okay, just watch." Liu Haizhong was overjoyed, shedding his Zhongshan suit jacket to reveal his work uniform. He grabbed the control lever, ready to put on a show. Li Dahai quietly signaled to Lu Guangtian in the crowd. Understanding, Lu Guangtian took a deep breath and walked over to a control box next to the air hammer. Following Li Dahai's prior instructions, he casually adjusted a current control knob up by 2 notches. This change was very subtle. It wouldn't cause an immediate problem with the equipment. However, it would increase the operational load of the equipment, coupled with the protective net that affected heat dissipation. It was like placing a thick blanket over a patient who was already running a high fever. The fate of this air hammer was sealed at that moment. Chapter 96. A major accident occurs. Liu Haizhong is injured. Liu Haizhong stood in front of the control panel, feeling the gaze of everyone on him, his vanity greatly satisfied. He turned back to Director Yang and flashed a confident smile. Then, he suddenly pulled the control lever. Boom! The massive air hammer let out a dull roar and began to move up and down slowly. Liu Haizhong skillfully operated it, sending a red-hot iron ingot under the hammerhead. Bang! 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 The heavy hammerhead struck the ingot again and again, creating sparks and an impressive spectacle. The workers around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Uncle Air's skills really are commendable. His prowess hasn't faded. Yes, with this momentum, he is not any worse than the younger guys. Listening to the praises, Liu Haizhong's expression of pride grew stronger. He felt like the center of attention, the great hero everyone was looking at. He even tried to show off by accelerating the operation speed. The hammerhead's rise and fall became faster and faster. The sound of banging also grew increasingly urgent, like a dense drumbeat, pounding in everyone's hearts. Director Yang watched, his brows furrowing tighter. Although he didn't understand the specific techniques, he could tell that Liu Haizhong was clearly showing off and taking risks. That's enough, old Liu, it's time to stop, he called out. But Liu Haizhong was completely immersed in his performance and didn't hear him at all. He just wanted to push this demonstration to its climax and give his promotion journey the perfect ending. At that moment, no one noticed that the hammerhead of the air hammer, due to prolonged high-load operation and poor heat dissipation, had started to change color from its normal dark red to an ominous bright red. The internal metal structure of the hammerhead was undergoing a quiet but deadly change. Only Li Dahai saw it clearly. He could even analyze through the system to see the tiny cracks inside the hammerhead caused by high temperature and stress concentration. These cracks were spreading and expanding at an imperceptible speed, like a web of death. Almost there, just a bit more, Li Dahai thought to himself, counting down silently. 3, 2, 1. Just as Liu Haizhong pulled down the control lever again, preparing for the last and strongest strike, an unexpected change occurred. There was a sharp, piercing crack, like metal tearing apart. Then, boom, a deafening explosion erupted throughout the workshop. It felt like a bomb had gone off right next to their ears. Everyone was startled by the sudden loud noise, shivering and instinctively covering their heads. The hammerhead of the large air hammer exploded mid-air. In an instant, countless red-hot metal fragments, mixed with scalding oil, shot out in all directions like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Get out of the way. The crowd instantly descended into chaos. Screams and cries ringing out everywhere. People frantically sought cover. The so-called safety net that Liu Haizhong had installed was as fragile as paper in the face of this terrifying explosion. It was instantly shredded by countless metal fragments. It provided no protection whatsoever. Instead, the fragments caught in the net changed their trajectory and shot out at even more dangerous angles. Puff, puff, puff. Several hot fragments pierced through the metal roof of the workshop, leaving behind several shocking holes. More fragments hit nearby equipment and walls, creating a series of clanging sounds. The scene was chaotic to the extreme, resembling a war movie. Liu Haizhong, who was closest to the explosion center, bore the brunt of it. Although he wasn't directly hit by large fragments, he couldn't dodge in time. Scalding oil splashed onto his face and arms, burning him and causing him to scream in agony. My face. My hands. He dropped the control lever, covered his face, and rolled on the ground in pain. Director Yang and several factory leaders were also startled by this sudden turn of events. Fortunately, they were standing far enough away and had security personnel protecting them, so they weren't injured. But Director Yang's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked at the chaotic scene before him and at Liu Haizhong, who was crying out on the ground, shaking with anger. Safety production model? Major technological innovation? Is this what you, Liu Haizhong, have shown me? Do you want me to hold a commendation meeting for you, or a memorial service? Li Dahai reacted quickly at the moment of the explosion, pulling the workshop director beside him and hiding behind machine tool. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. This was explosive. Liu Haizhong, that old fool, will be severely punished. The chaos continued for nearly a minute before slowly subsiding. The workshop was filled with a pungent smell of oil and burnt metal. The ground was a mess. Fortunately, because everyone had taken cover in time, there were no serious injuries apart from Liu Haizhong's burns. However, this malicious safety accident was enough to shock the entire steel mill, especially since it happened right in front of the director. This was no ordinary accident. It was a blatant public slap in the face, hitting Liu Haizhong, the instigator, and also hitting Director Yang, the highest leader. What are you still standing there for? Director Yang snapped back to reality, yelling at the already stunned security staff and workshop personnel. Quickly help. Get Liu Haizhong to the infirmary. The others immediately sealed off the scene, counted losses, and investigated the cause of the accident. His voice was hoarse from extreme anger. The entire workshop sprang into action. Several people hurriedly lifted the still rolling and howling Liu Haizhong and took him to the infirmary. Others began to carefully clean up the scene. Director Yang stood in front of the air hammer, which had turned into a pile of scrap metal, his face ashen and silent. But everyone could feel the immense anger radiating from him. Today's incident would definitely not end well. Li Dahai. Director Yang suddenly called out his name. Here. Li Dahai quickly stepped out from behind the machine tool. You're the head of the maintenance team, a technical expert in the factory. Director Yang's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on him. You now immediately find out what happened. Why did this machine suddenly explode? I don't care what method you use. I need to see a detailed accident analysis report within an hour. Chapter 97. Liu Haizhong is demoted. Decades of effort turned to ashes. Yes. I will complete the task. Li Dahai stood at attention and saluted, responding firmly. He knew this was an opportunity given to him by Director Yang. Li Dahai immediately called his key maintenance team members, put on gloves, grabbed tools, and began a professional investigation of the scrapped air hammer. Of course, the so-called investigation was just a formality. He knew the real reason better than anyone else. He pretended to check here and there, occasionally picking up a broken gear and examining it closely. In a moment, he used a caliper to measure the wear of a certain component. His professional and meticulous demeanor made those around him nod in agreement. Even Engineer Wang from the technical department had to admit that this kid indeed had some skills. In less than half an hour, Li Dahai walked up to Factory Director Yang with a handwritten report. Director, the preliminary cause has been identified. Speak. Director Yang said succinctly. The direct cause of the accident was the metal fatigue fracture of the air hammer's head. Li Dahai pointed to the fragments on the ground and analyzed clearly. The fundamental reasons for the fracture were threefold. First, long-term overload operation. According to our investigation, this equipment has been used intensively in recent times, far exceeding its design limits. Second, maintenance was severely inadequate. The key connecting components of the hammerhead showed obvious signs of wear and looseness, but were not replaced or tightened in a timely manner. Third, and most crucially, Liu Dahai's voice suddenly rose. He pointed to the wreckage of the protective net invented by Liu Haizhong, which had been blown to pieces. This so-called safety device, it severely affected the normal heat dissipation of the hammerhead, causing it to overheat during operation, accelerating the aging and embrittlement of the metal material. It can be said that this unnecessary invention was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It not only failed to provide any safety protection, but instead became the culprit of this serious accident. Liu Dahai's analysis was well-reasoned, logically clear, leaving no room for rebuttal. After listening, Director Yang's face became even more grim. He turned to look at the forging workshop director standing behind him. The director trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down. "How did you become the workshop director?" Director Yang's voice was as cold as ice. "You couldn't even see such a significant safety hazard in your own workshop. You let a mess around. You even reported this as an advanced example. Do you no longer want this position?" "Director, I was wrong." The workshop director was so frightened he was on the verge of tears. Director Yang ignored him and shifted his gaze towards the infirmary. In his heart, he had already sentenced Liu Haizhong to death. This old fool, blinded by power and eager for achievement, almost caused a catastrophic disaster for his own selfish interests. Such a person must not be allowed to remain in a frontline position, let alone be promoted. Not firing him directly would be letting him off easy. In the infirmary, Liu Haizhong lay on the bed, with his face and arms covered in white burn ointment and thick bandages. Although his injuries weren't severe, the fiery pain still made him grimace. However, the physical pain was far less intense than the pain in his heart. His biggest dream in life was to be an official to climb the ranks. But today, he had personally blown up his own career. Not only did he not achieve his official position, but he also became the laughingstock of the entire factory, a sinner in a major safety accident. The thought of Director Yang's grim face and the disdainful, mocking gazes he would face in the factory in the future made Liu Haizhong feel that life was worse than death. Everything had been planned so well. He was clearly doing it for the good of the factory, for safe production. How could it end up like this? His mind replayed every detail before the explosion over and over again. Suddenly, a previously overlooked detail surfaced in his mind. Before starting the machine, it seemed his son Liu Guangtian had fiddled with the distribution box. Could it be? A terrifying thought arose in his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's my own son. How could he harm me? Liu Haizhong shook his head desperately, trying to shake off this absurd thought. But that thought took root in his heart, growing wildly. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. At this moment, in the workshop, Liu Dahai's mind echoed with the long-awaited sound. Ding! The host successfully planned to use a knife to kill, guiding Liu Haizhong to personally detonate the safety hazard he buried during the leadership inspection, causing a major safety accident, making him publicly humiliated, shattering his official dreams, and ruining his reputation. Immoral behavior rating, level. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 300 points of immoral value. Current immoral value, 530 points. Listening to the system's prompt, Liu Dahai felt extremely comfortable. Another large sum of money was credited. This time, not only did he completely crush Liu Haizhong, the old official fanatic, but he also sowed discord between him and his son. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Perfect. Liu Haizhong lay in the infirmary for 3 days. For him, those 3 days felt like years. The burns on his body were not severe and gradually became less painful. However, the pain in his heart grew heavier. The factory's handling decision quickly came down. Liu Haizhong, as the main responsible person for the accident, was relieved of all his duties as the group leader of the forging workshop and demoted to an ordinary worker. He was also required to bear half of the economic losses caused by the accident, totaling over 300 yuan, to be deducted from his future wages and installments. Additionally, he had to make a profound public self-criticism at the factory-wide meeting. The workshop director of the forging workshop was also given a serious warning and penalty for inadequate supervision, with a deduction of 3 months bonus. This handling result was not light. Liu Haizhong's decades of hard work and dreams turned to ashes in front of this notice. From a respected master and a prominent group leader, he overnight became an ordinary worker burdened with penalties and debts. This blow was fatal for him. What made Liu Haizhong's heart chill even more was his family's attitude. During these 3 days, his second aunt had only visited him once, dropped off a lunchbox, complained a few times, and hurriedly left. His 2 sons, Liu Guangtian and Liu Guangfu, didn't even show their faces. This made Liu Haizhong's terrible suspicion grow stronger. Chapter 98. Li Dahai is a jinx. On this day, Liu Haizhong was finally allowed to go home. He dragged his weary body into the courtyard. The neighbors in the courtyard saw him and scattered like they had seen a play god. In their eyes, there was sympathy, schadenfreude, but more contempt. Liu Haizhong lowered his head, just wanting to return to his own home quickly. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his wife and 2 sons sitting at the table, each with increasingly grim expressions. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. "I'm back," Liu Haizhong said in a hoarse voice. No one responded to him. Liu Haizhong glanced at the table, where there was not even a cup of hot water, and his anger flared up. "What is going on? I'm back, and you all became mute? Do you still want me to serve you?" His wife finally spoke, her tone full of resentment. "Liu Haizhong, look at the good thing you've done. Now, not only did you not get the official position, but you also owe a huge debt. Over 300 yuan. When will it ever be paid off? How are we going to live as a family in the future? You still have a face to get angry here?" Liu Haizhong was choked to the point where he couldn't say a word. He turned his gaze to his 2 sons. "Guangtian, Guangfu, come here," he said in a commanding tone. "Dad, what is the matter?" Liu Guangfu stood up reluctantly. Liu Guangtian kept his head down, not daring to look his father in the eye. Liu Haizhong stared intently at Liu Guangtian, asking word by word, "Guangtian, I ask you, on that Monday when the leader came for inspection, did you tamper with that distribution box?" Upon hearing this, Liu Guangtian was so frightened that he shivered all over, his face turning pale. No, I didn't." He shook his head desperately. "Dare you lie again?" Liu Haizhong slammed the table and stood up. "I saw it with my own eyes. Don't think you can deny it." He grabbed Liu Guangtian by the collar, his eyes wide like copper bells. "Tell me, was it you? Were you the one scheming behind my back to harm me? Was it that bastard Li Dahai who made you do this?" At that moment, Liu Haizhong seemed to understand everything. He wasn't a fool. He was just blinded by his obsession with power. Now, as he calmed down to think, the whole incident felt suspicious. Why did Li Dahai happen to be in the inspection team? Why did he find out the so-called cause of the accident so quickly after it happened? And Guangtian's unusual behavior. Everything connected. This was a trap. A perfect trap meticulously designed for him by Li Dahai. And his own son had become his accomplice. I didn't. Liu Guangtian was so scared he was about to cry, still holding on to his denial. "You dare to say you didn't?" Liu Haizhong trembled with anger, raising his hand, ready to slap him. "Dad, what are you doing?" Liu Guangfu, who was nearby, could no longer watch. He grabbed Liu Haizhong's arm. "What right do you have to hit my brother?" "Yes, it was my brother who did it. So what?" Liu Guangfu shouted defiantly. "It's what you brought upon yourself. You deserve it. Look at how you usually treat us. Always hitting or scolding. You treat us like livestock. For the sake of being an official. For the sake of showing off, you mess things up in the factory, dragging us down with you. Now that something went wrong, you just know how to vent your anger on us? Is this how a father should act?" Liu Guangfu vented years of pent-up resentment in one go. Liu Haizhong was stunned by his shouting. He looked at this son who dared to rebel against him, and for a moment didn't know what to say. You both have turned against me." Liu Haizhong's lips trembled with anger. "You ungrateful sons. I raised you for nothing. From today on, you two, get out of my house. I don't have sons like you. Fine, we'll leave." Liu Guangfu pulled the still, trembling Liu Guangtian. "We don't want to stay in this house anymore." After saying that, the 2 brothers left without looking back, slamming the door behind them. In the room, only Liu Haizhong and Aunt Air were left, staring at each other. "Liu Haizhong, are you satisfied now?" Aunt Air pointed at his nose, crying and scolding. "You've lost your position, lost your money, and now even your sons have run away. You've completely ruined this family. Liu Haizhong collapsed into a chair with a thud. He looked at the empty room, listening to his wife's cries and scoldings, feeling utterly despondent. His life, spent striving for success, had ended with him being abandoned by everyone, left with nothing. At this moment, Li Dahai was sitting in his own room. He could hear the arguing and scolding from the next courtyard clearly. He knew that Liu Haizhong's family was completely broken. A person who couldn't even accommodate his own family could never earn the respect of others. How pitiful and laughable. The system's voice echoed in Li Dahai's mind again. Ding! The host has successfully intensified the family conflict of Liu Haizhong, causing him to fall out with his sons, resulting in a broken family and heavy mental blow. Misdeed rating upgraded to level. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 400 points of misdeed value. Current misdeed value, 930 points. Li Dahai nodded in satisfaction. This operation was quite rewarding. Liu Haizhong would not be able to stir up any trouble for a long time. The several major villains in the courtyard, Uncle E, Uncle San, Uncle Air, as well as Xu Damao and Jia Zhang, had basically all been dealt with by him. Liu Haizhong's family chaos had become the latest topic of discussion in the courtyard. He had lost his job, accumulated a mountain of debt, and was publicly humiliated by his two sons, ultimately leading to being abandoned by everyone. This outcome could not be described as anything but tragic. While the people in the courtyard did not dare to speak much in public, they had long been gossiping behind the scenes. Have you heard? The two boys from Uncle Air's family have moved out. Really? The old Liu family is completely broken now. Deserved it. Who told him to bring it on himself? Almost burned down the factory for the sake of being a petty official, and now he's lost his family too. I say, this matter is quite eerie. Look, Uncle E wanted a scheme against Dahai, and ended up with a ruined reputation. Uncle San tried to take advantage of Dahai, and nearly lost his hand. Now Uncle Air wants to use Dahai as a stepping stone, and ends up losing his position and family. Wow, now that you mention it, it really is. Is Li Dahai just too lucky? Whoever messes with him is doomed. What luck, I see him as a jinx. Chapter 99. The deaf old lady takes action. Preparing to target Li Dahai in the crowd, someone muttered softly, which immediately drew several disdainful looks. What do you know? Dahai is eliminating harm for the factory. He is a hero. Exactly. Uncle Air brought this upon himself. What does it have to do with Dahai? If it weren't for Dahai uncovering the truth in the end, the factory would still be kept in the dark for who knows how long. Nowadays, Li Dahai's reputation in both the courtyard and the factory had reached an unprecedented height. He was not only the capable head of the maintenance team, having received a huge bonus of 500 yuan, but also the technical model who had taken down the corrupt purchasing agent Wang Fugui, exposing the power-hungry Uncle Air as a great hero. The way everyone looked at him had long since shifted from initial sympathy to envy and awe. And now there was an added layer of genuine respect. Only a few people like Xu Damao and Jia Zhang looked at Li Dahai with eyes like poisoned daggers, filled with both hatred and fear. And in the courtyard, there was another person secretly observing Li Dahai with a complex gaze. This person was the deaf old lady. In the back courtyard, in the deaf old lady's room, she sat on the Kong, playing with two walnuts in her hands, her eyes half open, seemingly dozing off. But the occasional glimmer in her murky eyes proved that this old woman was sharper than anyone else. Uncle Zhonghai was squatting on a small stool beside her, taking one puff after another from his dry tobacco pipe, the room filled with smoke. Old lady, what do you think this is all about? Zhonghai asked, his voice carrying confusion and reluctance. In our courtyard, although it used to be noisy, it was all under my control. But ever since that kid Li Dahai rose up, everything has gone haywire. First me, then Yan Bugue, and now Liu Haizhong. All three of us have fallen into his hands. This kid is really sinister. The deaf old lady slowly opened her eyes. She didn't look at Zhonghai, but stared out the window, speaking slowly. It's not that he's sinister, it's that you're foolish. Zhonghai blushed in embarrassment, wanting to retort, but not knowing how. Do you think he is still the same orphan who can be easily manipulated? The deaf old lady snorted coldly. Now, he is the director of the factory, a favored person in front of the factory manager. He has skills, brains, and an untraceable ruthlessness. Your little schemes are nothing but child's play in front of him. laughable. The deaf old lady's words pierced Zhonghai's heart like needles. So, are we just going to watch him act like a tyrant in the courtyard? Zhonghai said unwillingly. He no longer takes anyone seriously. If this continues, this courtyard will no longer be under our control, but under Liu Dahai's. Who says he's bullying others? The deaf old lady suddenly retorted. Zhonghai was taken aback. He dealt with Yin Bugue because Yin Bugue was greedy and wanted to take advantage of him. He dealt with Liu Haizhong because Liu Haizhong was blinded by power and was joking with the safety of the entire workshop. Every action he took was justified. Even if it went to the factory director, he would have something to say. Look at you, wanting to shove Shazhu into the maintenance team. What's your intention? A discerning person can see that you're doing it for your own retirement. Can you even say that out loud? The deaf old lady's words were piercing. Zhonghai's face turned red and white, and he could only lower his head and let out a heavy sigh. Yes, he realized he had been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. What do you mean, old lady? This child is like a wild horse. The deaf old lady squinted her eyes into a slit. A wild horse cannot be tamed just with a whip. You need to put a bit in its mouth and a bridle on it. A bit? A bridle? Zhonghai didn't understand. What is the best bridle for a man? The corner of the deaf old lady's mouth revealed a cryptic smile. It is family, a wife, and children. As long as he settles down and has ties, his heart won't run wild anymore. When the time comes, letting him honor this lonely old woman and support Shazhu. His senior, won't that be a natural thing? Zhonghai's eyes instantly lit up. Right? How did I not think of that? Get Liu Dahai a wife. As long as the wife is from our side, isn't that equivalent to placing a spy by his side? When that time comes, all his actions be under our control. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Old lady, you are so far-sighted. Zhonghai sincerely praised. So what do you think about this candidate? You don't need to worry about this. The deaf old lady waved her hand. I already have someone in mind. A glimmer of calculation flashed in her murky eyes. Liu Dahai. Oh, Liu Dahai, no matter how capable you are, can you escape from my grasp? From that day on, Liu Dahai felt that the way the deaf old lady looked at him was a bit unusual. Previously, this old lady was basically invisible in the courtyard. Except during meal times when Shazhu needed to help her, she rarely came out. But now, she was almost sunbathing in the courtyard every day. Every time Liu Dahai passed by, she would scrutinize him from head to toe, like a mother-in-law examining her son-in-law. There were even several occasions when she took the initiative to stop him and chat. Dahai off work? Oh, yes, old lady. Liu Dahai stopped and responded politely. Busy with work lately? I see you've lost weight. It's okay, not busy. You child, you are too honest and don't know how to take care of yourself. At your age, there's no one around to care for you. It makes me feel sorry. As she spoke, the deaf old lady actually took out 2 warm boiled eggs from her pocket and insisted on shoving them into Liu Dahai's hands. Take them. I just boiled them for you to replenish your strength. If Liu Dahai still couldn't see the old lady's intentions, then he would have lived his life in vain. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This old fox definitely had ulterior motives. He immediately activated his weakness insight skill. Name, unknown, deaf old lady. Weakness 1. Extremely values her identity as a revolutionary martyr's family member and uses it as a moral weapon to coerce others. Weakness 2. Strong desire for control, wants the entire courtyard to operate according to her will. Weakness 3. Close relationship with Zhonghai, is the behind-the-scenes supporter of his retirement plan. Weakness 4. Deep down, extremely fears being abandoned by the times, afraid of losing her current status and respect. Chapter 100 Old Thing, trying to set me up? As expected, this old lady is the strategist behind Zhonghai. When Zhonghai's plan failed, this old strategist decided to intervene personally. She wants to use a soft approach to lull him into complacency and then reveal her true intentions. Old lady, this one do. Liu Dahai hurriedly declined. You keep it for yourself. If I tell you to take it, then take it. The deaf old lady's face became stern, pretending to be angry. What? Do you think I'm dirty? Or do you look down on me, this lonely old woman? Here we go again with the moral coercion. Liu Dahai sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he could only pretend to be surprised, accepting the eggs. Thank you, old lady. You are really too caring. That's more like it. The deaf old lady's face broke into a smile like a blooming flower. She patted Li Dahai's hand and said seriously, Dahai, you're a good child. Everyone in the courtyard knows you have good character and capability. You should think about this personal issue. Don't worry, this matter is on me. I've already found a girl for you, guaranteed to satisfy you. The fox's tail finally showed itself. Li Dahai was clear-headed, but on his face, he showed just the right amount of surprise and youthful shyness. Old lady, what are you talking about? Haha, still embarrassed? The deaf old lady chuckled. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll have her come over for you two to meet. After saying that, without waiting for Li Dahai to say anything else, the deaf old lady turned around, hands behind her back, and walked away contentedly. She felt that this move of hers was simply brilliant. First, she used the care of an elder to give him eggs, making it impossible for him to refuse. Then she proposed introducing a partner, under the pretense of doing it for his own good, leaving him with no reason to decline. No matter how capable you are, Li Dahai, you can't outsmart an old woman like me who is nearing the end of her days, right? Watching the deaf old lady's departing figure, Li Dahai weighed the 2 eggs in his hand. Old thing, trying to set me up? You're still a bit inexperienced. Tomorrow, huh? All right. I'll see what kind of surprise you can find for me. The news that the deaf old lady wanted to introduce a partner for Li Dahai spread like wildfire throughout the entire courtyard. This was big news. You have to know, the deaf old lady's status in the courtyard is extraordinary. She is the family of a martyr, the highest ranking and most senior person in the courtyard. She rarely speaks, but when she does, it represents absolute authority. What she says even Zhonghai has to consider carefully. Now, she is personally stepping in to introduce a partner for Li Dahai. This is no small favor. The courtyard erupted in excitement. Did you hear? The old lady wants to find a wife for Dahai. My goodness, this is fantastic news. The old lady personally guarantees the match. That girl must be good. Of course, Dahai is going to have good fortune now. He looks good, works well, and now he is going to marry a good wife. Life will be complete. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, filled with envy, especially those families in the courtyard with unmarried daughters, feeling particularly sour. Li Dahai is now one of the most eligible bachelors in the entire courtyard and even the steel factory. Young, promising, skilled, high status, good salary, generous bonuses. Which family's daughter could marry him would be like falling into a nest of blessings. What a pity that such a good catch has been preempted by the deaf old lady. In the central courtyard, Qin Huairu was sitting at the door, making shoe soles when she heard this news, and the needle in her hand suddenly pricked her finger. She gasped in pain and quickly put her finger in her mouth to suck on it. But in her heart, it hurt even more than her finger. Li Dahai is going to talk about a wife? This thought pierced her heart like a thorn. In recent days, she had indeed had feelings for Li Dahai. This kid is becoming more and more successful, more and more masculine. If only she could be with him. But she also knew that she was a widow, dragging along 3 children, and her conditions were far from Li Dahai's. She could only hide these thoughts in her heart and occasionally think about them secretly in the quiet of the night. But now, the deaf old lady was going to introduce a match for him. Once Li Dahai got married, she would really have no chance at all. Not only would her unrealistic fantasies be shattered, but more importantly, would Shazhu still wholeheartedly support her family like he did now. If Li Dahai married and started a family, his relationship with Shazhu would surely become closer. At that time, would Shazhu's lunchbox and his help still be there? Qin Huairu's heart was in turmoil. For the first time, she felt a hint of resentment towards the deaf old lady, the ancestor of the courtyard. You really know how to meddle. On the other side, at Xu Damao's house, ever since Xu Damao fell flat on his face in Pigeon City, he had been downcast. Hearing this news, he was first stunned. Then a gleam of glee flashed in his eyes. Oof, Li Dahai, you brat, look at you now. He secretly cursed. Let you be capable. Let you be arrogant. This time, let the old lady put a bridle on you and see how you can still flaunt. He knew the deaf old lady too well. That old lady was a smiling tiger. On the surface, she was nice to everyone, but in reality, her desire for control was frightening. The wife she introduced would be no good. She must be one of her own, an informant sent to monitor and control you. Xu Damao seemed to have already seen a picture of Li Dahai after marriage, being tightly controlled by his wife and the old lady, sighing tragically every day. He felt much more balanced in his heart. He even looked forward to a good show. At this moment, the central figure of the event, Li Dahai, was sitting in his room, leisurely eating the 2 eggs that the deaf old lady had forced on him. It tasted pretty good. He just didn't know what kind of scheme the old lady had. However, no matter what scheme you have, I, Li Dahai, will take it on. If soldiers come, I will block them. If water comes, I will cover it. I want to see if your decades of skill can outsmart my 2 lifetimes of cunning. The next day, early in the morning, Li Dahai was preparing to go to work as usual. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that there were already quite a few people standing in the courtyard. The way everyone looked at him was filled with an indescribable ambiguity and amusement. Dahai, going to work? Brother Dahai, you have to be spirited today. That's right, the girl is coming later. You need to make a good impression. Everyone chattered and joked with him. Chapter 101. Is this finding a wife for Li Dahai, or getting him a bodyguard? Li Dahai just smiled honestly, scratched his head, and didn't say anything, pushing his cart to leave. Dahai, wait a moment. The deaf old lady's voice came from the backyard. The old lady had specially changed into a clean blue cloth coat today, and her hair was neatly combed. She was accompanied by a girl. The girl was in her early 20s, and how to say it? She couldn't be called ugly. She was just a bit too sturdy. Her skin was dark. Her face was big and round, and her arms were not much thinner than Li Dahai's. She wore a faded floral shirt, and her 2 thick, long braids hung down in front of her chest. She exuded a rustic simplicity and awkwardness. The people in the courtyard were momentarily stunned upon seeing the girl. Everyone was puzzled. Is this the match the old lady found for Li Dahai? This seems a bit mismatched with Li Dahai. Li Dahai is now a popular figure in the factory with looks and abilities. You should at least find a girl from the city with a job, and prettier too, right? This girl, standing there, looked like an iron tower. To say something unpleasant, she might even be a bit unworthy of Shazhu. Although everyone thought this way, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, this was the old lady's matchmaking. If you dare to say something bad, wouldn't that be slapping the old lady's face? When Qin Huairu saw this girl, the big stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell. Just this? With this appearance, can Li Dahai really like her? Unless he was blind. She even felt like laughing in her heart. Xu Damao almost laughed out loud on the spot. Ha ha, old lady, you really are my dear grandmother. Are you finding a wife for Li Dahai, or getting him a bodyguard? Li Dahai this time. I want to see how you end up. Li Dahai looked at the iron tower girl in front of him, feeling speechless. This deaf old lady really went all out. To disgust me, she found such a gem. However, he remained expressionless on the surface, just politely nodded to the girl. Old lady, who is this? Come, let me introduce you. The deaf old lady pulled the girl's hand, her face beaming with joy. Dahai, this is the girl I told you about. Her name is Siheyuan. She is the daughter of a distant relative of mine, just came from the countryside, honest and simple, and knows how to manage life. She then turned to Siheyuan and said, Siheyuan, this is Li Dahai, the maintenance team leader at the steel mill, young and promising, a rare good young man. Brother Dahai. The girl named Siheyuan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, calling out. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but it seemed she was quite shy. All right, you two have met. The deaf old lady clapped her hands, looking as if she had accomplished a great task. Dahai, you don't need to go to work today. Take a leave of absence and take Siheyuan around the city, get familiar with the environment, and cultivate some feelings. Li Dahai's face showed a troubled expression. Old lady, I still have a lot of work in the factory. It's hard to take leave. What is hard to take leave for? The deaf old lady's face turned stern. Is your life's big matter important? Or is that little issue in the factory important? I'm telling you, Li Dahai, I'm making the decision for you today. You must take leave. If you don't listen, it means you don't give this old lady face. It means you look down on us old folks who bled for the revolution. Wow, this big hat was thrown down one after another. The surrounding neighbors also began to join in. Yes, Dahai, listen to the old lady. Work can be done anytime. That's right, spending time with the girl is important. The old lady is doing this for your own good. You can't let down her good intentions. Everyone chimed in, surrounding Li Dahai in the middle. If he refused again, he would become the public enemy of the whole courtyard, an ungrateful wolf who didn't know good from bad. Li Dahai sneered in his heart. Old lady, you really play this trick well, using public opinion to pressure me, using morality to bind me. Fine, I will grant your wish today. But if you want me to take leave, I will take leave. If you want me to accompany her, I will accompany her. But how I accompany her and what results come from it, that is not up to you. All right, all right. Li Dahai pretended to be helpless, nodding repeatedly. I will listen to you, old lady. I will listen to you. I will go to the factory to ask for leave right now. On his face, there was just the right amount of helplessness and obedience. That's right. The deaf old lady smiled victoriously when she saw him give in. She felt that Li Dahai, this wild horse, had been firmly tamed by her. Li Dahai pushed his bike out of the courtyard under the envious gazes of the crowd. When he arrived at the factory, he didn't rush to ask for leave. Instead, he first went to his office, closed the door, and took out some things from his personal space. Only then did he leisurely go to find the workshop director. Director, I want to take a day off. What's wrong? Dahai, is there something at home? The workshop director asked with concern. Well, sort of. Li Dahai scratched his head, looking embarrassed. The deaf old lady in the yard insists on introducing me to a match, and today she wants me to take her daughter out for a stroll. Upon hearing this, the workshop director laughed. Oh, that's a good thing. You should definitely go. Don't worry about work, I'll handle it. Li Dahai left the office with a smile. An hour later, he returned to the courtyard. The deaf old lady and that Shui Tsuehua were still waiting in the yard. How is it? Did you get the leave? The deaf old lady asked. Yes, I did, Li Dahai nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Tsuehua out. The deaf old lady urged. Okay. Li Dahai walked in front of Tsuehua, wearing a simple smile. Tsuehua, where would you like to go for a stroll? Tsuehua lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, unable to say a word for a long time. As a country girl, she had no idea where there were good places in the city. The deaf old lady spoke for her. Take her to Wangfujing, to Qianmen, to the department store. Let her see something nice. Aurigi, lidai nudda. Then he patted the back seat of his bicycle. Tsuehua, get on. Tsuehua looked at the tall and narrow back seat of the bicycle, then at her own sturdy figure, showing a troubled expression. How do I sit on this? Chapter 102. Do you still want your bonus this month? Lidai sakreli lauga. What's the matter? Hurry up and get on, he urged. Tsuehua had no choice but to blush, twisting her body, using all her strength to awkwardly sit sideways. When she sat down, Li Dahai felt the whole bicycle suddenly sink down. Sit tight, Li Dahai shouted, pushing off hard with his feet. The bicycle wobbled and sped away. The deaf old lady watched the two leave, her face showing a satisfied smile. She seemed to have already envisioned Li Dahai under her arrangement, honestly supporting her in old age, working like a horse for Shazhu. Meanwhile, the others in the yard also sighed. Ah, a flower planted in cow dung. Someone murmured softly. However, in their hearts, it was hard to say who was the flower and who was the cow dung. Li Dahai rode the bicycle with the towering Tsuehua on the back seat. How to put it, it felt like riding a small motorcycle but dragging a train car behind. It was exhausting. It was really too exhausting. Tsuehua weighed at least 140 to 150 pounds. When she sat down, the two tires of the bicycle noticeably deflated. Every time Li Dahai pedaled, he had to use all his strength. The bike chain creaked as if it would break at any moment. Tsuehua, can you move back a little? Li Dahai gasped for breath. Your center of gravity is too far forward, and I can't pedal properly. Oh. Tsuehua blushed and obediently shifted her weight back a bit. When she did, the center of gravity moved back. But Li Dahai felt that the bike could tip over at any moment. He had to press his entire upper body down on the handlebars just to maintain balance. He looked quite awkward. As they rode along, passers-by turned their heads to look. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and sympathy. Hey, look at that young guy. Who is he taking with him? His wife? Doesn't he seem like it? What kind of wife is that strong? She looks sturdier than him. That young guy is too pitiful. This ISNT cycling, it's like pulling a millstone. All these discussions were clearly heard by Li Dahai and Tsuehua. Li Dahai, however, didn't care at all. After all, it wasn't him who was embarrassing. Tsuehua's face, on the other hand, grew redder and hotter, almost burying her head in her chest. This was the first time in her life she had been pointed at like this. Dahai, should I just get off and walk? She quietly suggested. No way. Li Dahai sternly refused. The old lady specifically asked me to take good care of you. If I let you walk, what would that be? Don't worry. I'm fit and fine, it's nothing. He said this, but inwardly he was laughing. Old thing, you want me to accompany her? All right, I'll accompany her well. Let's see if I get exhausted first or if she gets embarrassed first. They wobbled along, stopping and going. A route that should have taken half an hour took over an hour to finally reach Wangfujing. Li Dahai parked the bike, already drenched in sweat, his legs shaking. Come on, Suihua, let us go for a stroll. Suihua got off the bike and moved her legs, which had gone numb from the jolting. She looked at the bustling street, the wide road, and the tall department store ahead, her eyes filled with novelty and longing. This is the capital. It was far more impressive than her village. Dahai, can we really go in and shop? She asked timidly, pointing at the department store. Of course, Li Dahai smiled. Come on, I'll take you in to see. Once they entered the department store, Suihua was completely stunned by the sights before her. Bright lights, clean floors, and rows of neatly arranged shelves. The shelves were filled with all sorts of things she had never seen before. Beautiful clothes, exquisite shoes, sparkling watches, and fragrant snow flower cream. She was dazzled, unsure where to look. Li Dahai said nothing, just led her through the layers of the store. When they reached the clothing counter, Li Dahai pointed to a latest floral dress made of dacron and said to the sales assistant, "Excuse me, could you please bring that dress for us to have a look?" The sales assistant looked at Li Dahai, then at the earthy-looking Suihua, her eyes flashing with a trace of barely noticeable disdain. But she still brought the dress over. Here, this is this year's most popular style. Li Dahai handed the dress to Suihua. Suihua, what do you think of this one? Is it pretty? Suihua stared at the beautiful dress, her eyes wide. She had dreamed of having such a dress. She instinctively reached out to touch the smooth fabric, but halfway through, she retracted her hand. She looked at her own rough, dark hands, worn from years of farm work, and then at her faded old shirt. A wave of inferiority surged over her. And no, it's not pretty, she said, lowering her head in a small voice. How can not be pretty? Li Dahai pretended not to understand. I think it looks great, very suitable for your temperament. He turned to the sales assistant and said, "Excuse me, can we try this dress on?" Try it on? The waitress's brow suddenly furrowed. Comrade, the clothes here are precious items, and we can't allow random trying on. If you are sincerely interested in buying, I can help you measure. Her tone and expression were full of disdain, as if just touching the clothes would dirty them. Chui Suihua's face turned pale instantly. She felt all eyes around her focused on her, those gazes pricking her like needles, making her extremely uncomfortable. All she wanted was to find a crack in the ground to hide in. No, I won't try anymore. I don't want to. She grabbed Li Dahai's arm and tried to leave. Hey, don't go. But Li Dahai held her back. He turned to the waitress, his smile gone. Comrade, what kind of attitude is this? His voice was not loud, but carried a chill. We are customers here to buy things. Why can't we try them on? Is there a rule that says you can push customers away when you open a business? The waitress was taken aback by his question. What do you mean by what? Li Dahai's voice rose a few notches. Do you believe I will go find your manager right now and complain about your disrespect? Do you still want your bonus this month? Hearing this, the waitress turned pale with fright. She hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary young man to have such a strong tone. Moreover, he knew to find the manager and was aware of bonuses. It was clear he was not an ordinary person. I'm sorry, comrade. I was wrong. She hurriedly nodded and bowed, apologizing. I will find a place for this female comrade to try on clothes. Li Dahai snorted coldly and ignored her. He turned to Chui Suihua and said, Suihua comrade, go ahead. If you like it, try it on. But Chui Suihua had no mood to try on clothes anymore. She wanted to leave this place that made her feel incredibly humiliated. I don't want to try anymore. .ig, let's go. Her voice even carried a hint of crying. Li Dahai looked at her and silently nodded. The timing was just right. He sighed and took her out of the department store. They found a secluded spot to sit down. Chui Suihua lowered her head, her shoulders shaking, clearly crying secretly. Li Dahai took a clean handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. Wipe your tears. Chui Suihua took the handkerchief, buried her face in it, and cried even harder. Li Dahai didn't try to comfort her, just quietly waited. When she had cried enough and her emotions calmed down a bit, he slowly spoke. Suihua comrade, do you think Beijing is good? Chui Suihua was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then, do you want to stay here? Li Dahai asked again. Chui Suihua nodded again, then shook her head. Her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. I want to, but what? Li Dahai looked into her eyes and asked word by word. But do you think, in your current state, you can establish yourself here? Chui Suihua fell silent. She remembered the waitress's disdainful gaze in the department store. She recalled the pointing fingers and gazes from the people around her. She knew she did not fit into this prosperous city. Dahai, Suehua comrade, let me say a few heartfelt words to you today. Dahai interrupted. Do you think the deaf old lady brought you to Beijing to introduce me to you? Really for your own good? Chui Suehua was stunned again. She is my relative. How could she harm me? Relative? Li Dahai scoffed. If she really regarded you as a relative, why didn't she bring you here sooner? Why wait until now? If she really cared for you, why didn't she help you find a proper job in the city first, so you could support yourself? Instead, she hurried to push you onto me like a piece of merchandise. Is she interested in you as a person? No. She is interested in my position as the maintenance team leader in the steel plant. My salary, my house. She brought you here to marry me, just to control me through you, so that I would have to support her in her old age, and make you work like a mule for that stupid Jew. In her eyes, you are nothing but a tool, a pawn she can use. Every word from Li Dahai was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Chui Suehua's heart, shattering her unrealistic fantasies. She wasn't a fool. She was just too naive. With Li Dahai's words, she suddenly understood everything. Yes, if the deaf old lady really cared for her, how could it be like this? She recalled the old lady's words, which are all about Li Dahai's position and income. She remembered the calculating look in the old lady's eyes when she looked at Li Dahai. She remembered the strange gazes from people in the courtyard today. It turned out that in their eyes, she was not a living person at all, but a commodity that could be traded. Tears streamed down her face once again, but this time it was not from humiliation, but from grievance and awakening. So what should I do? She looked at Li Dahai in a daze. Go home. Li Dahai shook his head. Go back to continue living that life of facing the yellow earth and turning your back to the sky. Then wait for your parents to marry you off to a man you don't know, who might even be a cripple or blind, just to get bride price. Chui Suehua's body trembled violently. What Li Dahai said was exactly her greatest fear and the most likely future. No, I don't want that. She shook her head vigorously. Then stay. Li Dahai's voice was full of strength. Stay with your own hands. But I'm just a country girl, uneducated, unskilled. What can I do? Chui Suehua said in despair.